After entering the 51st floor, Mu Bai reached for his waist and immediately found that the human race bag had disappeared. He didn't care too much about it. Anyway, as long as he cleared more levels, the final reward would become richer. He could earn back the devouring points spent on the human race bag by going to the dark world once. Mu Bai, who had broken through all the levels, reached the 80th floor at a very fast speed. What he didn't know was that the outside world was currently quite lively. A large number of people who failed to pass the levels or were stuck in the first 10 levels complained. It's too damn incredible. The difficulty is just to make things difficult for people. I met a fox demon in the 8th level, and I quit the Dongsheng trial as soon as the other party flicked its tail. It's really outrageous. You still made it to the 8th level? How come I was attacked by a group of demons in the 1st level? It seems that the demons on the playground have a grudge against me. The brothers and sisters of the Qingdi sect all relaxed when they saw that the eldest brother Qianmingzi had not come out yet. The eldest brother represents the face of the Qingdi sect. If he withdraws later, the face of the Qingdi sect will increase. The elder who led the team had a keen eye. He looked around and immediately found a problem. It seems that almost everyone present has withdrawn, except Mu Bai and Qianming. Only 2 people are still in the Dongsheng trial? That's not right. Elder He, the second disciple of the Red Map sect in the East region, doesn't seem to have come out either. After hearing this, Elder He, who led the Qingdi sect, said suspiciously, "Nonsense. Isn't the second disciple of the Red Map sect born with disabled legs? How come he hasn't withdrawn yet? I remember he's only at the Star Wheel realm." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. A useless person from a small sect was still trying to break through. This could only mean one thing. He had been hiding his abilities before. In the 60th level of the Dongsheng trial, in the majestic sky Buddha Kingdom, a large rock wrapped in metal armor was fighting a man with long purple hair, facing a giant with a wingspan of nearly several thousand meters. The purple-haired man kept dodging with a calm expression, and kept muttering to himself in the intervals between dodging. "Slowed down. The wings are unbalanced. The accuracy is decreasing." A series of whispering words came out of his mouth, and the aggressive Peng bird actually slowed down and lost its balance as he said, as if the purple-haired man really had the terrifying ability to make his words come true. The purple-haired man who easily dealt with the Peng bird in the Sun Wheel realm was Mo Ming, the second disciple of the Red Map sect. As a superhuman Lingling fruit ability user, he could perform similar abilities to make his words come true. Before his ability awakened, this fruit ability was simply useless, and at most it was considered an ability at the same level as psychological suggestion. However, since his fruit ability awakened 3 years ago, he found that this fruit ability had a qualitative leap. He was born with a disability in his legs, but he could use the Lingling fruit to give himself the command to stand up and move his legs freely. And he could also practice the command to improve his understanding and attention in his daily life. This fruit ability that can be integrated into his daily life to increase his cultivation speed can naturally also be used on the battlefield, facing enemies with a huge difference in realm and combat power. Mo Ming can even order them to kill each other. When facing strong opponents, he can also issue different levels of orders according to the opponent's strength. For example, when facing the powerful Dapeng bird in front of him, although he could not kill it instantly, he could gradually defeat it with these slight commands. "I am more focused, faster, stronger, and more sensitive. I can detect the enemy's muscle movements in detail and analyze the enemy's movement trajectory." Mo Ming, as if reading a composition, constantly strengthened himself in every aspect to weaken the enemy. The Dapeng bird in the Sun Wheel realm was led step by step into a trap like a toy in front of him. The Dapeng bird, which could only use brute force, was played around by Mo Ming. It was obvious that the opponent could instantly kill Mo Ming in the Moon Wheel realm in just one round. But the Dapeng bird could not do it. After hundreds of rounds, the whispering sound in Mo Ming's mouth never stopped. "You will then become slightly fatigued. Your vision will deteriorate. Your attacks will slowly become indecisive. Your hostility will decrease, and my attacks will cause more damage to you." The eloquence master Mo Ming spoke at an absurdly fast speed. It is not difficult to see that he has been very thorough in using the fruit ability over the years. Facing the powerful Sun Wheel realm monster, he gradually weakened the opponent's overall combat power. This is the most amazing ability of the Ling fruit after awakening. His orders can be infinitely stacked together. For example, if Mo Ming gave the command speed disappears, and the whole body is still to the Dapeng bird at the beginning, the Dapeng bird would not be disturbed at all, because the realm and combat power gap are there. But if Mo Ming kept repeating speed gradually decreases, The whole body movement amplitude slowly decreases. It would work. Under the continuous small-scale orders of Imo Ming, who is proficient in the Ling Ling fruit, the Da Ping bird has been weakened to an outrageous level. It was not until thousands of weak commands finally caused the Peng bird to collapse in the air that Imo Ming took out his sword and chopped at the Peng bird's neck. Ting! Looking at the sword that bounced back, Imo Ming continued to whisper without changing his expression. The defense of the neck will decrease a little. The defense of the neck will decrease a little. The defense of the neck will decrease a little. After saying it countless times, the timeliness of the previous command was about to expire. At that moment, Imo Ming raised his sword and cut off the neck of the Peng bird. After Imo Ming cut down the big bird with a knife, the huge bird's body began to wriggle. In Imo Ming's astonished eyes, a humanoid bird monster with golden light gradually broke free from the body. Second stage? Imo Ming's eyes twitched and his observation hockey was immediately activated. After dodging the opponent's thunder attack, he knew that the speed of this strange bird was not comparable to his own. He said quickly with a gloomy face, "Stop!" The bird was moving at high speed and was quickly frozen in the air. After issuing this superstandard order, Imo Ming's vitality was immediately greatly damaged. He half knelt on the ground. For 1 second or perhaps 3 seconds, when the strange bird just broke free from its restraints, a silver flash crossed the surface of the sea of clouds. Imo Ming, who was half kneeling on the ground, was quickly chopped into two. Imo Ming, who turned into dust and disappeared on the spot, was full of regret. When he woke up again, he was lying on the beach. When his junior brothers helped him up, he shook his hand to indicate that he could stand up. After giving a simple command to his disabled legs, he stood up easily like an ordinary person. The junior brothers, who had always thought that the senior brother was disabled, looked at each other in surprise. No one expected that the always low-key senior brother actually hid his strength and persisted in the Dongsheng trial until now. Imo Ming stood up and looked at the people on the beach who were still waiting for something. He immediately frowned and asked the people around him, "Is there anyone who hasn't come out of the Dongsheng trial? The Qianmingzi from the Qingdi sect?" Yes. But senior brother, and that Zhongzhou Mu Bai haven't come out either." Imo Ming's pupils shrank slightly with great excitement in his heart. He had passed so many levels in the Dongsheng trial, and naturally knew its difficulty. If those two people hadn't come out yet, it could only mean that they had passed the abnormally difficult level of the 50th level. If the big Peng bird had not opened the second form, he could have successfully passed the level and entered the 51st floor. With some regret, he looked at the reward he had just obtained in the storage bag and felt a little comforted. However, if the two people finally passed the level, they might get what he wanted most. Thinking of this, Imo Ming also ordered, "You guys stay here and watch me go back to rest. If Zhongzhou Mu Bai or Qingdi sect Qianmingzi comes out, tell me." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving only a few junior brothers whispering. Imo Ming was right. Qianmingzi and Mu Bai had indeed passed the 50th floor. The former killed the Sun Wheel Realm Tongbi Ape Monkey, and the latter killed the more powerful Yellow Eyebrow King. However, he did not expect that Qianmingzi was on the 60th floor, and Mu Bai had already reached the 80th floor. After entering the 60th floor, Qianmingzi felt a lot of pressure, because the one standing in front of him was a white bone monster. There were dozens of bone mountains made of human bones in the deserted valley, and the giant white bone monster, which was nearly 100 meters in size, was lying on the bone mountain and looked coldly at himself, who had just appeared on the 60th floor. After feeling the opponent's more terrifying momentum than the Tongbi ape, Qianmingzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qianmingzi, who raised his yin-yang sword and responded to the enemy with a sword move, was full of fighting spirit in his eyes. "I hope you don't die as easily as that ape." The big monster standing on the white bone mountain did not stand up and do it himself. He only saw his slender finger bones lightly tap the void. And the next moment, the many bone mountains under him twisted and merged, and the skeleton monsters of the Moon Wheel Realm in the Sea of Undead let out a shrill long roar and rushed towards Qianmingzi. The battle is about to start. At this moment, the enemy that Mu Bai is facing in the 80th floor is more terrifying than this white bone monster. The headless monster holding a battle axe stands in front of Mu Bai like a small mountain. Not to mention the aura of the opponent's peak Sun Wheel Realm. The supreme power that can cause space fluctuations when the battle axe is slightly shaken is enough to make people shudder. Looking at the foggy world around him, and the headless monster not far away, Mu Bai did not act rashly, because he always felt familiar with the shape of the headless monster. Xingtian, the classic of mountains and seas overseas Western classic in the pre-Qin period recorded, Xingyo and the emperor came here to compete for the god. And the emperor cut off his head and buried it in Changyong Mountain. He used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth, and danced with a dry shield. Xingtian and Huangdi competed for the position of god here. Huangdi cut off Xingtian's head and buried him in Changyong Mountain. So Xingtian transformed his two nipples into a pair of eyes, and used his belly button as a mouth, holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, waiting them non-stop to fight the Yellow Emperor again. The Huainanzi Dazixin in the Western Han Dynasty recorded, there are corpses with mutilated bodies in the West. The reading of the Classic of Mountains and Seas in the Eastern Jin Dynasty recorded, Xingtian dances with axe and shield, and his fierce will is always there. This means that the defeated Xingtian still wields axe and shield to continue fighting. His indomitable spirit still exists, and his body is disabled and his will is strong, but he still does not surrender. Mu Bai naturally remembers the ancient legendary figures recorded in this document. But when this monster that looks like Xingtian really appears in front of him, he also has an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Could it be that the legendary creatures recorded in the Blue Star all exist, or have existed here? Could it be that the fallen giant spirit god that he saw in the Holy Dao Sect's cave heaven and blessed land really happened? Could it be that the legends and myths recorded on the Blue Star really happened in the main world? Or is the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand that he obtained in the illusory ancient world in the Burial Emperor Mountain really related to the legendary Qingyuan Niaodao Jinjuan Erlang Shenyang Jian? Mu Bai can actually see Lan Xing's figure in every event since he entered the main world. According to common sense, this is simply impossible. Lan Xing and the devil fruit version of the modified Lan Xing that he originally traveled to are at the same level of world level. And the space at the level of the main world is the end of billions of small worlds. A lower level world is suspected to record documents and materials that the upper world does not have. Isn't this absurd? The more Mu Bai thought about it, the more he stopped thinking about it. The most urgent task now is to quickly solve the peak demon of the Sun Will realm that is suspected to be Xingtian not far away. Xingtian, who was holding a black battle axe in one hand and a multi-eyed shield in the other hand in the fog, seemed to be in a daze. He was strong and his whole body was 10 meters tall. Although this height is not considered a giant among monsters, his momentum is indeed far beyond that of ordinary monsters. If I had to describe it, Mu Bai felt that this person was at least 10 times more imposing than the Yellow Eyebrow King. As Mu Bai approached, Xingtian, who was in a daze in the mist, seemed to have noticed the enemy's arrival. His strong and powerful arms easily lifted up the black battle axe that caused the space distortion. He raised his arm slowly and powerfully, and then chopped down with an axe in the direction of Mu Bai. The pure black shock wave tore the sky apart. The moment the Eye of Divine Punishment was opened, Mu Bai teleported away, and the terrifying black slash tore the entire foggy world after passing Mu Bai's original place. And the fog in the sky disappeared with his slash. It was not until this time that Mu Bai really saw the true face of the world wrapped in fog around him. Flowers, birds, fish, trees and branches were lush and leafy. A scene of vitality and growth of all things. And in the distance were mountains that reached the sky and the earth. And their height was so high that even Mu Bai's observation hockey could not observe the end. It seemed that this place was not the human world but the fairyland. In the 60th level of the Dongxing trial, the Bones Valley has been raised at this moment. The skeleton warriors summoned by the Bones Demon have fallen one after another. The Bones Demon, who has been fighting with Qian Mingzi for several rounds, gradually reveals his human form. She was dressed in red, gorgeous, like a blooming flower, making it impossible to look away. There was a charming aura between her eyebrows, as if she could confuse everyone's heart. Her every move was full of charm and style, as if she was a fairy, making people unable to extricate themselves. Her beauty was not only external, but also an internal charm and temptation that made people unable to resist. But her whole body was covered with white bones, and the crystal-clear bone decorations between her earlobes made her more deadly and dangerous in the midst of her enchantment. Qian Mingzi, who was almost exhausted, stood with a broken yin-yang sword in his hand. As long as you enter the Bone Mountain, you must leave a skeleton behind. This is the rule. The charming woman walked down the hill of bones slowly, but her voice was extremely cold. Even just hearing her voice could make people feel cold. Bone Mountain? Are you referring to those few small bone hills? If I'm not mistaken, this is clearly a valley. Qian Mingzi, who was stalling for time and quickly recovering his strength, said incoherently, hearing such a stupid question from this person. The charming woman smiled rarely. She pointed to the sky and reminded softly, from the sky down. It's all Bone Mountain. Qian Mingzi looked up and only noticed the scene in the sky at this moment. Even though he was determined, he fell into a short stagnation when he really saw the shadow behind the valley. Behind the tiny valley in front of him were mountains that covered the sky. And the mountains were made up of countless skeletons. Such a scene was as shocking as if the bones of all living beings in multiple worlds were collected and piled up. At this moment, Qian Mingzi felt inexplicably real. As if this was not a scene woven by the Dongsheng trial, but a real thing happening in the real world. Qian Mingzi, who was trying to hold back the shock, shook his head and said, "This is all illusory. Even you are illusory. Even the spectacular skeleton mountain is nothing but a mirage. All fabricated by the Dongsheng trial." Her delicate fingers slowly slid across the outside of the bones in the valley. And the enchanting woman in a red dress wrapped in white bones said calmly, "Can you tell the truth from the false? Time can be distorted by power. The world can be created by power. And even memory can be modified. Whether it is illusory or real, you actually have no power to distinguish it." Evil words confused the crowd. Qian Mingzi, whose physical strength gradually recovered, held the yin-yang sword with more force. And the yin-yang sword, which was gradually repaired by Qian Mingdao body, gradually extended, and even the damaged areas were repaired by the black and white yin-yang diagram. The enchanting woman who walked gracefully to Qian Mingzi showed a trace of relief in her pale white pupils. "It seems that you haven't used your full strength yet. Now that you have recovered, continue." The slightly embarrassed Qian Mingzi didn't feel embarrassed at all when he saw that the other party had seen through his intentions long ago. Holding the Qiankuanwu machine in his hand, his reputation spreads far and wide to Taipingsi. When the golden sword rises, the evil spirit is cleared. When the iron horse neighs, the sun and the moon move. Those who are determined to understand the world. Those who are not interested in understanding Bodhi. Millions of heroes. Pay attention. 3 roars and long songs shake the dragon's beard. And one sword of Jinwu talks about the world. Jinwu's sword tactics start. The yin-yang sword in his hand evolved into golden light. And behind Qian Mingzi appeared the Dharma image of heaven and earth. But under the influence of the supreme skill Jinwu's sword art, this Dharma image gradually changed from the image of Qian Mingzi to the image of Jinwu Emperor. With his hair loose and bare feet, wearing a black robe, a golden armor and a jade belt, holding a sword and glaring, stepping on a turtle and a snake, and a round light on his head, the Dharma image of Jinwu Emperor appeared. And the dense demonic energy around him automatically dissipated. The dazzling golden light outside the body seemed to be the supreme weapon for slaying demons and exorcising demons. Jinwu Emperor, also known as Xiantian God, Yushang Jinjuan, Xuanwu Emperor, etc., also known as Dongmo Tianzuan, naturally has absolute restraint when facing monsters, which is also Qian Mingzi's final hope of victory. Perhaps only the Jinwu sword art running at full power can severely injure or even kill the white bone monster in front of him. The red-clothed demon faced the Jinwu Dharma image without showing any fear, as if what appeared in front of her was just a grass or an ordinary stone. Qian Mingzi, who was controlling the Jinwu Dharma image, activated the Qiankuandao body and immediately made the giant sword in the Jinwu Dharma image's hand more powerful. The shadow of Noda holding the sword in both hands slashed with a golden sword with unparalleled power. It was as if the power of heaven and earth was added to him and slashed at the charming woman. Faced with such a devastating demon-killing slash, the red-clothed white bone monster sighed and then put his hands together. The next moment the ground burst. An unknown number of bones rose from the ground along with this valley of bones. When these bones gathered together, a giant bone palm of tens of thousands of meters suddenly slapped down. The bone-destroying palm, with a monstrous demonic energy as the trigger. This demonized white bone giant palm violently collided with the Jinwu slash. The shock caused by the two caused the entire white bone space to vibrate. The surroundings were densely covered with bones. And the monstrous bone palm above his head suppressed the shadow of Qian Mingzi's Jinwu sword art Dharma image, which gradually became weaker. Even if the Jinwu Dharma image really had a multiplied damage to the demonic energy, this was the home ground of the bones after all. The demonic energy wrapped in such a large number of bones could not be matched even if Qian Mingzi was given more Jinwu Dharma images. Qian Mingzi, who gritted his teeth and withstood the torrent of bones, felt like crying at this moment. Under the comprehensive suppression, the Jinwu Dharma image could only be tired of slashing and sweeping the surrounding demonic skeletons again and again. But before he could recover, the bone-destroying god palm attacked again. The red-clothed bone demon showed a strange smile on her face, as if she was laughing but also crying. This expression that humans could not make was the result of her bone-destroying god palm's power being increased again. Facing such a monstrous power, the Jinwu Dharma image collapsed and reorganized. And Qianmingzi, who was struggling to support it, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and repaired the Jinwu Dharma image with amazing perseverance, while reversing yin and yang to create a hole in the 10,000-meter bone palm. The Jinwu Dharma image disappeared. Qianmingzi, dragging his broken body, also jumped out of the crushing range of the bone palm. Can he continue to live after escaping from the range of the bone palm? Qianmingzi certainly knew that was impossible. So after he escaped from the range of the bone palm, he immediately used the Jinwu sword art again in midair. The brilliant Jinwu Dharma image spanned the sky. Boundless divine power was poured into the yin-yang sword, with the help of the Qiankuan Dao body that was activated to the extreme. Qianmingzi roared and directly increased the power of the Jinwu sword art. However, such a forced increase in strength is not without a price. Qianmingzi did not have a perverted physique like Mu Bai. So how could he withstand the appearance of the Jinwu Dharma image twice in a row? After the second appearance of the Jinwu Dharma image, his vitality was greatly damaged. In the interval of bleeding from all 7 orifices, Qianmingzi also gritted his teeth and swept the charming red-clothed bone monster that controlled the bone palm with a devastating attitude. The red-clothed woman finally showed a trace of fear in her eyes. But this fear disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a kind of indifference that penetrated the bone marrow. Bone! 10,000 domain spear. After a low shout, the red-clothed woman stepped on the sky, and the bone palm of tens of thousands of meters under her feet suddenly split into countless bone spears. Under the inverted Tian Gang, these bone spears poured down like dripping raindrops. It's just shooting from the ground to the sky. A Jinwu killed tens of thousands of bone spears. But Qianmingzi's body was severely backlashed, and he could no longer mobilize any power. At this point, he let his body fall freely, and the bone spears in the air were constantly blocked by his broken sword. Seeing the opponent's Jinwu Dharma dissipate, the red-clothed bone demon already knew that the opponent was no longer a threat, and immediately picked up a bone spear and stabbed it straight. The powerful force immediately penetrated Qianmingzi's shoulder. But at this moment, Qianmingzi, who seemed to have no resistance, took advantage of the severe pain in his body to hold the stabbing bone spear with his right hand and used the power of the superhuman cutting fruit with his left hand to slash away. The astonished white bone demon retreated half a step, and the bone spear cut downwards with force, and half of Qianmingzi's body was immediately torn apart. However, although the white bone demon dodged the fatal slashing and cutting, her left arm was instantly cut off by the almost regular cutting fruit ability. Qianmingzi, whose half of his body was torn apart, gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to cover the amazing wound. And the yin and yang of the Qiankuan Dao body reversed. The black and white yin and yang patterns on the wound transformed into each other. Qianmingzi, who barely maintained his body, held the broken yin and yang sword in his left hand and opened the Jinwu sword art again. The moment the Jinwu sword art was opened, Qianmingzi's arms were all broken, and the powerful backlash force had caused his limbs to necrotize. In this case, forcibly opening the third Jinwu sword art can only be said to be seeking death. And Qianmingzi, who insisted on seeking death, could only hold the yin and yang sword in his mouth because his arms were all broken. With the help of the Dharma image that had not yet condensed behind him, Qianmingzi immediately integrated the cutting fruit ability into it. This attack of Jinwu Demon Slash was opened in the bloodiest way. The red-clothed bone demon, whose left arm was severely injured, did not expect that the human whose half body was torn apart by her would still have the fortitude to fight back. After a brief appreciation, she smiled calmly. Facing the opponent's dying struggle, she naturally had to respond with all her strength, and use the most powerful force to wipe out everything of the opponent. Bones. The true body of bones. The desolate and sad notes rang in the bone space. And the bone demon, who used the ultimate move, used her delicate and white hands to skillfully knock on the void. In the sad and beautiful notes, red flowers gradually bloomed in the void, and a pale skeleton stood out in the sea of blooming flowers. The graceful white bone demon struck the air with the back of her right hand. The originally sad and beautiful notes suddenly became extremely murderous. Endless blood and murderous intent appeared in this world along with the mysterious white bone true body. Qianmingzi finally cut off half of the head of the white bone true body with a blow that backfired his life. But he was also pierced all over by the white bone palm. Death was devouring Qianmingzi's consciousness. Before he died, he looked at the white bone demon as if he wanted to remember her forever. In the end, He still didn't raise his head. Failed to pass the 60th level. When Qianmingzi woke up, it was already dusk on the beach. The people of the Qingdi sect saw their senior brother coming out and surrounded him. Feeling the body that was not damaged at all, Qianmingzi couldn't help but strengthen an idea. That is, the Dongsheng trial is just a trial after all. And it is all fabricated and not real. Huh? This time it was a terrible defeat. But I also gained a lot. As he said this, he touched the divine sword made of bones at his waist. This was the final reward of the Dongsheng trial. This divine sword of bones can be called an unparalleled sword because it can penetrate cold bones. What's more important is that this sword can also display some of the abilities of the red-clothed bone monster. It's a pity that I quit too early. If I had persisted for a while, and persisted to the 60th level or above, I would definitely get more and better rewards. Looking around, Qianmingzi immediately found that there was no sign of Mu Bai at the scene. He smiled and said with some self-mockery, "It seems that Mu Bai is a young man after all. Which means he is better than me. He is the only one in the whole field who is still in the trial level." "Yes, senior brother." After the second disciple of Hongtu sect, Mo Ming, came out, you were the second to last to come out. Mu Bai is still going through the levels. But senior brother, do you think Wang Ting Mu Bai will deliberately delay time in there, so that he can come out at the end and pretend to have passed more levels? Hearing his junior brother's guess, Qianmingzi was also amused. If Mu Bai is really such a person, it would be boring. He won't. This person is straightforward and decisive. I think he is very likely to pass the level faster than me. Maybe he has reached the 70th floor now. By the way, the second disciple of Hongtu sect you mentioned is the one with disabled legs? That's right. The junior brother, who was still thinking about Mu Bai, nodded repeatedly. That's strange. The confused Qianmingzi vaguely remembered that the other party's legs were damaged by the enemy's rule-type fruit, which could not be repaired normally. This kind of disabled person, who can't move, can actually persist in the Dongsheng trial to this point. It seems that he is hiding his incompetence. Looking at the time, he was exhausted and felt that Mu Bai might have to wait for a while to appear. So Qianmingzi was also preparing to rest in his own hotel industry next door. He was stopped by a purple-haired young man as soon as he entered the main entrance of the hotel. "Mo Ming? It's me. Qingdi sect Qianmingzi. How are you recently?" Hongtu sect Mo Ming said with a smile, looking as if he was very familiar with Qianmingzi before. Looking down at the other party's intact legs, Qianmingzi clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations to junior brother Mo Ming. And congratulations to Hongtu sect for having another powerful general in the future. Senior brother, please don't tease me. I can only stand because of my fruit ability. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Mo Ming was still very respectful to the first genius in the East region. After all, the Qingdi sect behind the other party indirectly helped him many years ago. After taking a look at the other party's demeanor, Qianmingzi said with a strange expression, "You don't want to take revenge, do you? If so, not only me, but also the Qingdi sect behind me will not participate in it. If you find Wang Ting Bai, you will have a chance to take revenge." Brother, you are joking. How dare I go to trouble that enemy now? It's just that I want to repair my legs, and I need the technique in the Dongsheng trial. Are you talking about the reverse bone sutra? Qianmingzi sighed slightly, and immediately guessed that it was this ancient horizontal training technique. When Mo Ming was young, his legs were disabled by the regular fruit. Now if he wants to treat it, he must use the top-level horizontal training technique to repair it. However, Qianmingzi, who is familiar with the difficulty of practicing the legendary technique, knows that this kind of thing is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Brother Mo Ming, I am not trying to discourage you. Even if you really have the Nigu Jing, it will take many years to practice it. It is even very likely that you will not be able to practice it. This is not an exaggeration. Qianmingzi does not know the difficulty of practicing the Nigu Jing, but he knows the difficulty of practicing legendary skills. Even a top sword genius like him took 27 years to practice the legendary skill Zhenwu Jianju before he could barely practice it. He also wanted to advise this fellow from the East region that spending so much time repairing his legs would delay his practice time. A smart person can naturally see the pros and cons of this. Since Brother Qianming said so, it seems that you have not obtained the Nigu Jing either. Mo Ming, with a complicated expression, was obviously still obsessed with this skill. So he did not listen to Qianmingzi's advice just now. If you want to obtain the Nigu Jing, I think you have to reach the 90th level at least. The Dongsheng trial has an age limit. You should know how difficult it is to climb to the 90th level in this age range. Mo Ming was silent after hearing this. How could he not know the difficulty? Climbing to the 90th level in the Dongsheng trial is no less difficult than winning the World Boxing Champion's gold belt right after graduating from kindergarten. It is almost impossible under various restrictions. Mu Bai. Can you do it? Can Mu Bai do it? Qian Mingzi had never thought about this question. Although Mu Bai was already amazing at a young age, it would still be difficult for him to obtain the legendary skills that were the final reward under the difficulty of the Dongsheng trial. I don't know either. It depends on how far this new prodigy can go. The 80th level of the Dongsheng trial. The battle started after the headless monster suspected to be Xingtian broke through the clouds with an axe. With the blessing of the Eye of Divine Punishment, Mu Bai had teleported above Xingtian in a few flashes, and the Divine Punishment shock wave was instantly activated. At the same time, his martial arts weapon also fell with a bang, facing the Divine Punishment shock wave above his head. Xingtian immediately blocked the ancient black multi-eyed shield in his hand. When the Divine Punishment shock wave with overwhelming domineering power hit the shield, it did not cause any waves. The black battle axe under the shield had already slashed across. After the battle axe and the martial arts god collided, the huge force actually knocked Mu Bai thousands of meters away. With Mu Bai's physique, he barely stopped after crashing into 3 mountains. Mu Bai, who was embedded on the cliff, pushed away the gravel on his body and looked at his palm in disbelief. His palm was trembling, which was a sign of being numbed by a greater force. This was a situation that had never occurred since he added points to his physique. Before Mu Bai could think, a black slash immediately came from a distance. The entire mountain collapsed in an instant. Nothing could stop or defend against the sharp edge of the black slash. Mu Bai, who teleported in front of Xingtian at an astonishing speed, immediately activated the 3rd level of the 8 desolate prison body. With the blessing of his powerful physical strength, he punched down. The vibration ball cover broke layer by layer, and the terrifying vibration power directly shattered the surrounding area of tens of thousands of meters. Shield blocking. The black shield blocked Mu Bai's vibration iron fist like a shadow, and Xingtian's nearly 10-meter body did not retreat at all under this punch. Seeing this, Mu Bai grinned, and the next moment the void broke layer by layer. Restricted. Tyrant Star Bombing Fist. When his physical fitness exceeded the limit, Mu Bai had already mastered his own strength to perfection. At this moment, as long as he slightly unlocked the upper limit, he could let the violent power pour down like a beast opening the floodgates. The black and red tyrant color entangled and tore the surface. Under the monstrous spirit, the 2 fists wrapped in the pale white vibration ball cover instantly exploded thousands of punches, each time hitting a point on the shield. Squeak! 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 Under the amazing punch speed, the ground collapsed rapidly at a speed of dozens of meters per second. The surrounding mountains collapsed and were damaged in the layers of superimposed vibration power, and cracks appeared in the center of the battlefield, as if Mu Bai, who didn't know how to get tired, kept punching Xingtian's shield like a madman. Xingtian, who had been blocking, retreated again and again, but Mu Bai's Tyrant Star Bombing Fist came to an abrupt end. Without waiting for Xingtian to put away his shield and warm up, Mu Bai smiled and set off again. Unlimited. Tyrant Star Bombing Fist. The infinite level Tyrant Star Bombing Fist, which far surpassed the previous terrifying frenzy, was launched again. It was just a warm-up before, but now it was the real battle. Every punch of the raging frenzy was deeply embedded in the ancient multi-eyed shield. The creaking sound of the material twisting and the sound of Mu Bai's punching complemented each other. After the 723rd punch, the heavy and swift punches wrapped with the amazing domineering color entangled in the multi-eyed shield that was so solid that it was outrageous. Seeing his shield damaged, Xingtian, who seemed to be stimulated, threw away his shield and chopped horizontally with his battle axe in both hands. As the black shockwaves slashed out, Mu Bai, who was facing the opponent's slash, instantly flashed to the left side of Xingtian. Before Xingtian could make a move, he kicked out. The black and red overlord color entangled, and a shock wave of vibration came and went. Xingtian, who was kicked, kept rolling on the ground like a small mountain. He just stood up in the smoke and dust, and hundreds of Mu Bai's fist shadows followed one after another, and imprinted on the opponent's body one by one. Under the power of hundreds of heavy punches, Xingtian flew out and broke 33 mountains before gradually taking Mu Bai's strength. But just when he was about to land, Mu Bai suddenly appeared in the void and pressed Xingtian's chest with both hands and slammed towards the ground. Squeak! The void shattered, and the amazing shock wave of vibration exploded on the surface. Under the constant vibration, Xing Tian was deeply sunk into the ground. The Xingtian battle axe that was sunk into the ground fell alone on the ground. Mu Bai retracted his fist and came to the battle axe to lift it, but found that it was too heavy. It was a bit difficult for him to lift it with the strength of one arm. The ground was broken, and the headless body of Xingtian that was sunk was undergoing some kind of transformation. The ordinary flesh-colored skin gradually stiffened, and the injured flesh also derived a new keratinized armor. Seeing Mu Bai standing on his weapon, the transformation of this fierce monster gradually accelerated, and it seemed to have entered the second form in a few moments. Mu Bai only felt a lightness in his hand, and then he was surprised to find that the battle axe that could fight against the god of war without being damaged actually turned into black ashes and gradually merged into the surface of Xingtian's skin. The gray skin surface itself has been transformed into a heavier black armor. There was no verbal communication. When Xingtian transformed into the second form, he punched in the air. Mu Bai, who was hit instantly, fell back dozens of meters, and his feet were stepped on to create cracks. His chest sank, and he could clearly feel that his bones had cracks. Even if he was immediately repaired by his strong physique, Mu Bai was still surprised. This kind of power is very strong and different from my pure physical power. It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. Wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Mu Bai took a step forward. The next moment, the domineering aura swept across the four directions. A one-eyed four-armed monster with a body similar to Xing Tian, wearing scarlet armor, rushed out of the domineering aura. Two people of 10-meter size collided with each other at an astonishing speed. Xing Tian's power in the second form was really amazing. Even Mu Bai, who entered the evil ghost state, was unable to resist. The two people fighting with iron fists seemed to be playing a turn-based game. Every punch could sweep across the 8 directions and disperse the sea of clouds in the sky. Squeak! 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 Kung! 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 The vibration iron fist and the strange power fist collided with each other, causing the space to vibrate. Each of their punches was enough to crush a Moon Wheel Realm expert. Even ordinary Sun Wheel Realm experts could not withstand a few punches in front of them. The battle between the two men gradually escalated. Mu Bai's 2 arms triggered a vibration light ball, and the other arm attracted the Great Sun True Fire to cover it. The fourth arm was a weapon fist fused with the martial god's blade. The 4 arms took turns to attack Xing Tian in the second form, and made him dizzy, while raising his arms to block continuously. Xing Tian also bent his legs and immediately engaged in close combat when Mu Bai got too close. Mu Bai almost laughed when he saw that this brainless thing actually wanted to restrain him in close combat. The one-eyed demon in the evil ghost form immediately opened. The divine punishment shock wave, which was enhanced countless times, instantly penetrated Xing Tian's forearm, and the gluttonous mouth on Mu Bai's chest immediately bit at the opponent's wound. The already damaged forearm was bitten to pieces along with the flesh and blood. Xing Tian was in pain, and only his right arm could move normally. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Bai directly attacked him. You want to play a head-on confrontation with me? Okay. I will let you suffer a heavy blow head-on. Wushan fist. Big Sun True Fire fist. Vibrating iron fist. For fists hit continuously like a meteor shower. The speed of the wind swept away the clouds while causing the void to explode, and even caused the nearby collapsed mountain debris to be blown into the sky by the strong wind. Xing Tian, who was attacked by a violent storm, had a strong defense. He could still stand in a blocking posture after receiving such brutal punches continuously. However, as Mu Bai hit him faster and faster like crazy, the more he hit, the heavier the force. The powerful Xing Tian demon gradually found it difficult to resist. He wanted to fight back with one arm, but was directly hit to the ground by Mu Bai. After dozens of minutes, Xing Tian, who was barely breathing, seemed to have no breath. Mu Bai, who was still strong, still maintained the form of an evil ghost and looked at Xing Tian lying on the ground with cold eyes. He could sense that a new vitality had appeared in his body inexplicably, and he was about to enter the third form. Sure enough, without Mu Bai's interference, Xing Tian, who was hammered to death, gradually had a heartbeat and breath. His body gradually swelled as he gradually woke up. In a blink of an eye, he became a headless muscle monster of nearly 50 meters. His gray-black skin no longer showed the demeanor of the god just now. On the contrary, Xing Tian at this moment really looked like a demon. Looking at his stronger opponent, Mu Bai smiled. Devil form compression. Mubai's body, which maintained the devil form, gradually burst out with a sound like firecrackers. The flesh and bones of his body were rapidly compressed. Due to the large compression of the flesh, Mubai's original skin gradually turned black and red, and the one eye gradually became larger. Although the 4 arms were reduced in size, the power contained in them did not decrease but increased. When Mubai completely completed the compressed version of the devil form, the whole person became more focused. This compression ability was mainly affected by the mythical Taotai fruit. Compressing the body volume was a disguised way of swallowing up the excess flesh and blood of oneself and condensing it into pure essence, and then taking one's own strength to a higher level. Speed, strength, constitution, all kinds of basic attributes increased significantly after Mubai activated the devil form compression. After transforming into a 2-meter devil monster, Mubai's voice gradually became ethereal. Left arm. Thunder burst. Mubai, who transformed into a devil, was extremely fast. The third form of Xingtian had not moved yet, but his left arm had been dismantled. After throwing the bloody arm in his hand, Mubai smiled and punched it out. Dozens of mountains around collapsed, and the chest of Xingtian, who was hit, was also shattered by the condensed power. At this moment, Mubai, who seemed like a monster and a god, had undoubtedly entered a new level of combat power, and entered a combat ability that was infinitely close to the strongest level. Tyranny, extreme force, track-changing cannon fist. Mubai, whose whole body was red, suddenly changed his momentum. The next moment, before his figure approached, tens of thousands of fist shadows suddenly bombarded the third form of Xingtian. Flesh and blood exploded and bones were crushed. Even the blood was evaporated by Mubai's unbelievable fist shadow. The great demon, who was at the peak of the Sunwheel realm and was suspected to be Xingtian, was almost killed instantly in Mubai's form. If this spread out, Mubai would probably shock the main world again. Mubai, who maintained the compressed version of the evil ghost form, opened his arms and felt very wonderful. The feeling of perfect integration with the power, the feeling of constantly purifying and condensing the power, was really wonderful. As if everything in the world was held in the palm of his hand. The moment Mubai, who maintained this non-form, entered the 81st floor, he easily killed the dragon turtle that was nearly 1,000 meters long. On the 82nd floor, he kicked a legendary bird to death. Mubai, who had studied a new form, kept trying new moves as if he had found a fun toy. And these Sunwheel realm monsters were too fragile in front of him, and couldn't even withstand a single encounter. When Mubai, who had killed 8 monsters in a row, came to the 89th floor, the monsters guarding here were so scared that their legs were numb. Mubai, who was too lazy to waste words with the other party, killed the other party with a punch and quickly entered the 90th floor. The white bone spirit, who was recuperating, was also slightly injured in the battle with Qianmingzi, so she didn't pay much attention to the outside world while she was recovering. But when she woke up, she was a little dumbfounded, because she didn't know when her injuries were not only repaired, but her overall strength was also forcibly raised a lot. While she was still thinking, the majestic white bone mountain behind her was directly smashed by a figure with a shocking force. She looked up and saw a one-eyed 4-armed monster standing on the ruins of the white bone mountain looking at her. Inexplicable pressure appeared in the heart of the white bone spirit in red. Although she didn't know who the other party was, the momentum exuded by the other party made her a little confused about who was the boss of the current level. As soon as he entered the 90th floor, Mubai found the majestic Tontian White Bone Mountain. He didn't find the boss of the level, so he defeated the White Bone Mountain and wanted to see where the monsters on this floor were. When he looked down, he actually found a beautiful woman in red. The bone decorations on the opponent's body clearly showed that he was not an ordinary person. So Mubai immediately bent his legs and fell down like lightning after seeing him. The startled White Bone spirit dared not be as calm as she had been in the previous battle with Qianmingzi. She put her hands together, and the monstrous white bones combined into a giant bone palm to suppress Mubai. This was the bone palm that had severely injured Qianmingzi before. This bone palm was full of pretense in terms of image and momentum. However, Mubai showed a trace of disappointment when he got closer. This bone palm of tens of thousands of meters seemed to be extremely powerful, as if it could suppress the world. But in fact it was pure garbage. Mubai paused slightly, and then his 4 arms suddenly attacked. In an instant, the bone palm of tens of thousands of meters was pierced. But it was not over yet. Mubai's eye of divine punishment, which pierced through the majestic bone palm, opened, and in an instant, The super divine punishment shock waves swept everything. All the mountains along the way were broken, and the bone palm of tens of thousands of meters was shattered. The corners of Bai Gu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, which was somewhat unbelievable. She had never thought that this monster could be so strong. At that moment, she did not dare to approach and control Bai Gu to escape to the back. She dispersed her hands and summoned hundreds of thousands of bone spears based on the bone mountain. Bone! 10,000 domain spears. With a command, the bone spears like raindrops shot at the sky in the opposite direction. Mu Bai, who was targeted, tilted his head slightly and let these bone spears bombard his body. His body, which was slightly emitting bare red light veins, was not hurt at all in the rounds of bone spears. Seeing this scene, Bai Gu Jing also doubted her life. You must know that at this moment, she was forcibly promoted to the boss of the 90th level, and the enhancement given to her was also extremely powerful, even if she was at the peak of the Sun Wheel realm and had the advantage of the battlefield. She could not even break the surface defense of the challenger with her ultimate move. This was simply a great shame. Bai Gu Jing's pale white eyes were full of hatred. With the help of the bone mountain behind her, she once again used the ultimate move to kill Qian Mingzi. Bone! Bai Gu's true body. His hands kept striking sad notes in the air like a musician. In the notes, gorgeous red petals gradually bloomed. And in this sea of flowers full of enchanting beauty, a 1,000-meter-tall white bone giant quietly appeared. Mu Bai, who was still besieged by bone spears, saw a new toy and moved his domineering color slightly. He directly shattered countless bone spears around him and rushed straight to the white bone body. Facing this 1,000-meter-long white bone giant, Mu Bai excitedly punched out. The huge white bone body collapsed in an instant. It was broken without even using any tricks. Facing such an aggressive Mu Bai, the white bone spirit also clenched his slender fingers helplessly. The next moment, a large number of undead creatures in the bone mountain woke up one by one. After Mu Bai scanned the area and found that there were no powerful enemies, he was not interested in sending a vibrating iron fist towards the surface. How terrifying is the fist force that continuously compresses the vibration power? Mu Bai's punch gave the answer. When the vibration shock wave exploded in the center of the undead wave, the surrounding area of 100,000 meters burst. These undead creatures cannot form at all under the continuous vibration. Even the most marginal undead skeletons often have their bones broken in the vibration, and cannot form undead creatures with combat capabilities. After killing the army of undead with one move, Mu Bai went straight through several bone mountains, and came directly to the front of the white bone spirit. There were so many white bones around, and the opponent was still mainly using white bone moves. It was no wonder that Mu Bai would associate it with the monster white bone spirit. It seems that you can communicate normally. Are you the white bone spirit? Seeing that the opponent solved her moves so easily, the beautiful white bone spirit pressed the vibrating ground with one hand, and a strange sound came from the ground. When Mu Bai looked up, he found the corpses of the big monsters buried underground. There were at least 30 of these big monsters in the Sun Wheel realm. Facing so many powerful enemies, Mu Bai clenched his four fists and straightened his body. The light veins on his body continued to deepen. Amid the strong heartbeat, the terrifying number of domineering auras of the Overlord color continued to accumulate. Extreme power, extreme reaction speed, extreme flesh, extreme destructive power, extreme physique. When these are combined together, it will create a killing machine close to the limit. And Mu Bai is going to compress this extreme into the most terrifying boxing method with his compressed version of the evil ghost form at this moment. Tyrant Entanglement. God Instant Punch. The black and red lightning wrapped Mu Bai's figure in an instant and smashed the skeletons of more than a dozen big monsters in an instant. Under the extreme speed and extreme power, even the white bone spirit could not see clearly. The lightning turned again, and this time the white bone monsters blocking the white bone spirit were immediately annihilated, and the ground was covered with countless fists. When 2 moments passed, Mu Bai had already stepped on the piles of bones, and came to the charming white bone spirit. Are there any other moves? These are too boring and too weak. Looking at the skeletons of the Sun Wheel realm big monsters that collapsed one by one behind Mu Bai's one-eyed head, the white bone spirit felt his scalp tingling, and an unspeakable fear enveloped his heart. I have nothing. As soon as the white bone demon finished speaking with a slightly trembling voice, Mu Bai's tyrant god fist had already pierced through her beautiful face. Mu Bai stretched out an arm to crush the opponent and felt a wave of emptiness. The opponent was too weak. In the compressed version of the evil ghost form, Mu Bai had no problem in the next 91st and 92nd levels until the 100th floor. After entering the 99th floor, a stick had already swept over before Mu Bai could stand firmly. After teleporting away, the trajectory of the stick seemed to follow the law of cause and effect as he teleported. After teleporting dozens of times in a row, he saw that the sweeping trajectory of the stick was getting closer and closer. So he had to compress the muscles of his 4 arms and hold the martial god's weapon together to block it. Kung! The mysterious stick crushed down, and Mu Bai felt as if the power of heaven and earth was pressing on him. His terrifying form gradually collapsed under the pressure of this level of power. The opponent's stick had already surpassed the scope of the Sun Wheel realm. Kneeling on one knee, his 4 arms were gradually crushed. Before leaving Mu Bai's divine punishment, I penetrated the outline of the stick and clearly saw a figure who looked like a bodhisattva sitting on the lotus platform behind the stick. But the other party had a pointed face and closed his eyes and was meditating. Mu Bai's mind instantly pointed to a legendary figure. After becoming the fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong, Mu Bai, who was inexplicably full of energy, used the bones of his 4 arms to hold the falling golden hoop with terrifying perseverance. The pressure he endured every minute and every second was inestimable. Under the pressure of the golden hoop, Mu Bai's leg muscles were broken, but he still managed to stand up with the support of his bones. As if sensing Mu Bai's unyielding spirit, the bodhisattva, who was sitting on the lotus platform, who was suspected to be Sun Wukong, slowly opened his eyes, and after saying Amit Ba, the golden hoop was infinitely enlarged. In an instant, Mu Bai's life was wiped out. In a daze, Mu Bai felt a ball of light approaching him in the darkness. When he reached out and touched the ball of light, all the rewards for passing the levels appeared in his hands. Nai Gu Jing, a legendary horizontal training method that can push the body to the peak and invincible to the immortals. It's Nai Gu Jing, and it's the complete version. In the dark world, Mu Bai was delighted. After all, he had come all the way here just to obtain the Nai Gu Jing in the Dongsheng trial. Now that everything has come to fruition, how could he not be happy? Broken race bag, regular magical weapon, originally the acquired bag of Maitreya Buddha. It is an old white cloth bag. With just one throw, it can put all enemies with a lower realm than itself into it. After coming out of the race bag, the bones will be soft and the muscles will be numb, and the skin will be wrinkled. Currently in a broken state, it takes 90 million devouring points to repair it. The original effect of this race bag is indeed amazing, and it can accommodate opponents of any level. But now the broken version is greatly damaged in power. Fortunately, it can be repaired. Although it is expensive, it can still be used now. Dragon Vein True Seed. The seed of luck dropped by killing the Dragon King. Raising it can form a dragon vein, which can increase luck for individuals and prolong luck for dynasties. This third reward also made Mu Bai stunned. This thing is a good thing. You know, luck itself is an illusory thing. But with this great luck, you will be more likely to achieve your wishes and handle anything more smoothly. Just like Shaoli, who inexplicably has great luck. A young boy from the countryside of the Northern Territory met Gu Chongqing, a top figure in the main world, as his master. After that, he emerged as a sudden force and was able to escape from his own death trap. What else can this be? Or people without luck may have died in the snowy mountains of the Northern Territory where natural disasters are frequent. The world in front of him gradually showed white light. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, he was already on the beach. The Dongsheng trial in the sea behind him also slowly closed. When he woke up, he saw the dim night. Some people who were curious about how many levels Mu Bai could pass gathered around him when they saw the real master appear. Mu Bai stretched his muscles and took the watch from Ju Gu next to him. After checking the time and the information sent by the DN creators in his mind, he ran away. Master Mu Bai, how many levels have you passed? The 99th level. The 100th level cannot be passed. After saying that, Mu Bai had already opened the Eye of God's punishment and took Master Ju Gu away from the beach. He had many trivial matters and needed to return to the Qishui district as soon as possible to deal with things. How could he have the mood and time to talk to these idle people? The people on the beach were petrified when they heard Mu Bai's answer. The 99th level. In other words, this Mu Bai almost passed the level? What a joke. This is already the highest record of passing the level in the entire East region. Among the shocked crowd, there were also disciples of the Red Map sect. They still remembered the instructions of the second senior brother, so they hurriedly called Mo Ming to tell him what happened here. When Mo Ming heard the news that Mu Bai had passed the 99th level in the hotel, he was so happy that he didn't know why. As if he had already obtained the Nai Gu Jing. In a hurry, he took a step forward but fell into the hotel room. With a bitter smile on his face, he whispered to his body, "Become intact." Gradually, his muscles felt, and Mo Ming slowly stood up. With a complicated look, he could feel that his legs were still covered with the fruit ability of the person who attacked his legs that year. As long as that person didn't die, his legs would never be able to be restored to their original state. Unless it was the legendary peak physical training method in Aigu Jing. He went to find Mu Bai with a nervous mood and didn't know that Mu Bai was saying goodbye to Qian Mingzi at this moment. "I heard about you. You must have held back when you fought with Bei Kuangren before you were able to pass the 99th level. You are really good at hiding." Obviously, Qian Mingzi thought that Mu Bai and Mo Ming were both hiding their strength in the early stage and only recently revealed their true strength. Mu Bai, who agreed with the other party, didn't have the heart to attack the other party. Could he say that he had been reborn and surpassed the other party's combat power level in the past 1 or 2 years? That would be even more unbelievable. So he just let the other party think along this line. Mu Bai, who had said goodbye to Qian Mingzi, was stopped by a purple-haired young man as he was walking out of the hotel door. The old man Zhu Gu behind him saw this man in a panic and directly pushed out with one hand and used time reversal to push him back several meters away. After noticing the strange phenomenon on his body, Mo Ming immediately whispered quickly, "Increase the fruit resistance of my body and weaken the other party's fruit ability." After repeated words that seemed to be psychological hints, he actually gradually stagnated under the influence of the ability of the retracing fruit, which made Zhu Gu's eyebrows almost reach the roof. He actually stopped. It seems that he has something or an ability that can resist the effect of the devil fruit. Mu Bai waved his hand to signal the elder Zhu Gu, who was speaking, to stop his ability. Mo Ming, who was disabling his ability, strode over again. He looked at Zhu Gu with some fear and then respectfully saluted Mu Bai with his fists clasped, saying, "Hello, Senior Mu Bai. I am Mo Ming, the second disciple of the Red Map sect of the East region. I heard today that you have passed the 99th level of the East Victory Trial. I really admire you." Mu Bai looked down at the time and responded calmly, "Thank you. But if you only want to say these compliments, then save them for next time." Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Mo Ming hurriedly said, "I want to know one thing. Have you obtained the Aigu Jing? What if you got it? What if you didn't get it? If you got it, I hope you can pass it on to me." Hearing this, Mu Bai almost couldn't hold it. Asking for a legendary skill in person was simply courting death. Who would teach others this level of skills for no reason? Do you have a luck aura or a protagonist aura? But Mu Bai changed his mind and became interested. Is there any special situation that the other party is so eager for the Aigu Jing? After careful questioning, Mu Bai also understood everything. When the East region and Zhongzhou had friction, Mo Ming, the son of the elder of the Red Map sect, had his legs crippled by a big man with the power of the fruit when he was young. Although Mu Bai had never seen this big man, he was very familiar with him. After all, he had killed the man's son with his own hands. This big shot is Luo Guanjuan, the first son of God in the royal court. He is still facing the wall in the royal court. So Luo Guanjuan crippled you. Mu Bai, who was touching his chin, could see the condition of his legs clearly with the eye of divine punishment. His muscles were atrophied, and there was a force that was constantly wearing his legs down. But another fruit power was struggling to maintain this balance. Mu Bai approached the other party and asked with interest, "What is your fruit ability?" "The superhuman awakened Ling Ling fruit can give orders to everything in the world." Mo Ming, who was a little proud, even amplified his voice. He also knew that if he wanted to get such a valuable thing, he had to show his own value. The superhuman awakened Ling Ling fruit can give orders to everything in the world? How could Mu Bai, who is active in mind, not know the extraordinary value of the fruit? This person must be controlled by himself. With this thought, Mu Bai directly asked Mo Ming, "I did get the Aigu Jing here, but what can you give me? Benefits are generated by exchange, and no one will give you great benefits without asking for anything in return." Remind the other party that he did get the Aigu Jing, but did not say whether to give it or not, but asked what you can give me. Mo Ming is so smart. How could he not hear the true meaning of the other party's words? He sank in his heart and clasped his fists and said, "I am willing to do my best as long as you can cure my legs." Mu Bai sneered and said indifferently, "If this Aigu Jing can't cure your legs, how can you just take the Aigu Jing and leave?" Mo Ming, whose expression froze, really thought so. He was a little embarrassed and was about to explain when Mu Bai interrupted him directly. "Let's not play with these words and phrases. I can teach you the Nigu Jing, but it has to be after I succeed in practicing it. And you don't have to worry about whether the Nigu Jing is effective. Now it was Mo Ming's turn to be confused. Mr. Mu Bai. What do you mean? Even if the Nigu Jing can't repair your legs will get better in the future. As long as you kill Luo Guangjuan, his fruit ability will disappear. And all this will not be too far away. Mu Bai's words did not deceive Mo Ming. In a few months, he will participate in the God-Son selection competition. Once the God-Son selection competition is over, the real battle between the 4 God-Sons will soon begin. And the only future leader of the royal court will be selected from the 4. As losers, those stray dogs will naturally be at the disposal of the leader. And even if Luo Guangjuan is still alive by then, Mu Bai wants him to die. He must die. Mo Ming, with his pupils trembling slightly, suddenly regretted coming to Mu Bai. After all, if he followed Mu Bai's style of doing things as he knew before, he would definitely eliminate Luo Guangjuan if he had the chance in the future. The mountain pressing on him was just a small matter in front of Wang Ting Mu Bai. In this case, I can leave Hong to sect and join you. Mu Bai, who was originally murderous, gradually calmed down his murderous intention after hearing this. If the other party turned around and left now, Mu Bai would definitely kill the other party at will. After all, if Mo Ming heard that the other party would definitely kill Luo Guangjuan in the future, he could completely leave with an excuse, and his legs would recover in the future as long as he waited for a few years. You made a wise choice. Now follow me to leave the East region. I will take you to see my kingdom. Mo Ming, who bowed his head to express respect, noticed the ambition hidden in Mu Bai's eyes, and inexplicably felt a hint of danger. The sound of Wang Ting's battleships in the distance gradually approached, which also indicated that the trip to the East region was completely over. Next, Mu Bai would devote himself to the Son of God selection, sitting on the floating battleship, the pinnacle product of the main world's technology. Mo Ming also felt a little curious. He followed the battleship driver and began to tour it. Mu Bai, who was studying the Nigu Jing in the meditation room, had a complicated expression. This Nigu Jing can be said to be a gift from heaven and earth to reshape the body through reversing the root bone. However, if he wants to perfectly integrate into this Nigu Jing, he needs to give up too many things. First of all, the Dark Star power and various fruit abilities in his body must be given up. He even has to close one of his 2 divine bodies due to the complexity of reversing the root bone to ensure the stability of the Nigu Jing in the future. If he really gives up these, even if he really learns the Nigu Jing, his combat power will probably be crippled. Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, gradually exhaled a breath of turbid air after thinking for a minute. He did think of a way. And this way is perfect. It can not only ensure that all the abilities in his body still exist, but also ensure the smooth practice of Nigu Jing. That is to create a body that replicates his own genes out of thin air through the ability of the Emperor Yen divine body. And then use the soul-splitting ability of the Netherworld Heart method to flow part of his soul into that body. His main body does not practice Nigu Jing, but the clone practices it. After the Nigu Jing of the clone gradually takes shape, his main body devours the clone with the devouring ability of the Tao Tai fruit. This way, an effective cycle can be completed, and the best of both worlds can be achieved. After having a plan, Mu Bai directly activated the ability of the Emperor's creation and began to create a soulless Emperor's creation out of thin air. When the Emperor's creation that copied his genes fully grew, the other party's appearance was exactly the same as his own, except that there was not a single realm. However, in terms of physical strength alone, this body without realm is enough to blow up enemies of the level of Star Warriors. Although the Dian creature that copied Mu Bai's genes had life, it was still in a puppet state because it lacked the most important step of soul injection. Although this clone could obey the orders issued by Mu Bai, it had no ability to think independently. Looking at this dull clone, Mu Bai frowned slightly. He still remembered the consequences of splitting his soul with the Netherworld Heart method more than 10 years ago. Although the split soul had the ability to think independently, the other soul would often be hostile to him and replace it. Thinking like this, it is not appropriate to rashly activate the Netherworld Heart method again. While thinking, he thought of the dazzling exchange list of the Heavenly Palace, and perhaps he could find suitable soul-type exchange items from it. With a thought, Mu Bai's consciousness came to the top floor of the Heavenly Palace the next moment. When he was about to search for points to exchange items in stealth, he found that the members of the Heavenly Palace seemed to be arguing on the scene. No longer hiding his figure, he appeared in front of everyone as Yang Jian of the Heavenly Palace. He came to the center of the dispute with a calm expression and asked in a deep voice, "What happened here that makes you shout and scream?" When the members of the Heavenly Palace saw Mubai coming, they all stepped aside. They still remembered the scene of Lord Yangjian fighting against the world's #1 before, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly in the face of such a peerless strongman. More importantly, they were all later members, and had no idea what authority the #1 person in the Heavenly Palace had. If they angered this lord, the other party might directly use the authority of the Heavenly Palace to erase or eliminate themselves. Although the two people who were arguing were wearing masks on their faces, Mubai, as the master of the Heavenly Palace, could naturally distinguish the real faces under the masks. Jiang Shutian and Luoshan, Patriarch of the Western regions? These two people should be smart people. How could they have a conflict here? Jiang Shutian naturally needs no introduction. And this Luoshan Patriarch is also a well-known figure in the Western regions. Although he is a strong man in the early stage of the Sunwheel realm, his disciples are all over the Western regions. He is even one of the few people who dare not touch him easily without giving face to the Peacock King. This old and smart guy is clashing with others here? Is he doing it on purpose? Seeing Lord Yangjian coming in person, the Luoshan Patriarch lowered his voice and said respectfully, "Lord Yangjian, to be honest, I accepted a task to guard a mine in the Heavenly Palace. And this guy accepted a task to destroy the mine. I accepted this task, and he accepted the opposite task right after me. Isn't this intentional? Humph. You are free to accept any task, since you can join the Heavenly Palace. Is your IQ just this low? Asshole. If Lord Yangjian wasn't here, I would have peeled your skin off." The eyes behind the masks of the two men, with full of gunpowder smell intentionally or unintentionally swept to Mubai. Mubai grinned and felt funny. These two smart guys obviously deliberately created chaos and waited for him to show up. After taking a look at the task of the mine, Mubai knew why the two men made a layout. That was the junction area between the Western regions and Zhongzhou, currently occupied by the Western regions. The two men wanted to analyze how Lord Yangjian stood through this layout, and then infer which major force the Heavenly Palace was hiding in. Since these two people were able to make a plan, it means that they have also had private contact in the real world. Although they cannot say the word Tiangong in the real world, they can completely find out each other's alias in Tiangong through indirect means. It seems that the higher the position you stand, the easier it is to be calculated by the people below. Yangjian, who did not speak, ignored the two people as if he was a bystander, and the two people, who were acting like drama queens, became more and more excited and even wanted to fight. It was not until this time that Mubai, who had transformed into Yangjian, stretched out his finger to signal silence. The body of Luoshan Patriarch stood stiffly in place. Although he was a strong man in the Sunwheel realm, he was as fragile as a child in front of Yangjian, the #1 figure in the mysterious Heavenly Palace. The other party's simple action could make him lose all resistance. He was frightened and trembling, but he also had more greed. Perhaps as long as he continued to complete the tasks for many years, he could rely on the dazzling array of items in the Heavenly Palace to become a top figure in the main world like Yangjian. Jiang Shitian was no exception. He had the legacy of the Shura God Emperor, and was carrying the mythical Shura fruit. But when Yangjian of the Heavenly Palace made a slight move, he found that he was too fragile. The two were shocked by Yangjian's terrifying ability. But they didn't know that Mubai had directly used the authority of the Heavenly Palace to block their actions. This is a quiet place. No loud quarrels are allowed. You may not know that the Lord of the Heavenly Palace has appeared. With this adult in charge, the Heavenly Palace will develop more steadily. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace? Jiang Shutian and Luoshan Patriarch were shocked. Even Yangjian was so powerful. Wouldn't the Lord of the Heavenly Palace standing at the top of the Heavenly Palace be close to the level of the God Emperor? More importantly, Yangjian's words revealed a more important message. That is, there is a stronger person who surpassed the South Sea Immortal One as the leader of the Heavenly Palace. Which means that the Heavenly Palace cannot be related to any major forces. With the strength of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, there is no need to hide his identity. After noticing Yangjian's intention to knock, Luoshan Laozu and Jiang Shutian immediately turned into invisible men and stopped talking. The other members of the Heavenly Palace around them naturally noticed the little thoughts of the two people. They originally wanted to use a test to see the foundation of the Heavenly Palace. Now that Yangjian said that the Lord of the Heavenly Palace has been born, those who have other thoughts dare not act casually. After knocking everyone present, Yangjian changed the subject and said with a smile, "Everyone continue to complete the task for eternal life and the glory of the Heavenly Palace, just like I did in the past." Those who reach the end will gain everything. After that, Mu Bai's incarnation Yang Jian disappeared directly on the spot. And Mu Bai, who hid his figure, sat on the seat of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace and began to search for soul-related items. He had actually thought of the action of knocking everyone today. According to his plan, he wanted to fabricate a Lord of the Heavenly Palace to continue to maintain the development of the Heavenly Palace. It was just because of Jiang Shutian and Luoshan Lao Zu's test that the news was released in advance. Without looking at the Tiangong members, who were still discussing below, Mu Bai quickly browsed for safe items or skills to protect or split the soul. After searching for a few rounds, Mu Bai really found 3 soul-related items that were more suitable for him. Soul-splitting technique, splitting the soul, and splitting the personality. The split soul will not be able to heal. People who have mastered the soul-splitting technique will have a dual personality, and will gain double the strength when switching personalities. Exchange requires 100,000 points, soul treasure ring, a ring with mysterious soul power, which can store its own scattered soul power, and summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The current efficiency of absorbing scattered souls is very low. It takes 700 years to summon a soul body. Exchange requires 20,000 points, 1 chi into 3 purities, touching the supreme magical skill of Taoism. You will gain a lot if you master it. 300 million points are required for redemption. The third one is undoubtedly the best. But Mu Bai cannot afford such a high amount of points. Although the first soul-splitting technique is concise and efficient, it does not seem to be much different from the soul split by the Netherworld Heart technique. In the future, the split souls will not only not become a help, but will become a constant trouble. After abandoning these two, Mu Bai naturally chose the soul treasure ring. Although it is inefficient in collecting scattered souls, as long as his devouring points are sufficient, he can strengthen this useless ring into the strongest soul item. Mo Ming felt terrified as he walked in the battleship of the royal court. This level of technological weapons alone could probably destroy the entire Hongtu sect. And more importantly, there were quite a few of these battleships in the entire royal court. And the first son of God, who was hidden deep in the royal court, must have more defensive forces on the outer layer of the royal court. With his current strength, let alone killing the opponent to remove the fruit restriction and repair his legs, I'm afraid it would be harder than ascending to heaven to take one step. He took a deep breath and thought of Mu Bai's previous promise, and his expression relaxed slightly. As long as he persisted for a year or two, his legs might be able to repair themselves. As long as he waited until the day when Mu Bai killed the first son of God came, following the worship staff out of the power room, Mo Ming ran into Mu Bai, who was playing with the ring. He was thoughtful and bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Master Mu Bai." Mu Bai, who was playing with the soul ring in his hand, smiled and then said casually, "Don't be so nervous. I am very tolerant to everyone under my command. Have you tested the upper limit of your Ling Ling fruit before?" Mo Ming, who knew the meaning of the other party's words, said proudly, "My Ling Ling fruit has extremely great restrictions on people of the same realm. But when dealing with enemies of the level of the Sun Wheel realm, my Ling Ling fruit needs to constantly wear down the opponent. But in the end, as long as everyone does not make mistakes, ordinary Sun Wheel realm strongmen will inevitably fall into my hands." Fan Xingyu, who followed Mu Bai, hugged his arms in disbelief, while Elder Ju Gu smiled and touched his chin. Mo Ming said this confidently but also exaggeratedly. With the power of the fruit, he could torture a Sun Wheel realm expert to death. If it was true, then this level of combat power would indeed enhance Mu Bai's power. It was probably because Mo Ming did not want to be looked down upon by others when he first joined his team. After all, everyone has value and can be used as a chess piece. People who have value and can become important chess pieces also need certain qualifications to get on the chessboard. Mu Bai nodded and waved his hand and said lightly, "Give me some orders to hurt me, and I'll see if you can do it to a certain extent." Mo Ming smiled bitterly with his pupils shrinking. But he didn't waste words after noticing the other party's serious expression. Let him have a small wound on his body. As soon as these words came out, Mu Bai, who was standing opposite him, could clearly feel that there was a kind of almost regular force trying to change the outside of his skin. But although this force was very powerful, Mu Bai's physical strength was too strong after all, and even the absolute command of the Ling Ling fruit could not work. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lord Mu Bai, Mo Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but also frowned. He was a little worried that Mu Bai would look down on him. "Come on. Use your abilities according to the battle specifications, and let me see your fruit ability." After that, Mu Bai's figure suddenly flashed. The next moment, A whip kick rushed over like a scorpion's tail. Mo Ming, who realized that the other party had deliberately compressed his strength, hurriedly issued intensive and continuous orders. Slowed down his speed a little bit. Reduce his accuracy a little bit. Reduce his concentration a little bit. And reduce his hostility a little bit. The continuous negative orders did change Mu Bai. After deliberately lowering his realm, Mu Bai's kick was actually off-center, and his speed was significantly reduced. At this moment, Mo Ming's speech speed, which seemed to be like chanting a spell, had not slowed down. After weakening Mu Bai, he also had to strengthen his own combat power. Let me speed up a lot. Let my body's strength increase a lot. Let my adrenaline remain at the peak level. Let my fists deal more damage. Since the test was based on the standard of combat, Mo Ming naturally did not dare to fool around. After dodging Mu Bai's attack, he jumped into the air and chopped down with a palm like a heavy axe splitting a mountain. Mu Bai, who deliberately suppressed most of his abilities and strength, did not take it hard, but took a step back with his right foot and then used the soft power of his muscles and bones to dissolve the opponent's palm with his palm. Mo Ming, whose eyes were twitching wildly, discovered a problem. This Mu Bai actually suppressed his realm to the level of a star warrior. And more importantly, the opponent could actually lower his physical strength at will. There may be many ways for the former, but the latter is extremely extraordinary. It represents a strong control over the body, which is even more exaggerated than the instant regeneration of limbs. Seeing that the other party was stunned, Mu Bai pointed out with a single finger, which was covered with armed color domineering. This was the armed color finger gun move that he had not used for many years. The illusory and ethereal black finger gun instantly penetrated Mo Ming's palm like a bullet. Be serious. I told you to treat it as a real battle. Accepting the reminder and the sharp pain in his palm, Mo Ming pulled out his palm and then ordered his pierced palm. Injury repair speed increased tenfold. Block pain. According to the intensity of pain, the speed of flesh and blood repair will be related. This is a related command. When the pain of flesh and blood decreases, the speed of flesh and blood recovery will also decrease. The positive correlation means that Mo Ming's palm had already been repaired. There are many command combinations in the Ling Ling fruit, which are divided into several difficulty levels. For example, the simple means of weakening the enemy or strengthening oneself before is a basic command. Although this basic command is simple and unconstrained, it often cannot cause strong damage. Above the basic command is the related command. The related command achieves the command with the correlation, and the command generated will create a huge effect with the help of the relationship of mutual balance and mutual restraint. As the flesh on his palms was rapidly repaired, Mo Ming stepped back more than 10 steps. Facing Mu Bai, who was following closely, he immediately issued another related command. Increase my reaction speed by the same magnitude according to the opponent's speed. The armed finger gun flashing with black light attacked again. This time, facing the swift finger gun, Mo Ming grinned, and then responded with the same sharp finger gun. The dense black finger guns were too fast, and the impact of the finger guns was constantly increasing. The fierce air waves swept across the wide aisle of the battleship. As long as they were not killed instantly, the Ling Ling fruit ability users had the possibility of turning over. Mo Ming, with a flash of sharpness in his eyes, issued several related commands again. Increase my physical strength according to the degree of suppression of my own strength by the opponent. Increase my dodge success rate according to the opponent's fighting spirit. Increase my destructive power according to the number of people present. Mu Bai was refreshed by the continuous multiple related commands. It seems that this Ling Ling fruit does have its merits in battle. Mu Bai, who was completely suppressed in an instant, simply relied on his own fighting talent to balance the situation. Mo Ming, who had an absolute advantage and was growing rapidly, still did not touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Under this situation, Mo Ming knew that he could not show his true value, so he also used the third level of command. That is command coverage. This is also one of the abilities of the Ling Ling fruit he obtained after awakening. I order all commands to continue. Basic command coverage and superposition, and increase the limit of my command according to the number of my commands. After multiple command coverage and superposition, Mo Ming's eyes flashed. Then a command actually fixed Mu Bai's body there. Expand the upper limit of the command. Fix the body. Mu Bai, whose body was fixed, was a little surprised. The opponent used the command superposition of the Ling Ling fruit to play this fruit to perfection. According to common sense, if the opponent also promoted to the Sun Wheel realm, he would be the strongest tool man. Unfortunately, this level of superposition command still had no effect on him. After removing the multiple restrictions on the body and the suppression of the realm, Mubai took a step and broke through the opponent's command fixation. Seeing that Mubai had cracked this move, Mo Ming immediately gave another order. But this time, the order was different from his previous basic order, related order, and covering order. This time, the order was a regular replacement order. It was the ability he learned from the enemy that year, and one of the abilities after the awakening of the Ling Ling fruit. The ultimate ability to ignore the opponent's strength and weakness and exchange commands from the source. Isolate my body. The replacement order is activated. I order the order attached to my body to be transferred to the opponent. Bone fracture, blindness, fatigue, skin ulceration. The negative effects issued through the order disappeared immediately after appearing on Mo Ming's body. And these disappearing orders really ignored Mubai's body and began to appear on him. But the effect was a bit funny. Standing in place, Mubai lowered his head and took a look. He felt that the opponent's blindness effect on him was just a simple blur, while the bone fracture effect turned into a crisp sound of natural activity of the tendons and bones. And the skin ulceration was even more funny. The 1 centimeter part of Mubai's fingertip began to shed its skin. And then nothing happened. Really? Lord Mubai, your physical strength is really bad. Mo Ming, who was half kneeling on the ground and felt dizzy, felt bad after seeing Mubai's performance. His last order might have some effect on Mubai, who suppressed all his strength. But it really had no effect on Mubai in his prime. The gap between the two sides was too big, and it had reached an incredible point. Even if Mo Ming's order was strong, it could not hurt him fundamentally. Your last replacement order is interesting. You actually have the ability to kill anyone with this thing, Mubai said with a smile after pulling Mo Ming up. Hearing this, Mo Ming naturally guessed what the other party meant, and his hair stood up unconsciously. However, he still sighed and said, I know what you mean. That is, to launch a kill order through the replacement order and then transfer it to the enemy at the same time. And even to cover all enemy targets through the cover order. The applauded Juegu elder said in amazement, Great. So you can use this ability to kill a group of Sunwheel Realm troops as your opponents? Thanks Sinju, who was leaning against the aisle with his arms folded, said in confusion, This doesn't make sense. If the fruit ability user dies, the fruit ability of the ability user will disappear afterwards. Which means that if Mo Ming launches this replacement order, no one will be affected by his fruit ability after his death. Hearing this, Mubai shook his head. He can use the override command to issue related commands to himself in advance to avoid death during the replacement. So as long as his own strength is strong enough and his own fruit ability is properly operated, he can still do it. Listening to the analysis of these people on himself, Mo Ming almost felt that he was a self-destructing bomb. He didn't have much contact with Mubai, and was really afraid that Mubai would make him a self-destructing cannon fodder. So he regretted showing these command abilities of the Ling Ling fruit. After noticing Mo Ming's face, Mubai smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't agree if you want to go to the battlefield in the future. You must know that your real value is not in combat but in assistance. After saying that, Mubai patted his shoulder and pointed to the battleship under his feet and said, Mo Ming, how about giving orders to the battleship now to make it faster? Mo Ming, who was relieved when he heard the big leader's statement, and immediately issued a basic order to the battleship. Speed up without destroying the original balance. After the order was issued, everyone clearly noticed the battleship's speed increase through their observation hockey. After patting Mo Ming on the shoulder, Mubai said admiringly, This is your greatest value. Not on the battlefield or in the sect, but in scientific research, logistics, and support. Although it felt a little strange, Mo Ming was relieved when he heard that he didn't have to be a cannon fodder. He immediately stated that he would never betray. While he was expressing his loyalty, the staff who had taken Mo Ming to tour the battleship before showed a strange purple-red light in their eyes. He is lying. His truest thought is to leave Lord Mubai's command after his legs are repaired. He has had this thought many times. The seemingly ordinary battleship staff member turned out to be a superhuman peeping fruit ability user, who can peek into other people's inner thoughts and all their details. This staff member had naturally been transformed into a life form of Emperor Yin, so his words would never deceive Mubai. The creator. Let me introduce you. This is a superhuman peeping fruit user. He can peek into other people's true thoughts. Mubai said softly with a calm expression. Mo Ming, with a stiff face, was obviously a little embarrassed. He never expected that Mubai had a subordinate who could peek into other people's inner thoughts. so he wanted to explain. However, Mu Bai obviously didn't want to listen to his explanation. When Mo Ming was about to break through the bottom of the warship to escape, thunder exploded. A three-pointed, two-edged sword pierced his chest directly. With a dripping of blood, Mo Ming was nailed to the passage. The martial god weapon was inlaid with the sealing fruit. So at this moment, Mo Ming, whose whole body strength and fruit ability were temporarily sealed, was no different from an ordinary person. Why? Do you want to kill me? The blood-stained hands trembled as they grasped the front end of the martial god. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull out the martial god. In this situation, he tried to recite the command in his heart, but the power of the Ling Ling fruit seemed to disappear from his body, and no longer responded. Mo Ming, who was as hopeless as death, suddenly thought of an idea, and driven by this idea, he looked at Mu Bai with resentful eyes. He thought that Lord Mu Bai was a man of Luo Guangjuan, the first son of the king's court, so he deliberately wanted to deal with him. The peeping fruit ability user said respectfully to Mu Bai with his eyes moving. In his mind, the creator Mu Bai was the absolute true god, and he would be willing to accept it even if the true god ordered him to die. Mu Bai almost laughed out loud when he heard the three words Luo Guangjuan. With a playful look in his eyes, Mu Bai squatted beside Mo Ming and whispered softly, "Would I be that loser's? When I was unknown, I dared to kill his biological son Luo Qinyan in public. Do you think I would be as now?" After hearing Mu Bai's answer, Mo Ming, who was almost out of breath, was even more confused. If that was the case, why did he still want to kill him? A chess piece with great value? The ancient elder Fan Xingyu on the battleship looked at Mo Ming, who was struggling to death, without any reaction, while Mu Bai smiled and let him slowly lose consciousness. "I don't want to kill you, but to give you a new life. If you join us completely, I can let you take revenge in the future." After saying that, Mu Bai stretched out his right hand and placed it on the chest of Mo Ming, who was about to lose consciousness. The Emperor's divine body is activated. The transformation of the Emperor's creation begins. The pale golden light is instantly injected into Mo Ming's body, and the transformation begins. Inside the Wangting Sigua cliff, the crisp sound of the spring water seems to be inaudible in the roar of the waterfall. But the long-haired man sitting alone in front of the waterfall seems to be meditating in oblivion as if he didn't hear these noises. The third son of God, Yudi, who stepped into the barrier outside the Sigua cliff, felt sad and cold as soon as he entered this space. Even someone like him, who mastered the ghost fruit, was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Brother is really a lunatic. He has been here for so many years, and is still intact. The somewhat teasing Emperor Yu looked around, and was quite satisfied with the simplicity of the place. Luo Guangjuan, the pride of the royal court, who stood at the top of the times, and the first son of God, has now ended up like this. His junior brother is one of the happiest people. After all, he could not forget the calculation of his senior brother on him. The man facing the waterfall had a thin face, a white robe, and picturesque eyebrows and eyes. But he was 3 points heroic and 7 points gentle. As if the years of being imprisoned in the cliff of remorse had not left any traces on his face. This kind-faced and graceful man was Luo Guangjuan, the first son of God in the royal court. With his eyes slightly opened, he turned his back to Emperor Yu and said with a little emotion, "You have grown up in the blink of an eye. I still remember the scene when you were young and got along with my senior brother when you first came to the royal court. How many years have passed?" Year? When Emperor Yu heard this name, his expression became even colder. 45 years have passed. Brother, I have changed my name to Emperor Yu. Please distinguish the names clearly. Luo Guangjuan, whose long hair fell to the cold ground, murmured to himself, 45 years have passed. A lot of major events must have happened in the blink of an eye. You could enter the cliff of repentance before the end of your 100-year sentence. It seems that many changes have happened in the royal court. Luo Guangjuan, you are very smart. Many changes have indeed happened in the royal court. Since the northern expedition, the two-star masters Talang and Ziwei have been staying indoors. It won't be long before the royal court will be in chaos. This statement was alarmist but also conveyed a lot of meaning. It was not until this moment that Luo Guangjuan turned around and asked in surprise, "Does Gu Chongqun really have the ability to defeat the heroes of the world? Could it be that these two old foxes are acting?" The expression of Emperor Yu holding the ghost bead was slightly moved. He had not yet explained what the northern expedition was. But the other party could actually say the name of Gu Chongqun. It seems that there are people in the outside world who are passing on information to you. Since you know the current situation, I don't need to explain it anymore. I want you to help me eliminate Mu Bai in the God-Son selection competition in a few months. As he spoke, Emperor Yu approached his nominal brother step by step. In the reflection of the cold spring water, countless evil spirits gathered behind Emperor Yu. Mu Bai. Luo Guangjuan suddenly laughed after uttering these two words. Uh-huh. You. It seems that you are really scared. You have the ambition to cross this era. But you are afraid of a younger generation. It seems that you are still too young. The ridiculed Emperor Yu was not angry. He asked coldly, Am I afraid? Who was caught trying to sneak into the cave, and who almost caused the civil war in the royal court? If you like to ridicule me here, you might as well go to your master's tomb to repent. Luo Guangjuan waved his sleeves and said lightly, He deserves to die. Even without my advice, he would have been eliminated by the 2-star masters in the end. As the star master of the royal court, he sold out his interests to the northern territory. It is a shame for such a person to become my master. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Luo Guangjuan stood up and walked to the side of Emperor Yu, raising his eyebrows. And there was no emotion in his light tone. I could have walked out of here a long time ago if I wanted to leave. If you want me to agree to deal with Mu Bai, you need to give a reasonable price. Have you forgotten who killed Luo Yanqing? Emperor Yu always felt that he did not see through this senior brother. The expression shown by the other party at this moment seemed to have guessed that he would come. He is indeed my son, but a less important son. If I were to deal with Mu Bai, the newcomer in the royal court, who has a bright future and is under the care of the Purple Star Lord, because of him, that would not seem like a good idea. You are really ruthless. But this is also within my expectation. The world is full of people for profit. Let's talk about the issue of profit distribution. What can you get by helping me? And what can I get? The Yu Emperor, who was born with double pupils, said coldly. But Luo Guangjuan, the first son of God, applauded with appreciation when he heard the words of this junior brother. Growing up? You have really grown up. The Yu Emperor still felt a little disgusted when he heard his previous name, especially when it came from Luo Guangjuan's mouth. Luo Guangjuan, with a gentle expression, smiled and stood up, and then came to the waterfall in the puzzled eyes of the Yu Emperor. Do you know why I willingly came to the Cliff of Repentance and was trapped for decades? Luo Guangjuan sighed faintly with his hands behind his back. What you said is funny. It was a joint decision of the 2 Supreme Star Masters that you were confined to the Cliff of Repentance for 100 years for the crime of killing your master. What can you do if you are not willing? The Yu Emperor, whose tone deliberately revealed contempt, had practiced the legendary skill Baju Gong. So he noticed something strange when he approached the waterfall. It seemed that there were strong stars' power escaping under the waterfall. Being trapped in the Cliff of Repentance was just one of my plans. Open. After saying that, Luo Guangjuan gently stretched out his hand and pressed towards the waterfall. The surging waterfall suddenly split, and golden cracks gradually appeared on the cliff behind the waterfall. This is... The somewhat excited Yu Emperor looked at his senior brother in surprise. Luo Guangjuan, with a gentle expression, smiled and said, This Sigua Cliff is the safest place in the entire royal court. Even the Star Masters in the Sun Wheel realm cannot spy on this place. Similarly, the royal court's treasure that you and Mu Bai want to get in the end is also here. But I got it decades ago. Good. What a perfect plan. Since the final paradise of the royal court is here, there is no need for me to deal with Mu Bai. Brother, please die here for my future. The Fengdu Ghost King body is activated. A large number of evil spirits crawled out from the feet of the Yudi in the cold Sigua Cliff, and the monstrous ghost energy spread among the gathering of evil spirits. As if he hadn't seen his junior brother's actions, the first son of God Luo Guangjuan continued to sigh. I thought I would have to stay here for 100 years. But I didn't expect that the 2-star masters Ziwei and Tanlang disappeared after the northern expedition. Without their obstruction, my plan will have to start ahead of time. When Luo Guangjuan turned his gentle face to face the evil spirits, golden silk lines appeared all over his body. At this moment, he, like a mortal, stretched out a finger like a banished immortal, pointing at the ghosts. Everything is so logical and natural. Turning his head to look at the evil spirits that were destroyed beside him, Yudi could find many problems just from the other party's amazing finger. Although he didn't know what abilities the other party had obtained in the final paradise of the king's court. From the breath leaked from the finger just now, the other party had undoubtedly entered the Sun Wheel realm. And it might even be the peak of the Sun Wheel realm. You are still able to endure it even at this level of strength. You are really like a cuckold. The Emperor knew that he could not defeat the other party. So he put away his divine body without blushing or beating his heart. The art of war says that a good fighter must first be invincible, waiting for the enemy to be defeated. Only by making oneself flawless and invincible can one wait for the enemy to reveal its flaws, and then strike with thunder to win. Emperor, you and I are the closest brothers. Since you came to me today, it means that we are still destined to share this paradise. As for Mubai, your worry is just a small matter. What you should do is to plot against the royal court and use the world as a chessboard. Luo Guanjuan, who talked eloquently, was very graceful. Even Emperor Yu had to admit that he didn't understand him at all. However, the change of address meant that the other party was also warning him that if he didn't call him Yi, he might not think of the feelings of the brothers in the past. And all this depended on his answer. If that's the case, of course. Emperor Yu, with a normal look, squinted his eyes and said softly, when the two sons of God reached a strategic consensus, Mu Bai's battleship had already landed in the Red Blood District. When Mu Bai got off the warship, there was another person behind him, and that was Mo Ming. At this moment, he was very respectful, as if he had been brainwashed by Mu Bai. Looking at Mo Ming, who was transformed into an emperor's destiny creation, Mu Bai immediately issued the first order. Like I told you before, your position is not simply in the combat level, but you should do scientific research to help me create the devil fruit as soon as possible and help the underground laboratory. From the moment Mu Bai knew the other party's fruit ability, he had already thought of taking the other party away. The Ling Ling fruit can help scientific researchers find a breakthrough in artificial devil fruits through regular commands, which is precious. Mo Ming obeys the order. Looking at Mo Ming's leaving figure, Mu Bai knew that the time for the Son of God selection was getting closer and closer, and he must also improve his own combat power during these days. According to the spies he arranged in the high level of the royal court, the entire royal court has become turbulent without the two-star masters. This time, the Son of God selection will not be so simple. If I still hold the mentality of a participant in the competition, I will probably die miserably. Standing at the current height, I must look at the affairs of the royal court from the perspective of the person who makes the rules. By the way, Juegu, tell our people in the royal court to continue to maintain information communication these days. You will handle all of this. It doesn't matter if they are discovered. I need them to be exposed to attract other forces hidden in the dark. Juegu obeys. The guard standing beside Mu Bai, who had just received the order from Elder Juegu, immediately stepped forward and whispered a few words. Hearing this, Mu Bai's expression became more solemn. Let's go back to the Qixue mansion first. The two old friends have been waiting for us for a long time. As soon as Mu Bai and his party returned to the Qixue mansion, they saw two stunning twins coming. They were none other than the Yin-Yang twin girls, who had been following the Purple Star Lord. It seemed that seeing the change in Mu Bai's appearance and temperament again, the two girls were slightly surprised. But soon they looked at each other and said almost in unison, Mu Bai, you are in danger. After gently raising his right hand to dismiss everyone, he sat on the stone bench of the Qixue mansion and looked at the two sisters. Mu Bai had actually guessed something when the Yin-Yang twin girls came at this time. It was likely that the Purple Star Lord had a major change. This was also what he was curious about. That day, he borrowed Jiang Yang's body to find Shaoli for this reason. He needed the other party to find the truth and find out what happened in the top battle of the northern expedition that day. Yin and Yang were a little scared by being seen and thought that Mu Bai had other ideas about them. Who would have thought that Mu Bai would respond directly, I know. If I'm not wrong, it will be more dangerous when I return to the royal court to participate in the God-Son selection competition. But before that, I need to ask you one question. What is it? The black-haired Yin woman frowned and asked first. I don't need you to ask back. You just need to answer my question. Is Ziwei Star Lord really planning, or is he really about to stop working? Or even that he and Tanlang Star Lord are not working anymore? Such a rebellious statement would have been scolded by the two sisters at ordinary times. But it is normal for Mu Bai to pay attention to these at this juncture. After all, if the backbone of the two forces of Ziwei Star Lord and Tanlang Star Lord collapsed, the royal court would inevitably be in turmoil or even start a civil war. The easiest way to break the situation is naturally to invite the two-star masters to come out to preside over the overall situation. We don't know either. We only know that the palaces of the two-star masters have been blocked at present. Not only us, but also other star masters are not allowed to enter. After drinking the tea on the stone table, Mu Bai asked the second question. Did the Purple Star Lord tell you anything? The night before the Star Lord's palace was sealed, he told us to come find you and follow you in the future. The white-haired Yang girl continued. Really? The two sisters looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Mubai sighed and asked again, "Why did you come to me now?" The Yin and Yang girls frowned and said, "For the power of the Purple Star lineage. We have been running around in the royal court for a while." After receiving this reply, Mubai stood up and slapped the two beautiful sisters to the ground with a slap before the two girls could react. This was not over yet. Mubai kicked the Yin girl, who was the elder sister, and broke her arm. Then he grabbed her collar and said coldly, "You are so smart." Yang girl was about to get angry when she saw her sister's miserable condition. But before she could get angry, Mubai had already stepped on her beautiful face to the ground. No matter how she slapped and struggled, she couldn't get out. Sisters are connected by heart. Inu grabbed Mubai's right arm and said hurriedly, "Mubai, are you crazy?" Throwing her to the ground. Mubai squatted on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Ziwei Star Lord sent you to my side not only because he wanted me to protect you, but also to remind me. The word Yin and Yang in the Yin and Yang twins of you sisters means both black and white, and the balance of Yin and Yang. The meaning of the Purple Star Lord is very clear. He wants to hand over the Purple Star lineage to me, and let me represent him to balance the various forces in the royal court. The fruit abilities of you two sisters have defensive meanings. If I am not mistaken, the Purple Star Lord not only reminds me to protect myself, but also the people of the Purple Star lineage. You two idiots think you can coordinate the people of the Purple Star lineage? It's just a foolish dream, without absolute strength or interests. It's good that they don't turn to other forces. A few months are enough for things to change qualitatively. Now he is far away in the northern borderland, and has not coordinated the forces of the Purple Star Lord in time. He has obviously been kicked out of the circle by the central forces of the royal court." The two sisters were a little shocked when they heard this. They were desperate, and did not expect that the Purple Star Lord actually had another meaning. The two of them hit a wall with the members of the Purple Star lineage, and thought that these people did not recognize them, but only recognized the Purple Star Lord. However, it is also possible that the Purple Star Lord had already guessed that you would not come to me first. And perhaps, he also wanted us to avoid the chaos in the royal court. After pulling the two sisters up, Mubai said another guess of his. The Yin-Yang twins blamed themselves at this moment. The time was delayed by them, and the future of the entire royal court might be changed because of this. The two Dusty and Dusty girls lowered their heads in shame. They just thought that Mubai's second explanation was a caring excuse for not letting them worry. It's useless to think about these now. Instead of regretting, it's better to change some things during this time. You should stay with me during this time. After taking a last look at the two people, Mubai turned and entered the Red Blood Mansion. The Yin-Yang twins sighed and followed in. In the distant sky, a falcon wearing sunglasses was constantly looking at the Red Blood Mansion. When he met Mubai's light golden eyes through the corridor window, he instantly realized that his tracks were exposed. He was about to shake his wings and leave here. After a random threat of domineering color, Mubai left the corridor, and the falcon, which was intimidated, fell straight into the street on the ground with its body stiff, almost colliding with the city bus passing by. A team of ability users, who received the order, immediately rushed to the scene under the leadership of Feng Xinju. The huge animal-type ability user wanted to shake his wings to leave, but the remaining domineering color deterrence was like a maggot and could not break free. The pedestrians on the blocked street were immediately evacuated. In the open field, Feng Xinju took out a shackle with a material similar to sea stone and put it on the man. The eagle-like animal-type ability user, who turned into a human form, was dragged away like a dead pig, and the ancient elder gave the order on behalf of Mubai to conduct a full search. All the ability users in the entire Red Blood District were investigated, and the ability users, who were hidden in various places and had been transformed by the Emperor's creation, were dispatched. This large-scale cleanup was also an order issued by Mubai when he was on the battleship. At special times, these spies from other forces that he was too lazy to deal with need to be eradicated. A large number of vendors and ordinary workers were arrested, and even some people in the Qishua mansion, who were instigated by external forces, were all arrested. The whole city was undergoing a thorough cleanup activity, both openly and secretly. Some people who thought they had perfectly hidden their identities did not know that they had been noticed by the ability users the moment they stepped into the Qishua district. This big cleanup lasted for half a day and was very effective. Mubai, who entered his office, also handed over the daily life of the Yin and Yang twins to a female subordinate. The two twins must stay within his sight at all times. After all, if the Ziwei Star Lord has any news, they may also be the first to receive it. In his office, besides Mubai, there was only a body of the Di Yin creation that looked exactly like him. After putting the other party on the sofa and sitting back in his seat, Mubai took out the soul treasure ring exchanged in the Tiandong points exchange list. It's time to upgrade it with devouring points. Soul ring, 10,000 devouring points required to upgrade a ring with mysterious soul power, which can store its own dissipated soul power to summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The current efficiency of absorbing dissipated souls is very low, and it takes 700 years to summon a soul body. Upgrade. Mubai injected 10,000 devouring points into it without any hesitation. Soul ring level 2, 50,000 devouring points required to upgrade a ring with mysterious soul power, which can store its own dissipated soul power to summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The current efficiency of absorbing dissipated souls is low, and it takes 500 years to summon a soul body. The efficiency of the second level soul ring in absorbing dissipated souls has been improved from very low efficiency to simply low efficiency. Continue to upgrade. Soul ring level 3, 100,000 devouring points required to upgrade a ring with mysterious soul power, which can store its own dissipated soul power to summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The current efficiency of absorbing dissipated souls is normal, and it takes 200 years to summon a soul body. After spending 160,000 devouring points, he only got this level of level 3 ring. Mubai looked unhappy. According to the rules of devouring points, the more precious and rare the treasure is, the more devouring points will be consumed to upgrade it. And the effect is not good. It seems that more devouring points are needed to upgrade this treasure to the soul level. Looking at the remaining devouring points of only a few 100,000, Mubai was thinking about the cost performance. He had used most of the devouring points to upgrade his body before. This is the foundation and the important trump card and reliance for his comeback. With a level 9 body, he can develop a compressed version of the evil ghost form with the control of the demon level. The level 9 body is the foundation of everything. If he wants to upgrade the level 10 body further, he can't do it at all with his current time. And the same is true for upgrading another high-level thing. The most urgent task is to find another peak helper that can cooperate with his 8 desolate prison body and level 9 body. There is no doubt that in terms of cost performance, only the legendary level Nai Gu Jing, one of the ceilings of the physical body horizontal training method, can be found. It depends on whether you can surprise me. Holding the soul ring, Mubai calmly invested all the devouring points into the upgrade. In the interweaving hot light, the level of the soul ring continued to rise, and it also triggered a special event that Mubai had never noticed before. Ding ding. Trigger the upgrade critical hit to gain double experience points at level 8. With the help of this inexplicable double experience at level 8, Mubai was surprised to find that the soul ring had actually reached level 9 when he released his palm. He had upgraded all at once before, but this had never happened before. Mubai's brain quickly searched, and finally he took out the Dragon Vein True Seed, one of the final rewards of the Dongsheng trial. From the storage bag, Dragon Vein True Seed, the seed of luck dropped by killing the Dragon King. Raising it can form a dragon vein, which can increase luck for individuals and prolong luck for dynasties. This thing has an impact on a person's luck. Mubai had wanted to plant it in the ground before, but now he thought that if this seed could really increase his luck, why would he plant it in the ground? Thinking of this, Mubai swallowed the golden seed with a halo directly into his stomach. Of course, he did not swallow it with his flesh, but after swallowing it into his mouth, he locked it in his body space with the digestive ability of a glutton, so that he could ensure that his luck was always with him. Thinking of Xiao Li's great luck, Mubai couldn't help but look forward to what effect this seed would have after it grew in his body. After solving the seed problem, Mubai immediately turned on the system to observe the ability of the 9th level Soul Ring. Soul Ring level 9, 1.5 million devouring points are required to upgrade a ring with mysterious soul power that can store all of its own dissipated soul power to summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The soul body will have no limit on quantity and obey the orders of the main soul person wearing the soul ring. The current efficiency of absorbing dissipated souls is super speed, and it takes 3 months to summon a soul body. From 200 years to 3 months. This leap is like a roller coaster. Mubai can still wait for this time. And Mubai also found a new description that this soul body will have no limit on quantity and obey the orders of the main soul person wearing the soul ring. Although Mubai, who tapped the table with his fingers, was not overjoyed, he was still very satisfied with this description from the frequency of tapping the table. After putting on the soul ring, Mubai focused on the information that had just been presented on the table. These were all about the progress of artificial devil fruits. After Mu Bai simply flipped through a few questions and found that they could all be solved with Mo Ming's Ling Ling fruit, he was in no mood to continue reading. After returning from the Dongsheng trial, it's time to go to the Dark Star world. After looking at the time, Mu Bai activated the world channel and immediately entered the Dark Star world. This hour every month is an important day for him to kill the strong men in the Dark Star world to obtain devouring points. He doesn't want to waste time. After entering a new layer of the Dark Star world, Mu Bai found himself in a castle similar to the ancient ones. But the outer wall of this dark castle seemed to be splattered with blood. Although it looks like a castle, it looks more like a large slaughterhouse to Mu Bai. Bart is very angry. Why is there a breath of low-level creatures here? The huge demon holding the Dark Star human as a snack in both hands had a bit of effort to walk out of the castle gate. He looked at Mu Bai with an extremely fierce look. Ordinary people would not even have the courage to run away after seeing his scarlet eyes. The bloated gray-black skin was covered with biological armor. Mu Bai saw at a glance that the other party was a Moonwheel Realm level strongman with the surging power of the Dark Star. A Moonwheel Realm level strongman in the Dark Star world actually lived in such a dilapidated castle? It seems that the new Dark Star level he came to this time is a bit advanced. Which level is this? Looking at the scarlet sun above his head, Mu Bai asked curiously. The surrounding demon soldiers surrounded him and did not answer at all. But the Moonwheel Realm demon who used the Dark Star human as a snack sneered and said, "Are you the unlucky guy who strayed here from the outside world? This is the 666th floor. The endless world controlled by my great-grandfather Baal. The 666th floor? This number is interesting. The closer to the first layer of the Dark Star world, the stronger the Dark Star power will be. Correspondingly, the closer to the first layer, the stronger the demons it possesses will be. Is he in the Dark Star Sunwheel realm? Peak. Lord Baal is a peak existence." After correcting the human's words, Lord Bart dragged his heavy iron hammer corroded by blood and walked slowly. The surface of the iron hammer kept rubbing against the ground and emitted obvious sparks. After sighing to the sky, Mu Bai's expression was a little complicated. Bart thought that this extraordinary human had accepted his fate, and he laughed shamelessly at the moment. In the deafening laughter, his rusty iron hammer that looked like a small house fell down. The powerful force even caused the collapse of the surrounding walls that had been corroded by blood for years. The wind swept. Under the supreme divine power, it seemed that the entire castle would be destroyed by this hammer. Mu Bai, who stood in place, bent his legs slightly, and the next moment, the terrifying energy rushed to all objects like a meteor impact. In the form of a compressed evil ghost with 4 arms and energy patterns all over his body, Mu Bai destroyed the Moonwheel Realm Bart and the entire castle with one punch. The iron hammer was penetrated, and most of Bart's body was smashed. Bart, who still had some residual consciousness, looked at Mu Bai in pain with horror in his eyes. After learning that this was the 666th floor, Mu Bai laughed wantonly. This place was not only not hell for him, but heaven. And more devouring points were waiting for him to harvest. Lifting Bart's broken body with one hand, Mu Bai descended to the nearest Dark Star city in a few flashes at an astonishing speed. As Bart felt dizzy, a divine punishment shock wave with the power of the tremor fruit quickly disintegrated the entire city from the center of the city. Mu Bai, whose one-eyed mana gradually faded, stood in midair, looking at the firelight under his feet, and said to Bart with some joy, "I like the 666th floor. Where is the ball you mentioned?" Mu Bai, who held Baal's head with one hand, gradually increased his strength. Bart could still grit his teeth in such pain, and Mu Bai couldn't help but admire him. "Since you don't want to say it even if you die, I'll fulfill your wish." Before, his throat was scratched by Mu Bai's fist wind, and he made a humming sound. He wanted to speak but couldn't speak. Dark. After casually throwing Bart in his hand into the sea of fire and ruins below, Mu Bai exerted a little force with his leg muscles, and in an instant, his body containing terrifying power sent him to the nearest city. In a Dark Star city on the 666th floor, a middle-aged man in a black demon suit sat in a rocking chair and looked at the heavy rain outside. He didn't know how long he had lived in this world. 3,000 years or 4,000 years. When he lamented the passing of time, the horn on his head also shook slightly. The demon who looked like a middle-aged man stood up and walked to the French window. When he was looking at the area under his jurisdiction, a light spot in the distance attracted his attention. That is, before he could see clearly, the extremely fast light spot quickly blasted into the city. In a burst of terrifying light, Layers of terrifying shock waves tore through the city buildings. Mu Bai, who punched into the ground, quickly opened his observation hockey to search all nearby areas. After realizing the target, a ray of light appeared on his one eye. And the next moment the divine punishment shock wave tore through the void, straight to the manor of the unicorn demon. The one-horned demon walked out of the smoke and flames with a solemn look. As a powerful demon in the Sunwheel realm, he actually sensed the breath of danger under the beam of light just now, which also represented some unusual signal. The shrill raindrops fell on Mu Bai's body. The next moment, Mu Bai, who felt annoyed, swept the sky with a punch. All the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by him. A demon in the Sunwheel realm. This is a bit interesting. The compressed evil ghost form Mu Bai came to the manor in a few flashes and said to Motor with a smile, "Do you know where Ball is?" The demon Motor, who barely avoided the ray just now, threw away the torn clothes on his body and said calmly, "Of course I know. But why should I tell you? A one-eyed monster? What's more, you just destroyed the city under my jurisdiction. You must die to apologize." After that, Motor chopped with a pure black sword. The speed has surpassed the scope of the early stage of the Sunwheel realm. In an instant, 784 slashes chased Mu Bai's figure, while Mu Bai, in the form of an evil ghost with his hands behind his back, retreated with extraordinary ease. Seeing that the other party did not dare to fight him head-on, Motor could not help but taunt, "You don't even dare to fight head-on. And you still want to ask me?" Squeak! A long leg like a whip flashed in the void and instantly blasted Motor away, while Mu Bai showed some of his strength with a relaxed look. Each of his irregular punches was enough to flatten a huge mountain range, and Motor was already limp in the ruins with broken bones after only 3 of these heavy punches. "It's not that I don't dare, but you are too weak." Motor, who was half kneeling on the ground, had internal injuries that made him look a little dazed and gasping for breath. The one-eyed Mu Bai, with pulse patterns flashing all over his body, put his finger on his forehead and asked coldly, "I'll give you another chance. Tell me the other party's location, and I can spare your life." Motor's shock had already broken through the sky. He could feel that although the other party was a pure human, the dark star power in his body was even more exaggerated than that of a demon in the early stage of the Sunwheel realm. In theory, this kind of monster could not appear here. With sweat dripping from his forehead, he whispered, "I said, he is Dark Star Dharma, Sunwheel Demon." Motor, who suddenly activated the power of the Sunwheel realm Dharma, was overjoyed. A huge shadow resembling a demon gradually extended behind him. Mu Bai, who was not blocked by any obstacles, was instantly blocked by the huge shadow of the Dharma. Motor, who stood up, responded coldly with the power of the Sunwheel Dharma, "I will never tell you about the lowly race even if I die. Thank you for letting me use the Dharma. Now is your death." The huge demon Dharma condensed Motor's power more than 10 times. At this moment, a palm strike was really overwhelming. "Dharma?" Mu Bai grinned and took a step back with his right leg. Then his one eye was full of fighting spirit. Even Motor, who was a demon, felt inexplicably horrified by the terrifying appearance. "Tyrant!" God's instant punch. The pulse lines on Mu Bai's body, the compressed version of the evil ghost form of the one-eyed man, immediately changed their trajectory. Under the red color, tens of thousands of fist shadows instantly blasted through the Sunwheel Dharma with an incredible trajectory. Mu Bai's energy level rose rapidly as he suppressed the Dharma image with force. When Mu Bai retracted his fist, the Dharma image behind Motor had already collapsed, and even a trace of blood on Motor himself was evaporated by the heat of his fist. This was a further annihilation than grinding bones and scattering ashes. After dealing with the minor character Motor, Mu Bai continued to slaughter the Dark Star cities like a madman, under the beams of divine punishment. No demon or person could stop his pace of destruction. After slaughtering countless Dark Star cities, Mu Bai, in the form of a compressed evil ghost, suddenly looked up at the sky and saw demons appearing in the dark clouds. Many demons in the moon realm came to fight with red eyes. One foot touched the ground, and then the wind whistled. Mu Bai, whose veins were flowing, condensed the great sun true flame with his hands and rushed into the dark clouds in a flash. The demons who survived the disaster below walked out of the ruins and thought that Mu Bai was dead. After all, the demon warrior in the air was clearly the subordinate of Ball, the strongest person in this layer. It's saved. Lord Ball's guards can definitely kill this four-armed, one-eyed monster. Of course. Everyone, clean up the mess and wait for the monster to fall. Before he finished speaking, he He saw the dark clouds above his head being flattened, and many charred figures kept falling to the ground, while Mu Bai, who he thought was surrounded, fell to the ground with the head of a demon in his hand. That face was clearly the head of Lord Baal's guards in front of him. 10 seconds or 7 seconds. The other party wiped out the entire Baal guards in such a short time. The shocked demon saw Mu Bai looking over and quickly collapsed on the ground pretending to be dead. Mu Bai naturally saw these demons, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He smiled and threw the demon's head in his hand into the distance. In that direction, an epic level aura gradually emerged, and the pressure was so strong that even Mu Bai could feel the pressure. Peak Sun Wheel. It's really great. The pupil of the one-eyed man slightly expanded, and the color of Mu Bai's meridians in the compressed version of the evil ghost form gradually changed from red to purple. The powerful dark star power was like a shock wave that not only impacted the surface and the sky, but also a large number of dark star factors seemed to become pure killing methods under his breath. How could he not be excited when he had the opportunity to fight the peak sun wheel that he could only look up to? How could he not be excited? The figure on the edge of the sky quickly expanded, and the wings behind it seemed to cover the sky, which was terrifying. The huge Dharma image that stood tall and upright slapped down with a palm like the end of the world. Obviously, this Baal, who had not met yet, wanted to kill Mu Bai with a blow of the sun wheel Dharma image. Very good. That's it. The excited Mu Bai used his legs to break through the air continuously. When he was about to be hit by the palm of the sun wheel Dharma image, his tiny body suddenly burst out with a monstrous killing intent again. Unlimited. 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 Track-changing artillery punch. Beyond the limit is unlimited. After continuously surpassing the limit, Mu Bai's attack power has reached an outrageous level. The area hundreds of thousands of meters near the surface of the earth has collapsed. In the terrifying shock, Mu Bai is like a madman, with the palm of the sun wheel Dharma image, madly outputting. Limit beyond the limit. Beyond all constraints. This is Mu Bai. In battle, he is always a madman and always surpasses the limit. This is a certain trait of his. In the rules of the game, he is familiar with the rules, integrates into the rules, and finally masters the rules and creates the rules. The same is true in battle. He surpasses his own limits, the limits of the world, and the limits of the limits to truly become the strongest in the world. Tens of thousands of fist shadows with strange trajectories actually crushed the huge palm. Huh? Even Baal behind the huge Dharma image was a little surprised by this scene. The sun wheel Dharma image suddenly changed. Under Baal's operation, the color of the Dharma image became darker, and even the shape changed. From a huge demon shadow to a giant battle axe across the sky and earth. Such a scene was really exaggerated, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart, without giving Mu Bai time to react. The Dharma axe born from the rules had already chopped in front of Mu Bai like a shadow, and quickly raised 4 arms to block Mu Bai, and the ground under his feet collapsed together. The great power of the rules nurtured by the heaven and earth was not something Mu Bai could contend with. On the surface that collapsed for thousands of meters, Mu Bai also showed rare signs of broken bones and flesh and blood collapse. But with his incredible 9th level body, all these injuries were instantly repaired. Broken. Repaired. Broken. Repaired. Broken. Repaired. I held on. After repeated repetitions, Mu Bai suddenly stood firm under the unparalleled might of the Dharma axe. Not only that, the gluttonous mouth on Mu Bai's chest began to bite. The power of the fruit and the power of the rules belonged to the same level of ability. So when the bite of the gluttonous mouth acted on the Dharma axe, the axe immediately collapsed. Mu Bai took this opportunity to use his 4th arm, which was tightly holding the weapon of the God of War, to move up and quickly follow up. The God of War, with the inlay of the sealing fruit and the blessing of its own sharp attributes, tore the Dharma axe apart as if cutting a straight line on a white paper. Mu Bai, who was getting more and more courageous, had reached a terrifying level of energy when he broke through the air from the surface and killed into the sky. The demon Baal, who had not revealed his body, gradually became clear in front of him. The one-horned man with wings and black beard seemed to hang down to his feet. His face was not clear in the black mist that seemed real or fake. He was also stunned when he saw Mu Bai. How could this human look more like a demon than himself? It's strange that humans can appear in this place. A battle axe flashed in the shadow in his hand. This Baal chopped it down casually, while Mu Bai stabbed with the tip of the martial god. The moment the 2 divine weapons collided, the heaven and earth shook. During the confrontation between the two, Baal said with some disappointment, It's a pity that you are not at the peak of the Sunwheel realm, without unlocking the mysterious forbidden area of life. Pure power is in vain. After that, Mu Bai suddenly felt that the weight of the other party's battle axe increased exponentially. The martial god in his hand made a bending sound under the heavy load. Before Mu Bai could figure out what the other party's mysterious forbidden area meant, his 1-hour deadline for entering the Dark Star world had expired. Mu Bai's figure also disappeared after the vortex channel appeared in the void. Ball, standing still, looked down and sighed slightly. It was fine if those ordinary residents of Dark Star died, but it was a pity for the demon guards he had carefully trained. After walking out of the passage, Mu Bai had recovered to human form, but his condition was not good. The opponent's last pressure caused him more damage than the damage caused by the battle axe slashing his forearms. After tapping the table with his fingers, Mu Bai's eyes gradually became serious. Sunwheel Peak. Mysterious Forbidden Zone. It seems that there are still many things I don't understand. Mysterious Forbidden Zone? In a bar in the Red Blood region, the Yin and Yang women looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. However, the Yang woman hesitated and whispered, I once heard the Lord of Ziwei Star mention this matter, but he just mentioned it briefly. I remember that he seemed to mean that the upper limit of the development of the mysterious forbidden zone of the human body determines the true combat power of the strong in the Sunwheel realm. Mu Bai, wearing a pure black suit, sat at the bar counter of the bar and tasted a cocktail-like drink. Because he was handsome with white hair and seemed not to be an ordinary person, almost most of the women in the bar were secretly looking at him. And sometimes even brave people came to ask for contact information. However, they were stopped by several subordinates following Mu Bai. Mu Bai heard this and said very seriously, Can this so-called mysterious forbidden zone only be opened by the peak of the Sunwheel realm? Seeing that the two were also dazed, Mu Bai simply had no desire to ask. He must figure out this mysterious forbidden zone. Otherwise, there will be too many variables in the future. Sometimes, the top game will fail miserably because of lack of information. When Mu Bai was about to leave after taking a look at the charming beauties, who were blocked outside by Mo Ming, a disdainful voice came from the corner. TSK? What the H.L. is that? Doesn't it just look like a rare animal? Hey, pretty boy. Your grandfather doesn't like you. Do you know that? The two twin sisters next to you are pretty good. Introduce them to me? A man who was drinking and looked like a young man said with some disdain in a drunken manner. It was probably because he was dissatisfied with Mu Bai's attraction to the opposite sex. The other young people who were sitting on the sofa with him and bragging were also whistling without caring. The Yin-Yang twins were so shocked that they couldn't lift the wine in their hands. Insulting Mu Bai in the Red Blood district? This was no longer a simple act of seeking death. Are you talking to me? Mu Bai pointed at himself with a smile. He actually didn't expect to encounter such a cliched story. Otherwise, reality is always so interesting. Because many things that break the limits of imagination cannot be made up in stories. But they happened in reality. If I'm not talking to you, then what about your sister? I want to beat you up just by looking at your cocky look. The young man, who was getting more and more angry, came over with a bottle of wine. Mo Ming looked at Mu Bai for orders. And Mu Bai touched his chin and said, You are welcome. After receiving this order, Mo Ming glanced at the beauties gathered in front of him and said softly, Disperse. And don't move. After the order was issued, the women gathered in the bar nearby dispersed automatically like robots. These women were all confused. And of course some people realized that this guard-like person was actually a freed ability user. Mu Bai turned around and naturally knew what the two sisters were doing in the bar. They were just drinking to relieve their sorrows. If the two had followed the order of Ziwei Star Lord and came to him immediately, the situation of the royal court might not have developed to the current level. While he was counseling the two sisters, Mo Ming walked straight to the table of the young man holding the bottle of wine. Seeing that the other party dared to come, the rich young man immediately smashed the bottle and pointed at Mo Ming's nose and said viciously, Are you sure you want to cause trouble for me? I am from the Lu family of the Red Blood district. The crowd watching this farce was shocked. The Lu family was doing well in the Qixue district. Many large supermarket chains, business districts, and residential buildings in the Qixue district were invested and built by the Lu family. More importantly, the eldest son of the Lu family was the #1 prodigy in the Qixue district. He was a great figure at the level of the Star Master realm. This was crucial. Seeing the fearful eyes of the people around him, Li Yao became even more unscrupulous. Facing this clown, Mo Ming opened his lips slightly. Slap yourself in the face and say sorry loudly until your hand is broken. Under the effect of the Ling Ling fruit, Lu Yao watched his hand slapping his face uncontrollably. And at the same time, he actually said something against his will. Slap. Sorry. Slap. Sorry. Slap. Sorry. His friends immediately realized that it was the fruit ability that worked. And they were angry. One of the men in a flowered shirt pushed his hands horizontally. And the next moment, the intense, high temperature melted the tables and chairs and pointed directly at Mo Ming. Stop the fruit ability. The flowered shirt man's heating fruit immediately stopped heating. What? The shocked man obviously realized that his fruit ability seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force. Mo Ming, who pulled a stool and sat down, snapped his fingers, then pointed at the man in the flowered shirt and said, "Use the fruit ability to destroy yourself." Wait! The man in the flowered shirt automatically covered his forehead with his hands, and his head melted quickly under the rapid heating. The headless body collapsed on the ground and could no longer stand up. The other people wanted to use their abilities, but they all gave up after seeing how terrifying Mo Ming was. One of the young men secretly contacted someone with his mobile phone, and he was relieved after seeing the other party's reply. A few minutes later, when a fierce man rushed to the scene and saw his brother's face that looked like a pig's head, he felt a nameless anger surge in his heart, especially when he saw the headless body at his feet. Brr! Jiao Wu! The tower gate fell. Lu Yao, who couldn't speak clearly, was already crying. Both sides of his face looked like a pig's head, and several teeth were knocked out by himself. How could he easily give up such a great humiliation? Killing people in public? Do you still have the law? Mo Ming, who was questioned by him, said strangely, "We do represent the law. We not only represent the law of the Red Blood District, but also the law of the surrounding 300 districts." Lu Dao, the eldest son of the Lu family, was surprised when he heard this. When he followed his brother's line of sight and saw the white-haired young man at the bar, he was struck by lightning. At that moment, even his legs trembled a little. Others have no chance to meet such a big man. But he has. That is clearly the Golden Crow Prince Mu Bai of the Royal Court, who presented him with an award at the last Red Blood District Martial Arts Conference. Mu Bai put down his wine glass and walked over. After looking at him, he smiled and left. He didn't say a word the whole time. He just waved his hand, and Mo Ming consciously unlocked the command effects of all the Ling Ling fruits. Brother. Who are they? Lu Yao thought it was his eldest brother, who came out to scare them away. Lu Dao, whose face was extremely stiff, had collapsed to the extreme at this moment. In the Red Blood region, offending Mu Bai to death was the best and simplest result. Even if the whole family was destroyed, no one dared to say no to Mu Bai. Here he is not the emperor, but he has power far beyond the emperor. Brother, let me bury you here. Lu Dao looked up and saw the bitter smile on his elder brother's face. What do you mean by burying me? Lu Yao was a little dizzy after being slapped by himself. And before he could figure out what was going on, his beloved elder brother suddenly grabbed his collar and said with a complicated look, "You just provoked Mu Bai, the Golden Crow Prince Mu Bai of the Royal Court. He is the person who rules the entire 300 districts." Mu Bai? After a brief pause in his thinking, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. He had no idea that such a big shot would come here. While crying, he suddenly said, "Brother, how about we give him money?" A large sum of money? Money? Lu Dao sighed. This younger brother still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. He had been a rich young master for too long, and had long forgotten that people at Mu Bai's level could not be measured by money. Lu Dao was stunned when he took the shovel handed over by the middle-aged man next to him, and then said, "Are you the boss here?" The middle-aged man, who was smoking and not talking, nodded with a bitter face. He didn't expect that Lord Mu Bai could come here. After taking the shovel, Lu Dao thanked the boss and started to dig the floor tiles in front of the people around him. Seeing his elder brother Lu Yao digging the pit with a dull expression, he was really going crazy. He grabbed his elder brother's leg and begged for mercy with all his might. "Brother, don't bury me. I want to live. I want to live." Lu Dao said with a complicated expression, "After burying you, I will persuade my father to donate all the family property to the charity organization in the Red Blood District, and then take the tribe away from here. If Lord Mu Bai thinks this is okay, I will be thankful. What do you think, brother?" As the eldest son of the Lu family, he is very smart. He said these words at this time for Mu Bai to hear. There must be his ears and eyes on the scene. If he really did this, maybe the tribe would have a chance of survival. Lu Yao, who loosened his hands, was kicked into the pit by his elder brother. Looking at this bloody scene, the bar owner was relieved. It would be best if the other party could do this. Otherwise it would be his turn. If a person of Mu Bai's level was insulted on his territory, he might not be able to atone for his sins even if he died 1,000 times. On the other side, Mu Bai, who had left the bar, sat in the back seat of the hovercraft and said to Mo Ming, who was driving, "Tell me, what good news did you bring from the Research Institute this time?" "It is indeed great news. The artificial devil fruit we developed has achieved initial success. We can already copy the characteristics of some animal-type devil fruits to create artificial devil fruits. And people who eat artificial fruits also have animal-type abilities." Mo Ming's news is indeed great news. Looking at the entire main world, I am afraid that he is the only one who has successfully developed artificial devil fruits. As long as he masters the mass production of devil fruits, he can change the underlying structure of the entire main world. Mu Bai, who was knocking on the car window, couldn't help but think of Kaido in one piece. Although he mastered the artificial animal-type devil fruit, the efficiency of using this technology is undoubtedly very low. This technology can be used in basic people's livelihood and will also be a great help to the development of large forces. There are billions of people in the main world today, but only a very small number of them can master devil fruits. Artificial devil fruits will break this inherent situation and completely liberate the talents of the lower world. After possessing devil fruits, ordinary people's absorption and cultivation of star power will also be increased to varying degrees. When the hovercraft stopped at the door of the underground secret laboratory, Mu Bai and Mo Ming immediately teleported to the underground space with complete defense facilities and strict security. As soon as he entered here, Mu Bai saw several very conspicuous testers wearing special costumes in the hall. At this moment, they all maintained animal forms. Chameleons, lions, and one was actually an ancient animal Tyrannosaurus Rex form ability user. When the scientific research supervisor saw Mu Bai, he immediately began to talk about the devil fruit cloning technology they mastered. According to the other party's words, Mu Bai also had a preliminary understanding of the artificial devil fruit technology. After being injected with the animal fruit solution, the injected person will gradually master this animal ability, which is no different from ordinary people who take the fruit. The biggest difference is the following points. The first is the combat ability, and the size after the transformation. People who are injected with artificial devil fruit liquid are generally not as good as those who take the devil fruit directly in combat ability, and their size is relatively small in animal form. The second point is stability. Although the combat ability of artificial devil fruit ability users is not strong, their stability is very strong. This is also because the original wildness factor of animals has been eliminated. In this case, safety is also guaranteed. The third difference is the compatibility issue. Some people cannot perfectly fuse with artificial animal-type devil fruits, while some can. In this case, if you want to take these artificial animal-type devil fruits, you need to conduct multiple tests. Generally speaking, a family or people with blood ties have a high compatibility with the same artificial devil fruit. This is useless. As long as you collect enough genetic samples of animal-type ability users, you can match the most suitable animal form for everyone. Has their self-awareness changed? No. Their personalities and consciousness are still the same as their original bodies, which is extremely stable. The researchers on the side hurriedly said, "This is a pity." Mu Bai, with a trace of regret in his eyes, knew that this was the price of mass copying ability users. Although mass copying animal-type ability users are stable, they are destined to be inferior to those who obtain devil fruits in the fairy fruit space without this wild blessing. There are pros and cons, but the pros outweigh the cons. For a force, stability is the most important. After inspecting the laboratory, Mu Bai made a 3 gesture to the person in charge of scientific research, and then turned and left. By the way, I think the 3 billion R&D funds you are looking for approval are not enough. We need 30 billion. After waving his hand, Mu Bai left in style. The whole laboratory was shocked when they heard that Mu Bai was going to allocate 30 billion currency. Then, there were cheers. You know, this is not only a reward from the creator Dian, but also the creator's recognition of their work. This kind of honor can motivate them more than money. This time, Mo Ming did not stay in the laboratory, but stayed with Mu Bai temporarily. After entering the back seat of the hovercraft, an intelligence member of the Tian Luada Wang immediately presented a message. After hearing this, Mu Bai was also quite surprised. This Lu Dao is indeed a ruthless man. After burying his brother alive, he immediately donated most of his property to local charities. If you want to spend money to avoid disaster, you can tell this Ladao that I can return his assets to him. And all he needs to do is help me smuggle ore to the East region. Yes, sir. After the intelligence officers of Tian Luodawang left, Mo Ming, as a native of the East region, naturally knew the degree of danger. Lord Mubai, with his small Lu family, it seems that he is not capable of dealing with such a big thing. Right? Rubbing his sleeves, Mubai gradually merged into the dark shadows as the hovercraft drove, and a trace of indifference appeared in his light golden eyes. It depends on his ability. If he succeeds, I will forgive him and even reuse him. But if he fails or refuses me, he will never step out of the red blood region alive. Both positive and negative are the opponent's choices. And Mubai only needs to observe the ability and choice of this chess piece from the perspective of a chess player. 3 months passed in a flash. Mubai secretly used the basically formed animal-type artificial devil fruit to harvest the wealth of the underground world. His special artificial devil fruit liquid was even sold at a sky-high price in the black market. Whenever someone wanted to investigate the artificial devil fruit liquid that suddenly appeared in the underground world, although there was no evidence, they always found that the source of these liquids seemed to be related to Mubai's territory. This was also what Mubai did on purpose. He wanted everyone to know that he had this resource in his hands. But no one could prove that he was the one who sold artificial devil fruit liquid on the black market. While harvesting money and resources, he also used these artificial devil fruit liquids to develop and expand his own power. He took those who were powerful, but did not have devil fruits as the primary target, and developed a large number of animal-type ability users by rewarding fruit abilities as conditions. These animal-type ability users may not be able to play a role in top-level battles, but in low-level battles, they are like kings who can decide the outcome of each battle. Using these people, Mubai secretly supported more and more forces and various benefiting projects, with money, resources, and legions in hand, and technology and power in hand. It can be said that in just 3 months, Mubai has gained benefits that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Small sects in the north, sects rich in minerals in the east, large and small sects in the south, and many large sects in the west all have interests with him. It can be said that with the help of this favorable wind, Mubai also properly operated the Emperor Yin creation lifeforms that he transformed into major sections. Under the rich intelligence network of Tian Luodawang, Mubai, who was far away in the northern borderland, even knew what meals the elders of a small sect in the southern borderland had eaten today. However, Mubai, who was constantly developing hard power and soft power, also encountered difficulties. And this difficulty came from his sect Wang Ting. According to the letter sent by Wang Ting, if we do not transfer the artificial devil fruit technology in a month, he will take back Lord Mubai's position in the northern borderland. The attitude revealed in this is too obvious. Fan Xingyu frowned and said, standing in the top-floor conference room of Qishua Mansion. Her face was more unwilling. The Yin-Yang twins, Star Rain, Juegu Elder, many Star Lords, Mo Ming and other core personnel all gathered here, while Mubai, who was sitting in the main seat, shook his head and said, "They are threatening me. They are so blatant to do this. It seems that the complex factional confrontation within the royal court has already come to an end." A person from the Tian Luodawang intelligence department quietly stepped out from the shadows and said in a deep voice, according to the information provided by the spies, Luo Guanjuan, the first son of the royal court, has escaped and joined forces with the third son of the royal court, Emperor Yu, to suppress other factions. Although several Star Lords are unhappy now, the main core forces of the middle and low-end royal court have indeed been controlled by the two of them. One is the first son of God whose own son was killed by him, and the other is the third son of God who has repeatedly tried to eliminate him. The intention of these two people to temporarily control the royal court is naturally very obvious. The first step or the second step must be to eliminate this thorn in the eye. The royal court is too dangerous. Mubai, if this behemoth royal court really targets you, your forces throughout the entire northern borderland will be unable to resist. The gap in strength between the two sides is too great. Otherwise, you should take your men and horses to other regions now. As soon as Yin finished speaking, Yang sighed slightly and said, "No. Once you go to other regions, whether it is the East region or the West region, you will be targeted by the local top forces. At that time, I am afraid that you will not only have to avoid the invasion of the royal court, but also fight against the local overlord-level forces." The two were silent at the same time. It was because they understood the terrifying strength and background of the royal court that they understood that the current difficulties were simply unsolvable. Yin's suggestion is indeed referenceable. And what Yang said is also true. The Godson selection competition is also in a month. These two Godsons are preparing to set a trap so that Lord Mu Bai will never come back. When the time comes, without the real master, they will use this letter as an excuse to reap all the industries and technologies in the northern borderland. Although Juegu Elder is usually unreliable, he did analyze it very clearly at this time. Mu Bai also thought so. If Luo Guangjuan and Yudi joined forces, they would cooperate with the several star masters who were fighting for power above. And they might really set up a Hongyan banquet for themselves with the fourth Godson selection competition. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the chair, thought for a moment and shook his head. 1 month is enough. All industries and departments are running normally. I have made up my mind to go to the Godson selection competition, even if it is a carefully designed trap. Although everyone was a little puzzled, they still believed Mu Bai's judgment. Only the Yin and Yang girls were a little uneasy. Mu Bai exhaled a breath of turbid air and saw that the two had not left yet, and explained, I have to do this. Escape cannot solve the problem of the royal court. I must go out and win the position of the fourth god's son to obtain the identity qualification to compete with him. Only in this way will those people of the Ziwei Star Lord have a backbone. The Yin and Yang girls were then driven out by Mu Bai. Sitting alone in this empty conference room, Mu Bai waved his hand. The Emperor Yin creation clone standing by the wall like a robot gradually came over. The other party had no soul, and could not speak and act like a normal person even if he had the same genes as Mu Bai. 3 months had passed, and Mu Bai naturally had no reason to wait any longer. After taking off the soul treasure ring, he activated the ring's ability to quickly stimulate the soul power collected in it. Soul ring level 9, 1.5 million devouring points required for upgrading a ring with mysterious soul power that can store all the soul power that escapes from itself and summon a soul body with the same consciousness as itself. The number of soul bodies will be unlimited, and they will obey the orders of the main soul person wearing the soul ring. The current efficiency of absorbing the escaped soul is super speed. It takes 3 months to summon a soul body. Ding dong. Do you want to condense the soul body? Condense. Under the light of light black, a soul body was born from the soul ring, and gradually merged into Mu Bai's Emperor Yin creation clone along the only body that could attract it. As the soul gradually merged and revived, the clone in front of Mu Bai also slowly opened his eyes. I am Mu Bai. And you are also Mu Bai. The first sentence of the clone after waking up was very subtle. Mu Bai could see that the other party's expression at the moment was very calm. Just like himself now. Yes. You are Mu Bai and I am also Mu Bai. You and I are originally one person. Mu Bai, who said this, could feel that he could merge with the other party's consciousness without communication. He could feel everything that the clone Mu Bai felt, without too much verbal communication. The clone sat cross-legged and started practicing the Ni Gu Jing, without the constraints of the devil fruit, the divine body, and the magical power. The clone with Mu Bai's genes quickly became familiar with the practice rules of the Ni Gu Jing, a top-level horizontal training method. Positive training will make you immortal. Reverse training will make you a human. Ordinary training methods use external energy sources to assist or promote the growth of the practitioners themselves. But the Ni Gu Jing is different. It is a pure self-growth that repeatedly compresses and breaks through its own limits. The more energy sources from the outside world that help the practice of the method, the more interference it will cause. And it will be impossible to practice this amazing method. The real mystery of this method is that it can stand out among the horizontal training methods without the blessing of the power of the stars. Purple vertical lines gradually appeared on the body of the meditating clone. These lines slowly merged into the root bones, and bones along the clone's meridians. The clone's physical strength was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. When Mu Bai walked out of the conference room, the clone's cultivation was still continuing. The ancient elder who had been waiting in front of the conference room for a long time waiting for the master's order was called over by Mu Bai. Protect this person in the conference room for this month. Yes. In the following days, Wang Ting's urging orders came one after another, and even Wang Ting Xingjuan, who came to convey the message, no longer cared about Mu Bai's face, and threw the letter directly into the wall of the Red Blood Mansion, and turned around and left. Mu Bai, who kept his composure, had no time to deal with such meaningless things. His clone was practicing the Ni Gu Jing, while his main body was analyzing the practice of the Ni Gu Jing during this time. The two souls jointly understood it. Mu Bai's own comprehension was already very high. With the help of various bonuses and the eternal system, His own comprehension was already unique in this world. Now that the two souls and the same consciousness were connected together to analyze the same technique, the efficiency was naturally more than doubled. This practice lasted until the 22nd day. With only 8 days left before the God-Son selection, the always busy Mu Bai finally stopped practicing. The reason was that his Ni-Gu Jing had reached a bottleneck, and Mu Bai's own realm had also broken through to the level of the great perfection of the Moon Wu realm in these days. On the first day of coming out of retreat, Mu Bai issued an order concerning the lives of tens of millions of people, which was to fully compress all the forces in his hands in the northern borderland. His order was equivalent to abandoning many of the already endless resources and gathering these people in the Red Blood region and the nearby regions under his control. Such compression of territory can naturally be seen by discerning people to guard against the enemy, and while concentrating all the combatants. Mu Bai also consumed a lot of assets to restructure the strategic layout in the north region. He had thought before that if he really failed completely in the game of the king's court, he would lead the remaining forces to the north region. Although this possibility is very low, he has to make preparations in advance. The secret laboratory was temporarily disbanded, and the garrisons of each region were all expanded tenfold. The new members, who were newly expanded and served Mu Bai, were basically warriors, who benefited from the artificial devil fruit. This shocking change only took 1 day. It was already the 3rd day when the outside world got the news. Mu Bai, who planned the entire Red Blood district like a war fortress, stood on the rostrum of the training ground and looked at the warriors who were training below. He didn't know why he wanted to smile. Maybe it was because he knew the layout of the two sons of God in the dark line, or because he was getting closer to the final goal that he could only look up to in the main world. These forces are enough to subvert a medium-sized sect, Fan Xingyu said softly with some emotion. Zhu Gu and Mu Bai shook their heads at the same time. The reason why the Overlord-level forces are so powerful is that their top masters can open up the channels of the small worlds in the heavens and plunder the resources of these worlds for their own sections. This is the real scary part of the Overlord-level forces. Under the huge resource gap, the strong forces become stronger, and the weak forces become weaker. The most powerful heavenly forces at that time even unified the world and created an unprecedented prosperity. Elder Zhu Gu analyzed seriously. He was really afraid that Lord Mu Bai would really bring these people to kill the king's court. At that time, Mu Bai would definitely fail, using these forces to challenge the king's court. A behemoth that has been rooted for tens of thousands of years is like hitting a rock with an egg. Zhu Gu is right. I gathered these combatants not to really start a battle. The real winner still depends on the top-level game. Mu Bai, knocking on the railing, looked lonely at the sky in the south. In that direction was the king's court, which was also the place he had to go in a few days. He had to do something there that could really shock the entire main world. The king's court at this moment. In the greedy Star Lord's palace surrounded by star wolves, the first son of God Luo Guangjuan and the third son of God Yudi walked out at the same time. There was no one in the empty hall. The high level said that the greedy wolf Star Lord, who had been recuperating, was indeed a scam. Luo Guangjuan even suspected that the greedy wolf Star Lord had returned to the royal court after the northern expedition. Not only the star palace of greedy wolf Star Lord was like this, but also the star palace of Ziwei Star Lord. A few days ago, the two of them used special means to pass the high level and arrived at the star palace of Ziwei Star Lord. They also did not find anyone. The green plants that were originally carefully cared for had withered and died. At a glance, it can be determined that no one has lived there for a long time. The disappearance of the two star masters can be concealed by the top leaders. It seems that there must be something fishy about the northern expedition. Luo Guangjuan, whose long black hair fluttered in the wind and who was gentle and elegant like an ancient gentleman, had a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. The third son of God, Emperor Yu, said very calmly, "This is not important. What is important is that I have gathered most of the sect forces of Master Tan Lang in these days. The forces of Master Ziwei are now in disarray. As long as there is still no backbone in the future, they will not be able to stir up big waves. That's good. But it's a pity." Standing in the Tan Lang Star Palace of the royal court, Luo Guangjuan looked at the beautiful sea of clouds below and felt happy. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. As expected, the ancients did not deceive me. What a pity. It's a pity that Mu Bai didn't take the risk to come to the royal court to gather the power of the Ziwei Star lineage. How could he not know the danger if he was so smart? Moreover, even if he came, he couldn't do such a thing, with you manipulating the entire Ziwei Star lineage behind the scenes. How could the cohesion be there? Luo Guangjuan smiled slightly and didn't explain. In his expectation, no matter what method can achieve the goal. It is a good method. He only pursues the result and not the process. This is just like the reason that people believe in spiritual people first, even if it is an illusory belief. If it has no effect and does not solve the troubles of the believers, then he will be eliminated. He, Luo Guangjuan, is also a person who follows the principle of spiritual people first. But his belief is different from others. Compared with the illusory gods and Buddhas, he believes in himself more. Time flies, and the Son of God selection finally arrives. Today is a feast for the entire royal court, just because this is the opening ceremony of the 4 Son of God selection. At this time when the chaotic and disordered internal factions have not yet decided the winner, the Son of God selection could also represent the victory or defeat of certain interest games. The many forces invited to the Zhufeng Divine platform of the royal court and various media from the main world almost filled the magnificent venue built by illusory crystals. The rising sun in the sky slowly revealed its light from the sea of clouds above the venue. Tens of millions of seats were full. This is not only the biggest feast of the royal court in the past few decades, but also the rare and most lively one in Zhengzhou. At the seat of Wenchuan Pavilion, the contemporary saint of Wenchuan Pavilion said with some emotion, "I heard that Mu Bai in the northern border has been active recently. It seems that he has been implicated in the party struggle of the royal court. If he comes today and really becomes the 4th Son of God, there will be more fun. Saint, be careful in what you say and do," the elder of Wenchuan Pavilion on the side reminded softly. In a small sect to the east of the president, a young disciple was slumped in his seat listlessly. This was Jiang Shutian in disguise. He was originally completing a mission for the Tiangong forces near Zhengzhou. After hearing about the grand event of the royal court, he came here to chase the stars and step on the sun. Of course, he was so focused not for anything else, but to see how Mu Bai would perform in the God-Sun selection competition. He did not forget the scene where he was taught a lesson by Mu Bai on the Dongsheng Sea in the East region. He must repay this hatred double in the future. In the lively scene, the first God-Son Luo Guangjuan actually appeared on the rostrum. This scene shocked many people who knew him. You know, the news that Luo Guangjuan was imprisoned for 100 years was widely spread. How come he came out before 100 years? Seeing that there were many old friends in the venue, Luo Guangjuan went over to talk to them one by one. After the first godson Luo Guangjuan appeared, the second godson Sima Ning and the third godson Yudi walked out one after another. Sima Ning's purple jade eyes revealed a domineering look, and her lips, blooming like cherry blossoms, were curved in a half-moon shape. The second Son of God did not seem to suffer in the internal struggle of the royal court. On the contrary, her aura had increased significantly, and she was about to step into the peak of the Moon Wheel realm. The third Son of God, Emperor Yu, was obviously more popular than the previous two. Although he was born with double pupils and was covered with special runes, his cold ghost aura was extremely domineering. In addition to the labels and nicknames given to him by the outside world, it can be said that his reputation in the entire royal court can be ranked in the top 3. After the 3 sons of God, many star kings and 5-star masters came on the rostrum. "Sister, do you know if Mu Bai will come?" Emperor Yu said lightly, supporting his upper body with one hand. Sima Ning, whose appearance astonished the whole audience, said with some disdain, "Whether Mu Bai will come or not has nothing to do with me." "Sister, you are wrong. Didn't you tell Mu Bai a lot of things about me and Luo Guangjuan some time ago? So you are a traitor." This joking tone made Sima Ning a little confused. She was a middleman and did not participate in the party struggle. If she wanted to get the most benefits, she had to maintain this chaotic situation. Emperor Yu and Luo Guangjuan joined forces, so she naturally had to help Mu Bai, who was relatively weak. Moreover, she could not see that these two people leaked it deliberately. "Isn't this what you and brother Luo want to see? If Mu Bai doesn't come, we can easily deal with him in the future. If he comes and wins the position of the 4th Son of God, he will gather the power of the Purple Star Lord and become your most powerful enemy. But this is also your goal." Although Sima Ning is not extremely smart, she is familiar with brother Luo. No matter what kind of means he uses to calculate people, he is used to using both open and secret plots. Whether Mu Bai comes today or not, he will fall into Luo Guangjuan's plan. "It's you, Emperor Yu. I didn't expect you to cooperate with brother Luo. The danger is very high. Don't worry about this. Sister, he used me as a chess piece and also became my chess piece. Who will benefit in the end is still unknown." The very confident Emperor Yu rubbed the ruby ring on his finger, as if muttering to himself. The evil wolf and the tiger go together. In the end, It is possible that the tiger uses the power to tear the evil wolf apart, or the evil wolf uses the wolf pack to tear the tiger apart. Emperor, you never thought that Luo Guangjuan would be the final winner. There were many performances at the scene. The atmosphere at the opening ceremony of the Four Son of God selection competition was quite lively. Even the 5-star lords, who had been worried recently, breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed by minute by minute. Everyone in the lively scene thought that Mu Bai would not attend this event. At the entrance, a white-haired man in a black and gold robe walked into the huge venue, with a dozen subordinates. Mu Bai's eyes passed over everyone, and finally met Luo Guangjuan's calm eyes. Mu Bai. Several powerful star lords frowned slightly. They thought this guy would be sensible, and not come to participate in this godson selection competition. But he came anyway. Could it be that Mu Bai could not see the attitude of the royal court towards him in the past month? Luo Guangjuan, dressed in white and with a gentle look, smiled, and came to greet this enemy, who had never met his son. You are really a dragon among men. Welcome to participate in this grand event of the royal court. Mu Bai smiled with his hands in his pockets. He naturally knew that the Yu Emperor had no ability to control such a big change in the royal court. Luo Guangjuan in front of him was smiling, but hiding a knife. He could find out the other party's terrifying arrangement through many hidden lines in the royal court, suppressing other small factions and joining forces with the greedy wolf faction represented by the Yu Emperor and forming an alliance with the 5-star lords. The next step is to split, suppress and gather the power of the Ziwei Star Lord faction. And he is undoubtedly the last step of the other party. If he does not eliminate himself, the other party will never have peace. Brother Luo is really cunning. You are not angry even though I killed your son. Brother Mu Bai, you are too kind. I was going to deal with that useless thing. Since you helped me solve it, I don't have to do it. You really put justice above your own. Brother Luo is really ruthless. Mu Bai passed by him while talking. At the moment when the two crossed each other, Luo Guangjuan smiled with narrowed eyes and slightly bent his fingers. The next moment, he took a few steps forward. Mu Bai suddenly found that Mo Ming, who had always been following him, was kneeling on one knee, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Mo Ming, who was shaking all over, was actually very nervous the moment he saw Luo Guangjuan. Just now, he clearly realized that the power of the fruit that had always attached to his legs and disabled him was further deepened to cover his command ability of the Lingling fruit. I remember you. During the war between the Northern Territory and the Central Plains, I killed your entire family, but I spared your life to warn some restless people in the Northern Territory. I didn't expect that you have grown up so fast. When Luo Guangjuan said this, he still looked calm and composed, as if the sky had fallen, and he was not surprised at all. The person closest to Mu Bai was a man in black. Luo Guangjuan knew about Mo Ming's existence in advance. But this masked man was a little strange. Mo Ming, who barely stood up, had many bloodshot eyes. It was a manifestation of his abnormal excitement. He stared at this face that had not changed for decades and felt that his murderous intent was gradually rising. Just when he couldn't control his murderous intent, his muttering turned into a roar. Luo Guangjuan, when you work with Mu Bai, you should understand the hierarchy. Is this your attitude towards me? He said with a smile, and even made a classic gesture after he killed that big family. When this gesture came out, Mo Ming was completely furious. Mu Bai quickly held his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "It's not the time yet. Order yourself to calm down. I will give you a chance to take revenge in the future." Mo Ming, who was influenced by the identity of Emperor Yan's creation, naturally could not disobey Mu Bai's order. He immediately issued an emotional stability fruit command to his body. Seeing that Mu Bai actually calmed Mo Ming, Luo Guangjuan shook his head and said in an incredible tone, "Junior brother, you really have a good dog. He lies down when you tell him to lie down and expose his belly. Such a person is really rare. That's natural. We can't let this good dog go out to bite another vicious dog. It's not good for the same kind to kill each other. Junior brother, you are blaming me. I, Luo Guangjuan, am upright, and no one can find fault with me. This is the case in the royal court and everywhere else." Heh. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, could naturally hear the meaning of the other party's words. Although you, Mu Bai, know my little tricks in the royal court, what can you do to me? Please, senior brother. Please, junior brother. The expressions of the two suddenly changed, as if they were brothers with a very good relationship, supporting each other and going to the rostrum together. The scene of the brotherly love and respect between Luo Guangjuan, the first son of the royal court and the son of the heaven-shaking god, and Mu Bai, the most famous prince of the Golden Crow, attracted everyone to stand up and applaud. A large number of photographers from the Central Plains and other regions took photos, and the cheers on the scene were once high. Some people shouted for Mubai, the prince of the Golden Crow, and a few people from the royal court shouted for Luo Guangjuan. It can be said that if the previous friction is excluded, all this can be said to be a beautiful scene. The third son of the god, Emperor Yu, saw this scene and curled his lips. These two are really hypocritical. The second son of the god, Sima Ning, turned his beautiful eyes slightly and then said softly, "These two are smart people. Junior brother, do you think Luo Guangjuan will also win over Mu Bai to keep him as a check on you in the future?" Hearing this, Emperor Yu laughed in a low voice, with sarcasm and laughter. "Sister, you really don't know what Luo Guangjuan shared with me. You should just be your dumb son of God. You don't need to bother to sow discord between me and him. Psychopath. I'm doing this for your own good. But you dare to say that I have ulterior motives." Sima Ning, who was somewhat dissatisfied, had a coquettish tone, but his eyes were extremely cold. He had previously suspected that Luo Guangjuan had entered the cliff of repentance. Now it seems that this suspicion is probably true. The star power of the cliff of repentance is thin, let alone cultivation. Even breathing to maintain body balance is difficult. She made up her mind and decided to go to the cliff of repentance to find the secret after the event. The 5-star masters arrived, and all the star masters also appeared. Even after the 3 sons of God and the contestants of the Son of God selection, like Mu Bai, appeared one after another, there was still no sign of the 2 top star masters. You know, every Son of God selection is a big event and must be hosted by a star master. Although there are 5-star masters present, their energy and influence are still qualitatively different from those of Ziwei Star Master or Tanlang Star Master. Everyone, this event will be handled by the 5 of us. I, Pajuan Star Master, swear here. The 4 Son of God selection competition is officially open. Anyone who blocks this event will be killed without mercy. After saying this, the aura of the whole body turned into a wave and hit the sky. Taiyin Star Master, Tianliang Star Master, Tiantong Star Master, Tianfu Star Master, Pajuan Star Master. 5 Peak Sun Will Realm Masters gathered at this event to naturally play a deterrent role. The aura of the 5-star masters was so strong that everyone present was shocked. As the saying goes, the wind and rain are shocked by the writing, and the poems are made to make ghosts and gods cry. 5 extremely powerful auras really burst out at the same time. Even if the people present have doubts in their hearts, they will no longer despise such a grand event. Without the 2-star masters Tanlang and Ziwei, the 5 of them are the foundation and support of the royal court. The number of nearly 3,000 contestants on the Zhufeng Divine Arena was rapidly reduced, as the royal token in the hands of the Pajuan Star Lord was opened. All of them were teleported to another space by the Zhufeng Divine Arena, including Mu Bai. At the same time, countless light balls appeared in the sky. As long as any audience looked up and stared at these spheres, they would be unconsciously sucked into them and watch the performance of each group of contestants in the virtual battle arena from a third-person perspective. The bloody fight in the virtual battle arena assigned 2 by 2 immediately started. These battle arenas are matched by combat power, so they are very fair, and there will be no 2 kings meeting at the beginning. Some battle arenas are for 2 people, while others are for multiple people, and Mu Bai happened to be assigned to a multi-person battle arena. The wide arena where the dismantling melee was in progress also gradually fell into an inexplicable silence with the appearance of Mu Bai. "It's Mu Bai. Good fellow Mu Bai? Why are you fighting if you're crazy? Get rid of this big fish first." Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, looked around at everyone and said casually, "Why are you looking at me? If you want to fight, come together." Gu Hong was born in a prominent family in Zhongzhou. He had a strong foundation built up by various resources. At the age of 15, he entered the fairy fruit space and obtained the powerful devil fruit of the ancient animal species, the divine wind pterosaur. Since then, he has received high attention in the clan. With the continuous supply of resources, he was promoted to the early stage of the Moon realm at the age of 68. This promotion speed is unheard of in the vicinity, and even in the entire region, so that his importance in the clan is increasing day by day. Finally, he got a very important quota a few days ago. That is the qualification to participate in the Zhongzhou Royal Court God Sun Selection Competition. This qualification is very important. With this qualification, if you can still shine in the God Sun Selection Competition, even if you can't become the final winner, You can rely on this contestant to become the favor of all major and small sects and forces, and even directly join the royal court in the future. There is a greater chance to become a Star King. Most of the new generation of Star Kings of the previous generation were born in the Godson selection competition of the Emperor Yu. This opportunity and this honor can be said to be the basis for Gu Hong to be reborn from now on, carrying the honor of the family, the pain of years of hard training, and the ambition to change his fate. He mustered up the courage to jump into the air in this arena of 100 people and swoop down as a mighty and domineering pterosaur. The target was Mu Bai, who had his hands in his pockets. Seeing that someone took the lead in the charge, everyone gritted their teeth and followed the fight. Looking at these powerful people, Mu Bai was not in a hurry to attack. The speed of the pterosaur, with wings spread nearly 30 meters, was indeed very fast. Mu Bai twisted his feet slightly and dodged the opponent's 5 attacks in just 3 seconds. Gu Hong, with his eyes twitching, saw that his instant burst of accelerated offensive was actually dodged by the opponent like flowing clouds in water, and his heart sank at the moment. Then the armed color domineering gradually broke out from the dragon's mouth, and his whole pterosaur body kept spinning. With the help of the acceleration of multiple dives, Gu Hong turned his wings and turned into a sharp tornado while sprinting and turning. He swept the man below horizontally. Dragon Wing Storm. Iron Mouth through the city. The terrifying acceleration plus the slender dragon mouth compressed by the armed color domineering. These two combined can instantly kill the unprepared Moon Will Realm strongman. It can be said that Gu Hong, who used the ultimate move right away, also subconsciously believed that they might not win this top-level Tianju figure, who was full of legends in the outside world, in a long-term battle. Seeing that the opponent's move took into account speed and power, and destructive power and flexibility, he immediately became a little serious. It's really a good move. After saying that, Mu Bai slowly stretched out his left hand towards the opponent's Dragon Wing Storm. Under the fierce impact of the strange force, he flicked his fingers lightly, and the next moment the gust of wind dissipated. Gu Hong, who was hit on the dragon mouth by Mu Bai's finger, felt his consciousness sink. In an instant, his figure retreated rapidly, and stopped after hitting more than a dozen contestants. The armament hockey attached to the dragon's mouth dissipated. The powerful ancient species of the kamikaze pterosaur had more than a dozen ribs broken, and its internal organs were cracked by the aftermath of the snap. It was hard to imagine that this was just a casual snap. Gu Hong's consciousness collapse and exit was just a minor episode. When the people present rushed towards Mu Bai, many of them suddenly found themselves cut in half, before the redness on their excited faces faded. Mu Bai's figure instantly killed more than 60 people with his finger as a sword. Just like a real ghost. These bodies turned into light and shadow, and the next moment, they reappeared on the Zhufeng divine platform with confused faces. Many people didn't know why they died. After Mu Bai dealt with these people, the pangolin fruit ability user, who had been hiding in the underground space, suddenly appeared under Mu Bai's feet. He grabbed the target's 2 feet with his solid SHL and shouted, "Hurry up!" Not far away, a long-haired woman in black clothes turned into a huge spider, which looked like some kind of fantasy beast. Multiple strands of spider silk followed her twisted and deformed spider mouth to wrap Mu Bai's right arm to the ground. Interesting. Mu Bai exerted a little force and felt that if he wanted to pull out his right hand, he had to pull out the ground connected to the spider silk under his feet. At this moment, his left hand gradually became illusory. Mu Bai turned to the right and saw a young man using the power of the fruit to illusory his palm. The young man said loudly with a pale face, "His body is too strong. I have never seen it before. My illusory fruit can only barely last for 10 seconds. Mu Bai, who was trapped all over, smiled and stretched out his foot to step on the pangolin ability user. Who would have thought that countless vines and tree roots suddenly grew under his feet and tied up Mu Bai's legs? A middle-aged man covered with weeds silently controlled the crazy growing plants on his body. Now! Right at this moment, the swordsman holding the so-called 72 killing Jade Wave sword pulled off the bamboo hat on his head. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he slashed out with the cold water power of the Jade Wave sword plus his own superhuman amplification fruit ability. And the temperature of the arena suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. The cold slash stretched for hundreds of meters, and its power was naturally extraordinary. Mu Bai, who was hit by the slash, felt cold all over and was gradually freezing, just as the strange swordsman in the straw raincoat was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Bai's heartbeat suddenly increased, and the ice covering his body melted immediately. Mu Bai, who took the blow head-on, smiled and exerted a little force along the spider web arm. while pulling out hundreds of square meters of ground under his feet. The Spider-Woman was also killed by the huge rubble he threw in the opposite direction. The pangolin under his feet wanted to escape, so Mu Bai directly condensed a vibration ball cover at his ankle and crushed the entire ground with 1 foot. The pangolin ability user was killed on the spot. In the huge vibration, Mu Bai picked up a stone and shot it through the forehead of the plant-type ability user. The young man who was still trying to virtualize Mu Bai in the vibration shook his hands slightly. Before he could see clearly, a figure broke his hands and inserted them into his own heart. The virtual fruit ability user. Dead. Mu Bai also found it interesting that these people cooperated well, especially the swordsmanship of the last person. So after dealing with these people in a few breaths, Mu Bai immediately teleported in front of the strange man dressed in straw raincoat. Not good. The green wave sword in the hand of the straw raincoat swordsman slashed in the direction where Mu Bai appeared, pulling out a series of frozen halos. But this slash was finally blocked by Mu Bai with his nails. This scene made the straw raincoat swordsman breathe rapidly, and he couldn't even break the defense. I'm afraid that Mu Bai standing in front of him and letting him slash can't hurt him at all. But he was unwilling. 72 Heavenly Sword art was activated. The divine wind knocked, and the murderous intent appeared. 72 fierce sword slashes were like a waterfall falling from the sky. Even his bow sword was shaking slightly in the sound of the sonic boom. The suspended sword energy gained a stronger gain every time it slashed out. Just for relying on this sword technique, this straw raincoat swordsman was extremely extraordinary. Good sword technique. Mu Bai, who was retreating on 1 foot, praised while carefully observing the opponent's sword technique. The opponent's sword technique was obviously based on fierceness, and it seemed to contain various characteristics of the stars. It can be said that the sword technique of this level displayed by the opponent is already the best. Seeing Mu Bai retreating continuously, the straw raincoat swordsman immediately accelerated the frequency of attacks with great spirit. The illusory sword technique seemed to become real and kept following and biting in front of Mu Bai. But gradually he also noticed something unusual. Each of the 72 heavenly sword techniques was in a superimposed state. But such brutal speed and sword energy did not even touch the corner of Mu Bai's clothes. At one point, the straw raincoat swordsman thought that the opponent was a natural ability user who was dodging to the fullest. But when he looked down at the opponent's body movements, his whole body was under pressure. He couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. When the sword energy of the sword technique reached its peak, the straw raincoat swordsman holding the sword with one hand was already extremely exhausted. While Mu Bai, who had been dodging all the time, smiled and strengthened his middle finger with armed color and flicked slightly. The next moment, the sword energy similar to the 72 heavenly sword techniques was actually displayed by Mu Bai in a flick of his finger. The straw raincoat swordsman, with his eyelids twitching wildly, jumped into the air and split into 2 figures. Although the 2 figures jointly displayed the sword technique and defeated Mu Bai's imitation sword energy, they were still repelled more than 10 meters by the rich star power contained in it. The user of the fruit ability. 2 bodies? How do you know my 72 heavenly swords? The 2 spoke almost at the same time. And then Mu Bai raised his index finger. In an instant, the scorching golden crow fire condensed into an illusory sword of fire. Facing the other party's question, he said bluntly, "You taught me all this just now. Now let's see whose swordsmanship is better. Are you kidding me? I have studied hard for more than 10 years to reach the current level of swordsmanship. This arrogant person actually said that he can learn it after watching it once?" Split fruit. Split. The figures of the 2 straw raincoat swordsmen stood side by side. I don't know if anyone was attracted by the fight between the 2. At this moment, raindrops slowly fell from the sky. Even though he knew it was an illusion, Mu Bai still felt it was very appropriate. On a rainy day, the man in the straw raincoat competes with swordsmanship. The white half-long hair was blown behind him by the breeze, and the pale golden eyes on Mu Bai's handsome face exuded a wild color. He knew that if he wanted to defeat a person, he had to defeat him completely in the field where the other party was absolutely confident. If it were someone else, Mu Bai would naturally not go to such great lengths. But the identity of this straw raincoat swordsman was not an ordinary person. According to the information from the insider he planted in the royal court, this straw raincoat swordsman was a retainer of the first son of God. Luo Guangjuan had to take good care of his retainers. The scene in the virtual battlefield naturally caught everyone's eyes. The most eye-catching one was naturally about Mu Bai's battle. The feat of eliminating dozens of people in an instant undoubtedly proved that he and these contestants seemed to be on different levels. This was especially true after Mu Bai actually used the swordsmanship of the straw raincoat swordsman. The entire venue even burst into exclamations. Unlike these spectators who did not know the truth, Luo Guangjuan, the first son of God standing next to the Emperor Yu, was a little surprised for the first time, seeing his calm senior brother so surprised. Emperor Yu knocked on the armrest and sneered. See? This is his terrifying talent. It has reached the top level. My failures in recent years are because I was defeated by his rapid growth every time. He is less than 30 years old, and has already entered the peak of the Moon Will realm this year. Luo Guangjuan, with a gentle face, touched his chin and said with a complicated look, "You are right. If you can't kill this kind of enemy who grows too fast quickly, you have to take it into account in time. But if you can't cooperate, you can only take the initiative." Hearing Luo Guangjuan's sincerity, Emperor Yu was the first to feel something was wrong. What can you do? He has 2 divine bodies, and is suspected to have multiple fruit abilities. Now he has entered the peak of the Moon Wheel. If you don't take action, will you let the 5-star masters take action? Emperor Yu knew the horror of the first son of God, especially after witnessing the other party's strength in recent days. What he wanted to see most was that this senior brother and Mu Bai would both lose in a fight, so that he could benefit. Luo Guangjuan's eyes were filled with a smile, even though he heard the words of his junior brother. Have you ever heard such a sentence? What? Emperor Yu frowned at the elegant Luo Guangjuan. Plan before you act. After saying that, Luo Guangjuan ignored Emperor Yu's puzzled expression and continued to observe Chi Mu Bai's performance in the virtual battlefield. The rain dripped down the bloody wound and dripped onto the weeds under his feet, as if he himself was trampled on casually like the withered weeds. An unequal battle can only get an unequal victory. But being defeated by the opponent with his own swordsmanship under equal conditions is no longer a simple shame. If you want to truly defeat an enemy, you must first defeat all his pride, and then this person will drag himself down step by step in unwillingness and humiliation without you having to do it again. After retracting the flaming sword on his index finger, Mu Bai walked step by step to the straw raincoat swordsman. After stepping on the opponent's dripping blood with his black boots, he finally stopped in front of the straw raincoat swordsman, who was half kneeling on the ground with a slightly blurred consciousness. Just now, Mu Bai not only perfectly defeated all the opponent's moves with the 72 Tiangang sword techniques, but also transformed it into something with his own distinctive personality based on this sword technique. A single sip and a single bite has changed the world. I am not as good as you, Mu Bai. Kill me anyway. This is just an illusory battlefield, but the swordsman can only be injured head-on. I hope you... The straw raincoat swordsman's panting voice was filled with Mo Ming's desolation. Mu Bai wondered what kind of sentimental literature you are performing here. After turning around and kicking the opponent's heart directly, Mu Bai won this game directly. The straw raincoat swordsman who was teleported out looked a little embarrassed. Mu Bai, who appeared right behind him, just glanced at him casually and caused him to be startled. Once the seeds of fear are planted in his heart, he will never be able to get rid of the seed. When the opponent is an ant, Mu Bai looked around the scene and immediately saw Jiang Shutian, who was hiding in a small sect in disguise. Jiang Shutian, who was arguing with his senior brothers, immediately sensed a sense of danger. He saw that Mu Bai not only discovered him, but also waved at him in a friendly manner. This wave not only attracted the attention of others, but also the attention of Luo Guangjuan and the 5-star masters of the royal court. Mu Bai, you bastard! I will kill you when I find a chance. Jiang Shutian, who cursed the other party in his heart, naturally knew that he had been targeted by the people of the royal court. I am afraid that it would not be so easy to leave in the end. After all, most people in the world know that he has many Shura's secret treasures. This alone is enough to attract the attention of any overlord-level forces. When he was thinking about how to find a reason to get rid of it, Mu Bai had already spoken with a smile. Brother Jiang, I heard that you recently obtained another Shura's secret treasure. It's really a cause for celebration. Damn it! Knowing that he could no longer hide his identity, Jiang Shutian immediately activated some special ability to create a special space channel under his feet. Just as he was about to disappear, a hand pressed his shoulder from behind. The 5-star masters of the Wanting did not move, nor did the elders of the major sections. Mu Bai also stood there and waved his hand friendly to greet him. The only one who moved was Luo Guangjuan, the first son of the Wanting. Jiang Shutian still had an ordinary appearance at this moment. Seeing that the big shots of the Wanting were going to deal with his junior brother, his senior brothers from the sect stood up and wanted to stay away from him. Jiang Shutian? Luo Guangjuan, The two people who called each other's names were not playing the game of what's your name. When Luo Guangjuan inexplicably appeared behind Jiang Shutian and held his shoulders, Jiang Shutian felt a tremendous pressure. This pressure was weight. Luo Guangjuan's gentle hand on his shoulder seemed to have the power of mountains to make him unable to move. Although it was not clear whether the other party's ability to move mountains was a devil fruit, Jiang Shutian still subconsciously used the power of the mythical Shura fruit to constantly counter the other party. This kind of power confrontation from the power of the stars to the devil fruit. During the transition, Jiang Shutian already found that he could not leave, because below him, a mythical retro longbow was pressing against his forehead. Although there was no arrow, he could sense that if he moved a little, he would be shot through the head by the opponent. And the person who pressed the longbow against his forehead was one of the contestants. If you move, you will die without a complete body. These 7 simple words from the mouth of this heroic man sounded as heavy as mountains. It's really interesting. The first son of God in the royal court actually needs help from others to catch me? Luo Guangjuan, you are really a clown. Mu Bai, you are really shameless. Thinking of a way to break the situation, Jiang Shutian mocked the two and immediately cursed at Mu Bai. Mu Bai could only shake his head helplessly. Who told you that your disguise could not defend against his god's eye of punishment? Although there were many people present, Mu Bai really had the leisure to search them one by one with his observation haki. Of course, he did this to see who in the royal court would make a move. He was most looking forward to Luo Guangjuan making a move. However, it seemed that Luo Guangjuan did make a move. But it seemed that outsiders could not see the real confrontation between the two. Of course, this was not without gain. For example, the warrior with a very strong aura holding a divine bow. The aura on the other party was obviously not emitted by ordinary devil fruits. He was able to make a move at the first moment when Luo Guangjuan made a move, which was enough to show the strength of the other party. That's Feng Jiujue, the new generation of Tianjia known as the Sun Shooter. It's Feng Jiujue? Isn't he looking for Nanhai Xianweng in the South China Sea to become his disciple? Oh, I heard he didn't find him. Nanhai Xianweng is probably studying the so-called Heavenly Palace forces and the mysterious Yang Jian. How can he have the leisure to manage such things? But I heard rumors from the outside world that although Feng Jiujue didn't find Nanhai Xianweng, he did meet the first disciple of Nanhai Xianweng in the South region. And the two had a fight. The two people beside Mu Bai were not dressed like ordinary people. Mu Bai also listened attentively. Of course, with his hearing, he naturally heard everything. Nanhai Xianweng has 3 disciples. The eldest disciple ranks first on the Tianjia list, and has suppressed the northern madman of the North region for decades. The second disciple is a girl who is said to be very legendary. She once forced back several peak Sun Will Realm masters with the fairy magic weapon. The third disciple is not so good. I heard that she is now mixed with Shaoli. I guess Feng Jiujue wanted to challenge the one on the Tianjiao list, and got beaten up badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so discouraged to come to participate in the competition, and want to enter the Wanting system. The two people talked more and more excitedly. Feng Jiujue, holding the divine bow, looked back at the two people calmly, and his eyes just met Mu Bai. They said you were a waste, and got beaten up black and blue. Mu Bai said casually with his hands in his pockets. The two people next to him were almost scared to death. Seeing that Feng Jiujue, who was casual and serious, was not someone they could mess with. The two left here immediately, and were so scared that they didn't even dare to participate in the next battle. Jiang Shutian, who raised his hands and pretended to surrender, was immediately tied up by Luo Guangjuan and thrown under the rostrum. When Feng Jiujue looked at Mu Bai, Luo Guangjuan also praised him with a smile. This is Mu Bai, the strongest genius, and the strongest young generation of my royal court. This is a friend of Feng Jiujue, and I met many years ago. It's interesting to say that one of you is called Sun Shooting Venerable, and the other is called Golden Crow Prince. It seems that there is some fate between you. Mu Bai frowned and said strangely, Brother Luo, you are a little out of date. Right? You can't even remember my current name? Why do you say that? Luo Guangjuan narrowed his eyes, and asked kindly. My divine body has improved now, and the outside world praises my physical body as being unparalleled and domineering. So my new title is Golden Crow Tyrant. Mu Bai said it with details, so that Luo Guangjuan was stunned for a moment. Golden Crow Tyrant? Oh! Good son. Mu Bai laughed here. And Jiang Shutian, who was tied up, laughed there. Mu Bai, this bad guy, really cheats everyone he sees. Jiang Shutian was tied up under the rostrum, and laughed very playfully. Luo Guangjuan just smiled faintly when he heard Mu Bai's words. But the young man holding the ancient divine bow was a little dissatisfied. Mu Bai, I have heard of you from Brother Luo before, but I never thought you would be so boring. After saying that, Feng Jiujue walked down the stairs step by step. The bright golden light in his eyes seemed to be as aggressive as a god. Under the majestic power, the people around him felt Mo Ming's horror, which involved the suppression of the soul level and bloodline. The next moment, the domineering aura that covered the sky and the sun was aimed at Mu Bai like a king dominating the earth. Unlike the ordinary domineering aura, Feng Jiujue's domineering aura was actually pure gold, noble and dangerous. Mu Bai, who was targeted by the domineering color haki, took a step forward calmly. In an instant, the black and red domineering color immediately entangled with Feng Jiujue's golden domineering color. When the two top-level domineering colors collided, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the people in the venue scattered, as if facing the end of the world. Fortunately, both Mu Bai and Feng Jiujue were top figures in domineering color haki, and they were also top-notch in terms of control. This level of domineering color collision can be completely controlled within a certain degree without affecting the outside world. The black and red domineering color, and the golden domineering color. Two equally domineering, but completely opposite auras entangled. Everyone looked at them as if they were monsters. At this moment, Feng Jiujue's expression gradually became serious, and the brilliant golden meaning emanating from his body was condensed a little. As expected, your reputation is well deserved. Mu Bai, you are only inferior to that person in controlling the domineering aura. I hope I can meet you on the stage later. Feng Jiujue has always been generous in praising truly powerful people. Even if that person is his enemy. You are not weak either. But that's all. You have fear in your heart. And people with fear cannot go further. As if he saw something, Mu Bai spoke slowly. He could sense that Feng Jiujue's spirit had obvious hidden injuries, which made his ability to be somewhat conservative. And the domineering aura strongman driving the domineering aura with a conservative mentality is like cutting off his own arm. Hidden injury? What nonsense are you talking about? The collision of the domineering aura of the two initially dissipated, but a new round of competition followed. Just when the black and red king's hegemony and the golden dawn domineering aura were about to collide again, Luo Guangjuan suddenly appeared between the two. Under Mu Bai's slightly surprised eyes, Luo Guangjuan used a mysterious ability to dissipate the domineering auras of the two at the same time. Jiang Shutian, who was watching the show with a playful expression, was shocked by two domineering auras, and turned pale before he could enjoy the show. This kind of fruit ability? The farce should end. Feng Jiujue and Mu Bai, you should understand the importance of this event. Since you want to fight in public, don't continue to have friction that is not up to the standard here. Righteous and righteous. Luo Guangjuan really has the power of the first son of God at this moment. Feng Jiujue naturally listened to the other party's words. And Mu Bai certainly didn't need to hold on to this matter. Whether it was a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, no matter which method it was, it couldn't compare to the real difference in strength. So at this moment, Mu Bai, the famous Jinwu prince of the royal court, spoke very generously. This statement not only shocked all the people in the royal court, but also shocked the audience in the entire venue. Several elders of the overlord level forces also stared at Mu Bai with meaningful eyes. Brother Luo is right. But since Ziwei Star Lord and Tanlang Star Lord are not in the royal court, you don't seem to have any qualifications to criticize me with your status as a son of God. I am a frontier official granted by the royal court. In theory, my status is equal to yours. You are crazy. Without hypocritical packaging, false persuasion, or any emotional modification. Luo Guangjuan, the first son of God in the royal court, looked at Mu Bai with a complaining look for the first time. I'm not crazy. Since Brother Luo is so smart, I think you can easily solve the subsequent troubles. Luo Guangjuan really didn't expect Mu Bai to come up with a desperate move. At this time and in this occasion, Mu Bai, who is close to Ziwei Star Lord, broke the news. What do you think the people present and other overlord level forces will think? Ziwei Star Lord and Tanlang Star Lord are both top figures in the world. If the disappearance of these two people is true, then the entire royal court will be in extreme danger. Once this layer of paper is broken, the ensuing crisis of trust will lower the level of power of the royal court by a large level. So even Luo Guangjuan, who has a very high character, will be puzzled at this moment. After all, slandering the royal court is slandering the power in his own hands. Once there is a problem in the royal court, the first to suffer must be the borderland northern forces like Mu Bai's. Junior brother Mu Bai really likes to joke. The two Star Masters are staying well in the Star Palace. But you are talking nonsense here. The mood on his face suddenly changed. And Luo Guangyuan smiled and blamed. Mu Bai waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, the seeds of the crisis of trust have been planted. And no matter how Luo Guangyuan and others remedy it, it will be useless. Emperor Yu was also very pleased with this scene. He could see that Luo Guangyuan wanted to use Feng Jiuju to punish Mu Bai. And Mu Bai directly blew himself up to fight back. It was obvious that the grudge between the two had exceeded the grudge between him and Mu Bai. However, he felt that there was one thing that was not good. That is, Luo Guangyuan could still keep his composure at this moment. Obviously, as long as he gave an order, the second son of God Sima Ning stood aside and watched the show. Although Mu Bai's self-explosion shocked her, she thought carefully that Mu Bai must have discovered the unusual movement of the internal forces of the royal court. It was normal to say that this was the case. Luo Guangyuan returned to the podium with a slightly cold look. The five-star masters looked at him with great dissatisfaction. It was obvious that their idea was not to force Mu Bai too much. As a result, Feng Jiuju, who was under Luo Guangyuan's command, actually took action directly. Now that Mu Bai blew up the internal situation of the royal court, it would only bring disaster to everyone in the future. Is this your plan? Guangyuan, I know you and Mu Bai have a feud over the murder of your son. But the situation is different now. It is better to win over Mu Bai than to suppress him. Do you understand? When the two-star masters spoke at the same time, Luo Guangyuan also admitted his mistakes very frankly. After this farce ended, the second virtual ring battle also gradually began. As soon as Mu Bai entered the second round of the virtual battle ring, he found that there were only 4 people in this round. The other 2 people all felt a little nervous when they saw Mu Bai coming. Only the one-eyed long-haired young man, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up with some disdain and hooked his finger at Mu Bai. This made Mu Bai think that the other party was eager for him to take action. The next moment, he instantly came behind the one-eyed man and cut off his 2 arms before he turned into an animal-type gray wolf. The one-eyed evil wolf screamed in extreme pain in the half-human and half-wolf form. You hooked your fingers just to want me to help you. I will help you solve the problem, and you don't have to hook your fingers anymore. Even if it was an illusory battlefield, the pain of the broken arms was real. This was a pain that acted on the spiritual level and would not disappear. The evil wolf, who was disturbed by the severe pain, saw that Mu Bai dared to turn his back to him and immediately showed a ferocious face and opened his bloody mouth to bite Mu Bai. The bloody stench instantly hit him. Mu Bai turned his head, and the eye of divine punishment on his forehead instantly shot through the wolf's head. In the fear of the remaining 2 people, the ghostly figure instantly appeared and pressed their faces with both hands while directly killing them with vibration-light waves. The second round of battle ended so easily and simply, as if a human was stepping on an ant. When Mu Bai, who was the first to advance, appeared at the venue, he heard the people on the field screaming. What is that? Is it a human or a god? What the H.L. is Feng Jiuju's longbow? The sun was shot through. Following the sight of these people, Mu Bai immediately found Feng Jiuju appearing in a battlefield with 100 people. On the virtual battle arena shrouded by the golden domineering aura, golden arrows were like the sickle of the god of death, constantly harvesting everyone. Feng Jiuju, holding the divine bow, shot every arrow to kill. Even the well-known Moon Will Realm strongman couldn't stop his arrow. This is extremely terrifying. Crazy Sand. Seeing that Feng Jiuju's attraction was dispersed by others, the natural sand fruit ability user immediately launched damage from underground. The rapidly rotating sand grains were like a violent beast that continuously launched dense cutting. The powerful damage even gathered into sand rolls. The bow and arrow in the hand of the strong young man, with extremely strong golden meaning in his eyes, gradually dissipated. The next moment, Feng Jiuju gathered a longbow again, and the compressed star power of this new longbow at this moment even distorted the space. When this flaming longbow appeared, the mad sand attack was immediately disintegrated by the longbow's own ability shield. You are so pitiful to fight against me. My starting point is already your end. Shooting Sun Immortal Wheel. The flaming golden longbow gradually dimmed. And not only his longbow dimmed, but even the entire sky gradually began to dim. As if a dark sun appeared in the sky, as if night had fallen. The moment the dark sun appeared, the sand fruit ability user's form burst. The body made of sand grains immediately used elementalization to avoid the dark sun. But he didn't know that he would die even more miserably if he escaped the dark sun. Feng Jiuju, who was holding the sun-shooting divine bow, had a very mysterious aura after holding it. People with lower realms couldn't even see his face through the images transmitted from the virtual arena. It was as if the gods and Buddhas had added to his body, becoming infinitely close to an illusory concept. This strange performance was naturally not something Feng Jiujue could show by himself. So there was only one answer, which was the fruit ability. Strange fruit ability. This performance is undoubtedly a mythical species. Before Mu Bai finished muttering to himself, the elder Jugu beside him uttered a few words in an unusual voice. That is, the mythical Hou-Yi fruit ability, which is a rare fruit power in the form of a mythical figure. I didn't expect that someone could really get it. Do you know him? I know him. Of course I know. At the beginning, the Shura God Emperor was born in the top sect Qishan sect under the Qishan Old Ghost. That Qishan Old Ghost was a mythical figure fruit ability user. At the beginning, he killed 10 enemies with a shooting sun, which was unparalleled in the world. It was a pity that he was finally eliminated by other God Emperor inheritance forces. Mythical Hou-Yi fruit ability user. Mu Bai always felt that this term was a bit weird. But if he thought about it carefully, there would naturally be mythical animals and mythical human images. But does this Hou-Yi mythical figure also exist in the main world? The reason why Mu Bai was so sure that there were still people in this world who knew about Hou-Yi, a mythical figure, was because the devil fruit was born based on the longing and wishes of the world. If no one in the main world knew about Hou-Yi, then there would naturally be no such thing as Hou-Yi. The mad sand was covered by the dark sun, and a strange dark barrier appeared in front of the eyes of the natural sand fruit ability user. In front of the barrier was Feng Jiujue's godlike and devil-like figure holding the sun-shooting divine bow facing his forehead. You, the sand fruit ability user's observation hockey warned wildly. Goodbye, everyone. The bright arrow pierced through the cover of the dark sun, shattering all obstacles in the endless darkness. Millions of arrows intensively hunted all the contestants. The sun-shooting divine bow, which had gained a huge increase due to the fall of the dark sun, shot through the elementalized body of the sand fruit ability user with one arrow. Not only him, but also the extremely powerful Moon Wheel Realm Masters behind him were all wiped out by the sun-shooting arrow. Standing alone in the sea of blood and corpses composed of flesh and blood, Feng Jiujue gradually put down the bow. In this bloody scene that looks like purgatory, he is the Sleepless King. Such shocking means and gorgeous attack methods are undoubtedly extremely shocking to everyone's heart. This gorgeous and perfect means of killing the enemy is as charming and beautiful as the red spider lily blooming in H.L. He is very strong. Emperor Yu said to his senior brother indifferently. Luo Guangjuan shook his head and said, strong is relative. Everyone has their own value. This is the so-called positioning of chess pieces in people's cognition. The chess pieces can determine the situation on the battlefield, but the chess players can decide the victory or defeat. Senior brother really cares about the world. This Feng Jiujue has become a chess piece in your mouth. Then am I also a chess piece? In just 1 hour, Emperor Yu has discovered that this senior brother seems to have done a lot of hidden tricks without telling him. Obviously, this is different from what the two said before. What you want to be is your own business. People who desire to be defined by others are sometimes stupider than chess pieces. I hope my junior brother is not such a person. Luo Guangjuan's eloquent talk made Emperor Yu look a little ugly. Chess player. Chess piece. A fool who is not even as good as a chess piece. I hope you can really keep Mu Bai here. Otherwise all your hard work over the years will be in vain. After leaving these words, Emperor Yu looked at the lively venue and left. He still had something very important to do. Something that would make it impossible for Mu Bai to turn the tables. The exit of the Emperor Yu did not cause much alarm, and Jiang Shutian seemed to have accepted his fate and leaned against the podium. He was tied up by special metal wires of sea stone elements, and except for breathing, he lowered his head as if he was dead. Luo Guangjuan was a man who immediately noticed the abnormality. He came in front of the other party and stretched out his hand to touch the smooth texture of stone. The bound Jiang Shutian did not know when he was replaced by a stone statue. He looked up at the nearby Star Kings who had surrendered to him. After these Star Kings noticed the eyes of the first son of God, they immediately disappeared into the crowd and began to look for Jiang Shutian's traces. On the other side, the sun-shooting venerable Feng Jiujue, who had killed everyone, returned to the venue to greet him with countless applause, some of which were arranged by Luo Guangjuan, and some were shocked by his violent and cool fighting methods. In these countless applause, it seemed that the whole world was cheering for him. The strange emotions in his eyes were fleeting. Feng Jiu didn't love money, wealth, beauty, or power, but he cared about his own reputation. He didn't want to recall the last time he was pressed to the ground by the eldest disciple of Nanhai Xianwen. Come on. Use praise and glory to wash away the shame on me. And let me stand at the top of the era on the platform of the royal court. I have this strength. But I just didn't bother to show it before. Standing at the other end of the venue, Mu Bai could naturally see some situations from the details. Jugu, do you know that there are many kinds of desires in this world? Just like happiness is divided into levels, desires are also divided into levels. When saying this, Mu Bai actually felt a little nostalgic. His wishes were constantly changing with the changes of the times and the environment he was in. His wish in the world of the demonized devil fruit blue star was to become the strongest in the world and pursue eternal life, just like the sun is eternal. And his wish in the world of zombie viruses was to return to the original world and continue the unfinished alien war. When he learned about the existence of the main world and finally entered the main world, his wishes also showed the baptism of experience and years. When he was just born, he wanted to understand this huge world. When he just got the myth fruit, he wanted to enter a higher circle and then entered the Holy Taoist sect. After learning about the 5 major domains and the God Emperor, Mu Bai's goals and wishes were already placed on the supreme and most powerful God Emperor pursued by the whole world. Now that he has seen through life and death and the vanity of the world, he has a higher pursuit, but even he himself doesn't know if it is possible to achieve it. The ancient elder, who was observing the situation of the nearby sects, laughed and replied, "It is too normal for people to have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is because of this that people are people and can only be people. People who are attracted by the desire for power will inevitably fail in the power that cannot be controlled in the future. And the same is true for people who are attracted by the desire for wealth." The 2 people who were chatting were suddenly interrupted by a cheer. Looking up, they saw an incredible scene on an illusory arena. The user of the natural ice fruit used the power of the fruit at the level of a natural disaster to freeze the battlefield. But at this moment, he was repeatedly pulled by a puddle of water under his feet and was unable to escape. The other user of the superhuman Yomiri fruit, who looked like a skeleton and seemed like a ghost, also had a shattered skull and his body was covered with water stains. The battlefield next to it was even more tragic. Under the control of a decadent young man, poisonous dragons were constantly entangled with water dragons that appeared out of thin air. The majestic and dangerous venom dragons were assimilated by the water dragons under constant flushing. As the concentration of the venom decreased, these venom dragons were actually being transformed into water dragons at an unstoppable speed. What surprised Mu Bai was that he knew the person who controlled the venom. It was Li Shaoqing, who had participated with him in the Black Prison. At that time, this person had already shown that he was a person trained by the forces of the Emperor Yu. The other party's sickly face was the most special. At least Mu Bai recognized him at a glance. While Li Shaoqing was struggling to control the game with the water dragon, Xu Kuangde, the mythical Leviathan whale ability user in the sky, was also in a dilemma. The legendary beast he incarnated was actually being continuously consumed by huge amounts of physical strength under the water tornadoes. It was obvious that he could not hold on for long under the screams. Mu Bai had really seen this mythical Leviathan whale ability user, but this one was a bit too far away. He recalled that he had seen him outside the Emperor Ridge when he first entered Zhongzhou and went to the burial Emperor Ridge. He didn't expect that he would come to participate in the God Sun selection after many years. In addition to the battlefield in the sky, Xiao Wanyan, who was known as the strongest swordsman of the young generation in the Sea of Swords, was actually suppressed by another person at this moment. The long aqua blue hair was like a girl's hair, although the person who controlled the endless waters looked infinitely close to neutral. His voice showed that he was a man. What was even more surprising was that his body seemed to be made of water. And no matter how Xiao Wanyan's domineering color entangled him, he could not cause any substantial damage to him. Every time the star chasing and moon chasing slash fell on the other party's liquid skin surface, it would be dissolved by some kind of soft force. What a weird ability. But it seems that you are also a person who hides your strength. What is your purpose? Behind Xiao Wanyan's iron armor was a growing broken sword. He was a rare superhuman special ability user. The infinite sword system of the sword fruit can completely consume any enemy to death. But when facing this blue-haired neutral enemy, his countless broken swords really became broken. 10,000 swords. Soul blade kill. Tens of thousands of swords emitting spirituality rose from the ground one after another. The densely packed scene was simply horrifying. Any opponent would be terrified when facing such an oversized enemy. But the blue-haired young man said indifferently, 10,000 swords. Soul blade kill. In the lake that appeared behind him at some point, condensed water swords continued to rise from the ground. The number was as high as hundreds of thousands. with the means of turning the lake into a sea of swords. Its lethality was surprisingly not low. Still, this trick. Qiu Wanyan, who was under great pressure, gritted his teeth and fought a war of attrition again, while the blue-haired young man turned his head to look at Li Shaoqing, the user of the poison fruit ability, while controlling countless water swords to fight Qiu Wanyan. Qiu Wanyan, who was ignored, felt that his lungs were about to explode. Li Shaoqing, who was targeted by the blue-haired young man, was unlucky. Originally, these entangled water dragons were extremely ferocious, and at this moment their number increased rapidly. Li Shaoqing, who was wet, felt weak all over, and even the ability of the poison fruit was temporarily suppressed. More water dragons attacked continuously. At the last moment, Li Shaoqing shouted loudly, "He is most likely a water-type natural awakening ability user. His water can actually turn into liquid that can contain the power of the devil fruit." As soon as these words came out, the puddle that trapped the ice fruit ability user instantly cut the opponent's iceberg. The expression of the ice fruit ability user changed drastically under the sharp water knife's continuous pursuit. Before he could retreat, a melting liquid hand slapped down in the traces of the broken iceberg. He opened the freezing phase with a solemn look and barely defeated the liquid hand. The Leviathan giant whale fruit ability user, who had no physical strength in the air, was tortured by the sharp seawater cutting thread and was covered with wounds. The blue-haired young man gently raised his left hand and then gently dropped it. The next moment, the giant whale condensed from water vapor toward the abdomen of Chu Kuangda's beast's body with its horn. Under a burst of mournful cries, two giant liquid hands extending from the surface smashed Chu Kuangda's Leviathan body like a hammer at the ice fruit ability user. The helpless ice user could only freeze Leviathan and seal its wounds at the same time, and use the frozen iceberg to drag the opponent's huge body. Don't keep the mythical form anymore. I can't hold on anymore. The broken icebergs could not really support the huge body and super weight of the mythical system. Chu Kuangda, who had released the mythical form, shrank his body with a wry smile on his face. Just when the ice fruit user was about to catch him, the liquid hidden deep in Chu Kuangda's body quickly flowed into his blood. Don't get close. Me. Chu Kuangda's weak reminder was obviously too late. The blood in his mouth just now made him unable to speak. If he spoke now, he would definitely withdraw from the competition. When the ice fruit user caught him, he was also pierced by the dense blood. The two left the field at the same time. At this time, the yellow spring fruit user, who was ignored by the blue-haired young man, actually broke through the opponent's liquid blockade in the state of soul body. After passing through the water walls, he finally stood beside Qiu Wanyan. Li Shaoqing, whose internal organs were shattered by the water palm, held back his last breath and used the power of the Dharma to pour out a large amount of poison. The water contaminated by the poison could no longer be used by the blue-haired young man. Sizzle! The water knife sealed the throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Shaoqing withdrew from the competition. Now the only fierce men on the battlefield are Qiu Wanyan, the user of the sword fruit, and the user of the yellow spring fruit. This nightmare battle has just begun. When fighting or giving up are the same result, some people will still choose the former, and the ending is also extremely tragic. Even if Qiu Wanyan's sword C obtained a massive bonus from the yellow spring soul body, it could not play any role on the blue-haired young man. On the contrary, the blue-haired young man, who saw through the tricks of the yellow spring soul body, used the river water under his feet to lift the skeleton body of the yellow spring fruit ability user and attracted his soul body to enter the gap. The next moment, the brilliant water from the sky burst out on the virtual battle arena. I have a reason to win. Goodbye. You too. I hope you like this move of the galaxy waterfall. The brilliant sky water and the water source that is always spread under the feet of the blue-haired young man gradually merged together regardless of the distance in space. Countless water sources were compressed and rubbed into the most brilliant white water ball. This water ball was crystal clear in the sun, as if it was the sum of all the praises about water in the world. Pushing the white water ball with one hand. The next moment, this perfect product that was as dazzling as a star instantly shattered above the two people through space. The rapidly released water source burst out with a white light that annihilated everything, carrying the strange liquid that suppressed the devil fruit. The white light looked as magnificent as a horizontal waterfall from above. The entire ground of the virtual arena was torn into a bottomless hole by this wave of attacks. This galaxy starburst proved the ultimate combat power of the blue-haired youth with its overwhelming power. Another top genius who surpassed the top genius was born. The information of the blue-haired youth, who crushed the combined forces of several top fruit ability users, with his own strength soon appeared in the hands of major forces, including Mu Bai. This person's fruit use and combat talent were not inferior to Mu Bai at all. Title Water God. Ji Kan. The bastard son of the Ji family. The hidden family of the Eastern Region God Emperor. After Mu Bai looked at the other party's life experience, he felt that this person was very strange. He didn't have much experience, but he was so inexplicably powerful. Even if the Eastern Region Ji family really had the treasure left by the God Emperor, it would not be possible. Water Dragon Fruit. Almost at the same time, Luo Guangjuan, who was standing in the field, also looked at Ji Kan with a complicated expression. If it was said that natural fruits could reach the power that Ji Kan showed now, he would never believe it. Unless it was a water dragon fruit that ripened once every 100,000 years and cultivated with the blood of the Emperor, it would be possible. The effect of the water dragon fruit is very overbearing. That is, it greatly increases the probability of awakening the ability of the ability user. If this ability user is related to the water ability, it is even more amazing, equivalent to the unprecedented second awakening of the fruit. This Ji Kan is very likely to be close to the second awakening, or even the second awakening of the second awakening. This dragon fruit has long been a rumor in the East region, and even the entire main world. The Ji family has been so low-key over the years that no one would believe it if they said there was no treasure. Now this Ji Kan is suspected of eating the dragon fruit and coming to the Zhongzhou royal court to participate in the selection of the Son of God. That can only mean one thing. Those hidden families in the East region, and even the most terrifying power in the entire East region, are testing. And Ji Kan is the strongest stone they are throwing to test the water. Luo Guangjuan, who has made every possible effort, never thought that this contestant would have such an identity. After seeing the list introduced by the royal court, he looked at the second son of God Sima Ning with a gloomy face. Sima Ning's big white legs swayed as if she had no idea that she had introduced Ji Kan. Is he your man? No. Sima Ning smiled even more happily. Then you deliberately let him mess things up. Little junior sister, I really underestimated you. Luo Guangjuan also guessed Sima Ning's thoughts at this moment. This little girl was just afraid that Mu Bai would attack her after he and Emperor Yu joined forces to defeat their unchecked power. This attitude of inviting wolves into the house is indeed very correct. From Sima Ning's point of view, she did not have the support of the Star Master with overwhelming power behind her. Nor did she have enough achievements and prestige. She was a white rabbit ignored by both wolves. She had to try her best to keep the two wolves fighting for food and territory from losing each other, so that she could sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. During the confrontation between Luo Guangjuan and Sima Ning, the top 5 finals began. And the first piece of news almost made Sima Ning spit out the tea in her mouth. Ji Kan vs. Mu Bai? Water God Ji Kan vs. Golden Crow Prince Mu Bai? It seems that junior sister miscalculated, Luo Guangjuan said with a slightly regretful smile. As the second son of God, Sima Ning's situation is quite awkward. If Mu Bai is really eliminated by Water God Ji Kan this time, it will be a lot of fun. Ziwei Star Lord has disappeared. If the power of Ziwei faction loses Mu Bai at this moment, it will inevitably fall apart without a backbone in the future and be completely defeated by Luo Guangjuan. Mu Bai, it's up to you. Sima Ning looked at Mu Bai with a complicated expression, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. At this moment, in the territory of Yinyang sect, Emperor Yu had already rushed into the buildings of Yinyang sect with great momentum. But to his surprise, the entire Yinyang sect had become extremely empty, and even the sound of birds and wind seemed very loud. Son of God, all the rooms on the scene have been explored, and there is no figure even in the secret passage, the leader of the Dark Ghost Legion whispered. And the upset Emperor Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, although he didn't know how Mu Bai took away his spies and the entire Yinyang sect overnight. There must be traces of these people in the northern border where he is now rooted. The Emperor Yu, who opened the sound transmission stone, said in a deep voice, enter the first level of combat preparation. All the manpower and hidden combatants we have previously deployed can be called up. I want the entire Red Blood region to be engulfed in war. The most important thing is to find Mu Bai's parents and relatives. After a short silence, a firm response came from the other side. I understand. Let's start now. Okay. Remember my words. After hanging up the communication, looking at the empty nest of the Yin-Yang sect, Emperor Yu felt a hint of anger surge in his heart. After his natural eyes glanced at his subordinates, the middle-aged man in armor lowered his head and brought over several dark ghost assassins who were guarding here last night. Several people knew that they had caused a big disaster, but for the sake of their lives, they still gritted their teeth and told everything they knew. You mean, Honghu Star Lord came last night? Honghu Star Lord is a member of the faction of Talang Star Lord. He has been with him for many years, and can be said to be an old minister. As a result, Honghu Star Lord came privately without his order last night. And after he came, all the secret guards were unconscious. And even Mu Bai's relatives in the entire Yin Yang sect disappeared. All this can only mean one thing. That is, Honghu Star Lord betrayed him. As for the person he defected to, it is most likely Mu Bai. The reason why Emperor Yu did not say it so absolutely was because he took into consideration Luo Guangjuan, who is an absolute egoist. Perhaps this treacherous person will join forces with others to deal with him. So he is on guard against this senior brother Luo. The master who taught and answered questions disappeared. And the old minister, who had followed him for many years, also betrayed him. Even a cold-hearted person like Emperor Yu felt a little confused. If I'm not mistaken, Honghu has left Zhongzhou now. He left last night, under the pretext of looking for the Son of God. Seeing that the other party was hesitant and dared not speak, Emperor Yu waved his hand and said, "Speak." The leader of the legion had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. And after a while, he slowly uttered a few words. He took the Ghost Emperor order, and said he would follow your orders to go to the northern border to deal with Mu Bai. As soon as the 3 words of the Ghost Emperor order came out, even if the Ghost Emperor could endure it, his anger value climbed to the peak, and the Fengdu Ghost King body unconsciously opened. Countless evil spirits were roaming in the void, and everyone present was covered by the cold ghost energy, and their bodies were stiff and difficult to move. Go to the northern border to deal with Mu Bai? Go to help this new master. The Ghost Emperor order is the ghost energy copy key left by the greedy Wolf Star Lord to his beloved disciple to open the upgrade of the divine body. The importance of this to the Ghost Emperor is self-evident. Honghu, I treated you well, but you betrayed me a long time ago. Good. The tone of the Ghost Emperor who said 3 good words was somewhat calm, as if nothing had happened. But the next second, the evil spirits behind the furious Son of God rushed directly to the building of the Yin Yang sect. The world turned upside down, and the evil ghost roared. Not long after, the entire Yin Yang sect was razed to the ground in the hands of the Ghost Emperor. The pupils of the 2 pupils kept pulling away from each other. The Ghost Emperor in this state was even more terrifying than the evil ghost. Go. After leaving this word, the Ghost Emperor's body split into ghost energy and disappeared on the spot. He wanted to contact other forces deployed in the northern border to start a riot. He also wanted to pull the entire northern border to attack Mu Bai's base. He wanted this new generation of Tianju to die without a burial place. The Ghost Emperor quickly passed the news to Luo Guangjuan. After hearing the news that the entire Yin Yang sect was deserted, he was not very surprised. After all, there were many strange mysteries about Mu Bai that he had not figured out, such as how a person obtained multiple devil fruits, or how a person rose so quickly. Compared with these mysteries, Mu Bai's transfer of all the people in the Yin Yang sect seemed commonplace. Luo Guangjuan, who was humming in the community, whispered to the sound stone when there was no sound from the Emperor Yu, "I have an insider in the Yin Yang sect. I have always kept track of their situation. You don't need to look for them specifically." Luo Guangjuan, how many things are you hiding from me? Honghu Xingjuan has betrayed me a long time ago and is suspected of joining Mu Bai. That is to say, many of our plans are openly known to Mu Bai. In this case, is Mu Bai a fool to come to the royal court? Shocked, Luo Guangjuan asked in confusion, "Why do you have a brain?" After the sound of the sound stone breaking, there was all noise. Luo Guangjuan, who was a little indifferent, stood outside the venue and smiled meaningfully. If the false is true, the true is also false. And the true is false. If even the temporary ally of the Emperor, you can't be deceived. How can Mu Bai believe those false news? He, Luo Guangjuan, knows human nature too well. There are 2 kinds of lies in the world. One is a low-level lie, which is made up of all falsehoods and completely violates facts and logic. The other is a high-level lie, which is made up of both truth and falsehood. No one will believe a pure lie, and its harm is extremely great. A lie that is half true and half false is the most lethal. He, Luo Guangjuan, wants Mu Bai to come willingly, to join the game willingly, and finally to become a chess piece with extremely high value in his hands willingly. Ji Kan, Mu Bai, the 2 people who met in the virtual battlefield were very polite, especially when shaking hands. Mu Bai, who had an extreme body, crushed Ji Kan's hand bones with just a little force. But Jikan, whose hand bones were crushed, did the opposite and turned his gradually broken right hand into liquid to cover Mu Bai's arm. I have heard of you. The first information about you was published by the main world newspaper. You were only 15 years old when you obtained the mythical fruit at a young age. While Jikan was speaking, the transparent water had already firmly covered Mu Bai's whole body. The opponent's fruit ability, which was covered with water stains, had been completely suppressed. Face to face, Mu Bai, who allowed the opponent to perform the first move, smiled and said, I was indeed 15 years old when I entered the fairy fruit space. You look about the same age as me. But your natural fruit ability is really amazing. He said that the opponent was amazing. But in a blink of an eye, he opened the great sun true flame of the mythical golden crow fruit. The terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated the water stains on his body. But when the blazing flame was about to flow from Mu Bai's right hand to Jikan's body, a strange change occurred. The unextinguishable flame of the great sun true flame was actually being continuously eroded by Mo Ming's water, so that Jikan actually blew a breath to break Mu Bai's trick. You are really powerful to be able to evaporate my strange water. The praise without any emotion sounded extremely strange. Mu Bai looked down at the handshake of water and fire, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. There was something wrong with him. Once he was moved, he would let the whole world move with him. Vibration fruit. Air vibration. The left hand emitted a pale white vibration ball cover and slammed it. Its speed completely exceeded the limit of the Moon Wheel realm. When the strange force vibration fell on Jikan's arm, the creaking sound of shattering was endless, and the vibration formed a resonance. In the end, these massive vibrations were like a high-frequency scalpel that completely tore Jikan's liquid arm. Jikan, whose right arm was broken, had his pupils wide open, and he was surprised. The next moment, a stream of water suddenly appeared behind Mu Bai, and a river that kept flowing appeared under their feet. Weird water. Weird net. Jikan, who had one arm, smiled in surprise and said, You can actually see it? Before everyone in the royal court knew what this sentence meant, they saw Mu Bai dodge Jikan's weird net in a leisurely manner without even turning his head. The complexity of the big net formed by the weird water was simply brain-burning. And the only explanation for Mu Bai's easy dodge was that his observation color was extremely strong. Water net? Try my fire net. Mu Bai opened his mouth and spit out an orange-yellow ball, and the great sun true flame instantly erupted. The steaming sea of fire evaporated the weird water below, and at the same time, Mu Bai drew a red flame line from the fireball and swept across the surface like a whip. The rocks evaporated wherever the flame whip passed, and the surface continued to emit heat like magma. Jikan nimbly dodged Mu Bai's whip, and just as he looked up, he realized there was danger behind him. Mu Bai, who teleported above his head, transformed the flame into a battle axe and chopped it down. Jikan immediately turned around and blocked it with a water shield, while his other hand turned into liquid and merged into the ground. Just before the water shield was about to collapse, thousands of meters underground shattered. A huge liquid palm reached out to Mu Bai. You want to use the same moves against me? Mu Bai, who felt a little ridiculous, disappeared instantly. The eye of divine punishment on his forehead burst out an amazing shock wave, and with the blessing of the Jinjin fruit, a ray of light penetrated the entire liquid palm. Jikan clapped his hands sincerely in the raindrops that were slanting down. He rarely saw such a strong man of the same age. When he was cultivating in the family, he could defeat the so-called pride of the younger generation of the family by himself. This invincibility could only allow him to fight and learn with the strong men in the family. As he clapped his hands, the entire water flow on the ground gradually gathered into small water balls. Weird water. Milky Way starry sky. Countless densely packed small water balls were given special abilities. In Jikan's hands, these hard and soft waters were undoubtedly taken to a higher level, and some of the water balls gathered around him covered the broken part of his right arm. After the liquid merged, his right hand was restored to its original state. Xu Guangde, who was watching the battle from the outside, twitched his mouth. He had transformed into the Leviathan whale before in order to consume Jikan's physical strength and create an opportunity to defeat him. As a result, it seems that he was too naive. As long as there is that strange water, Jikan will always maintain his peak state. Can this bloodlock win? The water ball that shines like stars in the night sky keeps spinning. When its rotation speed reaches an incredible level, Jikan's long blue hair spreads backwards, and some water droplets gradually appear on his dull and dazed face. Go! The lethality that can be caused by hundreds of thousands of high-damage rotating water balls is naturally the top of the top, which is beyond the reach of Qiu Wanyan, the leader of the swordsmen. When a large number of water balls attack one point at the same time, the devastating damage will be further expanded. Facing the opponent's move of the Milky Way starry sky, Mu Bai slowly clenched his right fist. Tyrant! The domineering color was wrapped around it, and the fist suddenly pulled close and hit the void. Layers of cracks appeared in the void, and those water balls were gradually torn apart when they hit the vibrating cracks. Mu Bai, who broke the water ball trick, held the domineering color in his right hand and moved to the top of Ji Kan's head in an instant. The domineering color punch went straight through the ground. Ji Kan, who was hit in the chest, knelt on one knee, but there was strange water around the wound on his chest. This was the first time Mu Bai had seen that the domineering color could not hurt the natural ability users. Unlike those who dodged the domineering color attack by elementalizing in advance, he could clearly sense that he had indeed hit the opponent. Ji Kan, who was hit in the chest, held his neck with his right hand and pulled his head out in a blink of an eye. The head that turned into liquid seemed to have its own mold and turned into a water knife, slashing directly at Mu Bai in the air. Seeing this, Mu Bai in the sky also condensed the golden crow flame in his hand into a sword and once again had a warm contest with the water knife below. Ji Kan's left hand, which had grown ahead again after being repaired by the liquid, also turned into a water knife. The two water knives led the strange water below into the air, covering the sky like a tsunami. Strange water, covered by the sea of spirits. A human face appeared on the huge tsunami, and water elemental swords of several hundred meters appeared on both ends of the tsunami. Ji Kan's two knives, which were integrated into the tsunami, fell down and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Mu Bai, who was holding a thin fire knife, raised his mouth corners and integrated the devouring power of the Tao Tai fruit into the fire knife. His fire knife seemed to have life and grew a ferocious mouth. Cut it down with one knife. He kept blocking the two water knives of several hundred meters and drew a devouring arc in the air, which directly split Ji Kan's tsunami fusion into two. The destructive power of the slash, with the ability to devour and bite like a glutton, is naturally self-evident. Even if Ji Kan, who was in the tsunami form, wanted to forcibly merge the body that was cut into two halves, it would be useless. Boom! The huge sound of water waves hitting the ground stirred up waves of water. Mu Bai had noticed that the ground under his feet was unusual before. Even the ability of the tremor fruit could not reverse the entire geological structure. It was as if the entire surface was permanently changed by a force. This was obviously caused by the awakening of the opponent's natural fruit ability. But unlike the ordinary natural awakening, Ji Kan's ability was undoubtedly more terrifying and even close to the abnormal level. As the two tsunamis fell, bursts of water vapor also rose. In the hazy light and shadow, Ji Kan, who was cut into two halves, gradually grew a liquid face on the left side of his body, and a liquid face on the right side of his body. Under the refraction of a weak light and shadow, two Ji Kan appeared on the battlefield. Interesting. At first, I thought the other party was using some kind of clone ability, but now it seems that it should not be. In the eye of divine punishment on Mu Bai's forehead, the two figures of Ji Kan are real. This means that the other party has the ability to mass-produce clones with this incredible fruit ability? But Mu Bai thought about it and felt that it was impossible. If the other party could really split infinitely, he would not have used this trick until now. After raising his eyebrows slightly, Mu Bai was too lazy to think about it. He clenched his right hand in the air, and the next moment the black and gold three-pointed two-edged sword Wushin was held in his hand. The two figures of Ji Kan wrapped in this large piece of strange water and attacked Mu Bai at the same time. The surging 100-meter water wall pressed down and crushed all living creatures in the space. Mu Bai held Wushin and activated the Eye of Divine Punishment and instantly moved to the front of the figure. When the other party pulled the water wall to defend, he pierced his chest with a knife. With a slight force on his arm, Ji Kan was blasted into the ground like a meteor. The sealing fruit immediately activated its power and nailed a pierced Ji Kan to the broken mountaintop. The miserable Ji Kan, who was nailed to the ground, held the god of war tightly with both hands and activated the liquefaction power of the water fruit. But after a few seconds, his fruit power not only did not work, but the god of war gradually stopped his internal organs from functioning. It was the first time that Ji Kan encountered a situation where he wanted to use the power of the water fruit, but was suppressed by the opponent's weapon. Mu Bai moved to the ground instantly, and slashed the struggling Ji Kan to death immediately. And as he died suddenly, The liquid he turned into flowed to the other Ji-kan, with his hands behind his back, feeling the feelings of another self before his death. He said with some expectation, "The ability to seal the devil fruit and physical strength is really unprecedented. Compared with the degree of my Guishui fruit suppressing others, you are better." Ji-kan really had no way to defeat Mu Bai in the conventional fighting style, or fighting mode. His Guishui could not seal the opponent's ability, only because the temperature created by the mythical sun golden crow fruit was enough to evaporate the Guishui, and his ability to multitask could not have any effect on enemies of Mu Bai's level. Now it seems that the only way is to consume the opponent's physical strength. Just thinking of this, Ji-kan felt his eyes blurred. In a few breaths, Mu Bai's state returned to the peak, and the martial god in his hand chopped down horizontally. It contained the 72 heavenly swords performed by the straw raincoat man. The brilliant starlight surged. 72 slashes appeared almost at the same time. Unlike the straw raincoat swordsman, who accumulated power and sword momentum one by one, Mu Bai was more inclined to the absolute destructive and overwhelming power that burst out in an instant. The void twisted, and the sword technique modified by Mu Bai truly burst out with its original power at this moment. The straw raincoat swordsman in the venue was so shocked by this scene that he almost stood up and almost lost his balance. Because only a swordsman like him, who was very familiar with the 72 Tiangang sword art, would know what Mu Bai was going to do at this moment. From nothing to something, using brute force to create a Tiangang sword technique that crushes the previous 72 swords. Mu Bai, this monster, with his pupils contracted. He was surprised at Mu Bai's swordsmanship attainments and the other party's strong body that could tolerate such side effects. He was right. Mu Bai was indeed going to create an unprecedented 73rd sword. And this 73rd sword would surpass the previous 72 swords. At this level, the name of 72 Tiangang sword art is no longer suitable for this 73rd sword. Mu Bai would rather call it Starcore sword, using the power of compression to the limit to achieve the most destructive heavy sword technique. The 73rd sword Starcore sword detonated. The muscles in both arms twitched rapidly. The waves that stirred the heaven and earth were cut by the sword of the god of war. In the red light, the ultimate domineering aura was wrapped around the blade of the god of war. Facing this sword, Ji-kan felt powerless, as if he was watching a planet disintegrate. But the feeling of powerlessness was never what Ji-kan liked. His long blue hair gradually drifted in the air, with the strange water beside him. And a rare murderous intent appeared on his face. Strange water control. Black tortoise water shield formation. The earth was assimilated into liquid in an instant. And this liquid earth formed complex ancient characters in turn. The liquid characters piled up into solid water droplets. And an illusory black tortoise that was about to move blocked Mu Bai's sword energy. This formation, Mu Bai, who felt something was wrong, pressed down with the pressure of the 73rd sword. And the black tortoise water shield formation made a loud bang. The image of the black tortoise was also gradually collapsing. And Ji-kan, who maintained all this, did not panic. Instead, he calmly put his hands behind his back and used the solid water droplets present as a trigger to transform them into clones one by one. Each clone once again strengthened the core of the formation. Mu Bai's sword energy was so heavy that the entire surface was flattened. Even though it was deep, it was still unable to break the defense of this unknown Xuanmu water shield formation. The whole audience was shocked by this scene. Most people were surprised. After all, even a fool could see that the power of Mu Bai's sword was enough to kill any Moon Will Realm expert in seconds. But this kind of sword energy attack was actually defended by Ji-kan. How could this not be shocking? The formation used by Ji-kan is probably some kind of magical power. In addition, he can split the water element to create a clone to strengthen the formation. This magical power is undoubtedly a tiger with wings in his hands. Feng Jiujue, holding a retro bow and arrow, said in a low voice. The contestant sitting next to him did not dare to breathe, because just now this big shot solved Li Shaoqing, the poison fruit ability user under the Yu Emperor, with 3 arrows. The 5-star masters on the altar were also very surprised by Ji-kan's performance. It was very difficult to make Mu Bai lose. Perhaps this dark horse could really defeat Mu Bai and get the position of the 4th son of God. Magic power? After seeing the opponent blocking his sword, Mu Bai was not surprised. If Ji-kan was killed by this sword, then this battle would be meaningless. No comment. But my formation has another function besides defense, which is to trap people. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai had already opened the eye of divine punishment and kept flashing. He could find that the other party had locked onto him, and he couldn't get rid of this lock even when he kept moving and dodging. Strange water control. Xuanwu Water Shield Reverse Formation. Countless Jiken clones appeared directly beside Mu Bai with the appearance of Xuanwu's phantom. The formation curbed Mu Bai's route of action, and these Jiken clones turned into streams of water entangled around Mu Bai's joints. Mu Bai, who could clearly feel that his fruit ability was suppressed, immediately transformed into the mythical sun golden crow form. The sky-high flames ignited everything. Even these strange waters were constantly hovering on the edge of evaporation and burning. Mu Bai, who had transformed into a giant mythical form of hundreds of meters, crushed the momentum of the Xuanwu formation with his might. The moment the golden crow opened his eyes, the indestructible Xuanwu Water Shield Reverse Formation was gradually destroyed by the high temperature. After seeing Mu Bai break his Xuanwu Water Shield Reverse Array with one move, Jiken shook his head. Then his left hand was facing the sky, and his right hand was facing the ground. The dissolved and destroyed Xuanwu Water Shield Array and Xuanwu Water Shield Reverse Array actually appeared above Mu Bai's head and under his feet at the same time. The two blue formations with the outer image of Turtle LS instantly merged and wrapped Mu Bai's huge figure. Obviously, this is not an ordinary magical power, but a composite magical power. A terrifying magical power with multiple linkage effects. Once this two-way formation is opened, it seems that a certain ending is destined. Trapped by two compound formations, Mu Bai was surprised to find that his star power was dissipated quickly here. The surrounding strange waters seemed to be bursting out special fruit abilities under the two black tortoise shadows. These waters are absorbing my star power, and then feeding it into the formation to consume me to death. Mu Bai, who came to this conclusion, was really a little amused. The star power was absorbed so much that he couldn't even maintain his mythical form and turned back to his original human form. Floating in the air bubbles surrounded by the circular blue formation, Mu Bai's breathing began to become unusual. The formation that absorbed the opponent's massive star power was actually strengthening. The two-way formation trapped Mu Bai to death. This consumption method was unprecedented. It can be said that Jiken really gave ordinary people a different shock in this God-Son selection competition. Seeing that even Mu Bai was so miserable, Sima Ning felt a little uncomfortable. She was not uncomfortable for Mu Bai, but for the fact that there would be no one in the royal court who could check and balance Luo Guangjuan in the future. Once Mu Bai did not get the position of the fourth son of God here, the entire Ziwei lineage would fall apart without Luo's help. The ending was already determined. It seems that the genius from a small place is not the opponent of these evil wolves after all. Sima Ning has already started to make other plans. Seeing Mu Bai's miserable appearance in the formation, Luo Guangjuan noticed unusual information. This compound formation created by the compound magical power is indeed difficult to crack. But he really doesn't believe that Mu Bai will have no means to crack it. Forget it. Whether it is pretending or not, your nest will be destroyed. The breeze blew, and Luo Guangjuan took out the long-distance projection crystal ball. Standing outside the venue, he wanted to be the first to appreciate the gradual disintegration and destruction of the power of Mu Bai. A smart man. The Red Blood region in the northern borderland. Groups of assassins have already been in place, and soldiers dressed as ordinary civilians have gradually integrated into the core area of this region, in addition to the large number of teams that have already infiltrated it. Other armed forces outside the Qixua region are already ready to move on the border. With the help of Emperor Yu and Luo Guangjuan, they can divide all the wealth and resources of the Qixua region. This is the confidence they have to send out a large army. The first team outside the Qixua mansion has been assembled. The fifth team in the city center has been assembled. The fourth team in the city center has been assembled. The connecting area of the region can block all news at any time. When the information was finally summarized in front of Emperor Yu, he finally spoke slowly. From now on, the killing begins. The assassin team that was gathering outside the Qixua mansion immediately set out. The ruthless killing began the first moment they entered the mansion. The staff of the Qixua mansion fell one by one in the sword and shadow, and some of them were beheaded before they even saw the figures of the killers. This scene also appeared in other places in the Red Blood region. The collapsed buildings and blood-spattered shopping malls in the city center. The ruthless massacre did not end and did not stop. While these people were slaughtering wantonly, the rulers of various regions on the border of Mu Bai issued orders to attack the Red Blood region. For a moment, the entire Red Blood region seemed to be the enemy of everyone. In this era where the strong survive, no one cares how despicable the means of the winner are. On the contrary, in this era where the strong are eternal, the winner can monopolize all the right to speak, and the loser is destined to become the nourishment for the winner. Just like the North region that was divided by major forces in the past few years. satisfied with the destruction of Mu Bai's core territory through the projection. Emperor Yu was relieved. But he turned around and found a problem. Before he could ask, the team leaders and the communication devices began to report the specific situation. The target person was not found at position 7. The target person was not found at position 42. The target person was not found at position 1. And the defense force in the entire Chishua mansion was almost non-existent. When the information came one after another, Emperor Yu had already noticed a hint of weirdness. And he said in a deep voice, Find them all. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must find those who are recorded as close to Mu Bai. Just as Emperor Yu was about to continue to give orders, screams came from more than a dozen communication devices. Looking up at the screen in the projection device, Emperor Yu frowned. Thousands of animal-type ability users appeared inexplicably and chased his men in the opposite direction. Not only that, the nearly 100,000 people he deployed in the entire Chishua region were not spared and all fought. This means that there are at least 200,000 enemy animal-type users participating in this battle. What a joke. It took a long time for Emperor Yu to recover. Spider web. Spider hammer. Everyone follow me to fight our way out of the encirclement. The team wearing communication equipment and special combat uniforms was chased by the animal army behind them on the busy streets, and was out of breath. Even if the overall realm of the whole team was higher than that of the animal army behind them. These weak advantages were not worth mentioning in the face of absolute numbers. The captain of the fantasy beast human-faced spider killed 3 tigers with blood on his face. And the next moment, 2 ancient velociraptors rushed out from the corner of the street and tore off 2 spider legs, dragging his tired body and the broken team to look at the endless animal enemies. He was awed by these fearless warriors, and terrified by such a huge number. These enemies were too crazy, calmly and rationally sit to die, just to entangle their team's escape speed. It can be said that this kind of fighting will like a dead soldier has risen to a pathological level. They are all crazy here. They are all crazy. After quickly scanning his eyelids that were stuck with blood, the captain of the fantasy beast ability finally gritted his teeth and gave the last order to the nearly 300 team members beside him. Everyone disband and escape from here. It depends on your own fate. His tone was not humiliated or unwilling, but only a faint helplessness. After throwing away the headset that communicated with the Emperor, he immediately transformed into a fantasy beast human-faced spider and moved quickly between high-rise buildings. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. The team members behind him can help him delay time and increase his hope of escape. Just after he moved more than 10 blocks flexibly, there were faint bursts of air-breaking sounds in the sky. The captain looked up, and his back suddenly felt cold. A dark cloud covered the sky and prevented the sun from shining in. Looking up, it was not a dark cloud, but an army of countless animal birds. A large number of falcons and giant white cranes and some sensitive small birds accounted for the vast majority, while a small part were large pterosaurs with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. The captain couldn't count the number of such a huge bird army. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, the captain of the human-faced spider of the fantasy beast species also released the animal form and turned around to light a cigarette on the rooftop of the building. Bad luck. After slowly spitting out these 2 words, he wiped the blood on his face and stuck the cigarette he had just lit upside down on the ground. A large number of shadows penetrated the building. The blood of the human-faced spider splattered as the glass shattered. When the last drop of blood fell on the street lamp of the commercial street below, the upside-down cigarette went out. Such scenes were still being repeated in the extremely lively city center, outside the Red Blood Mansion in the Red Blood District. The captain who had easily killed the staff in the mansion had now had one arm broken. He walked slowly backwards with one arm. Are you the famous wanted criminal ghost uncle in the southern region? Who is Mu Bai? How much did he promise you to make you so willing to help him? Captain Lin then naturally recognized this ruthless character wearing a ghost mask who easily removed his right arm. He had committed many evil deeds in the southern region. And now he appeared here to help Mu Bai? Some people were confused as to why such a cruel criminal would help Mu Bai. But the other party spoke pious words. Under the evil ghost mask was a black and purple carapace that looked like a centipede's body. The man nicknamed Uncle Ghost tilted his head and stretched out 3 fingers. Master Mu Bai's personality charm is infinite. After receiving the baptism of the Master, I regretted my previous killing of innocent people. More importantly, I didn't follow the will of the Master from the first moment of my birth. This sin is so sinful. Uncle Ghost, who was holding his head and screaming, was so neurotic that Captain Lin then thought he was a complete lunatic. One sword style. crossing the empty body. The star power generated by the Star Wheel realm was infused into the sword. The handles of the sword and the sword were linked together to form a double-edged weapon. After holding the murderous weapon with one arm, Lin Nan suddenly jumped up. His body movement was as fast as a ghost, and he immediately burst out with a shocking sword energy. The stone lions, statues and trees along the way were all cut off. And the ghost uncle was still laughing wildly. He stretched out 3 fingers again, and laughed weirdly again. He broke off the 3 fingers one by one and shot them out. The 3 broken fingers turned into 3 centipedes in an instant, and stopped Lin Nan's sword flow. Huh? Fruit ability? Lin Nan was forced to stop slashing by the force of the opponent's finger snap. He was very surprised when he found that the opponent had become a fruit ability user. He was surprised that the ghost uncle had never shown a fruit ability like Centipede in the 60 years he lived. The only explanation is that the opponent took artificial devil fruit after birth. When he thought about the animal army that wiped out his entire team just now, and the expensive artificial devil fruit that was newly born in the black market and the underground world in recent time, he figured it out. The man-made devil fruit was actually behind Mu Bai. The ghost uncle shook his right hand like a madman. And the next moment, slender centipede creatures immediately grew out of the 3 broken fingers. The 3 centipedes stood straight and were as sharp and ferocious as hacksaws. For your disrespect. Kill! 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 The centipede hacksaw forced Lin Nan back again at an absolutely elegant and crazy angle in the spray of blood. The sword in his hand broke at the same time. The next moment, Lin Nan, who had no weapon, was cut off his arm by the ghost uncle again. Lin Nan, who had lost both arms, suddenly opened his mouth in despair and bit towards the ghost uncle's neck. With the help of the arm color domineering and the unexpected effect, he actually did it. The ghost uncle, whose throat was bitten, not only did not feel pain, but felt an inexplicable pleasure. His body, which was full of centipedes, rioted again. The ghost uncle, whose hands turned into 2 centipede heads, blasted Lin Nan's upper body and his own head with his centipede hands. In the bloody scene, he quickly grew a new head and threw away the remains of Lin Nan, leaning on him with satisfaction. It is indeed the supreme potion bestowed by the greatest and most sacred master. In addition to the conventional artificial devil fruit animal potions and some rare ancient potions, the laboratory also launched a new potion, which is also an animal devil fruit. But due to its instability, it can only be used by people with abnormal mental strength or madmen. When the ability user uses his ability, his emotions will be unstable, but his combat power will be greatly enhanced. And because of the violent reason, the devil fruit ability displayed by the person who takes this potion will also be distorted. Just like the ghost uncle at this moment, the pure animal-type insect fruit centipede form cannot show his ability to differentiate body tissues into a single centipede, nor can it show such a strong regeneration ability. The border area of the red blood region was filled with smoke, and the major forces close to the border line discovered a problem in horror. That is, a large number of wild beasts were approaching on the distant horizon, not only on the ground, but also in the sky. There were a lot of birds. What is that? The major border powerhouses, shocked by the number of animal-type ability users, almost retreated at the same time. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these numbers of enemies were not something they could deal with. So the simple deterrence alone made the thousands of troops present dare not cross the line. What is the concept of a legion of more than 200,000 animal-type ability users? Only the Empire, which is full of animal-type ability users, can bring it out? But the Empire's army of ability users of this scale will never appear here. But when Emperor Yu saw these ability users on the border in the projector, he was already sluggish. 1 million or 2 million? He couldn't count them all. He only knew that all the people he had mobilized had been targeted. Facing this situation, Emperor Yu was not angry but said calmly, "You left the secret army in the northern borderland and dared to come to the royal court with a few people. Mu Bai. Mu Bai. You are really weird. No matter how strong Mu Bai is, he can't really escape from the royal court. This is his stupidest point." The cold-looking Emperor Yu simply passed these images to Luo Guangjuan, and then he sat down in his seat, not knowing what he was thinking. Mu Bai, who was trapped by the compound magical array, was still insisting. In the eyes of others, Mu Bai had already lost. Ji Kan, who controlled the double array to consume Mu Bai's star power and soul, had no intention of removing the array. Even though the opponent was so embarrassed now, he didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. He knew one thing from the first time he sparred with his peers in the family, and was stabbed in the back by the opponent. Fighting is cruel. You have to do everything you can to get rid of the opponent at any cost. And never be careless before the battle is over. Move by. You don't have much star power left. If you continue to use it up, you will end up with a withered body. Without mockery or complacency, Jikan simply stated the facts. Even the Sunwheel Realm experts could not escape from his compound magical formation, let alone move by, especially under the rapid consumption of the double formation. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, Mubai held his breath and concentrated, with dozens of drops of sweat dripping from his forehead. This kind of embarrassing state was something no one had ever seen before. Even most of the royal court people of the Ziwei Star Lord lineage in the venue all sighed. Outside the venue, Luo Guangjuan was not surprised after receiving the news from the Emperor Yu, and he did not pay attention to Mubai's battle situation. Instead, he began to carefully understand the identities of the people the other party brought this time through the intelligence department. No one has any information about this masked man. The other members are the backbone of Mubai's forces. But this masked man has been a little unclear about the details of the other party, since he met Mubai when he entered the venue. Now he is even more confused to see that even his secret intelligence department can't find any traces. We must find out this person. As long as it is a person, there will be traces left behind. If you can't find it, you don't have to work for me in the future. This plain sentence made the person in charge at the other end of the communication device almost stagnate. Okay. The ancient elder in the venue was actually a little confused at this moment. He was not confused about why Jikan was so strong, but why Lord Mubai showed such a weak fighting power. Moreover, Lord Mubai repeatedly told him to protect the mysterious man who covered all his faces beside him. But he didn't understand why. Mo Ming was definitely the most nervous person at this moment. He naturally knew that Mubai came to the royal court this time to take the risk to establish the position of the Son of God. If he failed with Jikan, then it would be impossible for him to kill Luo Guangjuan and repair his injured legs. He had practiced the Ni Gu Jing with Mubai before, and he could not operate this level of skills at all. Even if he gave up all his current star system abilities, he could not do it. There is an unbridgeable gap in people's cognition, which cannot be reversed by simply practicing hard or persisting in practicing. Ni Gu Jing had no effect. The only way to repair his disabled legs was to kill Luo Guangjuan and make his devil fruit ability invalid. The star power of Mubai in the double formation has completely dissipated. But it is different from what Jikan thought. When the star power completely dissipated, Mubai not only did not wither his body, but gradually recovered to normal. Jikan was a little confused by this scene. Mubai, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, saw that the time for disguise was almost up, and immediately activated the dark star system in his body. Others may have only one way to die in this formation. But who is Mubai? He is a peerless genius with a dual cultivation system. No one has ever been able to achieve the great perfection of the double moon wheel realm. Since the star power is useless, activate the dark star power. Press the formation below with one hand, and the next moment a large amount of dark star power is madly injected into the composite formation. With the simultaneous operation of the star power and the dark star power, cracks appeared in this formation with terrifying defensive power in an instant. Jikan, with his pupils contracted, pulled out a large amount of strange water from the void with one hand without waiting for the formation to completely break. The brilliant sky water and water sources gradually merged together regardless of the distance. And after countless water sources were condensed and purified, they turned into the most brilliant white water ball. This water ball was the terrifying killing move, the Galaxy Waterfall, which killed all the geniuses in seconds. But this time it seemed a little different. The compressed water ball expanded at an astonishing speed, and the radius of tens of thousands of meters seemed to be a small planet that pressured the entire space. Since you can break my magical power, then try my other trump card again. Strange water. Galaxy star explosion. Jikan pushed away the giant white water ball that covered the sky with both hands, and suddenly fell towards Mubai. The trajectory was as gorgeous as the Milky Way star sea above the 9 heavens. And Mubai, who broke the composite magical power formation, also moved his soul. Tyrant God punishment, instant punishment. The next moment, the black and red Tyrant King color entangled and tore the void. In the countless fist shadow arcs, the dense instant punches rushed into Jikan's Galaxy Star explosion with the decisive power to smash all objects. Tyrant God punishment, instant punishment versus Galaxy Star explosion. When the two attacks collided, even the virtual battlefield began to show unstable ghost images. This was unprecedented. proving that the two people's extreme attacks had reached the limit of the virtual arena battlefield. This scene shocked everyone in the venue, and they all stood up. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger after this attack. In the dazzling white flash, countless black and red fist shadows broke through the limit and fell under the white light. In the gradually collapsing virtual battlefield, a three-pointed two-edged sword pierced the galaxy starburst, passing through many energy fluctuations. It finally pierced Ji Kan's left leg under the continuous instant movement of Mu Bai's Eye of Divine Punishment. Before he could figure out why Mu Bai had become so strong, the nearly 10-meter-tall giant body had already pressed in front of him. On the chest of the one-eyed four-armed man was a huge swallowing mouth. This was the evil ghost form developed by Mu Bai based on the awakening of the golden crow fruit. Ji Kan couldn't move at all after being pierced through the thigh by the god of war. Even as a top-level genius, who was at the peak of the Moon Wheel realm and had the ability of the water fruit, he couldn't break free from the power of the god of war's weapon that was almost the essence of the rules. What's more, with the restrictive power of the sealing fruit, Ji Kan's face gradually became solemn as blood kept dripping. Have you been suppressing your strength before? Ji Kan, whose whole body began to become unstable, said with some dissatisfaction. Mu Bai, in the evil ghost form, squatted down and pointed to the sky blocked by energy dust. After realizing that the other party wanted to hide his true strength, Ji Kan smiled bitterly for the first time. He is the undisputed first genius in the entire hidden family in the East region. But now facing Mu Bai, who has practiced for less time than him, he is so unbearable. This is an emotion he has not felt since he was a teenager. He has undoubtedly lost. If it were in the real world, Ji Kan, who turned his hand into a water knife and cut off his thigh, began to show his Dharma for the first time after getting rid of the power of the martial god's seal. Dharma can increase the host's combat power by dozens of times. And if Ji Kan's combat power is increased by dozens of times now, I am afraid that he can already fight against the old monster of the late Sun Wheel realm. His Dharma is the figure of a water god standing upright. The Dharma without a specific shape quickly permeates half of the sky, and its power has surpassed the limit value of the galaxy starburst that Ji Kan used before. The battle is over long ago. The moment I turned into an evil ghost. Mu Bai, who did not say the second half of the sentence, exerted a little force on his leg muscles and rushed into the sky in an instant. 3 seconds later, he had already landed on the ground, holding the head shadow of the water god Dharma image and Ji Kan's head. This was completely different from the stalemate battle he had with Ji Kan before. It was a completely crushing battle. This was Mu Bai's purpose. He wanted to use this battle to let Luo Guangjuan and others see his strength clearly so that they could let down their guard. Now that the entire space was covered by the virtual battlefield, he naturally had no reason to continue pretending. The audience standing in front of the seats did not see clearly what happened under the energy dust. They only saw the blue water waves gradually dissipating. Then Ji Kan and Mu Bai appeared in the center of the meeting one after another, and the judges in the virtual battlefield also announced that Mu Bai won. Before leaving, Ji Kan glanced at Mu Bai and then at the entire Zhongzhou. After a long time, he slowly said, I lost this time. But it may not be the case next time. You will always lose when fighting with me. Mu Bai answered solemnly with a serious expression. With the end of the 5th round of screening, there are only 2 geniuses left on the field, Mu Bai and Feng Jiujue. It is obvious that the God Sun selection competition is about to usher in the final battle. And this battle will also be related to the future direction of the entire royal court. Just when everyone was looking forward to the finals, 3 of the 5-star masters of the royal court who had remained silent stood up at the same time and said sternly, Mu Bai, don't you know your sin yet? The pupils of the other 2-star masters shrank slightly and looked at Luo Guangjuan at the same time, while Luo Guangjuan smiled apologetically and pointed at Mu Bai and said, Mu Bai, as a person sent by the royal court to manage some areas of the northern borderland, you actually colluded with local forces and openly disobeyed the orders of the royal court. Not only did you accommodate criminals from other regions, you also privately developed artificial devil fruit potions to create a legion of devil fruit ability users. Such a heinous person is no longer qualified to hold this position. From today on, you have no relationship with the royal court, and you can only bear your sins yourself. At this point, the 3-star masters above Luo Guangjuan had already blocked the entire venue. It seemed that they had no intention of letting Mu Bai leave. In panic, all the star masters of the royal court came out together. 3-star masters and thousands of star masters. Such a scale of manpower is no longer something that ordinary geniuses can resist. Facing Luo Guangjuan's attack, Mu Bai also noticed that 2 of the 5-star masters remained neutral. which was very important, and proved that the two-son alliance of Luo Guangjuan and Yudi did not control all the power of the entire royal court. Feng Jiujia at the other end of the venue frowned slightly. He originally wanted to confront Mu Bai head-on. Now that Mu Bai has become a traitor to the royal court, there is naturally no need to start the battle. What a pity. What a pity. The few people that Mu Bai brought into the venue all entered the battle preparation. As for Mu Bai himself, he pointed at Luo Guangjuan, the first son of God, and said with a smile, "It seems that your people have witnessed my army of ability users in my borderland northern territory. So you can't attack me before the finals. It's a pity that I suppressed my strength and fought brilliantly." The Yin-Yang twin stood beside Mu Bai and warned him with cold sweat, "Mu Bai, leave quickly. Let the ancient elder use the fruit of retrospection. Maybe he can open the blockade of the Star Master. Staying here is a dead end. The Ziwei lineage still needs you to lead it alive. Why should I leave? On the contrary, I still think that you, Luo Guangjuan, are the first traitor of the royal court. What do you want to do by colluding with these 3-star masters and these star kings? I remember that your 100-year sentence has not yet expired. I am afraid that you are so anxious to escape privately to find me to avenge your son," Mu Bai said casually with his hands behind his back, without any fear in his eyes. On the other side, Emperor Yu came to Brother Luo's side and said softly with a cold face, "All the arrangements in the northern borderland have failed, and our people have been left there forever. I know. These are not important. As long as Mu Bai can be eliminated, it will be enough to reverse everything." Turn around, and Luo Guangjuan clasped his fists to the 3-star masters above and said, "Disciple is sure that the 3-star masters can judge Mu Bai. These 3-star masters are obviously in collusion with Luo Guangjuan." The 3 of them said 3 sentences in a row to directly define Mu Bai's guilt. Privately hiding heavy troops is disloyalty to the royal court, and he should be killed. Privately selling important resources to the enemy forces of the royal court to bring disaster to the master is unfilial, and he should be killed. Disrespecting the senior brothers of the sect should indeed be punished. After the 3 said this, the star masters behind Luo Guangjuan immediately took action to surround everyone. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of something. I just sigh that it's not worth it for all the heroes of the royal court to become the running dogs of Luo. Today, since the Purple Star Lord and the Greedy Wolf Star Lord are not here, I have to purge the sect. Mu Bai took a step forward and pointed at the Star Lords of the heavens, and slowly lowered his finger. In an instant, the domineering aura of the king that was no longer suppressed descended on the entire venue in the most domineering and violent manner. If the previous clash of Mu Bai and Feng Jiujia was very exciting, then compared with the domineering aura he released at this moment, it was not even a warm-up. The domineering aura of black and red lightning waves overwhelmed everyone. The Star Lords of the Moon realm could not stand at all. Some of the weaker ones even fainted under this strong pressure. Crazy. Crazy. Mu Bai actually took action directly. The audience in the venue who didn't care about watching the fun quickly left. And the delegations of major forces also left one after another, without wanting to be involved in this mess. The Yin and Yang girls were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Mu Bai, who had always been cautious before, would be so impatient and start fighting directly. In this situation where there was no room for maneuver, they were undoubtedly in a passive position. Mu Bai, you are crazy. The Emperor Yu and Luo Guangjuan landed in front of him at the same time. And the 3 Supreme Star Lords were so powerful that they quietly extinguished Mu Bai's domineering aura. After saying this, Emperor Yu did not hesitate to activate the Fengdugo's king body. In his eyes, Mu Bai was already a trapped beast. Seeing Mu Bai like this, Luo Guangjuan shook his head helplessly. Junior brother Mu Bai, admit defeat. In this situation, how can you win when you only have a half-baked sun wheel realm? Wild wind, ice, lava, sand. These natural star gods activated the power of natural fruit. Cheetahs, ancient mammoths, one-horned rhinos, ancient triceratops. These animal star gods turned into half-orcs and looked at this place with a covetous look. Faced with such an unsolvable dead end, Mu Bai's eyes gradually became indifferent. He turned back and lifted the cloak and mask of the masked man. The face under the mask was actually Mu Bai. Obviously, this was Mu Bai's clone who carried the practice of Enai Jing. Enai Jing reversed the root bones to make the wheel with flesh. During this time, Mu Bai, who had truly comprehended the true meaning of the Enai Jing, combined with his own high-level physical body, had come to a terrifying conclusion. That is, he could completely break the routine and used these two to help himself become the only person in the past million years to cross the moon wheel and ascend to the sun wheel with his physical body. The power of the mythical Taotai fruit in his hand immediately devoured the clone, and the progress of the Ni Gu Jing cultivation contained in the clone was fully integrated into Mu Bai's original body. After completely absorbing this world's #1 horizontal training method, his body showed different degrees of distortion. Isn't it okay for me to be the sun wheel? Mu Bai, with a distorted face, immediately turned on the compressed version of the evil ghost state. His realm and strength improved too fast. In just less than 30 years, he has entered the highest realm that billions of people in the entire main world have never reached. This too fast growth also made him feel a little uncomfortable at the moment. What a joke. He is advancing to the sun wheel realm. Stop him quickly, the Ghost Emperor shouted loudly. And then a large number of evil ghosts in the Fengdu city opened above his head and continued to rush towards Mu Bai's position. Mo Ming immediately stood in front of Mu Bai and opened his lips to give an order. The evil ghosts will attack their master. The superhuman order fruit immediately played its due role. But because these evil ghosts were too powerful, even if he could barely control them, he could not make them really attack Emperor Yu in return. All the natural star gods attacked at the same time. Suddenly, a violent storm of sand and rain came. Facing this scene, the Yin-Yang twins immediately used the power of the devil fruit, the superhuman barrier fruit, and the superhuman rebound fruit. The two fruits with absolute defensive power can really last for a long time. But how could the Emperor Yu give them this time? The ghost sword in his hand turned into a ghost mist and quickly covered the defense barrier. The cold ghost energy plus the armed color domineering aura kept looking down at the gap between the barriers. He was like a shadow and instantly repelled the Yin-Yang twins. Just when he was about to touch Mu Bai, Fan Xingyu, who had been chasing behind Mu Bai, shouted and rushed into the arms of the Emperor Yu. As a user of the luck fruit, she would take away the luck of the other party the moment she touched the other party, thereby strengthening the luck of others. After absorbing the luck of the Emperor Yu, Fan Xingyu's other hand immediately pressed on Mu Bai's chest. A large amount of luck was input into the body, and the Dragon Vein True Seed, one of the rewards of the Dongsheng trial that was swallowed by Mu Bai before, was combined to quickly help Mu Bai completely break through the Sun Wheel realm. Dragon Vein True Seed. The seed of luck dropped by killing the Dragon King. Raising it can form a Dragon Vein, which can increase luck for individuals and prolong luck for the dynasty. As a proud son of heaven, Emperor Yu was naturally furious when he was attacked by a woman. He immediately used the nether palm to slap Fan Xingyu. After knocking the opponent away, he immediately used the nether heart method to forcibly stop Mu Bai's final breakthrough. But before he could make a move, he tripped over his left foot and fell flat on his right foot. He was unable to recover in a short time and was about to stand up when he saw Mo Ming immediately use the awakening ability of the Ling Ling fruit to activate the associated command. I can't stand up and associate it with Emperor Yu. The command took effect. Emperor Yu, who was about to stand up, felt his body sink. Under the constraints of the fruit rules, he was unable to stand up again. Damn it! Luo Guanjuan, how long are you going to watch the show? Emperor Yu, who was glaring at him, was about to speak when he saw Brother Luo appear beside him without knowing when. The two sons of God gathered in front of Mu Bai. Juegu Elder wanted to rescue him, but was entangled by these Star Lords and could not make a move. Just when Yudi thought that Mu Bai was about to die, Luo Guangjuan actually smiled and lifted him up. Then, when the two looked at each other, Yudi's soul was replaced into Luo Guangjuan's body, and Luo Guangjuan's soul entered Yudi's body. This is Luo Guangjuan's fruit ability. Exchange fruit. The fruit ability can cause a heavy blow to the enemy through exchange, such as this inexplicably disabled legs was exchanged with another person's disabled legs. Exchange diseases, exchange pain, exchange thoughts, and even exchange souls and bodies after awakening. When he exchanges to a new body, he can fully master all the power of this body and regain the full life of this person. However, the superhuman exchange fruit can follow the body or soul he exchanges to the new host. After replacing his body, Luo Guangjuan threw his original body out directly. He just stopped Emperor Yu just now in order to let Mu Bai safely ascend to the Sun Wheel realm, so that he could bring all the abilities of Emperor Yu back into Mu Bai's perfect body in the Sun Wheel realm. At that time, all the abilities of the Trinity would be enough to help him reach the peak. Luo Guangjuan, who occupied the body of the Ghost Emperor, had no scruples about the 5-star lords and directly activated the fruit power with his eyes to exchange souls with Mu Bai. Ignoring the siege of the enemy, the old man Jugu gritted his teeth and pulled the time clock of nothingness with both hands. With the power of the retrospective fruit, he could pull Luo Guangyuan away from the side of Master Mu Bai. The two Star Lords who remained neutral left the scene indifferently. They would not care about what happened next. As if he had noticed that Zhu Gu was taking action, Luo Guangyuan, with purple light in his eyes, freed his hands and lightly tapped. In an instant, Zhu Gu's retrospective power was offset by another fruit power. And then the thunder that covered the sky and the sun surged. The old man Zhu Gu, who blocked with both arms, was pushed hundreds of meters away. Superhuman acceleration fruit. Natural thunder fruit. Zhu Gu, who had a sore body and had difficulty getting up, immediately pressed his chest with one hand to use the power of backtracking to heal his wounds. After a brief contact just now, he already understood that Luo Guangyuan, the first son of the royal court, was clearly a multi-fruit ability user. It was not difficult to guess that the other party must have replaced the bodies of countless ability users to have so many fruit powers. However, what surprised Zhu Gu even more was the strength of the other party's star power. Even the 5-star masters above might not be able to match it. Star Rain rushed over with long hair to stop Luo Guangyuan. And Mo Ming also left other enemies behind and immediately issued a new fruit order to the first son of God. Stop! Luo Guangyuan, who had sent Star Rain flying with a thought, looked at the other party's direction with a gloomy face. When he was about to kill him, he was suppressed by Mo Ming's Ling Ling fruit and could not move his whole body. The power of the fruit is very strong, but you are too weak. Luo Guangyuan stood up little by little, and his muscles and bones burst out. It was obvious that the Ling Ling fruit of this degree could not completely stop the opponent's steps. While issuing the order, Mo Ming also suffered a backlash because of the excessive use of the power of the Ling Ling fruit. But even so, he continued to issue fruit orders as if he was sending himself to death. Stop! Stop! The Ling Ling fruit made him stop. Luo Guangyuan, with a frown on his face, paused again. He snorted coldly and obviously did not expect that Mo Ming would do this for Mu Bai. But it was far from enough. As they looked at each other, he had already started the soul transformation with Mu Bai. Zhu Gu wanted to save the situation, but the 3-star masters in the sky actually attacked at the same time. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the target was directly aimed at Mu Bai. Infinite rewind. Time goes back. Under pressure, Zhu Gu could only start a large-scale time rewind at the cost of his life. After barely parrying the attacks of the 3-star masters, his originally old face became even more dilapidated. Half kneeling on the ground, he was still maintaining the power of the fruit of time rewind. What a pity! If I had another year to wait for me to return to my peak, I wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Zhu Gu, who sighed secretly in his heart, shouted angrily and completely stimulated all his life force. The rewinding Dharma appeared in the air. Time condensed, and Luo Guangyuan's soul replacement was interrupted again. Just when the whole time was almost still, Mu Bai finally opened his eyes after a sigh. But this time, there was a bit more desolation in his eyes. Boom! A white light exploded from the ground. The energy wave that soared into the sky went straight into the sky. Almost everyone in Zhongzhou could feel the vibration caused by this light. In the white light with great momentum, Luo Guangyuan was shot away hundreds of steps like an arrow. Mu Bai, you are really good at it. You can win over these people to be so loyal to you. It seems that you have also obtained the ability of the Diyan divine body. The white light gradually dissipated, and Mu Bai, who had completely ascended to the Sun Wheel realm, now only took a glance at Luo Guangyuan and discovered his true identity. Although he occupied the body of the Yu Emperor, this soul was clearly the characteristic of the Diyan creation life form. When Mu Bai opened the second level of the Diyan divine body, he awakened the mythical means of the Diyan creation. At that time, he sensed a Diyan creation in the east region and the north region of Zhongzhou. The Diyan creation in the north region was Gu Changchun, who was fighting against the top of the sun wheels. And the Diyan creation in Zhongzhou was obviously Luo Guangyuan in front of him. You are also a creation of the Sword Emperor, who has lived for countless years. Why are you here for revenge? The divine body that the Sword Emperor possessed more than 100,000 years ago was the Diyan divine body. As the creation of the Sword Emperor, it is reasonable for Luo Guangyuan to lurk in Zhongzhou and want to take revenge. After all, the Sword Emperor lost to the founder of the royal court in the battle for the position of the Divine Emperor. Can you tell? The slightly surprised Luo Guangyuan was slightly lost in thought. At this moment, the 3-star masters at the peak of the sun wheel attacked Mu Bai at the same time. 3 completely different peak powers instantly descended on Mu Bai. All the buildings within tens of thousands of meters collapsed towards Mu Bai's position, being taken care of by the three top figures of the sun wheel at the same time. Mu Bai laughed in the rolling energy impact. The laughter was both joyful and relieved. What did Mu Bai strengthen when he crossed the sun wheel realm with his physical body? Of course, it was the physical body. The physical body on the verge of the peak can truly crush all enemies and all materials. The strongest physical body. The evil ghost form is activated. The compressed evil ghost form is activated. The energy center that turned the world upside down. Mu Bai casually threw all his people into the human race bag and then exploded with a punch. He intercepted the offensive of the 3-star masters with boundless power. This punch even caused the star power of the entire space to begin to shift. This posture of purely using the flesh to confront the 3-star masters is really exciting. In the flash of his mind, Mu Bai and the compressed evil ghost form continued to show incredible movement speed and movement angle in the space. The elite of the royal court present were hit into blood mist one by one as if they were thin paper. The sharp angle turn that changed the trajectory more than a dozen times in a row was like the brightest meteor in the perfect starry sky. And behind this meteor was a star that exploded into blood. If you don't make a sound, you will be amazing. Mu Bai did not use those fancy fighting methods, but directly chose the oldest fighting method of mankind. Collision. Thousands of elite royal courts. Thousands of royal court heritage. Thousands of the real backbone of the royal court died tragically. Even the 3-star masters could not see the whole process clearly. Of course, after the physical body reached a higher limit, Mu Bai already understood why there were two ways to advance to the sun wheel realm since ancient times. But in this era, there is only one way left, which is to rely on the power of the stars. Because it is too difficult to advance to the sun wheel realm with the physical body. From ancient times to the present, no matter how amazing your talent and how great your luck are, you can't reach this step. It's easy to go against the sky by one step. But it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to go against the sky by 100 steps. 1,000 steps. And 10,000 steps. But I did it. And I did it better. After clenching his arms, Mu Bai felt the extreme power in his body that was really as surging as the sun. And he felt extremely good. He was one step closer to the god of human simplicity. As the blood mist dissipated, Mu Bai's mind was filled with the most numerous breakthrough rewards ever. Ding dong. The host was detected to be promoted to the sun wheel realm and obtained the hidden reward of the eternal system. The title of God on earth. Title wearer special ability bonus ding dong. The 8 desolate prison body was promoted to the 4th level. Physical strength ding dong. Lifespan was increased to the limit. Ding dong. Domineering was increased to the limit. Ding dong. Star power was increased to the limit. Ding dong. The awakening of the Jinjin fruit was greatly increased. Ding dong. The attributes were greatly increased. Amid the dense voices, Mu Bai immediately opened his new panel. Although he could guess, when he really saw the increase in his own values, even he was a little excited. Name Mu Bai lifespan, originally 105,427 1 million, now, realm dual system moon realm. Early stage of star system sun realm. Great perfection of dark star system moon realm, now, star power 300 million, originally, 3 billion, now, dark star power 300 million comprehensive attribute 60 million, originally, 2.3 billion, now, devil fruit originally, mythical great sun golden crow fruit, awakened, fruit increased 31.5%. Superhuman tremor fruit, awakening degree 42%. Fruit increased 16.8%. Mythical Tautai fruit, awakening degree 19%. Fruit increased 6.6%. Now, mythical great sun golden crow fruit, awakened, fruit increased 45%. Superhuman tremor fruit, awakening degree 79%. Fruit increased 24%. Mythical Tautai fruit, awakening degree 46%. Fruit increased 13.6%. Kung Fu originally, the degree of fusion of the two swordsmanships was 99%. Taishang Wanqing swordsmanship and Taishang Jiqing swordsmanship can be fused into the legendary martial arts 7 styles of cutting the sky. Now, the first style of 7 styles of cutting the sky is selfless. 72 sword techniques of the heavenly gang is perfect. And Ni Gu Jing is advanced. Heroic aura originally, 2,741 points of overlord heroic aura. 512 points of observation heroic aura. And 671 points of armament heroic aura. Now, 100,000 points of overlord heroic aura. 100,000 points of observation heroic aura. And 120,000 points of armament heroic aura. Divine body originally, divine body of emperor evolution, 3rd level. 8 Desolate Prison Body, open the 3rd level seal, now. Divine Body of Emperor Evolution, 4th level. 8 Desolate Prison Body, open the 3rd level seal, weapon Martial God, 3-pointed double-edged sword. Legendary weapon. Other functions unknown. Inlaid with Superman sealing fruit, subordinates Juegu Elder, Dying Creation Lifeform. Jiang Yang, Dying Creation Lifeform. Sun Crown Star Lord, Dying Creation Lifeform. Sky Star Lord, Dying Creation Lifeform. Mountain Star Lord, Dying Creation Lifeform. Star Rain, Dying Creation Lifeform, and so on. A total of 3,266,812 people. Legend degree originally, 2,781 now, 98,412, obtained the advanced title of Mysterious Heavenly Palace Lord, obtained the title of God of the World, the title of God of the World, a hidden reward for advancing to the Sun Wheel realm with a physical body. Wearing this title will gain the power of faith and bless your strength. The current number of believers is 3,731,943. The mysterious title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Since the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is well known and powerful, even the strongest person in the world is extremely afraid of you. The host wearing this title will automatically obtain the Heavenly Palace Dharma image, can use the entire Heavenly Palace to create a Dharma image, which cannot cause damage but doubles the deterrent effect. Devouring points 140,000 things strengthened level 9 5 internal organs level 8 overlord hockey level 13 physical body level 9 soul treasure ring. His lifespan has increased to an astonishing 1 million years. And the power of the stars has skyrocketed tenfold. You must know that this is only the increase in basic values. If this tenfold star power is constructed according to his own soul, it may be more than 50 times the actual increase. After he broke through the Sun Wheel realm, his physical body was upgraded several levels and reached the 13th level. What surprised Mu by even more was this new title. Compared with the title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, which he had never used, this new title obviously seemed to have a further improvement on his strength. The title of God on Earth. The power of faith? The value of this faith power seems to be based on the life of the Emperor's creation. As for the extra people from 3,266,812 to 3,731,943, Mubai is not sure. Maybe they are his fanatical admirers or fans in the main world. In the few moments when Mubai was observing his personal panel, the 3-star masters had already joined forces. Tiantong Star Master, Tianfu Star Master, Pejuan Star Master. These 3 Wangting masters, who are deeply bound and deeply cooperated with Luo Guangjuan, came together. Naturally, they did not come to congratulate Mubai for breaking through the Sun Wheel realm. On the other side, Luo Guangjuan, who occupied the body of the Nether Emperor, stood in the distance and began to watch the show. In his eyes, no matter how strong Mubai was, he would not be the opponent of the 3-star masters. Mubai, surrender. Since you have broken through the Sun Wheel realm, I can suggest to Wang Ting that you inherit the position of Ziwei Star Master. Luo Guangjuan's casual tentative words made Mubai a little nervous. Mubai, who was in the form of a compressed evil ghost, pretended to be confused and said, "Still testing at this time? It's just a joke. As elders, please take action first. If you die here because you are too useless, it's your bad luck." When have the 3 people standing at the top of the world, Tiantong Star Lord, Tianfu Star Lord, and Pejuan Star Lord, who have seen such an arrogant young man like Mubai, swallowed their words of advice. Mubai, since you say so, let's go. Tiantong Star Lord escaped into the void, and then star fragments of tens of thousands of meters fell from the sky. Countless star fragments followed in the light and shadow of the universe. When dozens of star fragments formed a straight line, a little light flickered, and the next moment a pure meteor shower washed the surface. Stars fell. Destroy the world. Come on. Just in time for me to see some Star Lord level combat power. Facing the infinite star attack, Mubai opened his hands and barbs appeared all over his body. As his power level continued to rise, he shattered the void with a series of shrieks and punches. The stars exploded and Mubai, like a demon god, flew high into the sky. Tyrannical. Random punches. The sky was torn apart by the limitless power without any rules. Several star fragments were smashed by him. A divine punishment shock wave from the constantly growing perfect body, carrying the mighty sword of the Tremor fruit, pointed directly at the Tiantong Star Lord hidden behind the star fragments. Star Ring. The white-haired but young-looking Tiantong Star Lord, as a natural meteorite fruit ability user, can freely create or mobilize the power of star meteorites. At this moment, the word star ring just came out of his mouth, and Mu Bai, in the compressed version of the evil ghost form, was pulled into the star body made out of thin air like a stone and kept spinning. Mu Bai, who was attached to the star body, grinned, and then his body tensed up and ignored the gravity of the star body to pull his hands into the star body and threw it in the opposite direction. The star sphere of tens of thousands of meters was easily shaken by his arms. Such power also made the Tian Star Lord amazed. Star-shattering Dragon Slayer, controlling the rapidly bombarding star with one hand. The next moment, the entire star exploded into meteorite swords that chopped down from all directions towards Mu Bai. On the other hand, Mu Bai raised the arm that was fused with the weapon of the God of War and slashed it towards the position of the Lord of Tian Star. This slash made the world fade. It was as if everything in the world was dissipating at this moment, and only this slash could last forever. The first move of 7 ways of cutting the sky. Occupy the Tao and forget yourself. In the fading world, the violent and domineering slash tore the star's sword in the gloomy face of the Lord of Tian Star. This slash did not fall on him, but passed through his side and cut off the sacrificial mountain that symbolized the spiritual belief of the entire royal court. Mu Bai, you are really crazy. Muttering to himself, Luo Guangjuan stood in the distance and seemed to be preparing something. When he saw Mu Bai slashing the sacrificial mountain, he understood that this was what the other party did to anger the 3-star masters. As expected, a black light angrily knocked Mu Bai hundreds of meters away. The one who came was the Pejuan Star Lord. The burly man attacked again and grabbed Mu Bai's head with his big hand and threw him over his shoulder. The power of the Overlord color and the armament color were exerted at the same time. The ground under Mu Bai was constantly torn apart by the huge force. The opponent was indeed a veteran Star Lord. Before Mu Bai could recover, the rain-like fist shadows fell on him densely. And the most important thing was that every attack of the opponent could cause great damage to his body. As if aware of Mu Bai's doubts, the Pejuan Star Lord said coldly when he punched hard, "Since you have the courage to cut off the sacred mountain, you will be punished in the same way. Every punch of mine will make you miserable. Every attack of the superhuman hurt fruit ability user will ignore any defense of the enemy and cause fatal damage to its body." The Pejuan Star Lord has killed countless defensive ability users with this fruit ability. Mu Bai, who was repeatedly beaten back by the opponent, held his arms to block and suffered fatal injuries on his body and body. However, even if the attack of Pejuan Star Lord was fierce, it did not kill Mu Bai. Before Pejuan Star Lord could get confused, Mu Bai, who was always passively defending, dodged his tens of thousands of punches like a ghost. At the most incredible angle, he passed through the barriers and pressed on Pejuan Star Lord's face with one hand. "Old man, if you use the same trick many times, I can see its trajectory and pattern." After that, he covered the vibration ball in his hand and was about to press it to the ground to release the vibration shock wave. Pejuan Star Lord snorted coldly, pulled out his hands, and held Mu Bai's wrists tightly, and was about to bend them to the sides. "Use more force. Use more force." When Pejuan Star Lord used all the strength of the peak powerhouse of the Sunwheel realm, he found an extremely explosive fact. That is, the strength of Mu Bai's hands was still maintained in a balanced range, and the opponent could use as much force as he used. And when he looked down, he also found that Mu Bai could recover instantly from the fatal injuries that restrained the recovery power created by his injury fruit, as if the opponent's body contained infinite power. Is this power? Somewhat dissatisfied, Mu Bai floated up and raised his head and slammed into it. The huge force directly knocked Pejuan Star Lord into the deep pit underground. But it was not over yet. Mu Bai's figure flashed. Pejuan Star Lord in the pit below was pulled into the air and was constantly hit by black and red light and shadow. Speed, power, recovery power. Mu Bai, who completely crushed the Pejuan Star Lord, kept hitting the opponent like a storm, leaving him without any chance to fight back. At this moment, a star suddenly fell and blocked Mu Bai's body, while the Pejuan Star Lord, who stood up in a panic, immediately lit up his chest regardless of the dust on his face. In the illusory light and shadow, the Star Lord known for killing completely opened his purgatory killing god body. Looking at the Tian Star Lord, who was gradually descending above his head, and the Pejuan Star Lord, who opened his god body not far away, Mu Bai couldn't help but smile and said, "I always thought that the big figures at the Star Lord level would be very strong. But I didn't expect it to be just like this. Why doesn't the Tianfu Star Lord come out?" "You want me to come out?" The grand voice came from all directions. Mubai suddenly looked up and found that the whole world seemed to be a little different. One after another, the illusory ancient houses contained the whole world. And the Tianfu Star Lord, who looked like a Taoist, was standing on the dome of the sky. It was really an incredible fruit power. Mubai saw that the 3 Star Lords had appeared and his fighting spirit soared. As his adrenaline soared, he punched out a residual image. While smashing the star body, he punched the Pejuan Star Lord, who had activated the divine body form. Kung! Kung! Amid the continuous and dense shattering sounds, the Pejuan Star Lord was still retreating step by step. The imposing Mubai kept accelerating the frequency and strength of his attacks like a madman. He pushed the opponent to smash 10 mountains in a row. He dodged the Pejuan Star Lord's elbow and kicked him into the cliff next to him. When Mubai was about to pursue the victory, a door above his head suddenly opened. The next moment, the gray body of him also chopped his abdomen with a whip kick. Before he could figure out what happened, the door in front opened. This time, the great Pejuan Star Lord elbowed him in the chest. After being blown away, Mubai immediately looked up at the Tianfu Star Lord above his head after crossing a valley. Although he didn't understand the principle of the opponent's fruit, the gray figures in the 2 doors just now must be the effect of the opponent's fruit ability. The evil star is falling. Several red stars suddenly fell into the valley. The terrifying impact force directly wiped out Mubai's figure. Mubai walked out of the constantly heated star fragments with a red body and a confused mind. Since you like giving me gifts so much, I should give you something in return. After saying that, Mubai used his 4 arms to break through the ground and drilled into the ground. Amidst a roar, a tiny figure lifted up nearly 30,000 square meters of the ground and smashed it towards a figure not far away. This was not over yet. Mubai, whose one-eyed eyes kept jumping, threw such a huge land plate and quickly stood on it, covering the entire plate with a huge amount of armed color domineering aura. A trick. Tiantong Star Lord gently raised his left hand, created a star out of thin air, and was about to pull the land plate under Mubai's feet over. Pejuan Star Lord roared and blasted into the land plate and chopped at Mubai's neck with his hand knife. Above their heads, Tianfu Star Lord opened his pale eyes and slightly opened a door. The Tiansha star falling that Tiantong Star Lord had used before appeared again in a gray form. And at the same time, countless doors suddenly opened around Mubai. These doors were full of his gray figure, who was entangled and hit him. The martial god in his hand swiped violently. The moment the doors were sealed by the sealing fruit contained in the martial god, Mubai activated the vibrating fruit in his left hand, and the great sun golden crow fruit in his right hand. The moment the vibrating light ball and the great sun true flame collided at the same time, the entire continental plate was ignited. Pejuan Star Lord, whose whole body was burning with fire and was blasted into the ground, gritted his teeth and flew into the air again, while Mubai pushed the giant land plate that was burning with fire and full of vibration power and smashed the figure of Tiantong Star Lord into it. Tianxing. Anti-gravity. Tiantong Star Lord frowned and tore the continental plate that was rushing towards him with the gravity of the illusory planet. The dense vibration power spread rapidly among the countless huge rubbles burning with fire. Mubai, holding the martial god, immediately used the teleportation ability of the Eye of Divine Punishment to come behind Tiantong Star Lord. The sharp blade of the martial god instantly pierced through the head of Tiantong Star Lord, and the sealing fruit was activated immediately. After the sealing fruit sealed all the abilities of the Tiantong Star Lord, the devouring mouth on his chest bit the Star Lord's neck. When the opponent was dying, Mubai injected a large amount of devouring points into his body, and then let him fall to the ground. This scene caused the Tianfu Star Lord and the Pejuan Star Lord to frown. They did not understand why the Tiantong Star Lord was defeated so quickly. Luo Guangjuan, who was far away, saw this scene and immediately triggered his own fruit ability in the air to exchange the injuries of Mubai and Tiantong Star Lord. But at the moment when the fruit was about to be used, an inexplicable force blocked his own fruit ability. He did not know that Mubai had the eternal system and used the power of another fruit with an ugly look. After seeing the future scene, he felt a little numb. It seems that it is not the time yet. He knocked on the void in the air with some regret, and the next moment a random door was opened by him. After noticing that Luo Guangjuan had left here, Mubai also had a bad feeling in his heart. But at this moment, he was unable to do anything. The ability of Tianfu Star Lord was extremely strong. Mubai suspected that the other party's fruit ability was to copy all the means of harm in the virtual house and use it on anyone. Now that the other party's fruit ability was fully unleashed, it became a problem for Mu Bai to escape. Doors were opened one after another, and a large number of previous attack methods came out one after another. Among them, Pajuan Star Lord was still hiding in them, and hit Mu Bai again and again. Although the martial god in Mu Bai's hand could cut off the existence of the door, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the number of doors opened. At this moment when the war was at its peak, Tianfu's Star Lord suddenly spoke. Mu Bai, this is a dead end. Although I don't know what you did to Tian Star Lord. In this situation, Pajuan Star Lord and I have not yet used the Sun Wheel Realm Dharma. You still have a last chance to survive. Wouldn't it be good to join us to create a brand new royal court? Mu Bai vigilantly observed the illusory doors that had not yet opened around him and asked with some interest, is that what you said to Luo Guangjuan at the time? It seems that he has left. Tianfu Star Lord shook his finger and said meaningfully, it's just mutual use. Mu Bai, you have to understand that once there is a vacuum period of power, the entire power structure will be in a major crisis. The disappearance of the two-star masters Ziwei and Tanlang itself requires us to come forward. You have just proved your strength. We can discuss letting you inherit the title of Ziwei Star Lord. Join us. The entire royal court will pour resources on you to help you become the God Emperor of this era. Pajuan Star Lord, who was folding his arms, did not refute, but looked at Mu Bai with a deeper look. Tianfu Star Lord only has interests in his eyes, and no other thoughts. As long as Mu Bai joins their camp, it will be a good thing whether it is to recruit the remaining forces of Wang Ting Ziwei's lineage, or from the overall situation. Pajuan Star Lord is relatively more concerned about strength. Mu Bai's performance just now is undoubtedly extremely explosive. A single veteran Star Lord at the peak of the Sun Wheel Realm can't do anything to him. Even the 3 Star Lords working together can't quickly defeat him. This itself proves that the other party has the qualifications and bargaining chips to negotiate with them. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Bai nodded seriously. Your proposal is indeed possible. But if I agree, I'm afraid someone will not agree. Seeing that Mu Bai was wavering, Tianfu Star Lord immediately asked, who can stop the decision of the entire royal court? As long as the 2-star masters Ziwei and Tanlang do not show up, no one is qualified to make decisions. Pointing to Mu Bai behind him, he smiled and said, of course it is Tian Star Lord. Suddenly, a new breath came out from the place where the opponent fell before, and the Tian Star Lord, who was inexplicably killed before, walked out of the ruins intact in a puff of dust. However, unlike the calm expression of Tian Star Lord before, this Star Lord seemed to be full of confusion in his eyes at this moment, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief until he saw Mu Bai's figure. Tian Tong, are you okay? Pajuan frowned and walked over. Before he could finish, he saw that the always arrogant Tian Star Lord actually knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Mu Bai, Tian Tong pays homage to the Supreme. Tianfu Star Lord and Pajuan Star Lord were almost petrified. Seeing that the strength of Tian Star Lord had hardly changed, he was relieved. It seemed that the Emperor's derivative creature that he had transformed with all his devouring points was very successful. After the sneak attack, Mu Bai naturally couldn't easily kill the Tian Star Lord, so he directly found another way to force him to transform into an Emperor's derivative in a dying state. On one side was the ugly Pajuan Star Lord and the frowning Tianfu Star Lord, and on the other side was the indifferent Mu Bai and the respectful Tian Star Lord. The 4 of them stood at the 2 ends, with the previous surface crack as the dividing line. 2 sun wheels competed with the other 2 sun wheels, which was fair. In the space outside the Fang fruit, Sun Shooter Venerable Feng Jiujia and other onlookers could not see clearly what was happening in the space. At this moment, whether it was the people of the royal court or other onlookers, they knew one thing very well. That is, if the Star Lord took action, Mu Bai would definitely die. But this definitely dead time was a bit long. After half an hour, the barrier formed by the Fang fruit of Tianfu Star Lord had not dissipated. Sima Ning clearly saw Brother Luo take over the body of the Emperor Yu before the barrier came down, so she was very nervous at the moment. If it was Luo Guangjuan and others who walked out of the barrier in the end, she would also be in danger. What happened to the previous scene? Feng Jiujia always felt a little inexplicable when he put away his bow and arrow. Brother Luo was so anxious to judge Mu Bai and induce the Star Lord to take action, which always made him feel that he could not afford to lose. The unhappiness of not fighting Mu Bai head-on was naturally transferred to the other party. The graceful Sima Ning looked at this wooden man and snorted coldly. Haven't you figured it out yet? Luo Guangjuan just treats you as a chess piece. When he needs you, He talks about brotherhood, and when he doesn't need you, he just ignores you. That's too much. Brother Luo was imprisoned for many years, and he came to me as soon as he got out. You don't really think he was just released, do you? As soon as this sentence came out, Feng Jiuju's words were blocked. He did feel a little different before. That is, Brother Luo now seems to be completely different from many years ago, as if he has changed into a different person. When he thought about the moment when the Fong Fong fruit barrier fell just now, Brother Luo seemed to have taken over the body of the Yu Emperor. Thinking of these, Feng Jiujue frowned and clenched the bow and arrow in his hand. What you said may be possible, but I always believe in Brother Luo. Sima Ning waved his hand speechlessly and said, "Get out of here quickly. A fool like you deserves to be deceived." The sound of the phoenix flute moved. A flaming divine bow was already placed on Sima Ning's fair and delicate neck, as if the rough bowstring would cut off the beauty's neck if it was pulled further. The people in the royal court below were all stunned. No one expected Feng Jiujue to dare to take action here. With her black hair draped over her shoulders, Sima Ning's purple eyes showed a hint of disdain. She stretched out her slender jade hand and gently pushed it out. The bow and arrow touched by her fingers dissipated into ash, like a flower in the water in the mirror, and spread on the ground with her cold eyes. The superhuman purification fruit ability user is indeed worthy of its reputation. Even my Holy Divine Bow can purify it. I just don't know if you can purify my arrows. As soon as the voice fell, Feng Jiujue condensed the Holy Divine Bow in his hand again. Under the high temperature of the burning fire, 3 arrows were fired directly at Sima Ning's face with an astonishing speed. Sima Ning, who was looked down upon by the other party, sneered and tapped the ground with her toes. A white purification barrier expanded rapidly. In an instant, Ho Yi's arrow was wrapped in it. The collision of the 2 top fruit powers caused a terrifying shock wave to burst everywhere. The second son of God, Sima Ning, showed her fighting power for the first time. This move shocked everyone. The constantly recovering purification power continuously disintegrated the power of the mythical Ho Yi fruit. At close range, Feng Jiujue really had no way to deal with this violent beauty for a while. It was so lively outside the Fong Fong fruit barrier. And of course, it was even more lively inside the barrier. At this moment, Tianton Star Lord, who had been transformed into an emperor derivative by Mu Bai, officially showed his claws to his original friend. He pulled his hands down. In an instant, more than a dozen star meteorites that gradually turned from illusions into entities continued to cover the surroundings of Pajuan Star Lord like machine guns. Damn it! Pajuan Star Lord, with his eyes narrowed, naturally knew the combat power of Tianton Star Lord. In comparison, he was more like a warrior, and the other party was more like a mage. If the two kept their distance, he would actually be at an absolute disadvantage. But it was impossible not to take action now. After the thick palm tore the shirt, the top-level Sun Wheel Realm strongman, who seemed to be possessed by the god of death, rushed into the fragments of the star clouds and water like a hungry tiger and kept approaching Tianton Star Lord. Standing at the highest point, Tianfu Star Lord reminded coldly, "Mu Bai, you have to think clearly." "Think clearly about what? What will happen if I become an enemy of you?" Mu Bai, who wanted to laugh, suddenly inserted his hands into the flesh of his ribs on both sides. In the previous battles, he had never turned on the upper limit mode in the compressed evil ghost form. So at this moment, he decided to kill the arrogant Tianfu Star Lord in one go. Infinite. The evil ghost form is turned on. The 4th layer of the 8 desolate purgatory body constantly creates multiple chains in the void. These divine body chains are densely integrated into Mu Bai's flesh and blood at this moment, making him look as if he is really haunted by evil ghosts. It is shocking. The 4 arms gradually merged into 2 arms, and the original compressed evil ghost form began to change again. He was evolving and adapting. This was the limit of power he obtained by combining the Nai Gu Jing to break through the shackles of the physical body's Sun Wheel realm. The ultimate power of the physical body's continuous evolution. The pursuit of eternal existence. Qualification. This is unlimited. Haunted by evil ghosts. Countless chains and weapons broke out of the ground. The various killing methods that evolved abnormally from his body grew wildly. Morbid and crazy seemed to be insufficient to describe the degree of madness of Mu Bai at this moment. He continued to compress the new power he gained from his body, and completed the ultimate transformation. The figure with purple lines all over his body, which was overwhelming all around, had just stood firm in the sky. Tianfu Star Lord felt a sense of crisis. What did he do? No matter what. As long as I am in my room, I am an invincible existence. Tianfu Star Lord, who had not found the answer, pointed his finger. And the next moment tens of thousands of doors gradually opened. In each door, there were fruit moves of Mu by himself and the other 2 star masters. This was the fruit ability of Tianfu Star Lord. As a superhuman room fruit ability user, he could freely trap the opponent's range of activities within the huge range of the room barrier. And he could easily open the door and window here, or open the furniture at will. Here, he was an unbeatable room owner. Mu Bai, who looked like a villain boss, spread his hands and looked at the doors that kept appearing around him. His eyes kept shaking, as if he had not yet adapted to the ultimate transformation of the evil ghost. Evil ghost. Shattered world. Without any words or movements, Mu Bai, who was standing on the ground, suddenly turned into a purple evil light. His hands cut through the void and continuously created the vibration power released by the vibration fruit. But his vibration power was more dense, and he could even compress it into 2 straight lines. He drew these 2 straight lines and cut the entire room barrier into 2 even halves in a flash. Before Tianfu Star Lord could be surprised, the swallowing mouth on Mu Bai's chest suddenly opened wide. The biting force and the gust of wind defeated all the doors. Tianfu Star Lord, with a cold look, shouted, "Move the furniture." Dozens of mountains in the gradually merging room barrier were moved on the ground. The mountain covered with the power of some strange fruit became an indestructible furniture. And at this moment, many mountains given the furniture entry were like the 5 elements mountain pressing down. You are really old. You don't even have a new trick. Mu Bai, with his arms exerting force, took a step forward and led the god of war to kill through the furniture one by one. Pajuan Star Lord, who was suppressed by the meteorite falling from Tian Star Lord, roared and caught up with Mu Bai from behind. Hearing the movement behind, Mu Bai punched without thinking. This ordinary punch hit the blocking arm of the Pajuan Star Lord and actually blasted him into the ground. The terrifying force even caused the void to burst layer by layer. And when he was about to continue to deal with the opponent, a window suddenly appeared in the world in front of him. In a trance, he seemed to be staying in an empty room at this moment. There was no noise in the empty room. Only the sound of the clock was particularly harsh. Mu Bai, who appeared in the image of a child with his hands on his knees, seemed to be staring at the floor in a daze. Time passed by minute, and Mu Bai also became familiar with the sound of the clock from hating it at the beginning, until he even began to rely on this simple and pure sound. Tick tick tick. Time seemed to have been forgotten. Mu Bai, with a turbid mind, forgot where he was. He forgot what he should do. He forgot what his ideal was. The room without a door was very safe. But outside there were constant sounds of fighting and quarreling. He was already very tired. The endless killings in the battles of multiple worlds seemed to be unable to get any closer to what he wanted. Mu Bai, in the posture of a child, shook his head with some regret. It's really real. Not only did he implant his own monologue in my mind, but he also played some classic BGM when I was numb and sad. It was so considerate. It's just that the window above my head is too conspicuous. Tianfu Star Lord. Consciousness breaks through the limit and breaks through the shackles. When he broke through the window above his head, his consciousness instantly returned to the real world. And he was holding the fist of Tianfu Star Lord in his hand. How could you break through the influence of the window so quickly? Tianfu Star Lord really didn't understand. The more moves the door in his room fruit barrier copied, the stronger the effect of the window on his mind and consciousness would be. Mu Bai has now been copied by him. It can be said that it should be easy to control him with the window. The god of war suddenly cut through the void. The great sun true flame burst and burned the door behind Tianfu Star Lord. He wanted to pull out his right hand, but blood splattered under the sharp blade of the god of war. The Tianfu Star Lord who took back his broken hand moved his mind. Not only did the broken limb regenerate, but also the entire space appeared layers of mirrors. Furniture ability. Mirror. The upside-down mirror not only rebounded Mu Bai's attack to himself, but also made the opponent unable to locate the position of Tianfu Star Lord for a short time. Mu Bai, whose vision was temporarily blinded by the mirror, threw the god of war out completely on instinct. Squeak. The mirror shattered, and the doors opened again. There was Mu Bai's violent tyrant fist. The first of the 7 heaven-cutting styles. The occupying Tao and forgetting self. The star falling of the Tian Star Lord. The anti-gravity of the star. The dragon slaying of the star shattering. The falling of the sky evil star. And even the infinite recalling that Juega used at the beginning of the war. Time goes back. However, It is obvious that the Tianfu Star Lord cannot use the power of the recalling fruit on Mu Bai. So this move is completely used to quickly reset the power of the move. The scene of tens of thousands of star fragments bombarding the surface at the same time has already surpassed the scope of natural disasters and has truly reached the point of destroying the world. As long as the opponent uses this move in full, the terrain and geological structure of the entire Zhongzhou will undergo irreversible changes. Faced with such an invincible situation, Mu Bai quickly opened up the full power of the observation hockey. He quickly predicted the future and calculated several landing points. And then, the Eye of God's punishment opened and quickly pulled him away from the current position. He raised his arm, and the martial god that he had thrown out before quickly flew into his hand. While dodging the natural disaster-like fragments, Mu Bai had to shield his breath as much as possible. Fortunately, with the help of the star fragments that seemed to be real, he finally came to the vicinity of Tianfu Star Lord. The great sun true flame exploded to attract the opponent's attention. While burning the surrounding stars, Mu Bai condensed the golden crow phantom on his right fist. And then he moved instantly, and the shock fruit shattered the space on his left foot, pushing him to insert the martial god into the heart of Tianfu Star Lord at an angle that was impossible to predict with his observation hockey. The power of the sealing fruit took effect, and the surrounding barriers and the natural disasters and world-destroying scenes born or derived from the gate disappeared immediately. And the Tianfu Star Lord, who was inserted into the body by the martial god, was thrown into the ground by Mu Bai in a mess. This set of silky and ridiculous combos was obviously not predicted by the Tianfu Star Lord, and he made a more serious cognitive error. That is, he thought that the martial god's weapon could not suppress him. But the result was cruel. The sealing fruit embedded in the martial god can be said to have performed a comprehensive ability seal on him at his heart. This scene is shocking from the perspective of others. Sima Ning and Feng Jiu fought fiercely, and the entire barrier outside became their battlefield. In the mess, when the two were about to show their true skills, the barrier next to them suddenly disappeared, and the scene of Mu Bai, who was in the form of an evil ghost, stabbed Tianfu Star Lord with the martial god's weapon and landed on the ground, which completely stopped the fight between the two. Are you kidding? The one under Mu Bai's weapon is Tianfu Star Lord. What the hell is going on? Why is Tiantan Star Lord attacking Pijuan Star Lord? Aren't they together? Tianfu Star Lord, who was knocked off the altar by Mu Bai, was nailed to the ground. His power was rapidly weakening under the suppression of the martial god. But even so, he still had a chance to pull out the martial god in his body. But it was a pity that Mu Bai would not give him this opportunity. The embarrassed Tianfu Star Lord's original Taoist robe was already tattered, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He did not accept his fate as Mu Bai thought, but instead uttered a puzzling sentence. I am the room. The room is me. The door is open. As the last word of Tianfu Star Lord came out, his body strangely opened a door in his chest. The martial god weapon that could not touch the opponent's flesh and blood naturally lost the sealing power of the sealing fruit. Can the fruit power be used to change the body when it is sealed? No. His body itself has been transformed, and the opponent is setting a trap for him. The first moment of lifting the seal, Tianfu Star Lord released the Sun Wheel Realm Dharma image before Mu Bai made a move. As the eye of divine punishment flashed, Mu Bai looked up coldly and saw a larger barrier blocking the sky. His teleportation ability was curbed by the opponent's room barrier. Mu Bai will die under the Dharma image. Room furniture. Dharma image multiplication. Tianfu Star Lord, who jumped into the air, immediately merged into the huge Dharma image. The Dharma image of the peak realm of the Sun Wheel realm plus the fruit power in it. The combination of the two can be said to be a powerful combination. Countless doors in the void opened quickly, and a monster Dharma image similar to a pile of houses suddenly pressed towards Mu Bai. Tens of thousands of doors in the arm of collapsed houses rushed to open, and new houses began to extend from the open doors. In this way, the Dharma image of Tianfu Star Lord actually turned into an endless appearance. Even Mu Bai had never seen a Dharma image of hundreds of thousands of meters, and everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw the towering Dharma image. Mu Bai, aren't you leaving yet? Sima Ning, who was not far away, frowned and said. She thought Mu Bai would die. But now Mu Bai's state is obviously able to fight with the combat power of the Star Lord level. But it is still not enough to meet the peak Star Lord opening, the Sun Wheel Realm Dharma image. Mu Bai, who was haunted by evil spirits, turned his head, and Sima Ning, who looked directly at the other party's eyes, actually felt a sense of fear. Senior sister, you seem to have made a mistake. It was never me who was forced into a desperate situation by the Star Master. But I have already forced the Star Masters into a desperate situation. After saying that, Mubai pressed the ground with one hand, and waves of violent power continued to dissipate, as if a wild beast had escaped from its trap, constantly venting its sense of existence. In the black and purple energy fluctuations, Mubai smiled and pulled out his arm. The next moment, a white shocking Dharma image stood out from the ground under his feet. The muscular Dharma image warrior was very similar to Mubai's evil ghost form at the moment. And this was not over yet. Above his head, a scorching sun flame spread across the sky, accompanied by a bird's cry. The golden crow Dharma image tore through the void and hovered in the air. The mysterious Dharma image's eyes were full of elegance and domineering. Under the high temperature, the entire sky seemed to have turned into a fiery H.L. And the golden crow Dharma image was the absolute master of this H.L. Double Dharma images? Before the Tianfu Star Master was shocked, a fierce beast Dharma image appeared in front of Mubai. It looked like the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai, a user of 3 fruit abilities. A user of 2 mythical fruit abilities? Sima Ning swallowed her saliva in disbelief and couldn't figure out how Mubai did it. You know, human energy is limited. And for young people like Tinjiao, time is the most precious. It is difficult to master a mythical fruit at this age, let alone 2 mythical fruits. You are really a monster. I am now somewhat glad that I didn't attack you and didn't completely stand on Luo Guangjuan's side. Sister, wait a moment. I'll kill this old dog first. Such arrogant words seemed normal for Mubai to say at this moment. The 3 Dharmas rushed towards the huge body of the house Dharma together with Mubai, and the Dharma battle between the two officially began. Sima Ning, the second son of the royal court, could see the problem of Mubai's Dharma, and others could naturally see it. These people who witnessed history were undoubtedly dull. After all, the 3 Dharmas were too heaven-defying and had exceeded their imagination. Feng Jiujue saw that the Star Master of the royal court and Mubai had used their Dharmas and didn't dare to stay here any longer. His figure flew out like a meteor. Mountains and rivers will meet again. However, when he was about to leave the mountain gate, he was blocked by a young man with spell skin. Feng Jiujue looked down, but didn't take it to heart. How dare you come back? Are you looking for death? Jiang Shutian? The person who came was Jiang Shutian. After escaping from the venue with special means, he had been watching the situation from outside. He had known for a long time that Mubai would not surrender, so he wanted to see if he could trick Mubai or Luo Guangjuan and others. But at this moment, looking at the terrifying Dharma phase bombardment, he instantly lost this idea. After all, this Mubai had begun to bully his master and ancestors and challenge the highest combat power of the sect. He had not yet entered the Sun Wheel realm. This gap was obviously not something that could be made up in a short time. What does it have to do with you whether I am looking for death or not? Where is Luo Guangjuan? Since Mubai could not be controlled, then the Luo guy would be the first choice. Feng Jiujue, who was too lazy to answer the other party, jumped and flashed, instantly turned into a golden arrow and flew out quickly. Jiang Shutian, who looked unfriendly, would never let him go. He immediately took out a string of magic Buddha beads to form a formation and threw it in the direction of Feng Jiujue. The Buddhist beads, which were not bound by space, quickly fell to Feng Jiujue's side. Before he could react, a magic array had already trapped him in this small place. Why haven't I met a normal person all day? Sima Ning is like this. And you are like this too. Do you really want to die? Feng Jiujue, who was full of anger, immediately transformed into Ho Yi's mythical form and shot 3 consecutive arrows through the Buddhist beads array with the bow and arrow of the hunting sun. The furious god holding the mythical bow and arrow looked at Jiang Shutian with wide eyes and said word by word, Luo Guangjuan has left here. If you want revenge, go find Mubai. If you don't dare, get out. Luo Guangjuan escaped? Jiang Shutian frowned and snorted coldly, saying unceremoniously, aren't you very arrogant? Since Luo Guangjuan has escaped and Mubai is still fighting, I will use you, a birdman, as a sacrifice. Feng Jiu, who was so angry that she laughed, didn't waste any words and immediately pulled the sunset bow to cover the sky. Jiang Shutian also flashed and summoned the weapon of the mythical Shura fruit from the void. The mythological abilities of these two people are actually quite similar. One imitates the Azura King, and the other imitates Ho Yi. One is Yin, and the other is bright. One is reversed, and the other is positive. The two completely different mythological powers immediately collided and splashed different sparks on another battlefield in the center of the venue. The Pajuan Star Lord continued to smash through the fallen star fragments with some annoyance. The Tiantong Star Lord, who has the ability of the meteoric fruit, still knows the information of the Pajuan Star Lord even after being transformed into an Emperor Yin creation. Therefore, the battle between these two Star Masters can be said to be evenly matched. In fact, both of them are in a state of mutual restraint. After all, although their expected points in this battle are different, their expected goals are the same. Pajuan Star Master hopes that Tianfu Star Master will defeat Mu Bai, and then the two Star Masters will fight against the single Tiantong Star Master. Tiantong Star Master hopes that Mu Bai, the Supreme, will defeat Tianfu Star Master and then open the battle. Tiantong, what kind of soul-enchanting drug did you drink? You suddenly started to help Mu Bai. Did he promise you something? Or have you been his lackey for a long time? Tiantong Star Master, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, only answered the other party with a few star fragments. The other two people who were highly expected by both of them were playing a real peak showdown. Mu Bai, who had 3 Dharma phases, and Tianfu Star Master, whose Dharma phases were infinitely multiplied, could be said to be evenly matched. But in this case, Mu Bai gradually showed the power of suppression. The 3 Dharma images contain their own fruit abilities. With the interaction and coordination of these fruit abilities, Mu Bai's ability to control the Dharma images has risen rapidly. In just a dozen rounds, he not only withstood the trick of the Tianfu Star Lord, but also reversely sniped the weak points of the opponent's house Dharma image. For a while, the sound of vibration, roar and burning continued to boil in this world. Although a single force is easy to control, it is obviously inferior to the combination of multiple forces. When the 3 Dharma phases and the 3 fruit powers continuously dismantle the opponent's Dharma phase, the sole attack of Tianfu Star Lord's window is useless, and the physical body could not be destroyed. Mu Bai was also unilaterally crushed by his physical strength. It can be said that he was really in a difficult situation. Now the reason why he can still hold on may not even be clear to him. Old dog, you have stayed in this position for long enough. It's time to come down. Mu Bai, with countless Dharma fragments, stepped out of the void, and then the 3 Dharma phases collapsed immediately. The huge pulling and attraction force instantly destroyed the entire house Dharma phase, and the 3 collapsed phantoms just trapped Tianfu Star Lord in the middle. Little ghost, don't be too arrogant. This era is still our stage. Even if you want to go against the will of heaven, I will beat you back to your original form. The Taoist robe was torn by the strong wind, revealing the strong muscles of Tianfu Star Lord. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was pressing the ground. His hands did not show any Buddhist intentions, but he had already explained the true meaning of Buddha nature. This level of Buddha sound is as shocking as the end of the world in the mortal world. And behind this Sanskrit sound is the Buddha staring at this. Sitting alone in the void, Tianfu Star Lord pointed down with one finger, and the world below was flourishing as if endless vitality was transmitted to this land. But at the same time, Mu Bai, who was targeted, only felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. That is, as an old man in the royal court, Sima Ning naturally knew many things in the royal court. At this moment, what she was worried about still happened. This Tianfu Star Lord actually learned the secret book of the royal court, the legendary practice of the legendary Buddhist and Taoist dual cultivation Avalokitesvara Sutra. Fortunately, he has not yet grasped the true meaning of Taoism. Otherwise, if the true meaning of Buddhism and Taoism fell together, even if Mu Bai had the ability to reach the sky, he would either die or be disabled. Facing this seemingly compassionate but murderous finger in the sky, Mu Bai's scalp numbed and his hair stood on end. But at the same time, under this will to survive, his thoughts became clearer and clearer, as if time had stopped at this moment, but his thoughts were not still. Life and death were already out of mind at this moment. Mu Bai not only did not suppress this fear, but allowed it to permeate his inner world. There is an old saying that goes, learn it, examine it, think carefully, distinguish it clearly, and practice it faithfully. Only then can you get close to the Tao and forget about it. Why should you cling to fear when you put life and death aside? A crisp sound. That was the sound of the long sword forged by the golden crow's raging fire gently knocking on the void. And the golden crow's fire was completely gathered in the sword's edge, as if it had turned it into an ordinary sword. An old sword. And only the red high temperature had not changed at all. There is no God, no Buddha, no life, no death, and no Tao in the pale world. The first sword of 7 styles of cutting the sky is slashing the Tao and forgetting the self. And the second sword is, the Tao cannot be discussed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for learning the second style of 7 styles of cutting the sky. The Tao cannot be discussed. The divine wind not between heaven and earth. And this ethereal and almost invisible slash toward the boundary between life and death. Cut off the death intent of that finger. And then slash the Tianfu Star Lord with an incredible face in half. The world's top sword energy continued to spread in his body. Squeak. After a slight sound, the Tianfu Star Lord gradually split into 2 halves. And the mountains and peaks that stretched for hundreds of miles behind him were suddenly split by the sword energy at this moment. And the golden crow long sword in Mu Bai's hand, which was condensed by the golden crow flame, gradually burst into sparks. Seemingly unable to withstand this level of energy, this sword cut off the mountains and rivers, and also cut off the Tao heart of Tianfu Star Lord. More importantly, it suppressed all the vitality of the opponent. This is the characteristic of the slash of Tao Buluan, which deprived the opponent of the Tao, and made him have no Tao to rely on. It can also be understood as depriving the target of all abilities in a short period of time. Tianfu Star Lord, whose body was gradually collapsing, was now unable to stop in the void. After falling to the ground, he crawled on the ground like a baby, and the slashing lines on his forehead were bleeding. At this moment, he had no mind to worry about these. He wanted to rest. He wanted to escape from here. Although Mu Bai's sword destroyed his repair ability, as long as he was given enough time, he would recover even from the legendary slashing injury. With this hope, he climbed faster. After crawling step by step, he finally stopped in front of a pair of combat boots, looking down at the Star Lord who was previously unparalleled, but now became a mortal who was seeking survival. Mu Bai inserted the God of War straight into the opponent's forehead without joy or sadness. He had no devouring points left, so naturally he couldn't transform the Tianfu Star Lord below into an emperor's creation. Not to mention that he, Mu Bai, needed someone to sacrifice. The louder this person's name is, the better. Tianfu Star Lord is enough. As the God of War continued to insert, Tianfu Star Lord's trembling hands did not even have the strength to block. Mu Bai, you will regret it. The royal court is not as simple as you think. You can't kill me. Your death will be very meaningful. I will use your head, the old king, to sacrifice the flag of me, the new king. The breath gradually weakened, and Mu Bai tore the opponent's body directly. After holding the opponent's head, Mu Bai went straight to Pajuan Star Lord and threw it out. He's dead. Do you want to fight again? The shocked Pajuan Star Lord naturally saw Mu Bai's terrifying and outrageous slash, but he never expected it. I give up. The head of Tianfu Star Lord was thrown aside by Mu Bai, and the bright red blood dripped on the ground buried in the dust of the battle. The battle is over. The old king falls. The new king is born. The Star Lord of Tianfu fell. The Star Lord of Tian'an surrendered. And the Star Lord of Pajuan returned to the royal court as a defeated person to continue to serve as the Star Lord. This was certainly not arranged by Mu Bai out of mercy, but for stability. At present, the entire royal court can be said to be seriously injured. The first son of God Luo Guangjuan disappeared. The second son of God Sima Ning surrendered. And the third son of God Yudi was possessed by Luo Guangjuan and is estimated to be dead. The young generation of Tianjiu died or was disabled. And the middle forces also suffered losses in this battle. The remaining 2 of the 5-star lords remained neutral. Mu Bai was ambiguous about their attitude. As soon as the Star Lord Ziwei took over the royal court, Mu Bai released all the people protected in the human race bag. The number of people was enough to cover the entire square. The reason why the forces sent by Yudi returned empty-handed in the northern borderland was because of Mu Bai's advance arrangements. The human race bag contained not only the Mu family, but also all the backbones and experimental personnel of the entire Yin-Yang sect and the artificial devil fruit plan. If it were an ordinary person, even if he defeated the 3-star masters, he would not be able to control the entire royal court with his own ability. But Mu Bai could, only because he had the support of the Ziwei lineage. After winning, he immediately reused the people of the Ziwei lineage and fully accepted the power of Luo Guangjuan and others. Even the power of the Son of God in the Son of God Palace was fully controlled by him. My lord, the outside world is all ready to move, and the security of the external territory of the royal court may also be affected. Elder Juegu reminded Mu Bai in a deep voice when he accompanied him to the palace of the Ziwei Star Master. Looking at the setting sun, Mu Bai shook his head gently. It is inevitable that it will be affected. In fact, the royal court will become the target of the major hegemonic forces in a short period of time. External forces and territories can be completely abandoned. But all the resources of Zhongzhou must be firmly controlled. At this point, Mubai turned to Fan Xingyu and said, "You go and arrange for the people from the borderland to enter Zhongzhou. I want you to perfectly and reasonably place all the current artificial devil fruit ability users in Zhongzhou." "I obey the order." Fan Xingyu knelt on one knee and responded immediately after receiving the order. Behind Mubai, Tian Star Lord and Pejuan Star Lord were walking side by side, knowing that the other party brought him with them for protection. Pejuan Star Lord looked at the direction of Ziwei Palace and said slowly, "Ziwei Star Lord has disappeared in the palace. Otherwise how could we dare to do this step now? Do you want to confirm whether he is really here or not?" Mubai, with a frown on his face, naturally knew that Ziwei Star Lord and Pejuan Star Lord had disappeared. But he still wanted to go in and check it out in person. Before, he never had a clear understanding of the world's top combat power. But after fighting with the 3 Star Lords, he discovered the terrifying degree of Ziwei and Pejuan Star Lords. Even if the 3 ordinary Star Lords of Pejuan joined forces, they would not be the enemy of the top Star Lords for several rounds. This is an insurmountable gap. Sometimes the gap between the peak Sunwheel Realm and the peak Sunwheel Realm may be as big as the gap between ants and humans. Pejuan, this is not something you need to consider. You need to think carefully about your clear self-positioning and cognition in the future. When you admitted defeat just now, Lord Mubai asked you to choose to surrender or leave. You chose to surrender. I don't want to waste my breath on you. You should learn to be honest as you are smart. Tian Star Lord in the state of Emperor Yan's creation was thinking from Mubai's perspective. So that Pejuan, who heard this, looked at his old friend with a strange look in his eyes, and waved his hand helplessly. "Okay. I don't have that kind of ambition. The whole thing was planned by Tianfu Star Lord as the main one and Luo Guangjuan as the auxiliary. At best, I was just helping out. You reminded me. Where is Luo Guangjuan?" Mubai, who stretched out his hand to stop everyone, looked back, and there seemed to be a faint divine intention hidden in his eyes. Pejuan Star Lord, who looked directly into Mubai's eyes, could actually feel a trace of ethereal power. The power of faith? Feeling a little weird, he suppressed his curiosity and said nonchalantly, "Luo Guangjuan is a strange person. I don't know where else he can go. The Star Lord of Tianfu may know his background, but in my opinion, he is completely different from the first son of God who grew up in the royal court decades ago. Maybe he is no longer Luo Guangjuan, but do you mean that there is a person with the ability of the fruit of exchange who exchanged bodies with Luo Guangjuan decades ago? During those decades in the Cliff of Repentance, another person was punished there?" Mubai immediately changed direction after thinking of something. "Don't go to Ziwei Palace. Go to the Cliff of Repentance." Relying on his intuition, he vaguely guessed that the Cliff of Repentance might not be that simple. This day is destined to be a sleepless night. The old order is disintegrated, and the new strongest person reaches the peak of the overlord power. After the news of Mubai's victory in the battle against the 3 Star Lords of the royal court came out, Mubai's ranking on the Qianjia list was immediately eliminated. And what followed was that he entered the top 100 of the god and demon list at the youngest age. The overwhelming news spread rapidly throughout the main world. At this point in time, this is undoubtedly the most explosive news in the past 10 years. In particular, a photo taken by a photographer at the beginning of the battle was extremely popular. In the photo, the 3 Star Masters were sitting on the sky throne and looking down at Mubai, while the Star Masters were surrounded by stars. Mubai, who was standing alone in the front, was promoted to the Sunwheel Realm with the Ni Gu Jing as the introduction. Eastern Region Qingdi Sect. After receiving this news, the Sword Saint said 3 good words without any joy or sadness. That Mubai could actually comprehend the second style of the Taoist swordsmanship Jia Tian 7 styles was shocking enough. It seems that Zhongzhou will have a swordsman who can change the world pattern. More importantly, he is very young. Western Region Great Lane Temple. In the Buddhist Hall, the Peacock King, who was emitting colorful Buddha light, sighed after learning that Mubai had defeated the 3 Star Masters. "If my Great Lane Temple has such a disciple, why worry about the battle for the God Emperor?" On the small island in the sea area south of the southern region, Nanhai Xianwen, who was resting with his eyes closed, also got the news. This Mubai is really a man born by heaven and earth, with dual mythical powers. If I hadn't known those old stories, I would have thought he was the one. Northern Wasteland. Shaoli, who was resting in the town, also saw the news in the hotel. After hearing Mubai's overview of the entire royal court on the TV screen, he almost fell to the ground. What a joke. The 3 top Star Masters couldn't defeat him. How strong is Mubai? Xiaoli felt the pressure on his body even greater. How much will the young Mubai grow? When he gradually steps into the top of the world, will he really have the ability to inherit his master's last wish and destroy the entire royal court? Jianyang, who was healing in the corner of the room, showed a slight change of expression. He was not surprised that Lord Mubai could defeat the 3-star masters. But the TV news also mentioned Jiang Shutian, which made him pay attention. He had to stay away from him. Otherwise the connection between bloodlines would easily allow him to find him. When the people in the room had their own thoughts, a door appeared near the window of the hotel. After the illusory and ethereal door opened, Xiaoli and others immediately prepared for battle. What the H.L.? A space-based ability user? Before Xiaoli could see clearly, he saw a hand strangling his throat and hitting the wall directly, while the rest of his teammates, including Jianyang, were all suppressed to the ground and unable to move under a burst of domineering aura. This kind of pressure, Jianyang, who raised his head with difficulty, only saw a mysterious man lifting Xiaoli with one hand. And when the other party's eyes moved over, the eyes with natural double pupils were particularly eye-catching. It was the second son of the king's court, Emperor Yu. Hello, Xiaoli. Xiaoli, who was completely suppressed and unable to breathe, gradually became conscious. Behind Luo Guangjuan, who occupied the body of the ghost emperor, the anywhere door created by the Superman door fruit appeared again. He turned his head and looked at Jianyang with his pupils, saying word by word, "Tell Mubai that I will kill him in the future. If he wants to find me, come to the Jutian small world." After that, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. The next moment, as the anywhere door closed, the two disappeared at the same time. Zhongzhou border city. Jiang Shutian, who was smoking all over the alley, was not in good condition. Although he cut off the opponent's right-hand fingers in the battle with Feng Jiujue, his entire arm was shot through by his shooting sun move. Now, after several hours, the arm cannot be repaired at all and is still emitting black smoke. Hearing the discussion of the crowd in the dark alley, his expression was a little complicated. He had not expected that Mubai could defeat the 3 veteran Sun Wheel Realm peak powerhouses. The last time, he was easily ravaged by the opponent in the sea of the eastern region. He had sensed that this monster was not simple, but he did not expect him to be so simple. It seemed that he had to speed up the collection of the last 3 pieces of Shura's secret treasures. Otherwise he might only be a supporting role in the future battle of the God Emperor. Luo Guangjuan went to the North Territory. After entering the Cliff of Repentance, Mubai immediately sensed the scene in front of Jianyang and realized this information. Mubai didn't feel anything when the other party asked him to go to the small world of the heavens. But there were many issues worthy of attention when the other party took Xiaoli, a person with great luck, to the small world of the heavens. Let's put these things aside for now. After entering the Cliff of Repentance, Mubai listened to the cold sound of the waterfall and looked around and found nothing. The cold air here could penetrate the inside and outside of a person's body. If the sealed strength was thrown here, it would be worse than death. After seeing that there was nothing unusual around, Mubai slowly floated up and gently raised his right hand. The next moment, the hot golden crow phantom instantly evaporated the waterfall, and the scene behind the waterfall was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Tianton Star Lord and Pejuan Star Lord were both startled, while the other people who followed Mubai here felt that it was nothing special, because behind the waterfall was still a humid mountain, and there was nothing unusual. There is something strange about this wall. Tianton Star Lord stepped forward and reminded. I know. Mubai could naturally see the difference here. Although the cold air in the whole Sigua cliff was flowing slowly, he could still vaguely sense that the cold air was flowing to the wall of the mountain. Obviously, there was something strange here. All of you go out. I'll take a look. After sending everyone away, Mubai slowly sank his hand into the mountain, and the terrifying power instantly exploded. This force was enough to push the mountain across. But at this moment, nothing happened strangely when it was applied to it, as if Mubai's power was removed by another force. Interesting. The great sun true flame in his hand was immediately ignited, and the outer fragments of the entire mountain wall fell and melted under the constant high temperature. A faint golden light emerged from the mountain wall. When he melted the entire outer layer of rock, a golden circular symbol appeared in front of him. The pattern above was the same as the many runes used in the official sacrifice of the royal court, which meant that this was clearly a secret place somewhere in the royal court. Mubai, stroking the golden lines, suspected that Luo Guangjuan had already been in. But at the moment, he could sense that he could not open this place with brute force alone. And he might need something like a key. After snapping his fingers, the great sun true flame turned into a layer of light fire wall attached to it, so that if someone entered, Mubai could detect it immediately. After walking out of the Cliff of Repentance, he dismissed everyone, and went straight to Luo Guangjuan's palace of the Son of God. Looking at the trembling people in front of him, Mubai directly asked the subordinates of the Emperor Yin creation, who had the ability of reading the mind, to check one by one. Do you know the secrets in the Cliff of Repentance? Have you seen Luo Guangjuan with any abnormality? No, sir. After asking one by one, the person with the ability of reading the mind actually found some useful information. The first palace of the Son of God was full of Mubai's subordinates, and he himself was sitting on the throne at the top. You mean Luo Guangjuan was released by Sima Ning half a year ago? Mubai, who was tapping his fingers, really didn't know this news. The Star Lord undercover he had placed beside Emperor Yu didn't notice these things. Now thinking about it, it was normal that Sima Ning seemed to be involved. The middle-aged man who knelt on the ground trembling with fear explained with a bitter face, Master Mubai, I didn't say that. What I meant was that half a year ago, Master Sima Ning, the Son of God, often came to the first Son of God palace, but later there was no contact. Especially Master Luo Guangjuan. After the thief Luo Guangjuan was released, the two of them were completely strangers. Did he lie? Sitting on the throne of the Son of God, half of Mubai's face was hidden in the shadow, making it difficult to see his emotions. The mind-reading fruit ability user next to him shook his head and said, basically, he didn't lie. The truth is about 95%. Nodding, Mubai asked Mo Ming beside him to call the second Son of God Sima Ning to come over without any nonsense. It is worth mentioning that since Luo Guangjuan exchanged bodies with the Emperor Yu, his leg disability disappeared. Mubai suspected that this was the effect of the so-called fruit effect reset. That is, although the replacement power generated by the fruit of exchange can exist for a long time, when the ability user exchanges bodies, this effect on other people will also be reset and disappear. After a while, Sima Ning, with her graceful figure, arrived at the hall. The first Son of God hall, where light and darkness interweave, is extremely quiet, and even the footsteps seem extremely harsh. The sound of Mubai, who is sitting on the throne of the Son of God, tapping the armrest with his fingers gives people great pressure. Junior brother, Master Mubai, I'm here. Sima Ning, who changed her address, seemed to be in a good mood and had a smile on her face. She was just entertaining the elders in the family. The entire Sima family can be said to be thriving, since it was not affected by the civil war in the royal court. The forces under her can be said to be unscathed. However, this time Mubai summoned her, which also made her a little confused. However, when she thought that the other party was still a young man who had never been in power, she must have something to ask of her. Mubai, who was still tapping the armrest, did not speak for a long time. In the solemn atmosphere, Sima Ning could not help but feel that something was wrong. She lowered her head and dared not speak. She thought of the other party summoning her in the first Son of God hall, and suddenly had some other guesses. Senior sister, do you think you are an honest and reliable person? Mubai said this with a smile and walked step by step to the front of senior sister Sima Ning. His normal human form is about the same height as Sima Ning, but at this moment Sima Ning's eyes were a little scared and evasive. Junior brother, did you listen to some slander? Since I joined your army, I naturally rely on you completely. I must be honest and reliable in front of you. Really? Mubai walked to the side of the other party and asked immediately, if so, why did you hide the secrets in the Cliff of Repentance? It doesn't matter that you released Luo Guangjuan. What's important is that you are dishonest. Senior sister, do you want to die? Such concise words revealed a bone-chilling chill. Sima Ning felt like falling into the abyss after hearing this. Junior brother, you are too serious. I didn't lie to you. What's more, I am your senior sister. Senior sister? Calling you senior sister. Do you really think you can stand on my head and tease me like a fool? Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Mubai stretched out 3 fingers. I will attack when I count to 3. Give you a chance. Sima Ning, with frowning eyebrows, never thought that Mubai actually knew the secret of Siwa Cliff. At this moment, he looked around and immediately found the figures of Juegu Elder and Tiantong Star Lord. One of them was a time-type ability user, and the other was a range damage ability user. It was simply wishful thinking for him to escape. Junior brother, listen to my explanation. 3, 2, Sima Ning, helpless, immediately used the Dharma image. The goddess Dharma image which was integrated with the superhuman purification fruit, kicked Mu Bai in the chest. The monstrous purification ability spread out, but did not move Mu Bai backwards at all. This monster? This is a Dharma image. Sima Ning, shocked in his heart, immediately turned around and fled. Mu Bai slowly put away the last finger. Why do you have to do this? Senior sister? Sima Ning flew out of the first god's palace, and saw the void behind her twisted as soon as she left the palace. The next moment, Mu Bai's big hand was pressing on the back of her head, and she fell to the ground. I don't like this god's palace, so I'll tear it down today. Grabbing the other person's hair, he shook the ground and tore it apart. Squeak! Squeak! There was a sound like a mirror breaking above the ground, and the space cracks that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye gradually spread to the entire palace venue. The entire God's Sun Palace fell apart like a pile of sand. Standing on the ruins, Mu Bai casually pulled the other's hair and lifted the senior sister out of the ruins, with a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Sima Ning immediately used the power of purification to purify the resonance power caused by the Jinjin fruit in her body. If it was not purified, I am afraid that this vibration power would be enough to destroy her internal organs and internal organs. Senior sister, you are too weak. So weak that I am too lazy to do it. Tell me what is behind the cliff of Sigua. The second goddess, who was still holy and majestic a moment ago, was now being ravaged by Mu Bai like a female beggar. Such a huge contrast did not make Sima Ning collapse. She gritted her teeth and said quickly, Junior brother, I really don't know what you are talking about. Who is spreading this rumor? I will definitely not report it if I know it. Stubborn. Mu Bai is not a person who sympathizes with women. With his left hand, he grasped the martial god in his hand. After knowing that his life was in danger, Sima Ning also cut off her hair with her fingernails, and then used her divine body to create a purification shield. Inside the shield was her illusory figure, and she took this opportunity to purify herself to the invisible state, and wanted to break through the air and leave this place. The eye of divine punishment on Mu Bai's forehead turned slightly, and then Mu Bai punched the air. Sima Ning's arms, that were blocked by the body, were all broken. The next moment, Sima Ning, who endured the pain, summoned the goddess's Dharma image again. The strong purification shock wave not only healed her broken arms, but also formed a purification spear behind her. Dust cleansing spear. Mu Bai stood in place with his hands in his pockets, and let the dust cleansing spear pierce his right eye. When the powerful spear touched his pupil, the whole gorgeous spear shattered into pieces. Mu Bai blew out a breath, and spit out the great sun true flame, instantly killing Sima Ning's Dharma image here. This monster among monsters. Obviously, she was not as good as me a year or two ago, but now she has surpassed me, and stood at a higher level that I cannot reach. Sima Ning was shocked, and waved her hands repeatedly to end the battle. Mu Bai, who tilted his head, moved his mind, and the martial god next to him immediately pierced through the chest of his senior sister, and nailed the usually unruly second son of God to the ground like a poultry, under the effect of the sealing fruit embedded in the martial god's weapon. Sima Ning felt that her heartbeat was getting slower and slower, and her body was getting more and more fragile. As long as she allowed the martial god to continue to seal her here, she would probably die here like a dead dog in less than a few hours. Junior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed it from you. It's just that the Emperor Xian Cave Paradise is full of dangers after all. Luo Guangjuan will have to pay a lot to go in. I didn't tell you immediately because I was afraid that you would be in danger. At that time, the entire royal court would be leaderless. Emperor Xian Cave Paradise? Mu Bai had heard of this secret place in the royal court before. The one who created this place was the previous generation of the royal court god emperor. It can be said that the place must contain the god emperor's secret treasures. Mu Bai was indeed a little unhappy that someone had got to this place first. But when he thought about the importance of the blessed land itself, he was too lazy to care about it. She loves to lie so much that Mu Bai was too lazy to listen to her explanations. He pressed down on her face. The aggravation of the injury caused by the god of war also made Sima Ning feel the approach of death. Sister, don't talk nonsense. My request is very simple. As long as you tell me how to enter the blessed land of Emperor Xian Cave, I can let you live. With just a few words, the power of life and death was put back in Sima Ning's hands. Don't worry, junior brother. I have a way. Use your own blood essence to reverse the direction and draw the wanting pattern on the stone wall to open the door to the Emperor Xian Cave Paradise. Mu Bai, who had drawn the god of war, pulled up his senior sister Sima Ning. Zhu Gu next to him turned his hands, and a green retrospective halo was put on Sima Ning's body. The injuries on her body quickly disappeared. Mu Bai patted the shoulder of the senior sister and smiled and said, "That's right. This is my good senior sister. If you have any secrets in the future, tell me so that I can share your worries." Sima Ning, whose hair stood on end, said nothing, but looked at this unscrupulous junior brother and sighed slightly. "Senior sister knows. I can leave now. Let's go. Just don't leave the wanting sphere of influence. Otherwise I really can't find you." Sima Ning, with a more gloomy expression, left here helplessly without looking back. After receiving this information, Mu Bai naturally came to the cliff of repentance and used Sima Ning's method to reverse the pattern with blood essence to break the situation. To his surprise, after the blood essence pattern was drawn, the entire cliff of repentance did not react at all. Just when he thought Sima Ning had deceived him, a golden light gradually shattered. Then a vortex-shaped passage appeared in front of him. Tian Tong, you guard inside the cliff of repentance. Ju Gu, you guard outside the cliff of repentance. Anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. I understand. After explaining these things, Mu Bai stepped out and his figure disappeared in the vortex-shaped passage. After the light dissipated, Mu Bai, who entered the blessed land of Emperor Xian Cave, smelled the extremely rich fragrance of flowers with star power. Not only the fragrance of flowers and air. In this space, even the star power emitted by the soil under his feet far exceeded the star power-filled areas in other areas. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a quiet valley surrounded by mountains and shaded by green bamboos, as magnificent and beautiful as a paradise. And on the top of the mountains in the distance, a towering mountain gate stood at the entrance of the cave. The two golden characters Fairyland were engraved on the door, flashing a mysterious light. The eye of divine punishment on his forehead flashed instantly, and Mu Bai came to the Fairyland characters. Just as he was about to enter the stone gate, a dragon roar seemed to be heard from the mountains behind him. Mu Bai turned his head and saw a black demon dragon hunting prey. Although the distance was far, he could still sense the rich star power in the black dragon's body. The richness of this star power is different from that of wild beasts in the outside world. The star power in the outside world can only gather in one place, and cannot form a qualitative transformation. However, it is different in the body of this black dragon. A large amount of high-purity star power gathers in his body and spontaneously strengthens the blood power, allowing him to undergo a reversion transformation. If I guess correctly, the other party's original body is probably a black snake. He ignored the star beasts and stepped into the stone gate step by step. As soon as he entered the core area of the cave paradise, a fairyland-like scenery appeared in front of him. The clear stream meandered, and colorful lotus flowers floated on the river, exuding a charming fragrance. On both sides of the river, lush trees and exotic flowers and plants intertwined, forming a prosperous and peaceful picture. One by one, gorgeous butterflies danced, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, as if in a dream. There is also a quiet and elegant pavilion house in front. He walked along the path and saw a series of exquisite pavilions, in which were placed various rare jades and treasures, shining with dazzling light. Mu Bai walked over and picked up some, and felt a little strange, because he found that these jades and treasures were all ordinary items with only collection value. It seems that Luo Guangyuan has taken away many important things and only left these garbage here. He continued to walk forward without delaying his pace. Outside the pavilion was a sea of dazzling flowers, with various gorgeous flowers blooming and exuding charming fragrance. Here, you can pick all kinds of exotic herbs and flowers at will. Going deeper, you come to the edge of a cliff. Under the cliff is a waterfall. The water flows like silver, splashing crystal water. Next to the waterfall, a huge fairy tree towers into the sky, and the fairy tree is full of various fruits, exuding an attractive fragrance. After Mu Bai picked a few apples and oranges and put them into his mouth, a strong star power gradually fed back to the whole body and the stomach. Good stuff. If there are enough of these fruits, they can completely improve the combat power of an entire army. Below the fairy tree is a grassland, where various small animals are scattered. They are eating grass and playing quietly, in harmony and beauty. These small animals ran away when they saw Mu Bai coming. Only a white dog beast with antlers, like a tiger, was still holding a round stone and kicking with its claws. Even when it saw Mu Bai, the beast's cub, it remained indifferent. Before he reached the young beast, a majestic aura gradually emerged from the pool not far from it. Even Mu Bai was a little stunned by its momentum. It was at the peak of the Sunwheel realm, and it was not an ordinary peak powerhouse like the Tianong Star Lord. This beast, which had not yet revealed its body, put a lot of pressure on Mu Bai, and was even close to the level of the Ziwei Star Lord. I am Wang Ting Mu Bai. May I ask who you are? Looking towards the direction of the pool, Mu Bai took the lead in introducing himself. As for whether he could understand, he was not worried. It would be incredible if the beast that could enter this level in the Emperor Xian Cave Heaven and Blessed Land had no wisdom. An old turtle with a hideous carapace gradually climbed up from the pool. Its decayed face seemed to have experienced countless epochs, and was as old as it had. When the divine turtle opened his eyes and looked at Mu Bai, there was obviously a hint of dissatisfaction. Haven't you been here before? How many times have I told you that you must defeat me head-on before you can enter the next level of the Cave Heaven and Blessed Land? You? This word immediately reminded Mu Bai of Luo Guangjuan. Luo Guangjuan must have entered here before, but was stuck at this level. So I have to defeat you to enter the next level. So is there a gatekeeper in the next level, or the next level? The old turtle looked at Mu Bai's face seriously. And after confirming that it was not the same person before, he explained impatiently, in the depths of the cave paradise, there are various trial monsters and treasures hidden. The trial monsters are arranged by the owner of the cave paradise. Each trial monster has powerful power and unique skills, and practitioners need to use their wisdom and strength to defeat them. The treasures are in the treasure house deep in the cave paradise. Various spiritual stones, magic weapons, elixirs, and other precious items are piled up like mountains. Each treasure contains huge spiritual power, providing practitioners with help and opportunities for breakthroughs. After saying this, the old turtle shrank back lazily. The human in front of him had obviously just entered the Sun Wheel realm. This kind of strength was no match for him. So after completing the mission of explaining the rules, the old turtle would continue to sleep. The old turtle with narrowed eyes sighed with disappointment after noticing that the man had left. It seems that this is also a person without courage. Mu Bai did not confront the old turtle head-on. Not because he was afraid of fighting, but because he did not have time to delay here at the moment. Another reason was the time difference. If there was a time difference between this Emperor Xian space and the outside world, he would not be able to stay here for a long time. As soon as he walked out of the core area of the cave paradise, Mu Bai found a huge golden dragon eye staring at him. The huge body blocked the position of the entire cave entrance, and the black dragon's breath under its shadow was full of acid. You want to attack me? Mu Bai continued to walk forward with big strides, as if he had not seen the demon dragon in the early stage of the Sun Wheel realm at all. Under the scarlet dragon whiskers are scales, and on them, there is a viscous liquid similar to that of snakes. It is obvious that this monster that evolved from a black snake to a dragon has not been transformed for a long time. At this moment, this monster at the top of the food chain is sensing this new species of ape that appeared here inexplicably. If the other party can be the most food, he will not mind. Mu Bai walked to the front of the black dragon and took a step forward. Then he suddenly flashed to the top of the dragon's head, grabbed the dragon horn and gently broke it, and pulled out the other party's brain together. The other party's body is very strong, but compared with Mu Bai, it can't be described as a world of difference. It's just like the difference between a speck of dust and a sea. Mu Bai, who killed the other party in seconds, looked down and was a little surprised. Strange. Can it still live like this? I saw that after the black dragon's brain was pulled out along with the dragon horn, the red eyes of the black dragon could still move. Even if Mu Bai shook its brain and shattered it, the other party could still roar and sweep over with its dragon tail. At the broken part of its dragon horn, a white sphere grew out again, and the secreted liquid gradually turned into a brand new dragon head. But this dragon head looked closer to the appearance of a snake, and the dragon horn on the top of the head became thinner and smaller. Mu Bai, who was interested, gently twisted his two fingers, and a fiery red golden crow blade appeared in his hand. The flame light and shadow cut off the tail and neck of the black dragon in an instant. The two dragon heads fell to the ground and kept wriggling, and the broken part of the dragon tail actually began to grow the previous white pus. Infinite regeneration? This is worth some reference and research. Mu Bai could easily do infinite regeneration with the flesh alone, or even repair the wound like the other party. But the other party's physique barely passed, and the injury could do this kind of barbaric regeneration. Perhaps because of his own bloodline. Legend has it that the Hydra has this absolute regeneration ability, and any of the 9 heads will grow again if they are cut off. This black dragon may have the bloodline of the Hydra. Thinking of this, Mu Bai picked up the human bag on his waist and threw it into the sky. The next moment, a strong wind blew. The whole sky seemed to be put into the bag. The black dragon was instantly put into the human bag and kept shrinking. Finally, it fell into Mu Bai's palm again together with the bag. If the blood of this strange creature can be extracted, it may be possible to strengthen the regeneration of artificial devil fruit ability users, or the problem of low physical fitness. This is very important. Now that he is sitting in the highest position of the royal court, he naturally has to play the advantages of the royal court and use the artificial devil fruit technology in his hands to the extreme. After walking out of the vortex-shaped passage, Mu Bai returned to the cold and chilly Sigua cliff in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened? No. The Tiantan Star Lord, who was guarding here, answered respectfully. How long have I been here? About 20 minutes. 20 minutes? It seems that there is no time difference between this Emperor Xian space and the outside world. After knowing this, Mu Bai walked out of the Sigua cliff and released the black dragon in the human bag. The monster with several heads slapped the ground randomly after being released. The dragon head grew out of the place where the dragon tail was broken before. But this dragon head seemed to be mainly the dragon tail, although it had eyes and other organs. These organs seemed to be unable to function normally. What is this? The Tiantan Star Lord was not shocked. The ancient elder, who was guarding outside the Sigua cliff, flew over and licked his lips. He always felt that this thing should be delicious and probably very chewy. Jugu, you will transport this black dragon with strong regenerative ability to the newly built laboratory below the royal court, and continue the research on artificial devil fruits after all the troops are transferred here. I obey your orders. After kneeling on one knee to accept the order, Elder Jugu raised his hand slightly upwards, and a green clock shadow appeared everywhere outside the black dragon's body. After wrapping the dragon, these illusory clocks began to slow down its movements, and Jugu dragged the other party's huge body and gradually rose into the sky. Tian Tong. Is there any unusual movement in Sima Ning's family? Thinking of the current situation, Mu Bai will not be soft-hearted at all. If the other family has any behavior that violates the rules, he doesn't mind slaughtering them all. No. The Sima family has all left Sima Ning's mansion. There was no talking or communication throughout the whole process. They are very smart. Indeed, they are very smart. Sometimes it is useless for a single individual in the family to be strong. What is important is that the entire family does not drag him down. This is very important. Oh, my lord. We searched the palace of the Star Lord of Tanlang and the Star Lord of Ziwei inside and out, but we didn't find any information. I know. Mu Bai, who looked more and more serious, really couldn't understand why the two Star Lords disappeared at the same time. He wanted to use Xiao Li's luck to find out the truth. But now, he was taken to the small world of the heavens by Luo Guangjuan using the gate fruit. Under the heavy mystery, he could only rely on himself to find out the truth. Tian Tong, tell Fang Xinju and others to quickly penetrate into the core power structure of all Overlord-level forces. I have reason to suspect that not only the highest combat power of the Wangting disappeared, but even the pillars of other Overlord-level forces may have disappeared. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but start to analyze the current situation. When the Wangting had no main combat power, and was usurped by his disciples, none of the Overlord-level forces came to bully him. This was not in line with common sense. On the contrary, according to the intelligence he just received, it was those small forces, or local big clan forces, that were ready to invade the power and resources of the Wangting in the local area. I understand. After signaling the other party to continue supervising the other party at Pijuan Star Palace, Mu Bai walked alone to the venue where he had fought before. Above the venue was the square where the main forces of the royal court were summoned to the northern expedition. Sitting alone on the steps, he looked at the stars and the full moon in the sky, and a different kind of fatigue came over him. He was actually taking some risks this time. If he didn't have such a huge number of devouring points to support him, he would not be able to complete the practice of Enai Jing at all, and he would not be able to find another way to ascend to the Sunwu realm with his body at the fastest speed. Every drink and every bite has a fixed number. The cold night wind blew on his face. The reason why he stood here alone in the middle of the night was not to sigh, but to wait for someone. Waiting for someone he needed. The night breeze was cool, and the sound of people walking through the grass was not clear, but it was still possible to detect that a large number of people were approaching. Strange. Is it so easy to enter the core area of the royal court? The several members of the heavenly palace following behind this person were also puzzled. Before they could speak, people from all directions entered the empty square one after another. At one time, there were more than 70 people coming. This was the first time that so many members of the heavenly palace gathered in one place. Even when they went to the heavenly palace to receive the mission, they had never seen so many members. Did you all accept the infiltration mission? I did. Me too. Mainly because the heavenly palace gave a lot of points. So much that I would be willing to kill a Moonwheel Realm expert. Your mask. Are you the giant spirit god? The discussion of the crowd seemed extremely strange in the current environment. Most members of a secret organization communicated and got to know each other in the core area of the overlord level power in Zhongzhou. This scene was really explosive. Even Jiang Shutian, who also received the mission with a mask, was speechless. He was speechless that the huge royal court allowed others to sneak in after Mu Bai took over. It was really hospitable. A figure landed from the sky while everyone was talking. Some people didn't know that person. But the Sunwheel Realm Masters present almost took out their weapons at the same time. Jiang Shutian was also shocked, and his body retreated involuntarily. The Lord of Tiantong Star in the royal court. Are you here to eliminate us invaders? A figure wearing a sun and moon double-wheel mask said loudly. You are all the master's subordinates. How could I fight against my own family? When the Lord of Tiantong Star said this, everyone present was shocked. The Peak Sunwheel Realm is a slave? What a joke. When the Tiandong member wearing the sun and moon double-wheel mask was about to ask a question, a figure walked out of the attic on the left. Who else could the iconic three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand be but Yang Jian, the #1 god of war in Tiandong? Lord Yang Jian. Senior Yang Jian. What's going on? If King Wu remembers correctly, you were the one who issued the mission to lurk in the Heavenly Palace, right? Seeing that everyone was confused, Yang Jian put away the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand and said word by word, it was indeed me who issued the mission to ask you to come. This time, the matter is of great importance. So I asked you to come to this overlord-level force, whose entire foundation we have already secretly ceased to meet. Meet the strongest person, who truly stands at the top of the world and far exceeds the South Pole immortal, who is also the true master of the Heavenly Palace, the king who enjoys eternal infinity, and the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, who will appear after countless epochs. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. There was so much information contained in these two short sentences that the hearts of the Sunwheel Realm Masters present skipped a beat. Yang Jian's words undoubtedly revealed three important pieces of information. First, Wang Ting had long been in the hands of the high-level officials of the Heavenly Palace. This was enough to explain why a disciple of Wang Ting could seize the power of the entire force. This Mu Bai was most likely one of the puppets of the Heavenly Palace that blocked the outside world's view. Second, it was naturally the Lord of the Heavenly Palace mentioned by Lord Yang Jian. They had witnessed Lord Yang Jian's strength. He had cut off the sun, moon and stars from a distance in the south of the South China Sea. How could they dare to think that the other party was deceiving them, when he was recognized by the strong men who could rival the Nanji Xinwen as the strongest man in the world? The third message was Yang Jian's last words. The king who enjoyed eternal infinity. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, who would eventually appear after spanning countless epochs. This sentence was undoubtedly Yang Jian's disguised admission that the fatalism proposed by the Heavenly Palace was real, and that he could be one of the 99 people chosen was also his destiny. The Lord of Tiantong was on the right, and Yang Jian was on the left. In the dark night sky, a figure slowly walked down. Every step the other party took exuded a terrifying might that was enough to suppress the ages. What was even more terrifying was that the Sunwheel Realm powerhouse among the crowd had almost stopped his heart just by hearing the footsteps. It was as if the person who was slowly falling in the sky was the God Emperor. When the Lord of the Heavenly Palace completely descended, he exuded an unparalleled pressure that enveloped the entire scene. Everyone immediately felt an indescribable fear, as if they were oppressed by an invisible beast in the depths of their hearts. And this invisible beast seemed to ignore their existence, as if just appearing was enough to kill any enemy. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Their bodies trembled constantly. Their legs seemed to lose strength. Some people even knelt on the ground, trembling. This was the first time they felt such a powerful existence. As if standing in front of absolute power, they were as insignificant as ants. Jiang Shutian, who had vague memories of his previous life, had naturally seen the power of the God Emperor with his own eyes. At this moment, when this extremely familiar aura spanning 100,000 years appeared again, he was on the verge of collapse. This guy is indeed the aura of the God Emperor. But how is this possible? The God Emperor's power is eternal, and there is no existence in the world that can defeat him. This realm can only be achieved by carrying the destiny of the entire era. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace can actually enter it. In this panic, there was a kind of fanaticism in everyone's eyes. They stared at the supreme existence wrapped in mist fanatically, as if they saw a peerless god descending to the mortal world. Especially those who are always stuck in the Sunwheel realm and cannot break through. A flame is ignited in their hearts. eager to get a little guidance from the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, so that they are willing to become servants and serve the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Although their hearts are full of fear, the eyes of the crowd have not retreated at all. There is a firm light in their pupils, eager to surpass their own limits and pursue the eternity represented by the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. This scene is like a giant star descending in the dead universe. Under the pressure, everyone is both terrified and fanatical, as if they are at the crossroads of life. Their inner contradictions are intertwined, and they are faced with the choice of fear and hope at the same time. That is not what the Sunwheel Realm can show. It's the God Emperor. It's the God Emperor. The old man who muttered to himself even wanted to take off the mask of the Heavenly Palace to face the arrival of this great existence. In this picture, fear and fanaticism are intertwined to form a spectacular and complex picture. The fear and fanaticism of the crowd seem to collide with each other, stirring up endless waves. Their hearts are churning under the pressure, but they have also found the direction to move forward. Seeing everyone's behavior like this, even Mubai, who directed and acted in the drama, was a little surprised. Could it be that the title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is really so exaggerated? Mysterious title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, since the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is well known and feared by the world. Even the strongest person in the world is extremely afraid of you. The host who wears this title will automatically obtain the Heavenly Palace Dharma image, can use the entire Heavenly Palace to create a Dharma image, which cannot cause damage but doubles the deterrent effect. Mubai obviously underestimated the deterrent power of the title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Although the actual combat power did not increase, the pressure it brought to others was enormous. And it could even be said that it made others feel like they were falling into the abyss and looking at the gods. Mo Ming, who pretended to be Yang Jian, and Tiantong Star Lord knelt on one knee on both sides to pay the most loyal respect to this supreme being. The people of the Heavenly Palace, who were crushed on the ground by the pressure, also hurriedly adjusted their postures and knelt on one knee. Even if the bent leg was shaking abnormally, they still maintained this posture. Mubai, whose face was wrapped in mist, stretched out his hand and rubbed his face. Immediately, a refined middle-aged face appeared on his face. After changing his face, he, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, finally spoke. The Heavenly Palace is a force that transcends all existence. The 99 members of the Heavenly Palace are also destined. The fact that you have gathered under my command again also shows that this is fate. All those who have become members of the Heavenly Palace are outstanding. The wealth and honor in the eyes of ordinary people, or even the dignity of a country, are undoubtedly fleeting in their eyes. This is how people are when they are separated from the most desired needs of people in the secular world. They will raise their own needs even higher. At this moment, the fate mentioned by the Lord of the Heavenly Palace undoubtedly affirmed the meaning of their existence. It is like everyone in the world is like an ant, and they are also like ants. But they, the ants, have a greater mission, and there is a great leader. Everyone present was overwhelmed with emotions, and even some excited young people laughed slightly, which was the extreme joy that could not be suppressed in ecstasy. Saying this, Mubai had already come to a hunchbacked old man. I know your true identity, and can sense your hesitation. I have seen you go through fire and water for the Heavenly Palace these days. Now tell me what your wish is. The fog gradually dissipated, revealing Mubai's disguised face. Mubai actually felt very embarrassed when he said this. After all, it seemed as if he had become a master of dreams. Really? Sir, I want to break through the peak of the Moonwheel Realm and enter the Sunwheel Realm. This has been my wish for hundreds of years. No, old man. If I can break through the Sunwheel Realm, I will have no regrets even if I die here today. No one laughed at this hysterical plea. Everyone knew what it meant to step into the Sunwheel Realm from the peak of the Moonwheel Realm. In order to cross the life level, many people were willing to kill their fathers and wives and even sell their souls, just because if they could cross the life level, they would have stronger strength and a longer life to pursue the next opportunity to break through the life level. This is an unsolvable temptation for intelligent life. But this old man's wish is too far-fetched. Even the top figures in the world may not be able to help others achieve it. Okay. These two simple words made the whole audience silent. Even those who had previously speculated on how the Lord of the Heavenly Palace would refuse this wish were stunned. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace stretched out a hand from his black and white robe and gently placed it on the old man's head. The scene in front of them reminded everyone of the famous words, "The immortal touches my head and ties my hair to grant me immortality." Jian Shutian, who was behind the crowd, felt that he had been shocked too much these days. First, Mubai rose up to power, and usurp the throne to defeat the Star Lord. Then, this mysterious lord of the Heavenly Palace, who was suspected to be at the level of a god emperor, actually wanted to help others forcibly break through the shackles of their realm. These incredible things contain more and more information. While he was thinking, the old man in front of him suddenly twitched and trembled on the ground. Just when everyone thought that the old man was going to die, a slight crisp sound resounded in everyone's heart. How is it possible? The shackles of the Moonwheel realm are actually, really opened. The old man who broke through the upper limit and broke through the shackles of life sat cross-legged. A tiger and leopard thunder sound slowly merged into his body. The next moment, the somewhat unstable Sunwheel realm aura immediately enveloped the whole scene. After temporarily breaking through, the old man kowtowed in the direction of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace with tears of joy. Thank you, Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Thank you for your support. The eyes of the numb people were already throbbing, and their hearts were already surging. This ability to make others break through the realm at will is simply 2 against the sky. Not to mention that it is a breakthrough from the Moonwheel realm to the Sunwheel realm. At this moment, Mubai really admired the subordinate with superb acting skills below. This acting skill is probably at the level of a movie emperor. But just now, he did use the swallowing points to help this subordinate, who had already been a creation of the emperor, to break through to the OK realm. Although it was a bit painful, if he could firmly grasp the hearts of all the members of the Heavenly Palace, he would not lose money, but make a lot of money. As for where did the devouring points he consumed this time come from? Of course, the wanting treasure pavilion was bleeding heavily. Just now, Mubai had purified nearly 30% of the star items in the entire treasure pavilion into devouring points. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a fanatical look, Mubai, who had transformed into the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, naturally went with the flow and told the reason why he summoned everyone here this time. Mubai has become my subordinate in these days. It was also my arrangement that he could take the top seat in the wanting this time. This time, the plan was perfect except that the first son of God Luo Guangjuan had a flaw. He went to the small world of the heavens. This time I asked Yang Jian to summon you to hunt him down. Wanting Tianjiao Mubai was actually accepted as a subordinate. This big shot also wants to hunt down Luo Guangjuan? Jiang Shutian, whose mind was a little turbid, suddenly figured it all out. With his extreme imagination, he had figured out Mubai's entire rise. This person could have emerged from a barren area like the borderland of the north, and now broke through the Sunwheel realm before the age of 30. It would be a miracle if there was no support behind him. However, since this god emperor has subdued Mubai, doesn't he know my existence? More importantly, this lord of the Heavenly Palace can see through the disguise of this Heavenly Palace mask. The other party must have discovered him. With his heart pounding, he was thinking about how to get out of here when the reminder representing the Heavenly Palace mission in his mind sounded in the main world. Heavenly Palace mission, the epic mission of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace issued by his authority. The task requires the hunting down of Luo Guangjuan, and the Heavenly Palace points will be awarded according to his performance. This mission cannot be refused. The mission that cannot be refused is itself a hint. Anyone who does not want to participate in the mission will die. I am afraid that the people present cannot defeat the Lord of the Heavenly Palace in one round even if they join forces. Everyone had no choice but to agree to the mission. And even Jiang Shutian was no exception. Seeing everyone cooperate so well, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace nodded with satisfaction. Mubai will lead this mission. If Luo Guangjuan is still alive, you don't have to come back. No one dared to look him in the eye. The reason why he cared so much about Luo Guangjuan was because of a kind of intuition. The other party must have an unknown purpose for taking away Shaoli, who was full of luck. The other party's behavior gave people a very torn feeling. Mubai had read the other party's information. When he was young, he was full of passion and achieved the title of the first genius of the royal court. But then, he took a sharp turn for the worse and actually attacked his master from behind for a devil fruit looted from the underground market. In the end, he was thrown into the cliff of repentance for 100 years before being convicted. This kind of life experience, coupled with the fact that the other party was also one of the emperor's creations created by the Sword Emperor. These situations combined together are not so simple. You must know that Gu Chaichun, the emperor's creation created by the previous Sword Emperor, was the culprit who lurked in the northern territories of Zishan forces and provoked the chaos in the world, and was also the culprit for the destruction of the northern territory. If the other party gave him another northern expedition, it would be a complete mess. So no matter what the angle, Mubai had to ask this first son of God to die. However, when thinking about the creation of Emperor Yin, Mubai couldn't help but think of the 3 vague figures he saw when he advanced to Emperor Yan's divine body. The first one was Gu Chongchun in the north region. The second one was Luo Guangjuan in the central plains. And who was the third one in the east region? After thousands of thoughts flowed through his mind, he saw that everyone in front of him was ready, and opened his hands upward to release his Dharma image. The night was over, as the extremely grand Dharma image appeared from the void. Not to mention the people in the heavenly palace present. Even Jiang Shutian, who had seen the Dharma image of the Shura God Emperor with his own eyes, almost didn't come back to his senses. In the dark night, white clouds rolled, and the whole sky began to become bright and mysterious. Countless buildings descended from the void, surrounded by clouds and mist, emitting a mysterious light. These buildings were different. Some were towering palaces. Some were ancient and solemn ancient temples. And some were fairy palaces full of fantasy colors. They were distributed in every corner of the sky, forming a magnificent scene. In the center of the Dharma Palace, there is a towering palace, which is the source of the power of this Dharma. The inscription on the stone tablet of this palace is called Heavenly Emperor Palace, as if it is the supreme place in this world. The outer wall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace is inlaid with countless gems, shining with colorful light. The interior decoration of the palace is gorgeous and solemn, and the magnificent throne stands in it, which symbolizes the supreme status of the Heavenly Emperor. If this heaven and earth phenomenon that exceeds the volume of ordinary Dharma tens of thousands of times can be called a Dharma, then the hundreds of meters of little toy Dharma of the people present can't be called the word Dharma. The area near the royal court is very lively at this moment, and the illusory tens of thousands of pavilions and palaces in the night sky are too shocking. When ordinary people witnessed this grand scene, they were all shocked. Their expressions became extremely surprised and excited. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open, as if they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Some people's eyes were wide open. Their pupils were filled with shock and excitement. Their eyes almost jumped out of their sockets, as if they wanted to engrave this glorious scene in their minds forever. Especially those who knew the principles of the practitioner's Dharma. However, some people frowned, with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Most of these people were spies from other forces, who came to investigate Wang Tinggong's background. Seeing such an unknown person guarding the royal court, they were naturally terrified. The contemporary ancestor dragon of the Zhongzhou dynasty naturally peeked out of the palace, and saw the mysterious Dharma image in the distant sky. That person is not weaker than the immortal. The position of the royal court. The contemporary Tianjizi in the Zhongzhou Tianji pavilion also counted the mysterious Dharma image with his fingers. And then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He saw clearly that the Dharma image contained supreme power. And I am afraid that the strongest person in the world today is far from being able to match it. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, who looked indifferent, was also shocked at this moment. Mu Bai had never used the Dharma image power brought by this title. At this moment, he knew that the Dharma image in front of him was illusory and had no power. But he was still shocked. This kind of power and aura is simply against the sky. This made Mu Bai a little worried that the strong men of the nearby hegemonic forces would come directly to visit. It would be fine if they visited, but if they got excited and started to compete, he would be exposed. Thinking of this, Mu Bai also used the aura of the Dharma Palace to hide the scroll of the passage to the small worlds in the heavens that he exchanged in the Heavenly Palace with one hand. Everyone thought that the Dharma Palace above their heads was the source of the transmission. But they didn't know that it was the fleeting scroll fragment below that actually transmitted them into the small world. Remember, I give you the power to break the world 10 times, which means that each of you only has the opportunity to find 10 small worlds. After the 11th time, you will be automatically teleported back. The scroll fragments under the feet of everyone immediately turned into a 10 mark and imprinted on their wrists. After sending these people away, Mu Bai was about to end the performance of this Dharma Palace when he was stopped by the Lord of Tiantong Star. My lord, you can't do that. If someone else peeks, it can also be used as a deterrent. If you put it away now, people who don't know will think that it is the enemy of the royal court who hit the core area. That makes sense. Mu Bai was not tired of continuing to maintain the Dharma Palace. The main reason was that although this Dharma Palace was domineering and seemed to have the power to destroy the world, its core was just an illusory projection. Mo Ming beside him also took off his Yang Jian mask and the weapon in his hand. Ordinary people really couldn't play Yang Jian, but he was a commander with the Ling Ling fruit, so he could naturally improve his acting skills and command himself to infinitely imitate the image of Yang Jian incarnated by Mu Bai. After flashing for dozens of seconds, Mu Bai completely put away this Dharma image. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. His facial muscles moved, and he had restored his original appearance. Master. Since most of the members of the Tiangong forces have gone to the Avalokitesvara's small world to attack Luo Guangjuan, do we need to send people there as well? As a life form created by Emperor Yin, Tiantong Star Lord naturally thought about the problem from the perspective of the master wholeheartedly. Mu Bai shook his head and smiled and said, "No. I guess Luo Guangjuan will not know that I have the means to locate him until his death. The people of Tiangong will assist me, and I will be the leader. I will hunt this senior brother myself." After taking out the blood tracker exchanged from Tiangong from the storage space, Mu Bai took out the blood bottle of Luo Guangjuan's collateral bloodline and the hair collected in the first Son of God Hall and threw them into the disc-like tracker. The next moment, a weak blood force made the pointer on the turntable tremble and point to a direction. The Avalokitesvara's small world pass scroll was torn in his hand, and Mu Bai's figure disappeared in the square in an instant, leaving Tianlong Star Lord and Mo Ming looking at each other. Blue Star World number 1897. The warm sun shines through the school window onto the face of the young man lying on the desk. The bell and the noise of the end of get out of class finally wake up the young man on the desk. The eyes on his ordinary face are particularly firm, and they also reveal a deep hatred. His name is Wang Cha-Xian. He was reborn 10 years ago. Reborn? It's really surprising. With those memories, I can completely kill those who surrounded and killed me. Not only that, I also want to take back Lu Xiaoqi and my love. Thinking about this in his heart, he ignored the surprised eyes of his desk mate and walked to the window. He was looking for the school beauty Lu Xiaoqi with his eyes. 5 years later, the eldest son of the Li family will marry her, and the two people who love each other will also be separated. Thinking back to when he was a powerful emperor, how could he surrender if it wasn't for his love? I was reborn before I died. It seems that even God wants to help me. While he was thinking, he saw a dark cloud coming from a distance. When he looked up, 2 figures had already arrived in the classroom. The students in the classroom were all shocked. How could the reborn Wang Cha-Xian be the same as these ignorant teenagers? He took a half step back and tried to hide behind the crowd quietly. But when he looked down, he froze. The ultimate behind-the-scenes figure who dominated the underground dark market in the world. The old antique of the Li family who controlled the war for nearly 1,000 years. And the sole soul fruit ability user who claimed not to worship the emperor's throne. Li Chanfeng was actually holding his head in this person's hand at this moment. Not only that, the other head in the other person's hand seemed to be the school beauty Lu Xiaoqi. Next to the young man with long hair and extraordinary temperament stood a young man with an expression like a puppet. The long-haired young man was none other than Luo Guangjuan. But it was unknown how he replaced his body again. When he extended his index finger and released a certain fruit ability, he immediately located Wang Cha-Xian. The soul and the body don't match. It seems that you are a reborn person. The index finger slid out, and the students who were hiding were cut in half one by one. Wang Cha-Xian, who retained the power of the fruit in his previous life, looked at the other party with resentment, and immediately used the elemental power of the natural thunder fruit to land on the playground and gallop away. Luo Guangjuan, who was standing in the classroom full of bloody smell, saw that he had found the real owner. The head he kept in his hand to locate the other party was naturally useless. He exerted a little force on his feet, and the next moment the whole school quickly turned into sand. This speed of sandification clearly proved that Luo Guangjuan still had the sand fruit in his body. How many devil fruits are there in your body? Monster? The one who stood aside with an ugly look and couldn't move was Shaoli, who was kidnapped by Luo Guangjuan from the border of the Northern Territory. However, at this moment, Shaoli seemed to be controlled by some kind of power, and other parts except his mouth were not controlled at all. The power of the fruit is just a means for me. Guess how far he can run as a power user. How far can he run? Shaoli followed the lightning inside. He can never escape from your palm. So why bother to guess? Luo Guangjuan, standing in the raging sand, nodded. He agreed with this point of view. He hunted nearly 13 sons of luck from the small worlds of the heavens this time, 5 of whom were reborn, and this one now, which made 6. Even the strongest son of luck was not his enemy, let alone the one who had just been reborn. Run! Run! The door fruit is activated. Wang Cha-Xian was running at full speed, still wondering why the other party knew that he was a reborn person, when a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he was actually teleported back to the decertified school. Who are you all? He covered the other party's face with one hand and released the pressure continuously. and Luo Guangyuan placed the other hand on the other party's chest. He liked the ability of the natural thunder fruit very much. So before taking away the other party's luck, he wanted to exchange the devil fruit in the other party's body. With a thought, a passerby in a suit was pulled over by his gravity fruit. The moment the exchange fruit was fully activated, Wang Changxian felt as if even his bones were sucked out. The unspeakable pain even made him have an illusion that he had not been reborn, and what was happening now was all a dream. All a dream. Luo Guangyuan, who deceived the other party with the dream fruit to reduce the pain of his body, was naturally not kindly worried that his body could not bear it, but worried that he could not withstand such destruction, and thus reduce his own luck. The two light balls were immediately replaced, and the thunder fruit that had just been implanted in the body of the man in the suit was extracted by Luo Guangyuan. After the blue light ball entered his body, Luo Guangyuan's eyes flashed with a little lightning. Looking at the local strongman approaching in the sky, he said indifferently to the sky, "Thunder." In an instant, under the dark clouds, the terrifying thunder swept the entire city. The rolling thunder and lightning completely destroyed the power system of the entire city while hitting those enemies. He had no joy on his face, whose combat power completely crushed the local forces. At this moment, he took action simply because the ability of the thunder fruit was better. Amid the explosions and thunder, Wang Changxian finally woke up from his dream. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the luck bestowed by God in his body was replaced by Luo Guangyuan to Shaoli. Looking at the city gradually falling into ruins, and the countless dead and injured people unable to move, Shaoli roared in a state of collapse, "Enough! Luo Guangyuan, you are really a devil." Hearing this, Luo Guangyuan almost laughed out loud. He casually created wild sand and thunder, and killed the capable people in the city while smiling and saying, "Shaoli, you are really naive. Don't you understand why your master Gu Changchun taught you? That's because you are a part of our layout. You and the North Territory are both a step in this plan. Gu Changchun can use the entire North Territory as a bargaining chip. Is he kinder than me?" Luo Guangyuan's words are the truth. In fact, the emperor-derived creations of these sword emperors are all connected. The destruction of the North Territory, including the search for the Son of Destiny in the main world, were all planned long ago. The Battle of the North Territory was actually completed very smoothly. If it weren't for the intervention of the South Pole Immortal, Gu Changchun would not have died in the battle, but should have topped the list of gods and demons. It would have been fine if he died. But the most important part of the mission went wrong in Luo Guangyuan's hands. In the final analysis, he underestimated the variable Mu Bai. It was simply unthinkable that a newcomer could fight against 3-star masters. At that time, even if Luo Guangyuan did not go forward to help encircle Mu Bai, there would be no reversal. This was one of the reasons why he left directly. Shaoli, awakened by these words, frowned in pain, but he still said firmly, "Master is different from you. Don't slander him anymore." "Slander?" Touching his chin, Luo Guangyuan squinted his eyes, and said after killing many attacking people from the city, "It's really funny. I thought you were not a good person. But now it seems that you are not even a bad person. If you are so naive, you will probably be worse off than dead if you fall into Mu Bai's hands." After saying that, before Shaoli could react, Luo Guangyuan had completely gathered the luck in Wang Changxian's body into his body. Waves of severe pain made his expression distorted. Luck itself has an upper limit, especially this kind of luck given by God. Now that the luck of multiple sons of luck is accumulated in his body, even Shaoli can't bear it. Luo Guangyuan patted the other person on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Take your time. Don't rush. You will play a greater role in my hands. Don't you want to know the truth about the death of your adoptive parents? I will tell you after you absorb the luck of a few more people." More local masters were approaching in the distance. Luo Guangyuan, who was too lazy to deal with these rubbish, took a few steps forward. The next moment, the two of them passed through the space door created by the door fruit together. The local masters who rushed over urgently did not see any traces of the enemy, but at the same time heard a roar of transmission sounded nearby. Jiang Shutian, who had no interest in completing the task, was just teleported to a corner of the city and found that it seemed to be a ruin. And the people around him looked at him with resentment. "Kill him! He must be in the same group as the previous person." The sound of fighting was deafening, and Jiang Shutian, who was speechless, directly used the power of the Shura fruit with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This unlucky person was really a toothache when drinking cold water. But what did they mean by the previous person? Did Luo Guangyuan just come? He was about to ask with interest when the soil under his feet quickly turned into feces. He turned his head suddenly, and found that someone was converting soil into feces. Facing such a biological weapon attack, Jiang Shutian was really angry. World number 1895. Mu Bai, holding the bloodline compass, looked at the direction of the needle, and said to himself, with some regret, one step short. It seems that Luo Guangjuan in this world has been here. But what is his purpose in bringing Shaoli to the small world of the heavens to kill people? Looking at the ground that was almost stained with blood, Mu Bai fell into deep thought. The whole city was razed to the ground. When he walked over, he even saw many people crying. Everyone, can you tell me in detail what happened here? Among the people crying, there were men and women, and each of them was at a high level. When everyone saw the other party, Fang Sheng immediately took out his weapons. Who the hell are you? Tell you? Let your father come, and I will tell him. A one-eyed man with a full anger value drew out a sword and slashed over, using the brilliant one-sword slash, one of the top martial arts in this world. The Golden Overlord sword intent rushed straight into the sky. When the terrifying slashing force was about to fall on Mu Bai's forehead, he stretched out 2 fingers and gently clamped the mighty and unparalleled slash. How is it possible? The one-eyed young man was about to draw back his knife when he was suddenly punched by Mu Bai. This explosion was not an adjective but a result. In the blood mist, Mu Bai looked at everyone with indifference. I'm not here to nag at you. And I'm not a good person. Now tell me what happened here in detail. Otherwise, I will destroy your entire world. The excited people were directly suppressed to the ground by Mu Bai's domineering aura. The heavy pressure even made the bones gradually make a sound of breaking. As Mu Bai himself said, he has never been a pure good person or a pure bad person. But sometimes when the situation is urgent, he can become a bad person who is even more evil than the bad people. Stop. Let's talk. Stop. I'll talk. Seeing that everyone cooperated, Mu Bai also restrained his domineering aura and asked one by one. After listening to everything, he also pondered that Luo Guangjuan brought Shaoli, who was controlled by him, to kill the strongest person in this world. Moreover, the strongest person in this world took only 3 years to go from a high school student to a global hegemon. This script looked familiar. It was exactly the same as the world he had just entered. Why did Luo Guangjuan keep hunting down talented people in this small world? He didn't expect the answer and ignored the people present. He followed the guidance of the blood compass and entered the next small world. However, just when he was about to take the last step, a prompt came from the heavenly palace. Duanshe, one of the 3 emperors of the fire worship cult in the western regions, met Luo Guangjuan head-on. Is it so smooth? Things went so smoothly that Mu Bai became a little wary. On the other side, in the world number 1912, Duanshe, a fire worshipper from the western region Sunwheel Realm, was half kneeling on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. As a veteran Sunwheel Realm expert, he was facing Luo Guangjuan, the first son of the king's court, and was simply being crushed. Vortex of the god of fire. After taking a breath, Duanshe pulled out a series of vortex flames with one hand and rushed into the sky, while Luo Guangjuan, standing on the wild sand, slowly gathered the sand that was constantly accumulating under his feet into a series of walls, resisting the burning sea of fire while instantly opening the portal created by the door fruit and coming to the back of the opponent. 1 billion volts. Thunder Dragon. The pale thunder gathered into a roaring and agile thunder dragon, turning into the most dazzling light between the light and shadow. When the thunder dragon descended, Duanshe noticed something strange behind him and immediately dispersed his left arm into flames. Burn fruit. Swallow the true flame. The swirling flames formed a flame barrier, blocking the thunder dragon's attack while his other hand continued to create flames to block the interference of the raging sand behind him. Duanshe, who had already experienced a hard battle, was really a little overwhelmed by the front and back attacks of the 2 top-level natural fruit abilities. Let's go all out. Flame Emperor Dharma Image. The gorgeous flames condensed into a sea of fire, swallowing up the sand and thunder while converging into the magnificent Flame Emperor Dharma Image. When the flames condensed on the Dharma Image, the high temperature and scorching heat descended on the earth. Flame Emperor Dharma Image. Fire Dragon burning the wild. After using the power of the Dharma Image, Duanshe, who no longer hid his means, was furious and instantly blasted Luo Guangjuan, who had his hands behind his back. With a burning fist with the phantom image of a fire dragon, the multi-layered burning spread in all directions, and the dragon head with high-temperature flames roared and broke through Luo Guangjuan's Thunder Dragon move. It was a really powerful move worthy of the old Sunwheel Realm strongman. But this level was far from enough in front of him. Exchange. Luo Guangjuan stretched out his left hand and rubbed his index finger and thumb. The next moment, a scene beyond Duanshi's expectations happened. The fire dragon and thunder were turned around and attacked the masters of both sides. Luo Guangjuan, who was bombarded by thunder, instantly turned into a Thor-like appearance and released the Volt Thunder skill. The fire dragon turned around and attacked Duanshi. This situation originally had no effect on Duanshi, the natural type Flame Fruit ability user. After all, as long as the temperature was high, it could not break through the upper limit of the temperature that his fruit ability could withstand. But when he was about to accept the fire dragon to perform the Dharma move again, the endless thunder hidden inside the fire dragon turned into a series of lightning whips and swept across the field. The hit Duanshi gritted his teeth and urged the Dharma to block the front. While resisting the opponent's thunder, he approached the opponent step by step. Luo Guangjuan, who was also in the Sunwheel realm, also showed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Before he could mobilize other fruit abilities, Duanshi's eyes suddenly bled. And at this moment, a short time stagnation appeared in the surrounding space. This is one of his trump cards, the magical power of burning fire and stopping, which uses the explosion of high-temperature flames to temporarily blind his eyes. Even if it can only be stopped for less than half a second, it is enough to change the entire battle situation. Under the burning fire and stopping, Duanshi rushed to Luo Guangjuan and turned into a flaming long sword with a blazing fire and pierced the opponent's heart. Then he left the flaming long sword in the opponent's body and held two flaming spears in the air with both hands to pierce Luo Guangjuan's legs. At this moment, the time of burning fire and stopping was over. Duanshi, who was temporarily blind, relied on the domineering aura of observation and the wound torn by the previous flame knife to turn himself into the most concentrated flame element to open the Dharma, and exploded with half of the opponent's body. When Duanshi, who was temporarily blinded, realized that the other party's breath had disappeared, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Half kneeling on the ground, he felt that his whole body was tortured by thunder and numbness. If he hadn't kept a trick to defeat the other party before he could raise his vigilance, he would have died in this battle. Duanshi took a deep breath to adjust his state and found that his vision gradually returned to normal. He was surprised and looked back suddenly. Only then did he feel that the situation was going too smoothly. He had clearly used his magical power. But his eyes. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. I originally wanted to keep you to entertain myself. I didn't expect that you really have something. It's a pity that my ability of the change fruit cannot exchange for the magical power in other people's bodies. Otherwise, I would definitely not let go of such a magical power. Applause came from all directions. And the remains of Luo Guangjuan, who had been killed before, were also applauding. The burning ruins disappeared, and the ground beneath his feet became an illusory place like ripples on the water. In this dreamlike scene, Duanshi's face was gloomy as he confirmed a very cruel reality. That is, the one who had been fighting with him was not the real Luo Guangjuan, and this world was most likely a dream. In the real world, Luo Guangjuan, the son of destiny who was transferring this world, looked at Duanshi, who was sleeping next to him, and said with some surprise, "You can actually guess it. You are really experienced. It's a pity that you may be able to wake up in an ordinary dream. But you can't wake up in a dream within a dream by your own willpower alone." Xiao Li, who was standing aside and unable to move, had his mouth sealed. It was obvious that Luo Guangjuan didn't want to listen to his nonsense. The one whose luck was being transferred at the moment was a young girl. But the other party's miserable appearance at the moment was just like a little beggar. This person's experience was also very exciting. No matter whether she was reborn or even had a female-dominant system formed by the luck of heaven and earth. Luo Guangjuan also spent a lot of effort to deal with this person. Your value is gone. After saying that, he picked up the girl whose luck had been drained and threw her aside. The skinny body was gray, and even the blood vessels were stiff. As soon as it hit the ground, it turned into a flying ash and disappeared from this world. It's time to start the next world. As for this unknown pursuer, he must be a person from the heavenly palace. This mysterious mask is so interesting that even I can't see its true face clearly. Luo Guangjuan, who opened his hand to control the dream to strangle the other party, was about to act when a three-pointed double-edged knife fell from the sky and accurately inserted between the two. Mu Bai? The moment he saw the weapon of the god of war, Luo Guangjuan knew who was coming. When he thought about the previous attack on the forces of the third son of God, Emperor Yu, by connecting all the relationships, He naturally came to a guess. That is, Mu Bai is also a member of the Heavenly Palace. Mu Bai, who shuttled through space and came between the two, drew out the God of War, and said to Luo Guangjuan indifferently, "Brother, you don't play by the rules. If you want to leave, just leave. Why do you want to take Shaoli with you?" Looking at Mu Bai, who was so close, Luo Guangjuan was happy. Triple dream superposition. Nightmare is coming. Entering me is like entering my urn. The full fire dream fruit immediately exerted its extreme state. The surrounding world was rendered into different colors. These colors were pulling Mu Bai into a deep dream. "Junior brother, please stay here forever and ever." The dream completed the unsolvable killing move. Even the opponent, seeing that the opponent's dream was completed, Mu Bai's God of War was directly inserted into the ground. In an instant, Duanshu was also taken out of the dream. The surrounding colors faded rapidly, and the two of them returned to the real world. Duanshu woke up and was about to take action when he was stopped by Mu Bai. "Go back. This is the highest order." The highest order? Remembering that the Lord of the Heavenly Palace had told him that Mu Bai would lead the team this time, Duanshu immediately used the ability of the teleportation scroll to leave this small world without any nonsense. The dream was suppressed. Luo Guangjuan looked down at the other side's martial god and became more and more aware of his extraordinariness. Even the fruit power of the illusory spiritual level could be suppressed. No wonder the 3-star masters would be stretched even if they fought Mu Bai at the same time. "Junior brother, you still have means. I didn't expect you to be from the Heavenly Palace. Why do you want to fight one-on-one?" Luo Guangjuan, who had already clearly known Mu Bai's strength, still maintained his suicidal operation. But his eyes were also flashing with dangerous light. Mu Bai's sight passed through the other side and did not find Xiao Li's trace. It was unclear whether the other side used some fruit ability to do it. "Brother, you are not simple either. You have used the parahuman type change fruit and the Dordor fruit before. And now you have even used the Dream fruit again. You have so many secrets that I want to take you to be dissected." The two men attacked almost at the same time as they burst into fighting spirit. Mu Bai, who condensed a vibration ball with his right fist and shattered the void, fell from the air. In an instant, a devastating earthquake occurred with the vibration center as the origin. Under the continuous vibration, Luo Guangjuan's decertified surface immediately formed a desert tentacle several hundred meters long, and the tip of the tentacle condensed with arm color domineering. Seeing this move, Mu Bai thought that the opponent had learned from Mingda in one piece. At the same time, he punched across the sky and a divine punishment shock wave toward the earth directly. Luo Guangjuan, who barely dodged the divine punishment shock wave, had two elemental states in his body at the same time, half of which turned into thunder and half into sand. After the two natural forces condensed together, they poured down on Mu Bai like a storm. Mu Bai, who didn't even blink, resisted the two natural forces and punched out. After the two natural forces collapsed at the same time, seeing that the opponent wanted to condense his body again in the form of electricity, Mu Bai also activated the domineering color domineering to suppress him. As the speed of the elemental disintegration to restore the human form was significantly reduced, Mu Bai's martial arts blade immediately stabbed at the opponent's unformed body. Unexpectedly, a portal created by the Dordor fruit suddenly appeared on the ground. Mu Bai, who stabbed into it, clearly found that there was a door behind him that was about to open. When he dodged sideways, it was indeed his martial arts blade. The portal suddenly closed while the blade was being pulled back. "Leave your arm behind." Luo Guangjuan, who was condensed with electric current, backhanded thousands of thunders to sweep the enemy. "Leave your arm behind?" The arm stuck in the portal was indeed being torn apart. But Mu Bai only exerted a little force, and he actually tore the transmission channel with pure brute force. Facing the bombardment of thousands of thunders, he condensed a golden crow phantom in front of him to swallow the thunder and lightning. And the terrifying white sun true flame submerged Luo Guangjuan. The fruit of elimination was activated. After Luo Guangjuan, whose left eye had turned into nothingness, looked around at the great sun true flame. These insoluble flames actually gradually disappeared. It is worth mentioning that they all followed the trajectory of the previous impact and finally disappeared at the starting point where Mu Bai made his move. Luo Guangjuan, who had not yet stood up, only felt a flash above his head, and then a whip kick appeared in the air and swept him into the broken surface. He fell into the cracks of the abyss on the constantly collapsing surface, and before he appeared, Mu Bai had already sent a divine punishment shock wave through the ground. Luo Guangjuan in the abyss rubbed his fingers and inserted them into the rocks next to him. The exchange ability of the fruit of the exchange fruit was activated again in the wild sand. After the sand exchanged directions with the divine punishment shock wave, Luo Guangjuan, who hid at the tail of the divine punishment shock wave and rushed into the sky, thought that Mu Bai would dodge his attack. But he never expected that Mu Bai's mouth would expand rapidly and irregularly. Under the devouring power of the glutton, the divine punishment shock wave he originally shot out was annihilated in the devouring mouth. Feeling that the battle was somewhat boring, Mu Bai was too lazy to waste time anymore. His form changed immediately, and a terrifying energy beam far surpassing the previous aura penetrated the sky and the earth. A one-eyed, two-armed, 2-meter-tall humanoid monster with energy pulses flowing all over his body was born. After turning on the evil spirit-haunted form, Mu Bai's figure slid out a terrifying 15-degree sharp turn like lightning. At the extreme speed, he created several tornadoes on the ground just by relying on the impact of his body, while constantly changing his position to confuse Luo Guangjuan. The power of the tremor fruit accumulated in his hand was also superimposed layer by layer. What a monster! This speed is rare even among the top masters in the Sunwheel realm. Mu Bai, do you have to use this form to deal with me? Trapped in the middle by the phantom, Luo Guangjuan said helplessly. This special form of the opponent is absolutely a crushing level of combat power for him. If he were to encounter it in any corner of the main world, his first reaction would definitely be to run to a place where the opponent could not find him in a short time. But it might not be the case here. Tyrant! Super light fist. Mu Bai, who kept adding speed, punched out. The remaining phantom was still wandering, but the shocking explosive power of the ultimate combination of speed and strength instantly pierced Luo Guangjuan's entire chest. This is not over yet. Mu Bai, who suddenly jumped up, swung his fist with a residual shadow again, and the remaining body that exploded into a blood mist evaporated in an instant. The opponent was completely blasted to pieces. This is the absolute difference in combat power. If it were not for testing how many kinds of fruits the opponent could come with and the trump card, Mu Bai could have killed the opponent instantly in the first second of meeting. Apart from the regular abilities, such as the power of the fruit and magical powers, Mu Bai's overwhelming advantage over his opponent is his extreme speed and strength. After instantly killing his opponent, Mu Bai always felt that there was something strange. While he was thinking, a top local powerhouse in this world came to observe collectively. Mu Bai, who was too lazy to be sneaky, found a clue after taking out the blood compass from the storage bag. Logically speaking, since Luo Guangjuan was dead, the compass needle should have stopped turning. But the current situation was completely opposite. After Luo Guangjuan died, the compass still pointed in one direction. And while pointing in that direction, it also turned an arc to point in another direction. Are there two Luo Guangjuan bodies? This is not impossible. After paying attention to the movement of the pointer, Mu Bai took a deep look at the world under his feet, and immediately broke through the boundary, and left this small world. After the powerful man who defied the heavens left, the powerful men of these local forces dared to approach completely. Seeing the battle power that was almost at the level of world destruction, the long-haired old man almost shed tears. It was not that he pitied the ordinary people who died in this battle, but that he yearned for the supreme fighting power. The battle between the two people just now was simply a mythical existence. A person like himself who stood at the top of the world might not even be qualified to be that person's slave. However, this level of strongman obviously came from another world. What do they want to do here? The old man who was worried about his position being replaced did not notice that flowers and plants were gradually growing under his feet. That is, the place where Luo Guangjuan was killed, and the small vines hidden in it were gradually growing from the opponent's soles to the entire leg. When the old man noticed it, the vines had already twisted his flesh and blood, and everyone present fled in shock. After the vines were completely integrated into the old man's body, a bloody Luo Guangjuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He used the ability of seeds and fruits to arrange the ability to revive this body in advance. I guess even Mu Bai could not guess it at all? A figure suddenly descended on the surface of the earth while he was feeling a little proud, smashing his newly resurrected body and the entire continental plate together. The person who came was Mu Bai, who had returned. Mu Bai, who sank the continent with one move, also killed all the natives nearby. In this case, even if Luo Guangjuan could plant the seeds again, there would be no nutrients to absorb life force. The blood compass is indeed accurate. If I hadn't just gone back and forth, I would have almost missed it. Seeing that there was indeed no sign of life and strange phenomena on the scene, Mu Bai immediately followed the guidance of the compass and disappeared again in this small world. With the death of the sea clone here, Luo Guangjuan's body, who had deceived Mu Bai with his magical powers to take Xiao Li to other worlds, also completely stopped moving forward. The sea clone clearly saw that Mu Bai was holding an item, like a compass needle in his hand at the moment he was killed. Maybe the other party found him with it. Strange. After I exchanged my body through the fruit of changing, shouldn't it be normal that there is no trace of my physical body? How did the other party find me? Thinking of this, Luo Guangjuan looked at Xiao Li, who was sealed and unable to speak beside him. If Mu Bai was targeting Xiao Li, he really had no way to get rid of him. Once he left Xiao Li behind to protect himself, his plan would be completely blocked, and his various plans would be meaningless. Thinking of this, Luo Guangjuan sighed. Mu Bai, I'm afraid I have to make some arrangements for you. Luo Guangjuan, who was muttering to himself, was hit by a shotgun in the back of his head before he finished speaking. The owner of the farm was also shocked to see that the other party had no signs of injury. Luo Guangjuan, who was standing in the other party's private territory, did not seem to be aware of leaving. With a casual push, the anti-gravity force uprooted the plants on a large area of the farm, and the torn ground flew into the air one by one under the influence of gravity. The body of the gun-wielding farmer was embedded in the straw under the influence of gravity and suffocated to death. The surface of the surrounding area was all broken apart, and a large amount of soil and rocks condensed into one in the sky along the trajectory of gravity. What are you doing? Xiao Li asked in a low voice after realizing that the other party had lifted the seal on speaking. What should I do? Of course, I will use you as a chess piece and this world as a chessboard to lure you into a trap. After saying this, Luo Guangjuan, with a calm expression, suddenly inserted one hand into Xiao Li's chest. All the huge amount of luck that had been accumulated by him before was absorbed by him. At the same time, the power of the fruit of change also played a role here, and the souls exchanged when the two looked at each other. In a few moments, Luo Guangjuan, whose soul descended into Xiao Li's body, felt the majestic and glorious power of luck. Half of the endless power of luck was kept in his body for digestion, and the other half was temporarily stored in his original body. At first, he originally planned to use Xiao Li's luck constitution to absorb the luck power of the small worlds of the heavens, and then replace his body to return to the main world to compete for the position of the God Emperor. But now it seems that Mu Bai is chasing him closely, so he could only plan to deal with him in this place in advance. Xiao Li's soul was still conscious after being forcibly stuffed into Luo Guangjuan's body. At this moment, his whole body was twitching, and the power of luck was forcibly injected into his body, and he became swollen. He was trapped by Luo Guangjuan as a can again, and was affected by gravity, and flew into the sky. The next step is to digest the power of luck, and connect the world will of this world. As long as the connection is successful, with his current luck strength, he can completely crush the Son of Luck in any small world in the heavens. After killing Mu Bai, he can rely on this irreversible and unchangeable luck power to become the only and strongest king of luck among billions of creatures in the main world. The torn farms, buildings, and city fragments were condensed and compressed together in the sky. Many local devil fruit power masters in the nearby areas did not dare to approach here at all, and could only let the torn surface buildings merge into the strange fusion in the sky. What are you still standing there for? Quickly send a message to the Guardian, and everyone else evacuate the city and the towns immediately. Seeing that passers-by, including the ability users, were staring at the disaster-like scene in a daze, the leader shouted helplessly. The awakened people fled to the back one after another. Some ability users with the power of defensive fruits tried to release their defensive abilities, and their defenses were torn apart almost instantly. And the people and the land under their feet were taken into the sky by gravity. What are you blocking? That is most likely the work of the Peak Emperor. Everyone run away. As the tearing range became larger and larger, a meteor-like light and shadow in the distant sky crashed into the fusion building in the air. The other party was wearing the clothes of some kind of federal organization, and his short half-black and half-white hair was extremely conspicuous. Standing on this aerial fusion was none other than the strongest person in the nearby area, Li Mu, the ability user of the glittering fruit known as the Supreme King, holding a cigar in his mouth. He looked down with his eyes that did not fluctuate at all, and just happened to see the young man who looked like the floating continent. Hey, who are you, and why are you causing trouble here? Li Mu, who was holding a cigar between two fingers, took a puff of the cigar, and before he could even taste the flavor, his upper body was cut into two by the raging sand behind him. Luo Guangjuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the floating continent, raised his head in surprise. I didn't expect that there are people in this world who have awakened the natural fruit. You are very good. The light dissipated, and Li Mu, who had recovered his upper body, was even more surprised to hear this. You know, he had only recently developed the shining fruit to the awakening state. He didn't expect that this ordinary young man in front of him could see through it at a glance. No. It was obviously wrong to call him a young man. After all, just when Li Mu thought of this, the short-haired young man, sitting cross-legged below, began to change his appearance. His long black hair gradually fell to his shoulders, and his appearance became more like a middle-aged man. Strange. You have the ability to change your appearance? It seems that I can't let you go, Li Mu said with a deep look in his eyes while touching his chin. He had no intention of being tolerant of the monster in human skin in front of him. 10,000 days. Light cones. I saw a flash in the void, looking in the direction of the sun. Countless flash cones densely covered the entire sky, and these light cones shot out under countless lights. Under the sharp light, the entire floating continent was pierced by this intensive shooting. Facing such a dense and fierce attack, Luo Guangjuan still sat cross-legged on the ground and pressed his hands towards the sky. In an instant, countless sand grains formed a defensive formation that actually blocked the attack of the flashing fruit. Seeing this situation, Li Mu was not angry. He was more curious about why the other party had been sitting and fighting with him. So in order to force the other party to get up, Li Mu's figure gradually tore into five. And 5 Li Mus, who could not distinguish between the real body and the illusory figure, turned into flashes at the same time and appeared in 5 directions. Sand blade. Cut the sky. With a flick of his index finger, Luo Guangjuan casually looked towards the sky and saw the raging sand gathering on the floating continent, slashing straight at it. The target was the figure of Li Mu above his head. What a terrifying natural ability. This is the first time I've seen someone who can control the mad sand. With a simple step to the side, the mad sand slash with domineering power actually passed through the middle of his body. This is exactly the flash electric step. The flash fruit can activate Li Mu's body to move quickly, shuttling across the battlefield like lightning. This move gives the user extremely high speed and flexibility, allowing him to quickly dodge the enemy's attack or quickly approach the target to attack. When the figure of Li Mu in the middle dodged, the 4 nearby figures of Li Mu attacked at the same time. The figure in the east used the lightning net. The user can release a huge lightning net to trap the enemy. Li Mu once trapped nearly 6 peak strongmen by himself with this move. This lightning net has a powerful electric shock ability, which can paralyze the enemy and make them unable to move. At the same time, the lightning net also has a certain binding ability, which can firmly trap the enemy, paralyze the limbs, and suppress the enemy's speed. The figure in the south released a flash electric shield against Luo Guangjuan's second sand blade attack. His palm formed a barrier of flash energy. Several flashes in the barrier were refracting and jumping to bounce out powerful beams. The barrier blocked the sand blade attack, and the refracted flash destroyed the fruit power inside the sand blade. The combination of the two quickly shot 4 or 5 refracted rays of light towards the figure below. The other 2 figures of Li Mu also attacked at the same time, for directions and 4 attacks, including killing, weakening, binding, and defensive power. It can be said that Li Mu's clone flash attack this time was really amazing. Along with the flash attacks in 4 directions, the flash figure standing above Luo Guangjuan's head condensed a light spear in the palm of his left hand without a smile, and then suddenly blasted down with the cooperation of the 4 attacks. Flash. Tyrant Spear. Flash. Tyrant Spear. The domineering spear intent and terrifying flash of light flashed out instantly and pierced the entire floating continent. The light continued to refract in the air and caused secondary damage again, and began to destroy the entire floating aggregate that was still absorbing the surface buildings. The figure could not be seen clearly under the flash, and the entire floating continent or floating island was rapidly falling to the ground in the dust. The people on the ground naturally judged that the person was Li Mu, the user of the flash fruit ability. Through the flash ability, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Some people even thought that they had escaped a catastrophe and began to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Looking at the falling floating land, Li Mu, who was surrounded by light in the air, did not smile at all. He saw that the floating land that was about to fall on the wasteland was gradually condensed together and showed a trend of continuing to merge and floated rapidly to the original high-altitude position. Luo Guangjuan, who was hit by the tyrant spear, stood up in the dust safely. With a wave of his arm, the smoke and dust were dispersed, revealing a body with a purple halo all over his body. Superhuman combined fruit ability user. After looking down and seeing the purple halo on the other party's body connected to the entire island, Li Mu also accepted the fact that he was a multi-fruit ability user in a short period of time. The multi-fruit ability user, who had never appeared before, actually appeared at this time. No! You are not from this world. Right? Although Li Mu did not believe in the so-called ascension to the upper realm in the immortal novels, the ability of the character in front of him always surprised him. Just now, the other party seemed to use his body to resist his Tyrant Mang's spear before showing the power of the combined fruit. In other words, he, the top of the world, could not penetrate this person's physical defense. It's a pity that people like you can only dominate the world of the heavens. It's a pity. It's not the fault of a gentleman to be born in a small country. It's not your fault that you were born in a low-level world. Luo Guangyuan stood up and his momentum gradually rose. It was completely different from the posture when he was sitting cross-legged on the ground before. Feeling that his body was nourished by the power of luck and gradually recovered more fruit abilities, Luo Guangyuan felt the long-lost sense of power for the first time. In the past 100,000 years, he has used the change fruit to replace countless people's bodies and gain the power of countless devil fruits. But even so, he has to bear the limitations brought by this replacement. That is, the degree of awakening of the devil fruit or the lack of proficiency in the use of the fruit. He can only use the power of the 10 fruits that he has replaced recently. If he exceeds this number, he will show signs of forgetfulness, so that many of his fruit abilities that have awakened long ago cannot be used at all. But now it is different. He is connecting the luck of the whole world and has the blessing of luck. The long-forgotten devil fruit powers in his body are reviving one by one, just like the superhuman combination fruit ability he is using at this moment. Li Mu, with a slightly cold expression, heard that although the words from the other party were sincere, the contempt could not be hidden. The arrogance seemed to be the arrogance of humans looking at monkeys. No matter where you are from, as long as you are here, you have to be safe and stable. Arrogance is the original sin, and I will judge you. As he spoke, Li Mu's hands emitted dazzling light, and the whole scene was enveloped by bright light. After the power was condensed, when he held the hilt of the light sword tightly with both hands, a sacred energy began to surge in his body. With Li Mu's will, this energy gradually condensed into a huge and gorgeous sword. The sword body showed a silver-white light, emitting a radiance like angel wings. The blade surged with dazzling light, emitting pure and flawless light, like the holy light song sung by children in the monastery. This is one of the abilities of the shining fruit after awakening. Holy light. Flash. Archangel sword. The blade passed through the air, leaving a bright trail. The light was like the wings of an angel, bringing a sacred and solemn atmosphere. When the sword blade touched Luo Guangyuan, the light burst out with a more dazzling brilliance. Wherever the sword blade passed, the opponent was instantly wrapped in bright light, as if purified by divine power. The light penetrated the opponent's body, shining a dazzling blade, devouring his defense, while the holy angel sword turned into a phantom and pierced Luo Guangyuan's throat. Luo Guangyuan, whose throat was pierced, looked at the phantom of the holy angel and said meaningfully, "It's actually a simplified version of the Dharma? It is extraordinary to use the resources of the lower world and one's own enlightenment to build a move similar to the Dharma phase. You should know that the definition of the Dharma phase in the main world is to compress the limit of the realm and gather energy that exceeds oneself by dozens of times into the power of the Dharma phase." When Luo Guangyuan was pierced through the throat by the Archangel sword, he was slightly surprised that he was not injured at all. Li Mu, who didn't know what kind of fruit power the other party had used, exerted his strength with his arms to the limit and quickly cut the other party in half with the lightsaber. But then, the Luo Guangyuan in front of him actually merged into a whole again like liquid. What a surprising man. It seems that I really can't hurt you with my power alone. Li Mu, who turned into a light and rushed to kill, dispersed countless flashing clones while speaking. There were as many as tens of thousands of flashing lights and shadows. Such a number of Li Mu crossed his arms at the same time, and flashing bodies shot out light needles, like rainstorm pear blossoms. Infinite light. The dazzling light covered the sky, as if the whole sky had turned into a golden kingdom. Facing countless light attacks, Luo Guangyuan only took a step forward and turned into a flash of lightning, easily passing through the flashes and kicking Li Mu in the air. The invisible fruit ability user, who had been hiding behind Li Mu, had his head kicked on the spot. When Li Mu, whose expression changed drastically, was about to cast a flash net to trap the opponent, A combined heavy punch of armed color with a floating continent with purple light instantly blasted him into the ground. There are 3 people in total, but only one person appeared to attack. You really like to play hide and seek. If the ability is not about to be restored, I really want to continue playing with you. What a pity. After saying that, Luo Guangyuan put his hands together, and the natural double pupils in his eyes, similar to those of the Emperor Yu, flashed strangely in his pupils. The next moment, the gate of the ancient ghost city Fengdu, which was full of gloom, slowly opened behind him. Countless evil spirits rushed out in the killing, cold, and suffocating atmosphere. These evil spirits surrounded a place a few hundred meters to his east. And then the space-type fruit ability user hiding in the space was torn into pieces alive by the ghosts. The other party never figured out why his space movement ability, which had always played a huge role, would fail at this critical moment. It's domineering. Li Mu, who had difficulty getting up from the ruins on the surface, knew clearly that this strange man used domineering to block the way of the space-type ability user. As long as the domineering was stronger than the fruit power, it would be enough to interfere with the regular power of the devil fruit. However, the other party's domineering was too strong. The most important thing was that Li Mu always felt that this was just improved by the other party, although it was a bit absurd. In his eyes, Luo Guangyuan's breath was rapidly increasing at an exponential rate. This power had even surpassed the limit of the world's endurance. If the other party could not be stopped, maybe this world would be destroyed. Luo Guangyuan, who had killed 2 people in a row, felt the gradually recovered strength and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. When he was about to take action to get rid of Li Mu on the ground, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Finally here, a transmission channel suddenly appeared in the air, and Mu Bai, still haunted by evil spirits, walked out of the channel holding the martial god. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Luo Guangyuan. Although the other party looked like Luo Guangyuan, his aura was obviously mixed with Xiao Li's aura. Obviously, there is only one answer. That is, the other party is using Xiao Li's body at the moment. Looking at Luo Guangyuan, who was fearless on the floating continent, Mu Bai took a deep look around. He thought there would be some traps. After all, from the other party's expression, it was obvious that the other party guessed that he would come quickly. Replacing Xiao Li's body? Is this your trump card? Luo Guangyuan, who was glowing with purple light and controlling the power of the fusion fruit, chuckled and said, "Junior brother Mu, you really look down on me. After all, I have lived for countless years. As long as luck is added, you will never be my opponent." Luo Guangyuan's hand words have not been spoken yet, and the fist shadows rich and explosive and domineering power have already bombarded like a downpour. Luo Guangyuan, who was hit by Mu by thousands of punches in an instant, turned into a residual shadow. After breaking the floating continent he created, he broke several high mountains straightly before stopping the sliding state. "Brother Luo, what did you want to say just now?" The smoke and dust have not yet dissipated. Mu Bai has already rushed into the area again, speaking while a vibrating iron fist swept across the 4 directions. The ground that was hit shook violently, and the space was shattered in layers amid the shaking of the mountains and the sea. Luo Guangyuan, who had not yet stood up, was hit into the ground again by Mu Bai with his face pressed down. The tens of thousands of meters of mountains around him burst apart, and the suppressed Luo Guangyuan suddenly burst out with amazing domineering aura. Even Li Mu, who was watching the battle from a high altitude in the distance, felt a sense of horror. But this horror was soon replaced by a greater shock. Luo Guangyuan, who burst out with a monstrous spirit, was completely suppressed by the stronger domineering aura that burst out from Mu Bai before he broke free. Mu Bai's black and red aura even made the entire space exude a feeling of being almost upside down, as if he had entered some kind of alien world at this moment. This was the performance of the domineering aura that was extremely rich. Mu Bai, who was haunted by evil spirits, had surpassed some of the world's top masters in some aspects. Luo Guangyuan, who was suppressed again, did not faint after enduring continuous vibrations and the threat of the overlord color. In this case, he even entered the fusion state of the fusion fruit with the ground under his feet. The purple ripples flowed rapidly. After the fusion, Luo Guangyuan, who controlled the entire earth, immediately transformed into a clay giant with countless metal rocks and rolled up Mu Bai. The ground was torn apart. The clay giant was torn apart by a shock wave just as it contained Mu Bai in its body, and its fusion ability was also scattered. In a flash, Mu Bai's martial god weapon pierced Luo Guangyuan's thigh with incomparable accuracy. nailing him to the ground. The fruit power embedded in the martial god weapon immediately played a sealing role. Luo Guangyuan, whose thigh was pierced, was half knelt on the ground in embarrassment under the sealing of the fruit power of his whole body. Ignoring the look on senior brother Luo's face, Mu Bai grabbed his hair without even a twitch in his martial arts skills, and used a domineering knee strike that almost crushed him into pieces. As his body flew backwards, Mu Bai immediately noticed the movement behind him, and quickly turned around to dodge the stealth attack of another Luo Guangyuan. The Luo Guangyuan, who was crippled by Mu Bai, barely stopped after flying several thousand meters. The injuries on his body were quickly repaired, while the other Luo Guangyuan, who was fighting Mu Bai at close range, kept colliding with Mu Bai at an astonishing speed. The two turned into two light shadows, and every time they collided with each other, they could cause a sonic boom and countless shock waves that were enough to shatter objects. The one who could fight Mu Bai in the devil form was obviously Luo Guangyuan himself, and the one before was obviously his clone from the plant seed fruit. Use your clone to abuse me. Senior brother Luo is really a good senior brother, but I didn't expect that you are so strong even in the flesh. After more than a dozen collisions in an instant, the two quickly distanced themselves, feeling the numbness all over their bodies. Mu Bai, an expert in devil fruits, naturally found that the other party had used at least a dozen kinds of fruit powers in the short battle of just a few dozen seconds, and all of them were to enhance physical strength and speed reaction. The most important thing is that the other party was obviously familiar with the use of these fruits. Junior brother, you are too kind. The fruit power I have is completely beyond your imagination. At this point, a breath similar to Luo Guangyuan emerged from the ground. Mu Bai looked down and immediately found that there were hundreds of Luo Guangyuan's plant clones using the power of devil fruits at the same time, and each plant clone had a fruit power of Luo Guangyuan's body. Mu Bai, who was possessed by the devil, applauded. Good trick. But I don't know if they can hide from my human bag. The bag on the waist disappeared quickly. Then the human bag that covered the sky quickly covered the sky, and the seed clones on the ground were quickly swallowed into the human bag by the powerful pulling force. And they didn't even have the chance to release the fruit power. Human bag? Mu Bai has this kind of treasure. So it seems that there is no way to attack in groups. After floating to the broken floating continent, Luo Guangyuan stretched out his hand to grab behind him. The other hand grabbed high in the sky. Gravity fruit. Control the sea. Gravity fruit. Meteorite impact. First, there was a dead silence, and the sea became unusually calm, as if foreshadowing the coming terror. As the gravity fruit reversed gravity, the sea surface gradually bulged into whirlpools. These huge waves were as high as a staggering several thousand meters, like the giant arm of a giant, carrying the power to destroy everything, surging towards the shore. When the waves approached the shore, they began to become more terrifying. The entire sea surface was occupied by waves, and white waves rolled like the devil's claws raging in the air. The huge waves hit the coastline violently, making a deafening noise and sweeping up the buildings, trees, vehicles, and people along the coast. Gravity fruit. Meteorite impact. As the 1,000-meter tsunami engulfed everything along the coast, a huge shadow outside the horizon blocked the sun's light and quickly crossed the sky with unbearable pressure. A huge meteorite fell from the sky, burning to form a trail of flames, like a huge fireball passing through the sky. When the meteorite located Mu Bai, it hit him fiercely. The impact it brought was terrible. The huge energy was released instantly, forming a huge shock wave, destroying everything around. In this case, Mu Bai didn't understand the other party's two attacks. This superscale natural disaster may destroy this small world, but in front of him, the meteorite or tsunami is too weak. After turning his palm into a fist and punching into the inside of the meteorite, Mu Bai exerted a little force, and the meteorite with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was torn apart. The boulder shattered into countless fragments, splashing around like shrapnel, smashing all obstacles encountered. Although the meteorite was shattered, the impact point became a ruin, with flames and thick smoke filling the air, and the fire raging everything. The huge energy generated by the explosion not only destroyed the surrounding ruins, but also caused large-scale fires and explosions, forming a chain reaction. As soon as the impact of the meteorite was removed by Mu Bai, he found that the ground was shaking, and the tsunami of thousands of meters had already hit from all directions. Seeing this, Mu Bai instantly moved to the high altitude and landed on the floating continent in a few steps. The person with the ability of the flash fruit was also numb when he saw this. I have to go back quickly to tell others to organize people to evacuate. He turned into a flash and quickly disappeared here. Luo Guangjuan, who had performed 2 natural disaster-level disasters, spread his arms, and felt that the death of countless lives had touched the will of this world. At this critical moment when the wind and clouds gathered, the heaven-defying luck that enveloped him turned into a white light and rushed into the sky. When the luck and the world will were connected, he looked back at Mu Bai and smiled. The world will exists in every corner of the world in an invisible way. It is an omnipresent existence that can perceive all living beings and things. It has no specific form, but it has infinite wisdom and power. It can communicate with all elements of the world and exert influence on the laws of nature. The existence of the world will contains profound meaning. First of all, it is the creator and maintainer of the whole world. It creates everything in the world, including the earth, mountains, rivers, animals and plants. It also determines the rules and order of the operation of the world, so that everything is under its control. Under normal circumstances, the world cannot change the subject. But when the sum of the luck of multiple worlds in Luo Guangjuan's body condenses into a point and explodes, it can temporarily control the world will. This killing move that cannot work in the main world is completely feasible in the small world of the heavens. Mu Bai, who did not understand what the other party did, only felt that any existence in the whole world was extremely hostile to him out of thin air. The strong hostility was even hidden between the flowers and plants and hidden in the air. This feeling of being an enemy of the world is not good. At least at this moment. The pressure on Mu Bai's body was enough to break more than a dozen mountains. What is this? Mu Bai, who was possessed by evil spirits, felt that his vision, strength, speed, and other aspects were suppressed in all aspects, while Luo Guangjuan had a more detached temperament. Luo Guangjuan, who completely controlled the entire world of the heavens through the will of the world, pointed his finger down. Under all kinds of pressure, Mu Bai, who was possessed by evil spirits, was blown away tens of thousands of meters and smashed directly into the tsunami. Mu Bai, who sank into the deep sea, was hindered from activating the teleportation ability of the Eye of Divine Punishment. And even the teleportation items in his hand had no effect at all. This is the dead end set by Luo Guangjuan, who used the power of heaven and earth and the will of the world. From now on, the whole world will block all space transmissions, which means that Mu Bai cannot escape from here by any means. Junior brother, today I hope to send you off with my overwhelming luck. Please die. After feeling this supreme power, he even felt that the whole world was an extension of his body. And no matter how strong Mu Bai was, he could not fight against the whole world. At this moment, Luo Guangjuan was an undefeated existence that integrated the will of the world. Mu Bai, who had just broken out of the sea, used his instant punch of divine punishment in an instant, and the turbulent tsunami was flattened by the fist wind. However, Luo Guangjuan, who was hit by it, was in the sky but did not move at all. Every punch of Mu Bai was deeply imprinted on the opponent's body, but the touch transmitted back made Mu Bai always feel like he was hitting the air. Luo Guangjuan, who was calm and composed, spread his hands and let Mu Bai's attack, which was enough to kill a strong man in the early stage of the Sunwheel realm, fall on him without dodging. All the damage caused by this attack was eliminated before it was released to the opponent's body. Just when Mu Bai was surprised at how the opponent did it, Luo Guangjuan stretched out his palm and slapped him gently. Mu Bai, who had successfully dodged, was still penetrated by the boundless force and fell to the ground where the tsunami was raging again. I've said that even if you attack me, the whole world will bear it. Why are you so stubborn? Luo Guangjuan, who came to the surface of the ground with one hand, was attacked by the black and red figure again. The swift figure was getting faster and faster, faster and faster. In the end, it even reached the ultimate speed that Luo Guangjuan couldn't catch at his current level. Luo Guangjuan, who had a protective shield outside his body, smiled and allowed Mu Bai's futile attack. The barrier showed no signs of breaking under the constant impact, while some inexplicable vibrations came from the outside world. Mu Bai, who was attacking, found an interesting point. That is, every time he attacked the outside world, the ground would vibrate. Could it be that the opponent used the change fruit to replace my attack power? Fruit awakening? Mu Bai, who gradually lowered his body temperature after a warm-up, listened to the vibration in the distance and said calmly, "As expected of you, you are really smart. You are much smarter than Emperor Yu. That guy secretly guarded against me, but didn't know that I had seen through him a long time ago. But you are different. Both your fighting talent and luck are too good. Even I can be suppressed by you in a short time. But there is actually not much meaning for Wang Ting to stay in my hands. After all, some people are destined to return. Luo Guangjuan, who seemed to be in no hurry to fight, wanted to reveal some information. But what was disgusting and annoying was that the other party's tone clearly did not mean to tell the other party. Mu Bai hated the riddle man the most in his life. You've been talking nonsense all day long. But I haven't seen any progress in all these years. I think you've really lived like a dog. You, the life forms of Emperor Yin, are really despised one by one. If I'm not mistaken, besides you and Gu Changchun, who manipulated the battle in the northern region before, there is another person in the eastern region. As soon as these words came out, Luo Guangjuan shut his mouth. He naturally knew that Mu Bai had the same Emperor Yin divine body as the Sword Emperor. But he didn't expect that the other party had developed this divine body to the point where he could sense other Emperor Yin creations left behind. You are really gifted. It seems that I can't keep you anymore. As the black vortex behind him expanded rapidly, Luo Guangjuan opened his arms, as if to welcome a friend, and fully activated the power of the Ghost fruit. Although this is the mythical fruit of the Nether Emperor, after being processed by him, Luo Guangjuan, this fruit truly exerts its pure combat power. That is, the absolute domain bonus ability. Ghost fruit. The ghost cave is coming. The gloomy ghost den descended in an instant. The dark gray sky was rendered lifeless. The flowing river and tsunami below turned into water currents containing countless evil spirits in the ghost den. Some creepy whispers and murmurs all came from the sea below. And if you stare at the deep water, you will gradually find headless corpses swimming towards you. During the ghost's arrival, the restrictions on Mu Bai were further upgraded. The cold air was filled with Yin and ghost energy. The body resistance that was already weakened by the world will of this world continued to be greatly weakened at this moment. The degree of its blockade on Mu Bai's power even made his evil ghost-haunted state somewhat unstable. In addition, in the waters, 1,000-meter-tall slender ghost shadows were approaching him. The dense number was enough to daunt people. At this moment, Mu Bai seemed to be really powerless to fight against the whole world alone. Standing on a towering rock and watching the cold and fierce ghosts climbing up below, Mu Bai said to Luo Guangjuan in a deep voice in the distance, "If I had known that Brother Luo had so many tricks, I would not have come to hunt you down. It's a pity that the arrow has been shot and there is no turning back. Compared with Brother Luo, I am really one step behind." Mu Bai, who was a little emotional, had his star power blocked again, and even the evil ghost-haunted form that maintained the super-explosive state was withdrawn. His long white hair blew on his face, adding a bit of desolation. Seeing Mu Bai feeling sad and regretful at this moment, Luo Guangjuan didn't care much. After all, people are such creatures. Sometimes they know that they are not well prepared, but will be overwhelmed by a short-term victory. Such short-sighted people will not be able to win the next dozens of times even if they win once. This is why those who do not plan for the moment are not able to plan for the whole life. Luo Guangjuan, who came with his feet on the evil ghost, felt a trace of sword intent brewing. He knew that Mu Bai knew the god-level swordsmanship 7 styles of cutting the sky. But so what? Even the god-level Taoist swordsmanship was not enough to change the situation at this moment. Junior brother, surrender. I can leave your whole body to be buried with you in this world. Thank you for your generosity. Brother Luo, I am just a little touched. I didn't expect that you could bear my bullying like this. I thought you were a masochist. Luo Guangjuan, with a smile on his lips, snorted coldly and attacked again. Crazy sand, thunder, gravity. The superstandard fruit power was displayed on Luo Guangjuan one after another. At this critical moment of tit-for-tat, Mu Bai moved. The flaming sword transformed by the great sun true flame cut through the sky. In Luo Guangjuan's disdainful eyes, the flaming sword suddenly changed its trajectory and cooperated with the dark star power that suddenly burst out in Mu Bai's body to instantly shatter the barrier above Luo Guangjuan's head. Although the world will is invincible, it still exists under the system of star power. Mu Bai, who mobilized the offensive with the power of the Dark Star, has the combat power to ignore this regular power. Dark Star 72 Tiangang Sword Art. Mu Bai, who used the power of the Dark Star to activate the Tiangang Sword Art, suppressed Luo Guangjuan and killed him all the way. The 23rd sword cut off his left arm. The 45th sword pierced his shoulder. The 57th sword cut his chest. And the 71st sword pierced his left eye. The unstoppable swordsmanship concentrated all the essence of the swordsmanship on one point when the 72nd sword was performed. One sword. Kill the god. When the last violent sword slashed down, Luo Guangjuan, who was repelled, stood firm and slashed forward with the thunder blade in his hand, colliding with the edge of the flame sword. Under the aftermath of the two, countless sparks and electric currents scattered in the surrounding void, which made the murderous battle look extremely gorgeous at a certain moment. Dark Star Power? You're not a human? After realizing that the other party was using the Dark Star Power that contradicted the Star Power, Luo Guangjuan was also very puzzled. It is impossible for a normal human body to carry the power of two systems at the same time. This is as absurd as storing the two elements of fire and water in the body without letting them go out of control. More importantly, if the power of two systems is cultivated at the same time, the realm breakthrough will be slow to a snail's pace. Luo Guangjuan, who has lived for so many thousands of years, has witnessed some inattributed races practicing dual systems with special bloodlines. But the difficulty of breakthrough and the speed of cultivation of such creatures are unimaginable for ordinary people. So when Luo Guangjuan saw that Mu Bai could actually use such a high-level and high-purity Dark Star Power, he was also a little confused. Under the continuous collision of swords and swords, the two were evenly matched in the pure physical strength contest. Luo Guangjuan, who had the bonus of the world's will, and Mu Bai, who was weakened and could only operate his body with the power of the Dark Star, reached a balance in strength and speed. The former could no longer use the magnificent power of the world's will to harm Mu Bai. The Dark Star Power is an alien that the world's will cannot touch. The two people who kept fighting also shifted their battle positions with the fierce battle. In less than a few minutes, modern cities in the distance turned into ruins in the hands of the two people. The speed was so fast that the two people finally ended the last collision on a wasteland. Luo Guangjuan, who was obviously still in the warm-up state, had a steady breath and suddenly grew vertical pupils all over his body. The dense pupils flashed with cold light. Mu Bai, who was stared at, immediately protected his body with arm-color domineering. Behind him, everything that was stared at by Luo Guangjuan's pupils was petrified. Even the ruined city that was burning was petrified. And the burning flame turned into great powder and dissipated in the air. Mythical beast species or mythical ability? Yes. After saying these three words in a cold voice, all the eyes in Luo Guangjuan's body flowed to his forehead, and a cold petrified beam of light shot out immediately. After realizing that the power of this level of fruit would be affected even if it was resisted with domineering, Mu Bai immediately used the Eye of Divine Punishment on his forehead to send out a Divine Punishment shock wave full of domineering color domineering. When the Divine Punishment shock wave collided with the petrification beam, the Divine Punishment shock wave was constantly petrified, while the petrification beam was completely consumed by the domineering power in the shock wave. As the two shock waves continued to escalate, the surrounding surface showed signs of fragmentation and petrification. Under this confrontation, the nearby areas were constantly collapsing under the influence of the two forces. And this influence would not disappear in a short period of time. Just like the awakened natural powerhouses, the natural power they created could permanently change the geological structure of the local area, and the duration could be at least several decades. Sand Fruit. Strong Sandstorm. Thunder Fruit. Thunder Dragon appeared. Door Fruit. Short Distance Teleportation Portal. Luo Guangjuan, who used the power of three fruits in an instant, appeared behind Mu Bai in an instant while avoiding the Divine Punishment shock wave. After the Mad Sand and Thunder Dragon bombarded him at the same time, Mu Bai, who was wrapped in the two forces, was knocked away, and a shock bombarded the space in front of him. After his left foot covered the shock wave in the air, he took advantage of its strong impact force and flashed to Luo Guangjuan's mouth and punched him. The shock iron fist penetrated into his mouth and exploded in his body. The severely injured Luo Guangjuan was not injured, but after using the world's will to repair his injuries, the vertical pupils on his face immediately stared at the opponent's right arm. Under the petrification power, Luo Guangjuan bit off the petrified arm with one bite, and his hands turned into sand whips. In a few moves, Mu Bai's wound continued to expand. Mu Bai retreated dozens of steps in a row and used the growth power slightly. The next moment, the broken arm grew out again. After dodging the Thunder Dragon that followed closely, Mu Bai once again approached and swung the vibration iron fist of the vibration fruit. While Luo Guangjuan snorted coldly and burned his hot magma fist with his left hand and collided directly with the vibration impact fist. Between the red lava waves and the white vibration ripples, there was a sound of shattering that the space could not bear. Magma fruit. Fire dragon like a torch. The high-temperature bubbling lava fist changed into a red dragon head under the scorching heat wave and suddenly bit towards Mu Bai's fist. At the same time, Luo Guangyuan gently pressed his right hand. Mu Bai, who lost his balance under the interference of the gravity fruit, was instantly blasted through the chest by this lava fist. The moment the hot lava heat wave rushed out of Mu Bai's chest, Mu Bai showed a strange smile. After forcibly suppressing the inhuman pain of burning, Mu Bai immediately activated the power of physical repair and stuck the opponent's lava left arm to his chest. At the same time, the martial arts weapon in his left hand immediately pierced into the opponent's heart. Luo Guangyuan, whose fruit power was temporarily sealed by the Fengfeng fruit, was weak. Mu Bai used his palms to use the Great Sun True Flame and the vibration ball cover to shoot at the opponent's left and right ears at the same time. With a cry, Luo Guangyuan stared at the martial arts weapon that pierced into his body and forced it out of his body with the power of the world's will. Unexpectedly, Mu Bai, who was still able to move, felt hot under his feet. In an instant, lava and wild sand swallowed him. While Luo Guangyuan repaired his injuries, he opened the Fengdugo city summoned by the ghost fruit in the air and wanted to pull Mu Bai in. Surrounded by lava, Mu Bai used the martial arts weapon to break the magma surrounding and pierce the illusion of Fengdugo city again with the sharp blade of the three-pointed two-edged sword. Junior brother Mu, you are really capable. Luo Guangyuan praised calmly with some admiration. After the fight just now, he naturally had a general idea of Mu Bai's current strength. Unable to use the power of the stars, and only able to use the power of the dark stars, Mu Bai's system power consumption was obvious, and even showed signs of weakening. As long as he continued to maintain it, he could drag him to death even if he could not use the world will to hurt the opponent. Therefore, Luo Guangyuan, who had no sense of tension, thought that he had a sure win. With the blessing of the world's will, he was already invincible. After all, if you want to defeat him, you must have the ability to destroy the entire world in a short time. After a fierce battle, Mu Bai did have the problem that Luo Guangyuan expected. But his expression did not change at all. Brother, you are too modest. I didn't expect you to have the magma fruit. Your change fruit is indeed a heaven-defying existence. By constantly exchanging bodies, you can have endless life and endless devil fruit power. If this change fruit can do this without side effects, it is indeed an alternative superstandard superhuman fruit that can give the owner unlimited life. No one can get close to this life-forbidden zone on the twisted battlefield of flesh and blood. Under the collision of absolute speed and absolute power, even the cold air in late autumn becomes hot. The burning city ruins, and the wasteland distorted by the energy field seem to drag the whole world into eternal nothingness. The two figures are rapidly confronting each other under the constant collision of the flaming sword and the desert mad knife. Mu Bai, do you know? I often think that ignorant people like you have no worries or must be very happy. But I am different. The more I know, the more I can understand the real cruelty of this world. That is the horrible truth that the God Emperor has never known. It seems that the voice of the devil's whispering echoed in Mu Bai's ears. Mu Bai, with heavy eyelids, was a little drowsy when he quickly dodged the opponent's desert convolution. It is obvious that the opponent must have used the fruit power with hypnotic properties at this moment, holding the vibrating light ball in his hand to shatter the opponent's sandstorm. He also temporarily blocked his voice. When his spirit recovered, your Mu Bai looked cold and asked the eternal system in his heart. Eternal system, if I defeat Luo Guangyuan, can I use the power of the Emperor's creation to transform him into an existence that obeys my orders? Mu Bai actually had this idea a long time ago. He has a way to defeat the other party. But from his perspective, the way to maximize benefits must be to subdue the other party. This is just like the Tathagata in Journey to the West, who subdued Sun Wukong to become a member of the Journey to the West. In essence, it is to subdue the hero, which is far more in line with the interests than continuing to suppress or kill him. What is a hero in front of power? A chess piece, a tool, and a puppet. Although Luo Guangyuan cannot be called a hero, Mu Bai still has a little thought of subduing him. According to the detection, the Emperor's creation that Luo Guangyuan currently created for others cannot be recovered by taking away its vitality and then swallowing points. The Emperor's creation cannot be transformed by other Emperor's creation. If it cannot be subdued, it can only be killed. After avoiding the meteorites pulled by gravity, Mu Bai did not use the evil ghost haunting form again. Of course, his star power at the moment could not provide him with this step. Mu Bai, who retreated thousands of meters in the pursuit of the falling meteorites, immediately opened his personal panel to change his title. The title of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace was changed to the God of the Human World. The title of the God of the Human World, a hidden reward for advancing to the Sun Wheel realm with the physical body, Wearing this title will gain the power of faith to bless your strength. The current number of believers is 3,751,443. When Mubai opened this rare title again, which he had obtained after advancing to the Sun Wheel realm with his physical body, his temperament changed dramatically. A trace of divinity appeared on his face, which was originally handsome and unparalleled. Like a demon. The golden meaning in his light golden eyes seemed to leave golden tracks on his cheeks like liquid. The huge number of believers gave him immeasurable divine faith power. In fact, Mubai had tested the power of this title before, and the result certainly shocked him. If the Lord of Heaven could imitate or fabricate the transcendent aura and appearance that surpassed all the strong men in the world, then the title of God on earth was really, as the name suggests, and could push Mubai, who was already physically strong, to another peak. This is also the real and fundamental trump card that makes him dare to chase Luo Guangyuan to the small world of the heavens, knowing that it might be a trap. So what? Wouldn't it be better to directly break through this world and the opponents trapped together? As the power of faith unfolded, Luo Guangyuan's weird expression could no longer be concealed. First, it was the power of the Dark Star, and then it was the terrifying power of faith now. The combination of the two powers that completely surpassed the will of the current world made him almost think that Mubai was the final boss. And he was just a game player who defeated the opponent in the second stage. You still have the God Seed. Mubai, you are really disgusting. Every time you are forced into a desperate situation, can you always turn over? Luo Guangyuan, who was angry and laughed, turned his hand and twisted the floating continent that was already huge to nearly millions of meters and began to twist. Then, he was embedded in the floating continent. The strong power of the combined fruit split the continent into a jigsaw-like behemoth. The copper-colored huge ghost was squeezed as it piled up bit by bit. Under its feet were endless mountains and rivers. And above its head was the sun shining with sunlight. Every movement could cause the surface plates to break. Various fruit powers appeared on the behemoth. Among them, the superhuman diamond fruit gave the giant a diamond body, and the mythical ghost fruit condensed a monstrous and evil ghost energy on the giant's limbs and torso. Many evil ghosts formed a night cloak behind the giant to cover the earth, and thunder struck and formed a lightning crown on its head. The surging electric current gathered on it, as if Zeus in the mythical world was born. Several space gates of the door fruit were opened behind the giant's body, and some rock debris pulled by the gravity fruit were all embedded in the land giant through the portal. The dream fruit opens the nightmare zone. In the surrounding space, brilliant dreams are disillusioned in beauty. Above the sky, the original dream reflects the figure of another continental giant. The giant, whose body is penetrated by the purple fusion power, exudes a heaven-defying look. Obviously, this is what Luo Guangyuan did on purpose. Even if it consumes these lucks, it is worth it to have the opportunity to kill Mubai first. Is he scared? He asked himself that he was indeed scared. Luo Guangyuan, who is in the core area of the land giant, does not want to give Mubai any chance. At that moment, he directly opens the power of the Dharma phase to control the entire land giant with the power of the Dharma phase. The pure gray Dharma phase that integrates the power of many fruits continuously compresses the entire body of the giant into an illusory shadow, which cannot be attacked, destroyed, observed, or perceived. The energy group wrapped in the power of the worlds will turn into a heavy illusory battle axe in the hands of the giant. Its volume far exceeds that of the mountain and looks as big as a dozen cities. Just appearing upright anywhere can give people extremely huge and unforgettable invisible pressure. This is the fusion of fruits. Supersensory existence. The fruit that is matched to the extreme and can end everything. Weight is power. Huge is invincible. When all skills evolve to the extreme, they will all return to their origin and become heavy swords without edges. The supersensory giant plus the power of the world's will. Under the combination of the two, there is death and no life under the God Emperor. And the central link that can combine the two is the God-level skill 8-9 mysterious skills that Luo Guangyuan obtained from the Ghost Emperor. With the blessing of the Taoist's strongest mental method, this battle axe that transcends time and space slashed through invisible traces and chopped down on Mubai, who was gathering the power of faith. As if the battle axe that could create the world chopped down in front of Mubai. The first thing that shattered was the power of faith given to Mubai. The complex power of faith gradually cracked. And at this moment, Mubai seemed to have entered another world. The purest color is white. And in this spiritual world composed of white feathers, Mubai slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a vast sea of power of faith, most of which were familiar faces to him. After all, The ones who could provide him with the power of faith were the life of the Dian creatures that he controlled. At this moment, looking at these faces, Mubai didn't know why a kind of pain came into being. The memories of those people's lives were like a long river that converged into his brain from all directions, such as birth, aging, illness and death, family, friendship, love, those unforgettable pains, those lonely thoughts, and those wills, those monotonous, those thoughts that could not be understood and could not be empathized with were about to explode in Mubai's mind. Incomprehensible and unable to empathize. Extreme understanding and extreme empathy. Two or even multiple conflicting emotions erupted in Mubai's mind at the same time. And this explosion also made the star-like beliefs merge into Mubai's body one by one. The white world disappeared. And instead, Mubai stood alone on the dirt road in the countryside. After a long time, a soft voice sounded in Mubai's ears. The other party's feminine voice seemed to be a kind of persuasion that made him indulge in it. Don't you want to merge with me? This is your unavoidable fate. Fate. Hearing these two words, Mubai gradually woke up. If he followed fate and followed everything, he would not be Mubai. System. System came out. The system did not respond. This was the first time that the system did not respond to Mubai's call. But now Mubai's thoughts were already confused, and he had no time to think about why the system did not respond to him. In a trance, as if he wanted to get away from the soft touch behind him, Mubai turned his head and saw a white-haired woman with a face very similar to his but softer, opening her hands to him. Her pure white eyebrows and long hair made her look like a goddess, making it impossible to resist any of her requests. Mubai, who was standing at the other end, said coldly, "Who are you?" The holy, angelic woman didn't speak, but just looked at him with a faint smile. From that smile, Mubai saw something. The other party was himself, or the deified self, and the other party was asking to completely merge with him to become the most complete individual. You are me. In the spiritual world, Mubai raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw that the battle axe outside the spiritual world was gradually approaching. The battle axe attack beyond the constraints of normal time could not be avoided or defended. Under normal circumstances, even if he took it hard with his physical body, he would only die. On the other side, the feminine self that was completely integrated with divinity and the power of faith raised his right hand, and the light of redemption shone in his beautiful pupils. The rising sun, symbolizing hope, rose from behind him and shone on his blushing cheeks. I become you. You become me. Accept all the gifts and let us live together. The divine self symbolizes another path that goes against himself. He originally wanted to use the power of faith, but at this moment, he didn't know whether it was influenced by Luo Guangjuan, and the single divinity had already integrated part of his personality and body. Between life and death, Mubai knew that there would be harm after fusion. But he couldn't refuse. You are you. I am me. And the fusion is only for a short time. The two hands clenched tightly. And the next moment, the spiritual world collapsed. The divine woman, symbolizing white purity, hugged Mubai again from behind. And the ambiguous breath disappeared completely when the two looked at each other. Before leaving this illusory world, a whisper came to his ear. You and I will be together forever. In the real world, Mubai, who walked out on pure wings, was like a white god, holding a long sword with millions of faith power, and wearing a white faith armor, facing the unavoidable battle axe. The divine long sword slashed out with the power of faith, at the same time as the battle axe condensed by the world will was cut off. The supersensory giant condensed by the fusion fruit, and its left arm burst together. Luo Guangjuan, who was in the giant, had an ugly face. He didn't know what happened. He only knew that after the moment Mubai summoned the power of faith, his battle axe could not fall again. Although the armless giant was not affected at this moment, Luo Guangjuan's Dharma image was also cut by the opponent. The power of faith, which is the most fanatical and pure power, can naturally affect the illusory Dharma image power. The cut-off arm of the Dharma image naturally made Luo Guangjuan miserable. Hundreds of billions of volts. Thunder God is coming. After activating the power of the natural thunder fruit, the supersensory giant with only his left arm left held a huge thunder and lightning energy that was enough to smash the continent and half of the planet and smash towards Mubai through the air. The destructive power caused the space to be torn apart, and the fragmentation marks similar to black holes continued to tear apart everything around. The ruins of buildings and trees and vegetation were all torn and swallowed. The roar of thunder and lightning of hundreds of billions of volts was enough to shock ordinary people to death. At this moment, this extreme thunder broke out completely with Mu Bai's head as the origin. Mu Bai, who was deified by the fruit of awakening power, was still calm as water. Tao Tai. After uttering these two words, the divine long sword in Mu Bai's hand, which was originally tightly grasped, gradually merged into the martial god in his other hand. The martial god weapon that was injected with the body shape immediately transformed into the front half of a gluttonous beast at the head of its blade. Looking at the creaking thunder, the glutton licked his saliva and quickly expanded his head. The 1,000-meter-wide mouth bit down. The thunder power that was in a state of explosion was actually swallowed alive. The glutton, who burped, bent the corner of his mouth to reveal a smile-like arc and instantly bit off the other arm of the supersensory giant. This time, Luo Guangjuan, who became smart, quickly gathered the power of the Dharma. The supersensory giant, with only 2 legs left, gradually turned into a spherical object under the power of Luo Guangjuan's fusion fruit. After rolling a few times, the sphere immediately wanted to leave here through the power of the Dordor fruit. Want to escape? With the help of the power of faith and the power of the Dark Star, Mu Bai mobilized the teleportation ability of the Eye of Divine Punishment and arrived in front of Luo Guangjuan in an instant, tearing the surface with the vibration power of the vibration fruit. The door in the void was also disturbed by the vibration and collapsed naturally. Any ability to cause space cracks and space jumps under the vibration ripples will be useless. Unless there is an awakened superhuman silence fruit ability user here, the entire space will become a place where only entry and no exit are possible. After interfering with the opponent's gate fruit, the martial god in Mu Bai's hand was gradually transformed from the original 3-pointed 2-edged sword form by the power of faith into a long sword wrapped in white light. This long sword covered with the power of faith exudes a sacred light. Its overall length is about 3 feet and 5 inches. The hilt is carved from pure white ivory. The delicate patterns on the carvings outline an elegant arc, as if telling an ancient and solemn legend. On both sides of the hilt, there is a pair of finely carved wing-shaped guards. The sword body presents an appearance of shining golden light, exuding an indescribable solemnity and authority. The sword body is engraved with complex and exquisite runes. These runes seem to contain ancient mysterious power. Each rune represents a belief or god. This is the second form of the martial god's weapon that has been baptized by the power of faith. God's punishment sword. Under the influence of the combined power, the tens of thousands of meters of mixed sphere condensed into a giant hand and pressed towards his tailbone. Mu Bai, holding the divine punishment sword, suddenly jumped out. After avoiding the crushing of the giant's arm, the cold white sword blade tore the opponent's entire arm at an extremely fast speed. The moment Luo Guangjuan appeared after rushing out of the mud and sand, he opened the Fengdu City based on the Ghost fruit. In the cold and gloomy virtual Ghost City, a large number of disgusting and terrifying deformed ghosts rushed to cross the virtual barrier and descended into the real world. Ghost fruit. 10,000 ghosts at night. Under the black sky, Mu Bai, who was standing on the other side of the wasteland, shook his wrist slightly and turned his body into a white light. The flashing white light instantly passed through countless ghosts, and the last slash shattered the illusory existence of the Fengdu City. When the last drop of blood fell from the divine punishment sword, Luo Guangjuan, who was slashed by Mu Bai at a speed as fast as a ghost, slowly lowered his head. He wanted to speak, but the pierced throat could only make him make a sizzling sound like air. After covering his unrepaired neck, he slowly half knelt on the ground. You have become weaker. Turn around. Mu Bai stepped on black boots and walked over calmly. The breeze from afar blew his white hair on his shoulders behind his ears, with a divine glow on his face. He did not attack again, but just watched Luo Guangjuan struggling on the ground. Mu Bai was right. Luo Guangjuan was indeed getting weaker. The world will that gathered on his body before actually had a weak backlash effect after his axe was broken by Mu Bai. Just now, he was extremely weak after he used the power of the Ghost fruit. The power of luck in his body has become increasingly scarce under Mu Bai's repeated slashes with the power of faith. Now, even under the backlash of the world will, even the recovery power that should have been in the Sun Wheel realm has disappeared. Mu Bai stood with a sword in his hand and quietly watched the Emperor Yan's creation, who had lived for who knows how many years, gradually stepping into death without a trace of happiness. The other parties today might be his tomorrow. As long as he could not reach the pinnacle of the world, he would not be able to obtain true freedom and great ease. The dying Luo Guangjuan stared at the ground in a daze, and drops of blood fell on the dust. Stirring up dust, After looking down at the other party's demise, Mu Bai slowly raised the divine punishment sword. But he was stunned when he saw the reflection on the blade. He saw that his face in the reflection of the sword became closer and closer to the divine woman in the spiritual world before. And his long hair, that had just reached his shoulders, was now uncontrollably longer. At this moment, the face that was infinitely close to perfection and infinitely close to neutral gradually approached him from the reflection of the sword. You can never get rid of me. Because I am you. The mumbling sounded in his ears. Mu Bai, who slowly put down the divine punishment sword, changed his title at this moment, but still did not change his appearance and slightly divine in human temperament. Are you talking? Mu Bai, who was a little nervous, looked down and realized that he had just asked Luo Guangjuan, who had lost his breath. He frowned and looked at the divine punishment sword in his hand with a complicated expression, then immediately opened the transmission channel and left the wasteland. When Mu Bai appeared in the square of the royal court again, he half knelt on the ground and looked at the side in a trance. In the dusk, a nearly perfect white-haired woman was pulling him up with soft hands. Mu Bai, who was very resistant to the other party, held those hands tightly, and the uneasy feeling in his heart gradually disappeared. System, come out! Mu Bai, who suddenly let go of the other party's hands, immediately entered the state of being haunted by evil spirits. However, this time, the out-of-control evil spirit haunting made Mu Bai's dark body with red ripples look more like a beast. He held the divine punishment sword tightly in his right hand, and shook the sword body along the setting sun, and slashed at the blurred figure of the woman. Ringing gradually appeared in both ears. And when Mu Bai released the evil spirit form, a voice gradually became clear. My lord, what happened to you? With sweat on his forehead for the first time in a long time, he raised his head somewhat helplessly, and then he realized that there was no white-haired woman standing in the dusk. At this moment, he was the only one in the whole square, and the mountain peak that was breaking in the distance was also cut off by himself when he lost control just now. After stroking his forehead, Mu Bai slowly exhaled. I'm fine. Tian Tong. Wait for all the members of the Tiangong to come out, and you will be responsible for taking them out of the royal court. Yes, my lord. Although Tian Star Lord didn't know what Mu Bai had experienced, the fact that he could come out meant that Luo Guangjuan was dead. But the current mental state of the lord was a little wrong. Could it be the inner demon? This is not right. After entering the Sunwheel realm, the inner demon can't interfere with the existence of this level of life at all. Tian Star Lord, who was a little confused, left respectfully with this order. Not far away, Fang Xinju hurriedly followed and presented the latest report on the transfer of resources and talents from the border wasteland to Zhongzhou. Mu Bai took a quick look and suppressed his headache and annoyance. After thinking for a moment, he said, Fan Xingyu, what do you think a person should find to relieve himself when in extreme pain? In Mu Bai's sight, the figure of the woman in white was standing in the distance. But he didn't want to look at it anymore. The fact that he couldn't call the system out twice in a row already explained a lot of things. Something that Mu Bai could never avoid and could never avoid. Fan Xingyu, who didn't understand why Lord Mu Bai asked this question, was stunned for a moment and quickly said, it would be better to eat in the street or play some entertainment facilities. The sun rises in the east. Mu Bai has been to the urban area under the jurisdiction of the Zhongzhou Royal Court many times, but he has never really observed and experienced it from the perspective of an ordinary person. This time is an exception. The figure walking on the street undoubtedly attracted many people's attention. The long white hair was draped behind him in a ponytail-like posture. The beautiful face that was difficult to distinguish between genders made many young and invincible girls feel ashamed. What was more special was the temperament of the other party. It was a kind of superior feeling that could not be ignored even if it was hidden. If there were strong people in the Sunwheel realm present, they would probably understand that this so-called noble feeling was nothing more than the subjective feeling of low-level life looking up to high-level life. Mu Bai was very strange these 2 days. This was almost the common feeling of all his subordinates. Even Mu Bai could detect that except for the ethereal and divine white-haired woman who always appeared, his feelings as a simple person were gradually faded during this period. Joy, sadness, happiness, pain. These emotions that were not strong before, but always lingered in his life, all disappeared during this period, which made him more rational and cold. Hello? Are you a star? Mu Bai, who was walking on the zebra crossing, was awakened by the question behind him. He turned around and saw that it was 2 little girls of 17 or 18 years old. He smiled and shook his head, then pointed at himself and said with a smile, I am just an ordinary person, not a star. Stars are absolutely top-level existences in the ordinary world of the main world. Generally, stars have very high appearances. This is because most stars are cultivators. The transition of life levels will improve the defects of life dimensions and make them more perfect. This is a natural thing. So after seeing Mu Bai's enchanting face, the two girls thought he was also a star in this world. It's a pity. If you could enter the entertainment circle of Zhongzhou, you will definitely shock the audience. The girl on the left with thick glasses whispered, looking very excited. Zhongzhou Entertainment Circle? This Mu Bai has indeed never been in it. It's not that he can't join, but that kind of existence is not qualified to see his true appearance. In the ordinary world, even the high-level local entertainment circle of Zhongzhou is attached to the cultivator guild of the local city. And the city similar to the cultivator guild is a city manager. The city-level managers are controlled by the regional-level managers. Above the regional-level managers are roles similar to the ordinary elders in the royal court. And the ordinary elders and other elites or deacons in the royal court are managed by the elite elders. Above the elite elders are the star lords. And above the star lords are the star masters. Mu Bai, who now controls all the star masters and nominally controls the real power of the entire royal court, is at the top of the pyramid. The Zhongzhou Entertainment Circle is too far away from Mu Bai. Mu Bai smiled indifferently and put his hands in his pockets to leave. But after he crossed the zebra crossing, the two girls still followed him, which made him a little curious. Why are you following me? Although Mu Bai had to use his facial muscles to smile. This smile seemed extremely sincere and enthusiastic in the eyes of the two girls. After some friendly exchanges, Mu Bai finally followed the two to the main entrance of the city's largest amusement park. Looking at this amusement park full of modern technology and main world technology, Mu Bai had a new understanding of these three words. Before, Fan Xingyu seemed to say that playing entertainment facilities in the past was also a way to relieve stress. Perhaps he would feel more at ease here. The two little girls at the ticket gate looked at Mu Bai from time to time, and Mu Bai responded with a smile. But when it was his turn to check the tickets, his smile quickly disappeared. The person wearing the staff uniform at the ticket window had become the white-haired woman, and the other party's tender eyes made Mu Bai's back cold. He looked around and found that, as expected, all the people who had just entered the lively amusement park had disappeared. Only the carousel in the distance, symbolizing the music of childhood, continued to play. Little horse, good little horse. In the strange atmosphere of the deserted place, Mu Bai put his hands in his pockets and looked at the busy white-haired woman and said, "It's time to end it. It seems that you have appeared many times in just 2 days." The graceful white-haired woman was still busy, but she smiled without being affected by Mu Bai's words. "Isn't it good? Relying on my power. You killed Luo Guangjuan, and in the future you will rely on my power to stand at the top of this world. Isn't this what you pursue? Why can't you hug me like you hug the eternal system?" The beautiful woman with her head tilted put her finger on Mu Bai's brow outside the ticket window, and a chill was revealed in Mu Bai's eyebrows. "Why do you mention the eternal system? Aren't you thinking about him?" Mu Bai, with even colder eyes, really couldn't refute the other party's question. He did doubt the eternal system, doubting this powerful system that helped him step by step from the weak period to today. "But I want to eliminate you more. With you around, I can't carry out subsequent plans. If you appear at any time in important battles, I will be disturbed. Since you said before that you and I are one, why don't you let go?" Mu Bai said softly after exhaling a breath of turbid air. The gentle tone seemed to be soft as whispering to a lover, but anyone could hear a trace of resolute killing intent in this softness. "How ruthless. Abandoning me after using me? But unfortunately, I am an inseparable part of you like the eternal system. Sir, your ticket has been checked." Looking up again, the white-haired woman had disappeared. The original staff of the amusement park appeared in front of Mu Bai. The familiar laughter and talking in his ears made him feel a little uncomfortable. "System, why can't you appear when I communicate with that woman?" Mu Bai, who followed the two girls into the amusement park, said to the eternal system in his heart. Mu Bai didn't know how many secrets the eternal system had, but he knew some facts. That is, the authority of the eternal system was at least above the current main world, which means that the forces or civilizations that can create the existence of this system have power beyond his understanding. "I cannot understand the question raised by the host. Please describe your question as detailed as possible." I mean the white-haired woman wrapped in divinity, the one who just talked to me in the spiritual world. "I cannot understand the question raised by the host. Please describe your question as detailed as possible." Can't understand? The most terrifying thing is that the eternal system, which knows its own situation best, cannot detect the existence of the white-haired woman, sitting on the roller coaster and listening to the laughter around him. Mubai felt neither happy nor sad. After integrating the power of faith, his personal emotions were being replaced by an unspeakable divinity, and they were constantly worsening in an irreversible state. System. Are you lying to me? The power of faith comes from that title. And that title comes from the fact that he broke through the physical body sun wheel realm as a reward from the eternal system. Based on this, the system should know the strange woman in his spiritual world. Ding dong. The eternal system has no personal feelings for the host. Please rest assured one. Even if it is a well-intentioned deception or lie, the system cannot do this. Mubai, who calmed down a little, thought carefully and realized that the system's words were indeed correct. Since he came to the blue star world dominated by the modified version of the devil fruit, the eternal system has been constantly providing him with help. He is the most clear about whether the system has other wills mixed in these years. So he came to a conclusion at that moment. The system might not be trustworthy, but the eternal system without personal emotions could not sense the existence of the person in his spiritual world. So there was only one possibility. The white-haired woman was a fantasy. The people screamed at the sharp turns on the roller coaster. And there were also some indifferent laughs. The two girls sitting in the seats in front of Mubai were already scared out of their wits. They didn't expect the roller coaster here to have such a terrifying acceleration and rugged road. When the roller coaster stopped, Mubai walked down calmly. The two girls were so scared that they hurriedly went to the cold drink shop to buy some ice cream. After rejecting the suggestion of going with the two, Mubai walked in one direction thoughtfully. When he approached, the girl who was playing intimately with a boy suddenly felt a chill on her back. Mu Ling, what are you doing here? Mubai walked over with his hands in his pockets and looked at the girl in front of him with a strange look. The handsome and tall boy next to him said with some vigilance, "This, friend, who are you?" Mu Ling was a little impatient when Mubai called her name, but she immediately lost her smile after hearing the familiar voice. You? Why are you here? The 14 or 15-year-old Mu Ling in front of him did have some relationship with Mubai. She was the daughter of Mubai's cousin, and should call Mubai uncle. Her father was also married into the Mu family. The marriage was personally agreed by Mr. Mu. However, since they rarely met, Mu Ling, who happened to meet at this moment and felt guilty, even forgot the title of uncle. The tall boy was a little surprised to hear his girlfriend's address. After all, there seemed to be few young people who could call you with such a respectful word as the little princess of the Mu family. Mubai ignored the boy and walked up to Mu Ling and pressed his hand on her head. Mu Ling did not dare to resist and quickly closed her big watery eyes for fear that her uncle would punish her. She had also been sneaking out to play recently and had thought about meeting people from the Mu family. But she had never thought that she would meet the most important one. Even at home, her mother and grandfather and others are extremely respectful to Mubai. The core figure of the entire Mu family is not so much grandfather Muhai, but Uncle Mubai. After all, there are rumors that the core power of the entire royal court has recently changed hands, and it is the young uncle, who is full of legends, who has obtained this tremendous power. At the age of 15, he obtained the mythical devil fruit in the fairy fruit space alone. In the same year, he joined the top sect of the Holy Tao sect in the northern borderland at that time. Later, he killed the alien force Tianji deliberately placed by the northern forces. Then, even more exaggeratedly, he quickly entered the core power layer of the Zhongzhou royal court and broke through the sun wheel realm this year and entered the peak realm of human beings. Each of these things can be called a legend that can be praised and moved by other people. But it seems not worth mentioning for this uncle. Who is Linger? Mu Ling's boyfriend, who did not dare to be presumptuous, asked in a low voice. He is my blood uncle. Uncle? So young. Isn't your uncle? Mubai! The boy with twitching eyes froze. As one of the inheritors of the Zhongzhou family, he knew the meaning of the two words Mubai better. He dared not say anything and could only stand there dumbly, because the guy standing in front of him, who was more beautiful than a woman, was the real king of the entire Wangting power. Mubai didn't care about the conversation between the two. When he touched Mu Ling's head, he realized that this little guy was only at the level of a star warrior. If it was a branch of the Mu family, it would be fine. But it was simply ridiculous for a young man from the Mu family to be at this level at this age. But it didn't matter. As long as he existed, it didn't matter even if Mu Ling's combat power was equal to that of an ordinary person. What made Mubai a little strange was that the other party's soul seemed a little strange. If he hadn't approached closely this time, he really couldn't see the mystery. Mu Ling seemed to have a broken soul. But the broken soul became another individual in Mu Bai's perception. It was like a person cutting off his finger. And the broken finger actually had its own life, and lived in another world that the owner of the broken finger could not feel. It was strange and weird. Following the broken part of the other party's soul, Mu Bai's observation color continued to extend in the direction of the broken soul. But he could not find the trace of the soul fragment. This was strange. You know, no matter whether the other party was in the world of the heavens, or the dark star world that humans could not enter, he could use the observation color domineering to perceive the trajectory of its existence. But the trajectory of this soul fragment was illusory. And even with the attraction of the main soul, he could not find any trace of it. Weird. Mu Bai, with his eyes slightly narrowed, did not take this matter lightly. Mu Ling, you have grown up. I remember that when I saw you 3 years ago, you were not as tall as my chest. But now you are a big girl. Mu Bai, who did not easily blame the other party, did not know what he was thinking, and did not put down his hand on the other party's head. Although it was a little strange, Mu Ling felt relieved when she saw that her uncle did not blame her. I know, uncle. Can you please not tell my mother that I ran away secretly? Mu Ling pleaded softly, wanting to act like a spoiled child and beg for escape. But she still had some invisible barriers to her mysterious uncle, who was almost like a myth. So her original words of acting like a spoiled child now seemed a bit pleading. Did you run away because you disliked the hard training? Smiling, Mu Bai pointed to the bench not far away and walked over with Mu Ling. The people who were originally sitting on the wooden chairs bowed slightly to Mu Bai and quickly disappeared from the spot. The sharp figure was obviously on guard around. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling's boyfriend Sima, you still stood there without daring to move. Until Mu Bai looked at him. The young man who was good at observing words and expressions followed carefully. When he passed by one of the royal court's secret guards, Sima Yu was almost crazy. The aura on the other person was actually almost the same as that of his great-grandmother, which means that Mu Bai's secret followers were actually the trump cards of his family to suppress other evil forces. After chatting with his uncle for a while, Mu Ling's nervousness gradually subsided. After asking standard questions as an elder, Mu Bai looked at the other party's dark circles and asked softly, Shaolinger, what's wrong with your eyes? Have you stayed up late these days and not slept? This is of course nonsense. Ordinary people may have symptoms similar to dark circles due to staying up late. But Mu Ling is still a star warrior. Even low-level practitioners will not receive such primary physical feedback. Mu Bai is very clear about this. However, to his surprise, Mu Ling's chatterbox was completely opened after hearing his uncle's words. Listening to Mu Ling's description, Mu Bai's brows gradually frowned. You mean, you dreamed of ghosts? Ghost. This word is a feudal superstition and a deception on Blue Star. The word ghost first appeared in the Oracle Bones script of the Shang dynasty. Its ancient shape is a monster with a human body and a big head. The original meaning is the soul of a person after death in the eyes of some religious or superstitious people. The ancients believe that ghost means return. And people become ghosts after death, which means that people return to their original place. Later, ghosts were regarded as alienation of people. In the 4 famous novels Journey to the West, there was a similar setting when it told the story of Guanyin Bodhisattva setting up a trap to trick Li Shimin into entering the underworld. The concept of 6 reincarnations was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the feudal era. In the main world, there is indeed the saying of reincarnation. But according to Mu Bai's understanding, there is a force of the main god of reincarnation among the people. He has fought with its members in the magic Blue Star before. These people are generally small characters who were selected by chance after death in the main world and reborn in this small world of the heavens to complete the system of the main god of reincarnation. The meaning of another kind of reincarnation coincides with the 6 reincarnations on the blue planet. But the reincarnation system of the current main world has already collapsed. Otherwise people like Jiang Shutian and Peacock King who should have returned to the world outside would not be able to return to the main world. While Mu Ling was talking, Mu Bai waved slightly in the distance. And the next moment a strange man with bandages all over his body came behind the two of them. With one hand on Mu Ling's shoulder and the other hand on Mu Bai's shoulder, the superhuman sense fruit ability was activated. At the same time, Mu Bai had fallen into the memory that Mu Ling felt. On a stormy night, the heavy rain outside the window was constantly washing the window. Mu Ling, who had not rested in the villa and was studying the improved version of the tiger sword technique, sighed and murmured to herself, I can't learn it. I'm so tired. After that, she fell on the bed. And the next moment Mu Bai, who was standing beside the bed, entered another scene as Mu Ling told her story. It seems that this is the ghost that exists in Mu Ling's dream memory. In the dark and withered world, Mu Ling was standing on a lonely boat and sailing towards the depths of the river. The ghost standing on the bow was wearing a black windbreaker, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The river was very long and wide, as if it would never end. During this period, one could see a pile of dry bones in the turbid dark water. Mu Bai, who was also standing on the boat, snapped his fingers lightly, and the bandage monster, who was transmitting the feeling, immediately stopped transmitting the feeling. In this static state, Mu Bai looked carefully at the dry bones in the river. As a top fighter, he could naturally see at a glance that the skeletons washed in the river were not human beings, but various deformed life forms. Although he could not see any useful information from the broken bones, he could roughly guess that the original owners of these bones were basically very powerful beings based on Mu Ling's own feelings at the time. Continue. The bandage monster who received this order immediately transmitted the feeling again. The static world began to move gradually. The boat going downstream was getting faster and faster. When the boat was about to fall into the waterfall below, Mu Bai snapped his fingers again. But this time even he could not hide his excitement. Above the waterfall, in the eternal void where no one could step into, two corpses were crossing the heavens. The oppression and visual impact completely surpassed all the scenes Mu Bai had seen before. The two corpses that looked like gods were wrapped in the fiery red flame cloud. And Mu Bai did not dare to be careless even if he could only see the hazy figures. Just because he felt that the two had been looking at him. The boat sailed into the waterfall, and the power of the feeling fruit broke. The bandage monster behind him seemed to be contaminated, and his flesh and blood began to shatter. He knelt on his knees, and his hands twitched irregularly. This scene was very shocking. The tourists in the surrounding amusement park retreated one after another when they saw the scene. Mu Ling and Sima, he wanted to take action, but were stopped by another member of the Wanting Umbu. The situation is unknown. Please don't do anything rashly. Mu Bai, who had left the world of feeling, suddenly grabbed the head of the bandage man's subordinate. After the domineering and unremovable devouring power was suddenly injected into it, the bandage monster half knelt on the ground and gasped heavily. It was obvious that the side effects of his fruit ability had reached the peak. My lord, Mu Ling's feelings may exist in the past, but the gazes of the two huge bodies are real. I just stayed for a second and triggered the extreme side effects of the fruit. It's my incompetence. Mu Bai shook his head after moving his muscles. Ling, what happened next? What are your memories of entering the waterfall? Mu Ling swallowed and continued. That happened a week ago. I woke up after dreaming about falling into the waterfall. After that, I had sporadic dreams that could not be connected every day. I can't tell what they were, but every time I finished them, I felt like I was being paralyzed. Sima, you obviously knew about this. After listening to Mu Ling's description, he even stood beside his girlfriend with some concern. Do you know about this too? Facing Mu Bai's first question, Sima, you felt that if he lied, he would probably die miserably. He immediately said quickly, I know about this. Linger. Mu Ling only told me about this, and I didn't leak it to the outside world once. Sima Yu, who was still a little nervous, didn't dare to say another word after saying this. He didn't dare to look directly into the other person's eyes, and there were drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Mu Ling wanted to say something, but she clenched her fists when she saw her uncle's indifferent expression at this moment. She knew that the emotion that stopped her from speaking was called fear, and even her uncle's emotional fluctuations were enough to affect the state of other creatures around him. Mu Bai, wearing a black windbreaker, stretched his long legs and slowly stood up. Ling, come back to the family with me. I have something to ask. When he walked out of the amusement park holding Mu Ling's hand, a burly figure came towards him. The murderous aura on his body frightened Mu Ling's legs and trembled, as if he could see countless wrong souls in the other person. The Scarlet Butcher, covered in iron armor, half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Supreme Being, please give me your orders. The light golden eyes looked through the armor of the Scarlet Butcher and looked directly at the other person's internal state. After seeing the specific situation in the other person's body, Mu Bai was also slightly surprised. The man in front of him was a southern region villain that he had subdued during his reign in the northern borderlands. He was only about 30 years old now, but his combat power and fruit ability were outstanding. His fruit ability was called the Superman Modification Fruit. It could modify other people's memories within a certain range, or the physical rules within an environment. When he joined his team, he wanted to escape in the middle of the night, but was directly transformed by Mu Bai's OK Emperor Yin creation. Now he has become a capable general under his command. You are about to be promoted to the Moon realm so soon. It seems that you still have great potential. Bai Qi, known as the Scarlet Butcher, lowered his head and said with great excitement, "This is all thanks to your cultivation. If you hadn't reshaped me, I would probably still be living in chaos. You are the beacon that illuminates the road ahead of me, and the sun that guides me to success." These words were almost numb to Mu Bai's ears. This strongman, with the same name as the ancient famous general of Blue Star Huagba, would always be unable to shut up every time he met him since he was transformed. So Mu Bai felt annoyed, and had no mood to reply him. He just pointed at everyone in the back and said, "You should erase everyone's memory of what happened just now in the amusement park. And erase Sima Yu's memory as thoroughly as possible. And see if he really told anyone about Mu Ling." "Yes, sir." Frightened by Bai Qi's enthusiasm, Mu Ling took a step back and felt that she couldn't understand her uncle anymore. The young and powerful Moon Realm warriors, who were like the sun, moon and stars in the eyes of others, were as docile as guard dogs in front of her uncle. One was fine. But looking around, the people who appeared in the open were probably enough to easily wipe out a first-class sect. Mu Ling, who was frightened by her uncle's background again, remembered her boyfriend. She just turned her head and looked back, and found that the strange man in scarlet armor had released a strong domineering aura that stunned all the people in the amusement park behind. Then, a mirror-like water ball condensed from his hand. As he moved, the fragmentary memories of the people nearby were deleted one by one. And Sima Yu, who seemed to be able to be missed, was so scared that his legs went soft and he sat on the ground. The look he gave Mu Ling for help was extremely urgent. The busy streets ahead were completely blocked by Mu Bai's AMBU members. Mu Bai pulled Mu Ling away from here step by step in the cordon. Just as Mu Bai was about to use the Eye of God's punishment to quickly return to the family residence, Mu Ling asked with some concern, "Uncle, will Sima Yu be okay?" Hearing this, Mu Bai, whose white hair was tied into a samurai-like hairstyle, pointed to the dry grass on the ground and said softly, "Linger, do you think people and grass are the same?" Although it was unclear what his uncle meant by this, Mu Ling still subconsciously said, "People and grass are definitely different. People are highly intelligent creatures, and grass is just a plant without thoughts. Who is more noble? People?" After hesitating for a moment, Mu Ling responded in a low voice, "Yes, although there is no distinction between high and low lives. People are more noble." Similarly, when the quality of human life evolves like a leap, the gap between people will be the same as the gap between this withered grass and people. The lifespan of people at a high level is extremely long, and the things they think about are bound to be different from those of ordinary people who only live for a few decades. The former have a longer time to find what they want, while the latter, even if they are as rich as a king, will easily die of old age at the last moment. "Do you like Sima Yu?" Mu Bai said this calmly without anger or impatience. On the contrary, Mu Ling saw an extreme contempt and extreme detachment in her uncle's pale golden eyes. Maybe. The ambiguous expression of these two words did not meet Mu Bai's wishes. But it didn't matter. 10 years. 10 years is the deadline. If you enter the realm of Star Apostle, I will let you see him again. If you still like him at that time, I will solve the doubts from the family. 10 years is not a long time for a cultivator, but it is extremely long in the early stage of a cultivator. It is like reshaping the worldview, which cannot be described by a simple time dimension. When Mu Ling truly experiences the blessings brought by the life transition, simple love is the most honest and indifferent. In the amusement park, Bai Qi, who strangled Sima Yu's neck, easily lifted up the son of a noble family, and constantly searched for fragments of Mu Ling and the other party's memory through the liquid screen. Strange. You dare to deceive even Lord Mu Bai? Sima Yu, who was at the first level of the Star Warrior, was almost strangled to death by the other party. But even so, he said intermittently, "No, I didn't. I said." Bai Qi, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, took heavy steps and grabbed the other party's hair and walked towards Mu Bai. After passing through 2 rows of dark guards, Sima Yu was finally thrown to the ground by Bai Qi. Mu Bai turned his head and frowned at the young man, then asked slowly, "Are you lying?" Mu Ling was so scared that he froze in place. He wanted to go up and help him up, but was firmly fixed in place by some unknown force. "Master Mu Bai, I didn't. Hey. I really didn't say it once. I don't need to lie to a big shot like you. Really. I really do." Sima Yu, who was a little incoherent, felt the murderous intent of Bai Qi behind him and the indifferent eyes of Mu Bai in front of him. and felt his scalp hairy. Mu Bai touched his chin and took the memory fragment shaped by the Gai fruit from Bai Chi's hand. He read it carefully and then said with some regret, "You told your friends when you were drunk before. You may not remember it subjectively, but you did say it." At the same time, Mu Bai also put the memory fragment in Mu Ling's hand. After hearing Sima Yu show off to his friends around him as a trophy in the memory fragment and telling some secrets that he had only told him, the eyes of the Mu family princess, who had always been submissive, became sharp. Kill him. Kill his family, and the families of those friends together. This simple sentence came out of Mu Bai's mouth easily without obtaining Mu Ling's consent. All the subordinates and secret guards said nothing. They had no objection to the order of the Supreme Being. And Sima Yu, who was completely frightened, didn't even have time to ask for help before he was instantly chopped into two halves by Bai Qi with a scarlet sickle. The blood splattered and even flowed to Mu Ling's feet. Mu Ling's eyes were complicated, and she was more afraid at the moment. She was deeply afraid of her uncle. The prosperous family that held the power of life and death over thousands of people just disappeared. But in this fear, she also felt happy. It was the joy of witnessing the ultimate power and ultimate strength. After looking at her niece, whose eyes changed slightly, Mu Bai disappeared with everyone without comment. Royal Court Land. This is the most strictly guarded area around the Royal Court, and it is also the most secure urban area. However, compared with ordinary Zhengzhou cities, it is undoubtedly too luxurious. Yu Xiaotian, who was fortunate enough to move here following the promotion of the family elders, was overjoyed. This city is a perfect combination of ancient style and modernity. The architectural style of the entire city incorporates the design elements of ancient palaces and temples, interlaced with modern high-rise buildings, and the ancient stone streets are connected with modern pavements, showing a unique contrasting beauty. The most important thing is that the star power here is too strong. It can even be said that it is stronger than the star power of some small places. Grandpa, can we really live here in the future? The old man with a gaunt face and wearing Taoist-style clothing sighed, and then slowly said, "Of course. But you must be careful when you go to school in this city and never offend anyone. And more importantly, never offend the Mu family." The Mu family? Who are they? I can't just stay away from people with the surname Mu. But it seems that there aren't many people with this surname. The speechless grandfather regretted asking the family elders for the qualification to send this troublesome grandson to the city of Wanting Yudi. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the people here. If this kid got into trouble, it would affect the future development of the entire family. Can you see that palace? Yu Xiaotian looked along the gaunt finger of his grandfather, and his heart sank. A certain visual shock was washing away his worldview. In the center of the city, there is a towering palace. Its appearance shows the atmosphere of ancient architecture, but the outside seems to be equipped with the most advanced scientific and technological facilities. There are many high-tech warships traveling here. The palace is surrounded by vast gardens and lakes, and the water is sparkling, which forms a strong contrast with the busy traffic in the city. From this angle, this palace that combines ancient and modern charm seems to be the center of the science and technology city. If you look at this lighted city at night, you must have a sense of crossing the times. When Yu Xiaotian, who was deeply shocked, was about to sigh a few words, his grandfather had already spoken. The owner of the palace is surnamed Mu. It is rumored that the current royal court is controlled by him. After hearing this, Yu Xiaotian immediately understood why his grandfather reminded him to be careful of people with the surname Mu. After entering the city, he was deeply attracted by the prosperity here. The streets are lined with antique buildings with exquisite carvings and gorgeous paintings. These buildings are both shops and residence homes. People can shop, taste delicious food, or enjoy performances here. The streets are decorated with ancient lighting and decorations, creating a strong ancient atmosphere. The antique city also has a modern transportation system. High-speed trains shuttle through the city's underground, providing residents and tourists with a convenient way to travel. At the same time, the city also has modern medical centers, schools, libraries, and other public facilities to provide residents with a high quality of life. This large city also has a feature that other cities outside have the least. That is, peace. When he followed his grandfather through the streets here, he did not see the uneasy atmosphere on the faces of the residents here. Not even one. You know, this is completely different from the urban area under the jurisdiction of the king's court on the border of Zhengzhou. Hee. It's very peaceful here. Grandpa, can our city become like this? After hearing his grandson's words, the haggard grandfather gradually restrained his smile. Xiaotian, You are too young to understand the rules of this world. The more peaceful and safe the area seems, the more it has been baptized by war. The city where our family is rooted lacks not peace, but the top combat power that can deter everyone. Yu Xiaotian nodded thoughtfully, and he seemed to understand something in a trance. Who are you? Friend? Yu Xiaotian's grandfather suddenly said to the front. But there was no one in front. Just when Yu Xiaotian was a little nervous, the man hanging upside down in the dark corner not far away flew over slowly and gracefully. And the man with animal-type bat wings behind him landed very gracefully in the black dress uniform of the dark department. What the old gentleman said is very good. Just like what the Lord I serve said. The truth is only on the edge of the sword, and the dignity is only among the strong. After seeing that the other party could appear here so unscrupulously in a half-human, half-animal form, Yu Chenglong knew whose subordinate the man in front of him was. The newly established Umbu of the royal court can be said to have accepted the original menace of the entire royal court. It has also made a name for itself in Zhongzhou and the outside world. And the entire Umbu has produced many strong men. The lord of the Umbu is joking. How can an old man like me be compared with the lord you mentioned? I am here to attend the King's Respect Conference on behalf of the Yu family this time. Excuse me. The man in the black suit smiled elegantly and said softly, It's okay. I will lead the way. I have the task of patrolling the surrounding area and receiving distinguished guests. As the two were talking, the super-large battleship with white words written on the distant sky quickly slid down from the sky. Lord Mu Bai has returned. But the new order is that the King's conference will begin tonight. The old man bowed deeply, looking at the warship parked above the palace with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I will do whatever you say. Above the royal court city, that is, Mu Bai, who was walking out of the battleship on the royal court fortress, clearly perceived the ability users representing various powers in the city, including outsiders, his own people, and the army of Emperor Yin Creation, who was absolutely loyal to him. Being able to clearly perceive the existence of these people is one of his abilities, after the fusion of the power of faith, with the addition of the domineering aura of observation and the power of faith. He can roughly classify the people in the entire city, the loyal subordinates like Emperor Yin Creation, because of their strong faith, respect Mu Bai as the creator. So in Mu Bai's observation, they appear in a fanatical red in his range scan. Most of the outsiders who enter to participate in the King Honoring Conference here and ordinary city residents are cold-toned. And there are some people in black tones. This is obviously not a normal guest or ordinary person. It is estimated that there is a high probability that they are spies from other forces or people who are aggressive to themselves. After paying a little attention, Mu Bai shook his head slightly. He still has a use for these people, so it is unnecessary to eradicate them now. It just so happens that he has to use these spies infiltrated in the city by other forces to spread the King Honoring Conference he is about to open. But before that, Mu Bai still had to figure out one thing. That is, whether there were other people in the family who had strange dreams like Mu Ling. If there were many, Mu Bai would have reason to believe that some hostile forces wanted to use the power of blood to mess with their Mu family. It would be even more interesting if only his niece Mu Ling's soul had entered that mysterious area. Mu Bai, who was stroking his chin, followed many Dark Guard leaders and gradually landed on the ground. The main lineage of the Mu family and many side branches who had been waiting here for a long time came to greet him, including Mu Bai's elders. These distant elders did not dare to look directly at this young man, nor did they dare to despise him. At this moment, they smiled awkwardly. Surrounded by the crowd, Mu Bai simply exchanged a few words with everyone and began to ask questions. After asking one by one, no one in the family, whether the main line or the side line, had strange dreams. This undoubtedly proved that Mu Ling's phenomenon belonged to Mu Bai's second inference. Perhaps there really is a super-level world similar to or close to the main world and the Dark Star world. Of course, this may also be his own immature inference. According to ancient records, the main world is round and square, and there is a star barrier with extremely high viscosity of star power in the sky. This is why the strong people at the level of Sunwheel Realm cannot pass through there. And it is also the reason why the strong people in the main world cannot explore the universe. In the land and ocean territories of the main world, there are dangers all around, and the end of each large domain has an unsolvable forbidden area. For example, the Dead Sea Forbidden Area in the south of the South China Sea, or the White Sand Forbidden Area in the far west of the Western region. It is rumored that even the God Emperor cannot pass through this unsolvable forbidden area. So Mu Bai thinks from the normal perspective of the Blue Star people. In fact, He can perceive that the entire main world may not have only 5 domains, such as a single land plate. The biggest possibility is that there is a more vast world outside the forbidden area. But if the area of this world really exists, it will definitely be far beyond the 5 domains. Perhaps those god emperors who disappeared in the past eras exist in the forbidden area or the world outside the forbidden area. After thinking about so many things, Mubai slightly retracted the Mani pearl in his hand. I came here to ask about this matter. And I actually have another question. That is about the rumors in the outside world in recent days, that a big man of the Mu family can release the death row prisoners of the royal court who were previously detained. Mubai is actually very generous to these people who have the same blood as him. Not only does he let them live a luxurious life, but he has also put a lot of effort into the education quality and training of their offspring. He even doesn't control some money-making things that are extremely profitable without subsequent harm. In his eyes, greed for money doesn't matter. But the things involving the death row prisoners of the royal court are completely different. These death row prisoners are often people with great connections with external forces. He doesn't intend to give up investigating what happened after the royal court prison was briefly taken over by some people from the Mu family some time ago. Mubai, who spoke calmly, deliberately asked his parents, grandfather, and others to avoid him. Although he looked calm, all the densely packed Mu family members dared not continue to whisper. The old men with the ugliest faces were a little scared. But when they thought that they were the grandfathers of Mubai, they all stood up and took the initiative to take responsibility. Xiao Bai. We didn't release those people deliberately at the beginning. It was mainly because the envoy of the imperial dynasty was too aggressive. We were afraid that the 2 major forces would start a war. So we wanted to take the initiative to show goodwill. This would give your subordinates time to take over the royal court and maintain your power. At this point, the grandfather of Mubai sighed again and said slowly, if you really express dissatisfaction with this, we, the old men of the Mu family, have no right to sing against you. You can use family rules against us. Seeing the other party say this, Mubai almost laughed out of anger. What imperial envoy forced him to do? It was clearly a secret expression of dissatisfaction for not being assigned to an important position of power in the royal court. And he wanted to use the pressure of the family bloodline to make himself take a step back. And what he said just now was not a sign of surrender, but a complete and rogue hint to everyone. Mu family, old and undead, unqualified. These words clearly meant that he, Mubai, was the one who was not qualified to judge whether they were right or wrong. And the other party's last sentence of family law was the real reason why Mubai laughed. What is family law? It is a fixed reward and punishment mechanism circulated within the family. A game rule based on blood is a bond. In this rule, the family elders rely on this to maintain their status and stand as exploiters to suppress others, just like ordinary groups or organizations. This family law does not have explicit provisions to punish leaders and decision makers, because they are the ultimate beneficiaries of the game. The family law is caused by them. Most of the young people of the Mu family present looked at Mubai, and some young people who could talk to this family genius on weekdays wanted to persuade him. They are all from the same family, so they can't really impose family laws on these family elders. Right? It would be more than just the whole family that would be embarrassed. At this moment, Mu Ling, who had not yet recovered from the death of her childhood boyfriend, looked up and felt that everyone present seemed to have changed. Those elders were arguing for their own interests and quibbling in front of Mubai for the interests of their own factions. Just listening to these words gave Mu Ling a headache. The persuasion lasted for a long time. After listening to the whole process, Mubai shook his hand helplessly. Although the faces of the elderly elders in the back still had a sense of guilt, it was not difficult to find that there was also a hint of meaningful smile. After all, as long as Mubai could compromise and give up part of the power of the royal court, it would be worthwhile for them to take the risk of offending Mubai for the sake of the younger generation. In the future, they could even use the time when Mubai was immersed in cultivation to gradually strengthen their power to control the royal court, and finally become the actual power like the Star Master, just when the imaginations of the elders of the Mu family were a little far-fetched. Mubai finally spoke. You are really a group of smart people. Mubai, with his hands in his pockets and sharp eyes, smiled slowly. But this smile did not seem so harmonious in the eyes of anyone. It was more like sarcasm than a smile. The elder of the Mu family leaned on his cane and frowned, saying, Xiaobai, your grandfather wouldn't talk to me like that. Since you think we did something wrong, let the family law punish us. If Mubai remembered correctly, in the Mu family law, the elders must admit their mistakes in public. But the person who pointed out the elders' mistakes must also be whipped. This is the fairness in the family law. If the upper class loses dignity, the lower class of blood will have to pay physical harm. So if the family law is strictly followed, Mubai will still be whipped. Looking at these people who want to form gangs for petty profits, Mubai found that he was too kind. Kindness is not a sin. But the king's excessive kindness is a sin. Since the old thing is restless, he can only rest in peace. Without any signs, Mubai suddenly burst out with amazing oppression. The aftermath of the shocking domineering aura instantly crushed the bodies of several elders. Under the powerful pressure of the spirit, all the others who were nominally Mubai's family elders or brothers were pressed into the stone slabs by their knees. Mubai! You are crazy! Mubai! You're crazy! The son of the clan elder who died tragically in the crowd roared with his eyes wide open. As Mubai's uncle, he naturally couldn't accept Mubai's slaughter of his family members for a while. This was simply unbelievable in his eyes. In fact, not only him, but even some family members, who were not used to the actions of these clan elders, also frowned, and had strong fear lingering in their hearts. After all, no matter how much they fought, it was a competition within the family. But even Mubai, who was of noble status, probably couldn't just kill people. Mubai, who watched coldly, found that these people were really stupid beyond measure. What kind of rubbish was the blood bond of the family? These bonds included friendship, love and family affection. They seemed great and romantic, but they were just a splash under the long river of time. What he pursued after leaping to a higher life was eternity. He could naturally give up these fragile things. Although he became less human since he merged with the power of faith, he would still pursue this choice even if he didn't merge with the power of faith. These idiots still thought they were the Mubai of the Mu family decades ago? Treat yourself as a fool and deceive yourself? This is too funny. Unlike everyone's fear, when Mu Ling saw her uncle actually kill the elders of the family and will under the pressure of everyone, her first feeling was cool, extreme joy and admiration. She was happy about her uncle's decisiveness in killing, and admired him for being so arbitrary. Is this power? As long as you have power, you can shut up anyone who opposes you. As long as you have power, you can influence the lives of others and control their life and death. As long as you have power, you can be like your uncle. After feeling the accelerated heartbeat next to him, Mubai glanced at this niece in surprise. It seems that the other party also has a bloodthirsty killing gene. When facing killing, her first feeling was excitement. I'm not crazy. But you are? Since the elders want to get involved in the power of the royal court, it's not enough for me to kill them. I also want to fulfill their wishes and cultivate you. Speaking of this, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Mubai directly said to Bai Qi, who was still serving beside him, Bai Qi, you take these people of the Mu family bloodline into the royal court's death row trial space. If they die, they die. If they can survive, I will reuse them. What do you think of the kneeling people? What do you think? Do they still have the power to choose? However, after hearing the words death row trial space, even some family members with strong cultivation bases had their hair standing on end. It's not that the probability of death in this space is so high, but the pain. The death row trial space is mainly to hone personal abilities with pain so as to break through the upper limit and let them burst out their potential. Mubai used to let the low-level dark guards enter this space for training. Now he actually let his family members take off their splendid clothes, food, glory and wealth to fight like desperate criminals. After giving these instructions, Mubai ignored everyone and went directly into the palace to talk to his parents and grandfather. Most of the people in the field, who were of collateral bloodline, looked at each other in bewilderment as Bai Qi tied them together with ropes and dragged them out like animals. These were naturally those who had participated in the rebellion or had done something too excessive in secret. Mubai would naturally not touch the rest of the family members, who were not involved in these taboos. After comforting his relatives, Mubai stood on the top of the royal court fortress and didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was waiting for the sunset to hold the king's meeting, or thinking about the two-star masters Tan Lang and Ziwei, or maybe thinking about life and death. This world is too big, and this world is too small. The world is so big that billions of creatures can survive without being crowded, and the world is so small that it can only accommodate an uneasy ambition. Muttering to himself, Mubai stood alone in the afterglow before sunset, looking at the city that was about to fall into the night, and felt a sense of loneliness. But just as this feeling of loneliness and desolation came to his heart, a soft touch lingered in his heart on his back. No one dared to appear behind him quietly, and there was no strong man of this strength. He was the only one here, so there was no need to think about the person behind him. It must be the strange existence full of faith that could affect his spiritual world. The white-haired holy woman in ancient costume behind him had an amazing face. Her face was like snow, white and smooth, like the petals of a lily blooming in spring. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, as soft as willow leaves, outlining a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Those eyes were as deep as the stars in the night sky, revealing a hint of wisdom and mystery. Her nose was tall and straight, with smooth and delicate lines, like a work carefully carved by an artist. There was a faint smile on her thin red lips, exuding a gentle and charming breath. Her smile was like a spring breeze, gently blowing through people's hearts, making people feel endless tranquility and comfort. But Mu Bai, who was hugged by him at this moment, ignored these unconsciously. Who are you? I am you. And you are me. If you ask me 1,000 times, I can answer you 1,000 times. The hard Monty pearl in his hand was easily crushed. The next moment, the calm voice asked with a sense of helplessness, "What's the name?" "You can call me Xueji." Her beauty has a hazy feeling, as if she comes from the fairyland. Every detail exudes a sacred and pure breath, which makes people involuntarily fall for her. Her beauty transcends the understanding of mortals, making people feel as if they are in a fantasy and unable to extricate themselves. And at this moment, this dangerous fantasy blooms only for Mu Bai. Xueji. A beautiful name. Although Mu Bai muttered to himself, it seemed to be a compliment, but his eyes were still cold. This uncontrollable variable power was definitely not what he wanted. Although the opponent could make his combat power surge, its negative impact was also great. At sunset, this city directly under the royal court was gradually surrounded by numerous lights. On the bustling and noisy streets, the leaders of various forces in the royal court in Zhongzhou entered the royal court fortress one after another under the guidance of the guards. The residents of the royal court Yudi city avoided them one after another, and some people were even frightened by the murderous aura of the people in them. The vicissitudes of life man with 2 swords on his back looked at these people far away from the battlefield and said with some envy, "The city directly under the royal court headquarters is really enviable. Brother, I heard that Lord Mu Bai has a legion of artificial devil fruit ability users. Is this true or false?" He spoke casually with a dogtail grass in his mouth, which was in sharp contrast with the people around him, who were cautiously attending the meeting. The guard being questioned said noncommittally, "Of course there is. The power in the hands of Lord Mu Bai has surpassed all the power controlled by the royal court before. Really powerful." He looked up and wanted to see the moonlight, but his eyes suddenly became bright. He saw a white-haired young man on the top floor of the building in front of him calmly looking at the people entering the royal court fortress. After knowing that this was Lord Mu Bai, the middle-aged man did not dare to maintain his free attitude. Behind this man were Yu Xiaoyan and his grandfather. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to feel something strange. He followed the sight of the person in front, and found the person on the roof. However, he didn't know if it was his illusion. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to see a stunning beauty behind the white-haired man. Shocked by her beauty, he found that the woman disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was so engrossed in looking at the beauty that he didn't even see the road clearly before bumping into the back of the man with 2 knives in front of him. The man was a little angry, but when he thought that the main person in the meeting was watching them, he didn't dare to make a loud noise. He just gave Yu Xiaoyan a vicious look and continued to follow the secret guards forward. Yu Xiaoyan, who was a little apologetic, was suddenly grabbed by his grandfather's arm. The next figure appeared in front of them. Since they were the last to enter, the people who had already entered did not notice what happened behind them. "Can you see her?" The long-haired man in silver casual clothes was also breathtakingly beautiful. But unlike the woman, the other's eyes were more calm and indifferent, and a special temperament could be detected from the other's light golden eyes. Xiaoyan, salute quickly. This is Lord Mu Bai. Yu Chungrong was about to press his grandson to salute when Mu Bai stopped him casually. No need. I know your information. The person in charge of the desolate region was able to intercept the resources illegally transported out by the Mu family a few days ago, which proved your loyalty to the royal court. You go in first, and I will talk to your grandson. Yes. Although he was not sure what Mu Bai was going to do, he was relieved to hear this. At least this big shot would not embarrass him. Xiaoyan, answer all the questions of the adults as much as possible. I will wait for you inside. I will say goodbye to Master Mu Bai first. Yu Xiaoyan, who was a little dazed, was a little flustered when he saw his grandfather leave. He stuttered and looked at the handsome man in front of him, who was 2 heads taller than him, and always felt that something was wrong. Sir, I seem to see a white-haired woman standing next to you. But she disappeared in an instant. Mubai looked at him with some surprise and said thoughtfully, have you had any dreams recently? The kind that are extremely strange or unusual? Yu Xiaoyan shook his head quickly. He had a very good sleep quality. So how could such a phenomenon occur? He thought that this big shot was just asking casually. So he was relieved. How can he see you? Mubai muttered to himself in one direction, which scared Yu Xiaoyan. He felt a chill on his back and thought there was a ghost behind him. In Mubai's vision, Shuiji's figure never disappeared from beginning to end. After stepping on the illusory flower carpet, the beautiful white-haired woman smiled faintly and said, because he fits in very well with that world. Just like your niece. That world? Sure enough. This woman named Shuiji was not simply a product of the power of faith and part of her own spiritual power. Shaking the wine glass in his hand, Mubai asked curiously, which world are you talking about? The main world? The dark star world? Or one of the small worlds in the heavens? None of them. It's a hidden world. Whether you can enter it depends on what you do. Shuiji rolled her white hair and gradually disappeared. And the flower carpet in the spiritual world also disappeared. Mubai, who had been talking to himself for so many words, finally shut up at this moment. He had a vague answer in his heart. It might be difficult for him to find the entrance to that world by himself. In this case, he must find someone to help. After abandoning these thoughts, the leaders of the Dark Guards knelt behind Mubai one by one. This scene made Yu Xiaoyan extremely embarrassed and staggered to kneel down as well. Let's go! I will divide the power and responsibilities of each department in this meeting. The royal court cannot be in chaos anymore. Yes, sir. In the huge round table conference room, when Mubai led the secret guards and other members into the conference room, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became silent. As Mubai walked to a seat, everyone stood up and saluted Mubai, the young supreme leader of the royal court. Some people looked at him with their peripheral vision and felt a great pressure. Because standing next to Mubai were two famous Star Masters, Tiantong Star Master and Pejuan Star Master. These two big men were now following the lead of Mubai, the new king. Even some old strong men were secretly shocked. And when their eyes swept over the secret guard leaders, everyone's mouths twitched. They were all strong men above the Moonwheel realm. They were still very young. The most outrageous thing was that there were many of them. But none of them was a Star Master. This meant that these people were all confidants cultivated by Mubai, and had nothing to do with the powerful families in the royal court. The fact that an unlimited king controls a force that is powerful enough to overturn the rules of the stage proves his ability. There are no fools among the people present. These backbone forces of the royal court, who have been baptized by war, are naturally aware of Mubai's exaggerated personal strength. But they did not expect that the power under his command is so extraordinary. Knock. 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 Mubai knocked on the table a few times and said in a friendly voice, I won't introduce you one by one, because you all belong to different factions before. I know some of you were promoted by Luo Guangjuan and others. Now you still keep your original positions. Many people at the conference table breathed a sigh of relief after these words came out. What they feared most was that Mubai would directly hold a Hongmen banquet or release military power with a cup of wine. You should know that among the people present, even those promoted by Luo Guangjuan for selfish reasons were often selected from local tyrants or big families. And they all had abilities. If these talents were easily moved, it would be the most troublesome. Even if Mubai could suppress the rebellion in some areas, it would cause instability in many areas. Mubai smiled and continued, Before I came here, I have read the life stories of each of you and your contributions to the royal court. For those who are here, I can ignore the dirty things some of you have done before. But those who did not come to this meeting must pay the price. Mo Ming. I am here. Mo Ming, wearing black casual clothes, knelt on one knee with an upright posture. I order you to use your superhuman order fruit to kill all the regional leaders who are not present one by one. I will make all those who are related to them disappear. Do you understand? I understand. I will order them to kill each other to pay the price for ignoring you. Everyone in the conference room watched Mo Ming lead a group of dark guards and a legion of ability users to disappear in the vast night. Some people wanted to advise. After all, it was not conducive to the current situation of the royal court in the main world to suppress it with a heavy fist just when the situation had just stabilized. But the words were really hard to say. What if this murderous Mubai got angry and killed him on the spot? Mubai took out a list and started reading it one by one. Everyone didn't know what Mubai wanted to do, so they were a little scared when they heard their names on it. However, Mu Bai's words made those whose names were called a little dazed. These people have outstanding abilities and are conscientious. So I reward them with a realm promotion. Realm promotion? What a joke. The realm improvement has always been one that can only be done by oneself. Even with the help of external objects, it is difficult to say that one can directly improve a realm. Therefore, what Mu Bai said was really strange to these old-timers. Some even thought that the new ruler of the royal court was just joking. Seeing that everyone's faces were not very convinced, Mu Bai was too lazy to waste words, and directly put his hand on the head of one of the people whose names he had called. Devouring points activated. In an instant, the man in the late stage of the Star Wheel realm was promoted to the great perfection level of the Star Wheel realm by Mu Bai. This is only one step away from entering the Moon Wheel realm. The man who seemed to be in his last moments of life was actually much younger in age, and his incredible expression was full of fanaticism. His realm, which had not moved for more than 10 years, was reversed in an instant. This is simply impossible. Lord Mu Bai, you are a god, right? The crowd watching was also dumbfounded at the scene. Some people who were waiting for the side effects of this person to take effect did not see any abnormality on the other person. On the contrary, with Mu Bai's help, this person's mental state actually got better and better. After a few minutes, he could even prepare some medicinal materials to try to advance to the level of Moon Wheel realm. It's actually forcibly improving the realm without side effects? Is it some ancient method? Looking up at the shocked expressions of the crowd, Mu Bai looked around and said in a deep voice, "Be loyal to me and complete the tasks I assigned. I will reward such loyal and capable subordinates. Others may reward gold, silver and jewelry. But I won't. That's too boring. What I want to reward you is life, realm, and the opportunity to break through the next level and explore the ultimate answer to life. I believe that with your wisdom, you should know what kind of brilliant world I can create in the future with this ability." After Mu Bai said this with a faint smile, the smart people present had already shed drops of sweat, which was a mixture of shock, excitement, and other emotions. Foolish people may still be thinking about the brilliant development of the royal court in the future, while those with a long-term vision can already see the signs of the birth of the next god emperor. Using realm improvement as bait is enough to make unprecedented changes in the world. Even without the strongest combat power, Mu Bai is enough to reach the top of the world, cannibalizing the elite masters of other forces for his own use to divide the enemy forces. Perhaps, this is the one who can unify the main world in this era. The fanaticism in the eyes of the crowd was clearly reflected in Mu Bai's calm eyes. In his opinion, this meeting of the king was undoubtedly very smooth, and some hidden players of other forces would definitely spread the news. And the price he paid was some antiques collected by the royal court for thousands of years. He used the devouring points extracted from these things to improve the realm of the meritorious people. This is itself a conspiracy. Sometimes the enemy will not believe what he said, but the false news stolen by the enemy with great difficulty will be believed by them more. These promoted people were naturally the emperor's creatures that he had transformed. Otherwise, his devouring points would not be able to improve their realm at all. He could strengthen his own people and pretend to release false news to confuse his opponents. This was simply the best of both worlds. Looking at the lights in the distance, Mu Bai smiled and crushed the wine glass while everyone was kneeling. He was looking forward to how those people or forces who had coveted the unstable situation in the royal court in recent days would deal with him. The fanatical eyes below had already explained something. In terms of absolute interests, that is, the realm improvement, it was enough to turn many enemy hidden pieces. Sure enough, after the King's Honor Conference, almost all the pawns planted by other major forces privately revealed their identities to Mu Bai, and some even ignored their wives, daughters, and family members who were held hostage by those forces. The matter of arranging these people to be double agents was left to Feng Xinju, and Mu Bai had more important things to deal with. That is, to figure out the mysterious world that Shui Ji mentioned. Although Shui Ji in the spiritual world did not show any signs of harming him for the time being, it was difficult to guarantee that the other party would always be so stable. Mu Bai felt a headache when he thought about having to pay attention to the interference in his spiritual world when fighting with powerful enemies in the future. This problem must be solved as soon as possible. The next morning, Mu Bai took Mu Ling to the Zhongzhou Divine Calculation District, and the Tianji Tower was located in the center of the district. The tower towers into the clouds, dazzling, and surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it is a huge tower leading to heaven. The interior of the Tianji Tower is composed of countless steps, each with unique landscapes and functions. The top floor is the most mysterious place in the Tianji Tower. and only a few people can enter. In folk legends, the top floor is the hub connecting heaven and earth, which can predict the future and grasp the secrets of heaven. However, people in the top forces basically know that the top floor of the Tianji Tower is where the contemporary Tianjizi is located. In other words, this folk rumor is actually correct. After all, if the entire main world really wants to select a person who knows the secrets of the world, it must not be the God Emperor who carries the destiny of the past generations, but the person with the ability of the calculation fruit, the Tianjizi of the Tianji Pavilion, who is the only fruit in the world with the ability to inherit. Because Mu Bai had told him before coming, there was no obstruction when he and Mu Ling entered here. After entering the first floor, you can see that the members of the Tianji Tower are communicating in groups of 3 or 2. Even if they see Mu Bai while walking, they don't care too much. The power of the Tianji Tower is extremely large, with many powerful practitioners and servants. The practitioners have undergone strict selection and training, and have extraordinary strength and unique acquired supernatural powers. They are proud to protect the Tianji Tower. In order to maintain order and safety, they are always on guard against external threats. Similarly, the core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, who can master all the intelligence in the world, are often people who never leave the tower. Some people often spend their entire lives to crack a secret of cultivation. The Tianji Tower is not only a place for cultivation, but also a place to gather wisdom and knowledge. There are a large number of ancient classics and precious secrets in the tower, recording the experience of countless practitioners. There are special libraries and schools on each floor, where practitioners can learn and study various cultivation techniques and various records of ancient methods. Mu Bai climbed up the Tianji Tower layer by layer, and his heart was as calm as water. With his perception, he actually discovered the mystery of the Tianji Tower the moment he entered it. This huge Tianji Tower should be a legendary treasure in itself. The closer he got to the top of the tower, the more he could feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Mu Ling, who followed Mu Bai, did not have such a feeling. She felt more curious about the Tianji Tower. After all, it was the most mysterious place in the entire Zhongzhou. If it were someone else, they would probably never be able to enter the Tianji Tower in their lifetime. When Mu Bai came to the 10th floor, he raised his head in surprise. Standing in front of him was Bai Xiaosheng, who had been waiting for a long time. Mu Bai, who had dealt with him many times, said with some nostalgia, "It turns out that it is an old friend who is waiting for me. It seems that the old Taoist priest of Tianji Pavilion still takes good care of me." Bai Xiaosheng, with a complicated look, also said with some emotion, "It is my honor to be called a friend by you, Mu Bai. I didn't expect that the young man who first entered Zhongzhou to participate in the Burial Emperor Mountain Ridge to obtain the divine body would step into the highest realm in the world in such a short time, and even now control the king's court. You are really a strange man." Bai Xiaosheng's words were indeed from the heart. After all, looking back at several eras, there may not be such a freak as Mu Bai. At the age of less than 30, he is almost standing at the top of the world, leaving those geniuses of the same age behind, and making them unable to catch up with him for the rest of their lives. Such talent and experience are really unparalleled in the world. You are teasing me now. Sometimes I have no choice. If Luo Guangjuan hadn't forced me too much, I would have continued to work hard and make plans. Forget it. These are all past events. I came to your master this time to ask questions. Bai Xiaosheng nodded to show that he understood. With him leading the way, the pressure of the Tianji Tower on Mu Bai seemed to be gradually dissipating. The three of them continued to walk up the ancient stairs until they reached the 23rd floor. Bai Xiaosheng stopped, after pushing open the door to the highest floor, the 24th floor. Bai Xiaosheng also made a gesture of invitation. "Thank you, brother Bai Xiaosheng. You're welcome." After taking Mu Ling into the top floor of the Tianji Tower, Mu Bai stepped out as if he was falling into the abyss. 100 steps away, sitting on the lotus platform, was the contemporary Tianjizi, who was famous for his immortal style and outstanding wisdom. His appearance showed an extraordinary temperament that made people feel awe. His figure is slender and upright, tall and well-proportioned. His muscle lines are looming, exuding a healthy and energetic atmosphere. His skin is slightly bronze, revealing the traces of time, but his skin is smooth like jade, simple and solemn. His face is solemn and upright, with a deep wisdom between his eyebrows, a wide forehead and high cheekbones, and deep and bright eyes, like the stars in the sky, revealing an extraordinary insight and profound connotation, as if he can see through all the secrets. Seeing this, Mu Bai couldn't understand the details of Tianjizi. After all, for such a vigorous old man, These 2 points are opposite adjectives combined together, which should be very contradictory. But these 2 images are particularly harmonious on this contemporary Tianjisi at the same time. The other party's restrained temperament is naturally not the pressure he puts on himself. Following the pressure, Mu Bai looked to Tianjisi and saw an old man in a blue robe staring at him with a smile. Junior Mu Bai pays respects to the contemporary Tianjisi old celestial master, and to the number 1 person on the god and demon list, Nanhai Xianwen. That's right. The blue-robed old man is Nanhai Xianwen. There are probably only a few people in the entire main world who can make him feel great pressure just by the pressure of their realm. And the only one who can do it so easily is the mysterious Nanhai Xianwen. Nanhai Xianwen. Mu Ling naturally knows what these 4 words mean. The ceiling of the current main world's combat power. The strongest existence ranked first on the entire god and demon list. Although there are recent rumors that Tiangong Yangjian on the god and demon list has the ability to fight him. The 2 have never fought. Although Mu Bai was prepared, he did not expect that such a big shot was still in the Tianji Tower. According to his information, the other party should have left. It's unprecedented. It's amazing that you, Mu Bai, broke through the Sun Wheel realm with your physical body. But I didn't expect that your cultivation in the Dark Star system was equally outstanding. It's amazing that you have reached such a realm with both systems. The Immortal of the South Sea said, thoughtfully, without sparing words of praise. Although Mu Bai still had a smile on his face, he was a little shocked in his heart. After all, it was the first time in such a long time that someone could tell that he had the power of 2 systems at a glance. Senior, you are too kind. Really, being too modest is hypocritical. Since you have something to say, I won't delay you too. After saying that, the Immortal of the South Sea waved his sleeves and disappeared out of thin air. Mu Bai, who was originally smiling, quickly searched with his observation hockey. And then, he didn't even notice the fluctuations in space. As expected, he is the first person on the god and demon list, and his methods are indeed unique. The contemporary Tianjisi slowly stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. After Mu Bai and Mu Ling walked to the opposite side of the old Tianshi, Mu Bai sat down cross-legged and said his purpose. Old Tianshi, I want to find a world that exists. An existing world? This description shocked the contemporary Tianjisi. Since you have the power of the Dark Star system, I think you are not asking me about the existence of an ordinary world. You are talking about the inner world. Tianjisi's words made Mu Bai a little speechless. But after hearing the name of the inner world, which he had never heard of, Mu Bai was somewhat interested. I don't know. But what does the old Tianshi mean by the inner world? Tianjisi, whose body floated up, exhaled a long breath and said softly, I didn't want to say it. But since you can trust me to come alone, it means that you are very smart. Although you may not be able to crack the mystery of the inner world in a short time, it is only a matter of time before you enter it. Then Tianjisi told all the information he knew about the inner world. And Mu Bai, who listened carefully, showed a look of surprise on his face that was difficult to conceal. The surface world refers to the real world that people are familiar with, which is closely related to the lives of people in the main world. Most people in this world do not know the existence of the inner world and can only rely on their senses and cognition to understand the world. There are ordinary humans, nature and various social orders in the surface world. Most people live ordinary lives in the surface world. Even if they have the existence of devil fruits or magical powers, they are still considered ordinary people. The inner world is a mysterious realm beyond the surface world. It is a realm full of fantasy and mystery. There are various mysterious creatures in the inner world, various abilities beyond the shackles, and countless races living in it. Compared with the main world, the surface world, the inner world is more mysterious and vast, and many mythical creatures live there. The connection between the inner world and the surface world is usually achieved through portals, secret realms, or specific spells. Practitioners can enter the inner world through these methods to explore the mysteries and powers in it. They can practice, fight, and learn new abilities in the inner world, and then return to the surface world to use the power they have gained. Relatively speaking, the inner world is wider. Our main world, as one of the surface worlds, is not the only one. There are wider worlds outside the 4 dangerous places. Mu Bai, do you know why I said that it doesn't matter if you don't know the inner world? Why? Although Mu Bai was surprised that his common sense was broken, he could accept the concept of the surface world and the inner world. However, according to this statement, wouldn't the God Emperor of the surface world be invincible in the inner world? The inner world and the surface world influence each other. As the power of the stars deepens, This influence will become closer and more obvious. When the two are truly integrated, it will be the moment of destiny. At that time, whoever finally defeats all the geniuses of the same generation will automatically inherit the destiny and be promoted to the God Emperor. After the inner world and the surface world are completely integrated, the next era will be born. When the power of the stars weakens again at the end of the era will collapse, and the surface world will collapse with the inner world. Many disappeared God Emperors did not really disappear, but they went to the inner world when the era split the Tao uniform. Hearing this, Mubai could no longer sit still. His previous confusion was swept away, but then a bigger problem came. Old Heavenly Master, according to what you said, isn't there still a God Emperor living in that world? Or even more than one? Impossible. There is only one God Emperor in each era. And after the era splits, the star power of the inner world will also decline. Without the support of destiny and the decline of star power, all practitioners will disappear. In other words, one of the prerequisites for the existence of the inner world is that a strong man at the level of a God Emperor dies there. And then the whole world uses his individuals as nourishment to produce many practitioners. Tianjizi's expression did not change when he said these words. Obviously, this is a consensus known by the top strongmen in the world, and it is not an absolutely secret matter. That is to say, the competition for the destiny of the God Emperor will only begin after the inner world is completely integrated with the outer world. To become the God Emperor, do you need to fight against the inner world's geniuses? Mubai was thoughtful. If he looked at it from the perspective that the inner world would have a deeper impact on the outer world, as the power of the stars in the outer world became stronger, then whether it was the fighting Buddha in the Dongshan trial, or the remains of the heavenly soldiers, and the corpse of the giant spirit in the holy Tao sect's cave paradise, they were all related to the inner world. Suddenly, Mubai thought of something. That is, the bodies of the two fallen gods he saw in Mu Ling's dream, and even the Shui Ji in his mind. Perhaps these were all closely related to the inner world. Thank you for your help, old master. But I have another unwelcome request. I hope you can tell me the entrance to the inner world. Tianjizi shook his head and said, I don't know the specific passage to the inner world, but according to ancient books, there is normally a passage in each area. It should be there in your royal court. After all, the God Emperor who founded the royal court must be connected to the passage to the inner world. This word suddenly woke up Mubai. If there is really a place in the entire royal court that can hide the passage to the inner world, it is the Emperor Zhu in Donshan blessed land he entered before. Thinking of this, Mubai clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your reminder, old master. Now that I have finished asking questions, please tell me what you want to ask. Before arriving at the Tianji Tower, Mubai had asked his confidant to come to Tianjizi with his conditions. The exchange condition was that Tianjizi helped him solve the problem, and he would agree to a request that did not violate his principles. The old master looked at Mubai deeply and raised a finger. 1,000 years. Protect the Tianji Pavilion for 1,000 years. After you become the God Emperor of this era. Mubai frowned and asked in a serious tone, I am grateful for the high hopes of the old Tianshi. But even I cannot guarantee that I will definitely be the God Emperor of this era. If I can't become the God Emperor, I can't do what you said. If you can't become the God Emperor, forget it. Just consider it as my investment in the younger generation. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. I will always be in this Tianji Tower. The contemporary Tianjizi showed an indescribable smile and sat back to his original position. The door of the 24th floor opened with a light flick of the whisk. Junior knows. After returning from the Tianji Tower, Mubai went to the Sigua Cliff as soon as possible. He had to deal with Luo Guangjuan's affairs before, so he delayed the time to explore the Emperor Xian Dantian paradise. This time, he didn't want to go back without breaking through here. If the passage to the inner world is really in the royal court, it can only be here. Standing in front of the Sigua Cliff, Mubai explained some things to the elder Zhu Gu and walked into the entrance of the Emperor Xian Dantian paradise he had found before. There was a reason why he seemed so anxious to find the passage to the inner world. Normally, according to what the contemporary Tianjizi said, it was okay not to enter the inner world in advance. After all, when the star power of the two worlds reached its peak, it was the beginning of the fusion of the two worlds and the birth of a new era. The battle of destiny of the God Emperor would also officially begin. But Mubai always felt that he still had to make more plans. He didn't think that no one in the inner world could challenge him. In comparison, even if he didn't gain anything in the inner world, he could get some information in advance and make early arrangements. When passing through the Emperor Xian passage, Mubai looked back and showed a meaningful smile. From another perspective, if Luo Guangjuan had disclosed the existence of the Emperor Xian Cave Paradise within the power, he would have been the first to find the passage to the inner world with the power of the entire royal court, and then further strengthen the cohesion and loyalty of the power. Perhaps he would not have taken over the entire royal court so smoothly. As soon as he thought of Luo Guangjuan, Mu Bai thought of one thing. That is, Luo Guangjuan did not seem to use any of the treasures on the first floor of the cave paradise. When fighting with him, he relied entirely on his own strength and his luck layout. Gu Changchun, Luo Guangjuan, and the unknown and hidden Emperor Yan creation in the East region. These three people have been in contact before. Luo Guangjuan probably handed over all the treasures looted in the Emperor Xian Dongtian Paradise to the person who stayed in the East region before entering the small world of the heavens. This is a bit tricky. Mu Bai frowned and guessed that the third Emperor Yan creation must know his existence and was always on guard against him. Maybe the other party is no longer in the East region. If so, he really can't find the other party in a short time. After all, the main world is too huge. So huge that even with Mu Bai's current power, he can't find a needle in the haystack even if he sends everyone out. After entering the space of the Emperor Xian Dongtian Paradise, Mu Bai analyzed the purpose of these Emperor Yan creations created by the Sword Emperor while walking. First of all, according to my own understanding and the memories I have searched from Xiao Li's mind, Gu Changchun, who was lurking in the Zizitian forces in the Northern Territory, undoubtedly took advantage of the expansion of the contradictions between the Northern Territory and the outside world and the world-class potential danger of the Emperor's Mausoleum of the Immortal God Emperor to cause the Northern Expedition and then wipe out the entire Northern Territory's high-level forces. One of Gu Changchun's purposes may be to avenge the damage done to the Sword Emperor by the founder of the Royal Court and the Northern Territory forces. The major event after the Northern Expedition was the division of the Northern Territory, and the strongest of the major top forces almost all disappeared, which was very strange. Mu Bai actually secretly asked the contemporary Tianjizi about this yesterday, but the other party shook his head and said he didn't know. Before his death, Gu Changchun found Xiao Li, who was carrying great luck, and intended to let this beloved disciple take revenge on the Zhongzhou royal court. It seemed that it was purely for revenge before, but now it seems that Mu Bai speculated that Gu Changchun deliberately let this tool man go to the royal court to make him a tool for Luo Guangjuan to harvest luck in the small worlds of the heavens. What is Luo Guangjuan's purpose? Perhaps he wants revenge on the Northern Territory and the royal court just like Gu Changchun. But obviously he has more plans. He has been lurking in the royal court for so many years, just to wait for a perfect opportunity to start the plan. But it's a pity that he broke it. What is the purpose of the third person, who has never shown up from beginning to end? Mu Bai, who is familiar with the characteristics of the Emperor's creations, knows the feelings and loyalty of these creations to the Creator. Perhaps their ultimate goal is to revive the Sword Emperor who died several epochs ago? This is indeed possible. While thinking, Mu Bai has come to the front of the fruit tree he had been to before. Under the waterfall next to it is where the old turtle, with a hideous carapace in the pool, lives. Its decayed face seems to have experienced countless epochs, and is as old as it has been. After noticing that Mu Bai appeared again, the old turtle walked out of the pool with some curiosity. The body of several dozen meters high is extremely oppressive, and the aura of the ordinary Star Master on his body is enough to deter ordinary Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses. It seems that you are going to challenge me this time. The old turtle's voice was desolate, but also seemed honest and powerful. Standing in front of it like an ant, Mu Bai nodded and said, "I'll lend you your head today." After saying that, Mu Bai instantly entered a state of deification. The terrifying power of faith flowed into the god of war in his hands. With a flash of white light, the god of war immediately transformed into the form of the god punishment sword and chopped the old turtle's tangled SHL in an instant with the terrifying power of faith. The surrounding valley buildings collapsed in the amazing sound of the slash. After Mu Bai made this slash, he dodged the bite of the old turtle's head and said in surprise, "It's really hard." In the smoke and dust, although the old turtle's SHI was broken, the real turtle SHL hidden underneath that had not seen the sun for many years had no signs of damage. The defense that could resist Mu Bai's sword of faith was enough to stand out from the crowd. "Young man, you are such a monster." The old turtle, whose 4 legs were sunk into the ground by the huge force of the slash, was not feeling so good. Although his tortoise SHI could resist the opponent's slashing power, the pure physical strength contained in it was something that even he, a race with the strongest defense, could not bear. being called a monster by a monster. This is quite interesting. However, Mu Bai obviously did not want to chat with the other party. He raised the divine punishment sword high again. And this time, the world on both sides of Mu Bai actually darkened as the halo flowed. Then, a slash with vivid colors flowing in the gray light and shadow world was like a surging blue dragon cutting off the entire sky. The first of the 7 styles of cutting the sky. The way of selflessness. The hard tortoise SH.L made an unbearable cracking sound when the divine wind knocked on it. The old tortoise, who seemed to have the blood of the black tortoise, held his breath and concentrated his mind, and suddenly condensed the black tortoise's true body with the lake water behind him. Then, the defense of the tortoise SH.L soared while the black tortoise roared. At the last moment, it even took down the sword of selflessness that Mu Bai slashed in the form of the deification. However, the ground that kept collapsing under his feet proved that the old turtle was not so relaxed. The old turtle, who was injured by the shock, was about to say something when he saw Mu Bai floating in the air turn into a white shadow and slash 72 times in a row at an astonishing speed. All the slashes hit a point on the turtle SH.L. And this was not over yet. Mu Bai's swordsmanship was slashing faster and faster, so that the old turtle could not see the opponent's movement trajectory clearly. The whole sky was full of his moving afterimages. The old turtle, who retracted his limbs and head into the turtle SH.L for absolute defense, immediately increased the defense power of the Xuanwu real body. The roaring Xuanwu under the green shadow that looked like a barrier did not reveal any flaws. But Mu Bai, who kept slashing in the air and leaving afterimages, did not care at all. The surrounding buildings and the ground were all shattered under the crisscrossing slashes, and the flowers stirred up by the sword wind were split into more than 100 pieces in the air. During this high-speed tentative slash, Mu Bai noticed that there were 5 weak points in the entire tortoise SH.L, and his mouth twitched slightly. Then the violent vibration power of the vibration fruit was compressed into the god punishment sword. Under the continuous high-speed vibration slash, the 5 weak points of the tortoise SH.L instantly bleed. Tyranny. Vibration sword. The surging domineering aura of the king attached to the god punishment sword. And the extremely horrified super slashes kept pulling and cutting along these wounds. Almost in an instant, the old tortoise's tortoise SH.I was torn into pieces, and the old tortoise, feeling sad, shook his mouth and a stream of mysterious water gushed out. The vibration power of the divine punishment sword rapidly hit the space. After avoiding the mysterious water, Mu Bai used the golden crow flame as a trigger and stabbed the old turtle's left eye with a flaming slash. Then the golden crow flame immediately upgraded to the great sun true flame. The old turtle died immediately under the super temperature compression and expansion. Mu Bai, who had drawn out the divine punishment sword, passed over the corpse like a ghost and continued to move towards the depths of the Emperor Xian Cave paradise.